SG4L Radio, part of the SG4L Media Network. You're listening to SG4L Radio, part of the SG4L Media Network.
Hello and welcome to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. Today we're going to get you set for the Final Four this weekend. Some NBA playoffs, NFL news and notes, maybe a little season outlook for the Cardinals, some stadium talk, and some news. And that's the rundown for today's show. But first, let's get to some St. Louis Blues hockey. And after failing on Monday night, the Blues clinched a playoff spot for the fourth consecutive year after a 4-1 win against the Calgary Flames. Ken Hitchcock's hand was forced on Thursday night as Alexander Steen and Vladimir Tarasenko were both injured. Now, Hitch had to play his lineup magic, which people have been giving a little bit of a hard time on this season. They say it's kind of messing up the chemistry, and the grumblings from the clubhouse have come out too, and maybe the way that he's going about playing these people. But he always goes back to the system over the past 4 years and how it's worked. So I think what he's just trying to do is put the best product on the ice as we're going down the stretch and see what we got, definitely with the two injuries. Another plus for the Blues with the injuries is that you get a youngster like Ty Ratty some NHL ice time. So when he's ready to come up from Chicago of the AHL, he has a better feel for the NHL game. And that's going to work in the long run for him, as we're going to need players. We're already hitting the salary cap, so you're going to have to let go of players and give guys like Ratty and I think it's Mace Priority down in the minors a shot. But back to the lines, as Hitch proves he knows what he's doing, as the new look first line without Steen, back is Oshie and Jaden Schwartz scored 1:16 into the game to put the Blues up 1-0. Jaden Schwartz with his 25th goal, TJ Oshie with his 34th assist. The Blues kept it going as early in the second period, just 23 seconds in, Paul Stastny scores a goal on the power play, his 15th of the year, assists him back as his 30th, and Schwartz his 33rd to put the Blues up 2-0. Calgary does get one back in the second to make it 2-1, but the Blues put it away in the third with Laterra scoring his 12th goal, assists from Berglund, his 14th, and Berglund then adds an empty netter for his 10th of the year, assists from Laterra and Stastny, both their 30th on the season, in the game of 4-1. Jake Allen was in goal, and the Blues finally played well defensively for a 60-minute game, only allowing 18 shots. I want to say 17 of them for his 20th win of the season, making the Blues the only NHL team with 20-game winners on two 20-game winners on their roster. But don't think that just because the defensive played well this game, and you see the low number of shots of the previous games, that the defensive played well in them games, because it's not the case, and you can ask Brian Elliott that. But it seems like that the defensive kind of steps up for Jake Allen, and it's kind of funny. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe they know his position and goal on certain plays, and where they can position themselves on certain shots to help him save, because they know where his positioning is going to be. Maybe it's just because they know that he's the younger goalie in the backup, that they're a little more on their toes defensively, more than they are offensively. It's hard to say, but it seems like over the past few games for Jake, he's playing himself into the number one slot, while Brian Elliott is playing his way out. And this all started really last 2 weeks ago with the 6-3 game loss to the Minnesota Wild, in which Brian Elliott allowed 4 goals and 16 shots. But then it continued on Tuesday the 24th as Jake Allen and the Blues beat the Pittsburgh Penguins 3-2 in overtime. Allen saving 24-26 shots, and 3 former Penguins had a part in all 3 goals for the Blues. After Pittsburgh jumped out to a 2-0 lead, again, bad defensive and odd man rushes led to goals. Gotze and Bertuzzi scored to tie their old mates 2-2. It was their first goal with this Blue Note this season, And then McCulloch burns his former team with an assist on a slap shot that was redirected in 34 seconds into overtime by Alexander Steen for his 24th of the year, and the Blues win it 3-2. And this had to be one of them games that felt exceptionally good for Doug Armstrong, as in 3 separate trades that he's made this year accounted for all 3 goals for the Blues in the game against Pittsburgh. And now these guys are playing well. Got on the third and fourth line, the other 2 defensively. And now they're all fighting for playing time. And in the case of Bertuzzo and McCulloch, their physical play and the way they've been playing on the offensive side has had them knock at the door of the longtime veterans like Barry Jackman. But on another note from that Pittsburgh game, Sidney Crosby, their star, still has not scored against the Blues in his career. And that's the only team he hasn't done that against. So it's kind of an up thing for the Blues there, is that you're keeping him scoreless against you, and that's probably why you win the games against Pittsburgh. So this game puts Jake up 1-0 on Brian, even though it kind of started before this game. Well, Elliott got the call on Saturday and Monday nights as the Blues faced Columbus and Vancouver, respectively. And the defense didn't play well in neither one of them games, but neither did Elliott. On Saturday, 3-2 loss to Columbus, and then 4-1 loss to Vancouver on Monday. 13 saves on 16 shots against CBJ, and then 18 for 21 against Vancouver. And the first 2 goals in the Columbus game were defensive faults and stupid penalties by defensive players. Jay Bumeister on the second goal. But the game winner was all Elliott. A goal at the end of the second period after your team has fought to tie it up. That's kind of going to let the wind out of the sails, because now you go in the third period, the last period, look at just the tie instead of looking for the goal to win. So those are the kind of goals that Elliott can't let up for this team now or going down the stretch or in the playoffs. Now, TJ Oshie was out with an illness in that game, but injured defenseman Kevin Shattenkirk was back. But it didn't build up the defense enough, and you kind of expected that with him being out for so long, that he wasn't going to help the players that haven't been playing as good as Bumeister, Jackman, and Gustafsson haven't been playing all that well at the Lake, and Petro's still on his offensive thing instead of showing more of his defensive side. And it seemed like there was just too many penalties from the game for the Blues. Shattenkirk allotted most of his time on the penalty kill. Now, Vladimir Tarasenko and Berglund did score in that game. Patrick Berglund was his first goal in 13 games. He also assisted on a Tarasenko goal for his first multi-point game in 31. So everybody's favorite whipping boy, about time for him to turn it around and get the blue note on this stretch as we're going through the playoffs in this season. But in this game, not only the loss hurt, but in the first period, Alexander Steen left with a lower body injury and is set to be day-to-day. Well, on Monday for Elliott and the Blues, the news didn't get any better. McCulloch does score his first as a Blue, but more bad news come on the injury front as Vladimir Tarasenko leaves the game with a lower body injury. So 2 games in a row where you lose your top 2 scorers for a team when your goalie, at least your number 1, struggling, that you don't want to lose scoring. Now, guys like Stastny and Swartz, as they did Thursday, are going to have to step it up for the Blues. Now, the injuries look to be moderate, but both will be back by the playoffs. But you're still going to need the guys like Swartz, Stastny, Backes, and Oshie to step it up for your 2 biggest goal scorers. Also, throw Laterra in there, throw Berglund in there. And then you're going to have to give your guys that more of the physical play, like Ott and Reese, to maybe either step it up offensively, or maybe without Vladimir Tarasenko and Steen out there, teams are going to come at you more on defensive fronts, try to stop the long passes, because you don't have that guy in waiting. So maybe they're going to have to show more of their defensive prowess, and that really goes for all the wingers and centers. And the Blues need to stay where they are in the playoffs in this situation because after the game against Calgary, they were only 1 point up against the team they would be playing in the playoffs, the Blackhawks, for home field advantage in at least the first round. So I looked up the overall record for the Blues versus the Blackhawks all time. Blackhawks lead the all-time series 167, 127-42. The playoffs 32-24, and the Hawks lead the season series 2-1. So the Blues don't need to lose any ground because you're all disadvantaged against the Blackhawks throughout your existence plus the season. So you want to use some kind of advantage to stay ahead of them for the home field ice. Another thing to look at is another team that's kind of hovering around for you in that situation is the Minnesota Wild, who have accumulated 5 of a possible 6 points against you this season. Blues' only win came on November 25th, 3-2 in a shootout. Now, against both these teams, you're going to finish out one of your last weeks with them as your last week with them is on April 5th. The Blues play the Blackhawks in Chicago. April 9th, the Blackhawks come to the Scott Trade. The Blues finish it out with the Wild at the Scott Trade on April 11th. So this is going to have to be a stretch where you go down a stretch to prove yourself the teams that you struggled with in the season. Now, what I'm saying is the past is the past. The Blues have handled the Wild in the past before, but they haven't this season. So on April 11th, you're going to have to prove that the past is the past back to the past. Because these are games you're going to need to stay. You want to be as high a seed as you can going into the playoffs for home ice advantage. So you're going to need these games going down the stretch. It definitely gets the teams that are fighting for playoff positioning to get to where you need to be and get the home field advantage for the playoffs. And hopefully you get to where that you got the lines going around like this Backus, Oshie, Schwartz line to where you could kind of keep Vladimir and Steen rested until the playoffs to help out the Blues in the long run to try to make a decent run. The Blues do play Friday. Brian Elliott is in goal, which is a little scary because on his last 53 shots against him, he's allowed 9 goals. But hopefully the game Thursday runs up on the better play from the defense, the offensive play, and the goalie play. Hopefully that all runs off to where we don't have to worry about it Friday night. Now later on in the show, I'm going to compare a guy we might have gave up on too early when we signed Brian Elliott back in 2011 to that 1-year contract. And happy Easter, as on Easter this year is opening night for the Cardinals and Cubs at Wrigley Field. Now we'll get to see that nice new Jumbotron. But Wrigley might not have any bleachers, but the show must go on. And a week towards the end, which is good for the Cardinals, is down the stretch of the spring training. The starting staff start to show what they're capable of. Pitching is what you're going to need this season for the Cardinals, as you don't know what you're going to get from the middle to your right side of your infield or outfield, production-wise. Now, Yachty would be in the middle. So you ain't got to worry about Yachty, but if you go just on the right side, Jay in center, Hayward in right, on the outfield, and on the infield, you got Wong and Matt Adams. Now, all have shown they can produce in the big leagues, but they also showed that they have reduction seasons in the big leagues. So you're going to need your starting staff and pitching to carry you this year unless you get the production maybe either expecting or over-exceeding production. But the starting staff pitched well, and it started with March 27th with John Lackey. 7 innings pitched, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. 3.77 ERA to end the spring. And I think you kind of look at this start for Lackey as the big start because he's already said that the earlier starts in spring, you don't really throw as hard or throw with all your command so you don't fatigue yourself. So I think you look at this start to piggyback him off of because this is the start he's going to go all out, see what he got to go in the season. Now, Waka now pitched on the 30th. He went 5 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, in spring with a 1.77. Now, for a guy that's coming off an injury that nobody knew nothing about, you could tell that his command isn't all there. It's kind of nice to see his ERA at 1.77 because that means he's been working around the hits and the walks. And maybe he's starting to build up his command and control, knowing where he's at with the injury. This is going so far in spring so far, to know that where he can come to the season and pitch very well. But it's nice to see a guy off of an injury that you know nothing about. Only one person had it before, Brandon McCarthy, pitching as well as he has and been probably your best starter, him or Marco, this spring training. Wainwright then pitched the 31st for the Cardinals. He went 6 2/3, 8 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. He spring with a 3.14. Now, if I talked in the podcast before, and I just said about Lackey, Wainwright had a good first start, but his second start was a little rough. And that's the kind of start where you think that while you came out there and you kind of know that you ain't got your command and stuff, so you just kind of go out there, throw what you can, see where you're at, and work on it for the next start. And even with that bad start, for his ERA to be where it is, that tells you that he's starting to form around and that slowing him down early and maybe that little abdominal injury didn't affect him as much as he would have thought. Well, now April 1st, Carlos Martinez pitches. And this is where you find out how your fifth starter is going to be, as he was automatically placed in that fifth starter spot, as on Saturday, as reported by MLB's Jennifer Langosh and the Post-Dispatch's Derek Gould, that Jaime Garcia, after a side session, a simulated game, felt stiffness in his left shoulder, which is his throwing shoulder, and then retroactively after that was placed in the DL. Now, John Mozeliak said if he would have stayed healthy, and one of the reasons they did this kind of simulated thing to get him up to 80 pitches is to see where he was, and if he would have stayed healthy, he would have been the fifth starter. Goes against Mike Matheny's notion that this was an open competition. So it kind of tells you what the Cardinals are going to give you in a sense that they're not going to tell you everything, as Martinez has been through this before, as in last year with Joe Kelly. But he comes out and pitches well on April Fool's, and no fooling, he went 6 innings, 3 hits, 0 runs, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts. And he actually pitched on the 27th and went 5 innings and only allowed, I think, 1 earned run, maybe 2. So now he's starting to build off something, and I was the one complaining about he wasn't getting the innings and how high his ERA was. Well, now he's got it down at 2.86 in his last 2 starts. He's starting to build up the innings to where now you can see that you can have him as a reliable fifth starter maybe. And there's no joke that you want your fifth starter to have a 2.86 ERA. That's nice if you're coming out of spring training to see that your starter can be capable of being a top-of-the-line starter as a fifth starter. And even with your third and fourth starters, as Waka could be a 3 or 4, and Lackey's going to be 3 or 4. There's your top 4 to 5 guys now that could probably be 1 or 2 starters on any other team in the league. But what get to Lynn is on April 2nd, he pitched 6 innings, allowed 3 hits, no earned runs, 4 strikeouts, no walks, shows the hips not bother him any, and he ends spring with a very good, respectable 2.25 ERA. So now a starting pitcher over the whole spring with an ERA over 4. That includes for all the starts that Marco and Jaime got. So if you want to look over the last 5 starts for the Cardinals starting staff, they've gone 30 2/3, 2 earned runs, 5 walks, 15 Ks with an ERA of .066. Now Lynn did pitch the 28th, the day after Lackey. So if you want to add that 5 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 0 walks, and 5 Ks, that leaves you with 35 2/3, 4 earned runs, 8 walks, 20 Ks, or excuse me, that's 5 walks and 20 Ks with the ERA of .114. So when you don't know what offensive production you're going to get from half your lineup, essentially, 4 players, it's kind of good to know that you're going into a season right now with the way your starting pitching has come out of spring training and pitched probably at the top of his game more than anyone else has this spring training. And hopefully, if you pitch this well and you get the offensive production, you don't have to worry about nothing throughout the season. You go from first to first, wire to wire. So we'll see how that works out for the Cards. The Cardinals did make their cuts for their final 25. And your starting 8, as you know, is going to be Yadi at catcher, Matt Adams at first, second base Colt Wong, shortstop Johnny Peralta, third base Matt Carpenter, Matt Halliday in left, John Jay in center, Jason Hayward at right. Well, now your bench consists of catcher Tony Cruz, infielder Mark Reynolds, outfielder Peter Borges, who I think is going to be kind of your change of pace guy. You're got to go out there and steal a base, go first or third, spell Halliday when Halliday needs a rest, and kind of just be the guy that is just there. But also, you have your last two guys on your bench is all of a sudden your power guy, Randall Grichuk, who played so well in the spring training that he almost played himself out of a spot on the big league team because they don't think he's going to get enough at bats. But I think on a team with a left-handed heavy lineup, definitely two in the outfield, and he can play all three outfield positions. And to spell Halliday when he needs a rest, or Hayward or Jay when they need a rest in either way, that being a right-hander on this bench is going to be effective, definitely for a guy to come off the bench and do what he can do. But he almost played himself out of a roster spot because he played so good in the spring. Then another guy that you like to see that stepped up finally is Peter Kozma. I kind of like Peter Kozma over in the situation he's in, which is the Daniel Descalso roster part. Basically backup shortstop, which we know that Daniel Descalso is definitely not as good as an infielder as Peter Kozma is, but now he's could work some hitting into it as he hit over 400 during the spring. The funny thing is he went to Ozzie Smith for his hitting instead of going for his defense, as he's already plays well defensively, and maybe Ozzie showed him something there, where maybe Pete can step up for us, and maybe we don't have to go out and look for shortstops anymore after this, because he's still young and he's still a first-round pick, and even though we didn't give Tyler Green the real big shot, maybe it's time to give a guy like Peter Borges the real big shot. All right, we're going to talk some NCAA and some NBA playoffs next, right here on the Greater STL Sports Network. We'll be right back with you.
It's so great to have you here. Sirius XM's watercolor. Thanks. I'm PJ. You'll catch the fellowship award sponsored by the American Association. Real L60 not button month to at 8 p.m. post time. Campus. There's good, pretty heavy. Just check it out. It's gonna be good. We can tell more. Sirius /J.
And welcome back to the Sports Blog of the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby right here with you. And your Final Four is set for the NCAA tournament as Kentucky's going to play Wisconsin and Michigan State is going to play Duke. And hopefully this Final Four plays out like the Elite Eight did. As in two of the games, Kentucky and Notre Dame and Louisville, Michigan State went down to the wire. Both losing teams had leads going down the stretch of the second half. In the case of the undefeated Kentucky, Andrew Harrison had to make 2 free throws with 6 seconds left, and an Irish three-pointer missed at the buzzer gave the Wildcats the win. Now, I don't think that the other 2 games were blowouts, Wisconsin and Arizona and Duke and Gonzaga, because they weren't. And that's what's kind of good as you get to this tournament, is you see that even in the early rounds, there's not many blowouts in this tournament. It seems like no matter where a team's coming from, they have a chance, maybe not 1-16, but some of the 2-15 games, you've seen the 15s beat the 2s, so it's kind of fun to go into a game thinking that the team always has a chance. Now, people think that the winner of the Kentucky-Wisconsin game is going to win it all. Most think Kentucky's going to go 40-0. Well, I would hold on to that as Wisconsin got the guy in Frank Kaminsky, who's a really good player. And he can make the outside shot. So if he brings the big man out, and they have to guard him on the outside, it kind of opens up for what Notre Dame did against Kentucky and go inside and prove that they can be beat on the inside. And then in the Michigan State-Duke game, you kind of have two coaches that have been doing it for a while. And I don't think you can ever count out Tom Izzo in a tournament or Coach K. Coach K has been doing it over the years with the one-and-dones or the four-year players. Izzo could be anywhere in this tournament, 15. It'd be kind of cool to see him as a 15 and see what he could do. But anywhere in this tournament, 1 to 10, and every year it seems like he makes his way into some big game in the tournament. So, don't just think that Kentucky's just going to run away with this with the way that Wisconsin can play. Now, the thing with Kentucky is can these big guys beat up on Kaminsky and get him off his game, and then Kentucky rolls. See, I don't think that kind of happens with the Duke and Michigan State game because they really don't have the elite players that Kentucky has. So I think that's going to be a closer game in where you kind of hope your bigger guys stand out for both teams. But at least you even say Wisconsin does beat Kentucky and Michigan State beats Duke. Why would you count Michigan State out against the team in the conference that you don't really get talked about in the Big Ten? Well, they played together already. So maybe Izzo has something against Wisconsin, but also maybe Bo Ryan has something against Michigan State. Now, most people just want to see the powerhouses go, Kentucky and Duke, and just let them fight it out to see who's the best in the league. And that could happen. And that might be a funner game to see at the more, polished teams play against each other to see who's the best team. But that's what's kind of fun is there's just so many scenarios in any game you play out that could happen to lead to the next round in almost every round of the tournament. And maybe because it's single elimination, maybe that's why it's like that. Maybe that's why that people don't get into the NBA because it's 7 games. Maybe that's why that people are more into the NFL because it's single elimination and it's kind of you never know who's going to win. You just never know what's going on. And I think it also makes it interesting for people like us that live in the Missouri area because now, for some reason, I'm kind of interested in the tournament to see how the games turn out, even though we don't have Missouri, Illinois, or SLU in there. But you kind of look at the games like the Wichita State game versus Kansas, where Kansas, as we know, Kansas won't play Mizzou either, even though we probably don't want to play them anymore. But now they got forced to play Wichita, Kansas did, and now Wichita is leader of the state. So I kind of think I was good in this team. It could also create rivalries for later on, maybe for non-conference games and stuff. Or also it could show like a team like SLU, who's probably not in the region they should be in the A-10, maybe that like with Wichita State being Kansas, that Missouri Valley's stepping up. Maybe St. Louis goes down there for a better schedule for them and probably an easier division to win for them and easier to go into these rounds of the tournament. But I like the tournament because I think that the kids are going out there giving it all they have because this could be the last special thing that they do in their life. Not all these kids are going to the NBA. Not all these kids are going out to get these crazy $100,000, $200,000 jobs. Some kids, as I was talking about with the dean, some kids got to go back into real life, and this might be the only thing that they accomplish in their basketball career that could be special to them. So I think that's maybe why there's a little more effort, maybe a little more emphasis put into the NCAA tournament than there is the NBA. The last NBA game I can remember that gave you a bunch of excitement was I think it was Game 6 when Ray Allen chased the ball down and hit that crazy shot against the Spurs a couple years ago. But you don't just see that in every year or every round of the tournament or the playoffs for the NBA. You see it in football sometimes, in the NFL, but you see it in this tournament a lot more. And I think it's what makes this tournament special and makes everybody around, not just in the areas of where teams are playing, but around the nation, watch these kind of games. Now, I will move to the NBA playoffs And there's just been a little bit of ratchetness on the NBA playoffs as people just want the 16 best teams to get in. Now, I don't know if that can happen the way everybody wants it. Because then you kind of make it a little less road hard travel for the teams that are fighting for playoff spots for the 8th and 9th spot. Now, the West doesn't matter to most people, as Golden State will play the number 8 seeded Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder last checked were 41-32. So that's your 8th place team. Dallas plays Houston. Houston number 2, Dallas 7. Memphis is number 3, plays San Antonio. Portland, number 4, plays number 5, Los Angeles Clippers. Where people are getting a little frustrated with the playoffs is the East. With Atlanta, number 1, facing number 8 seeded Brooklyn. Last check, Brooklyn was 32-40. Cleveland, number 2, plays number 7, Miami with the losing record, would play. And Chicago would play Milwaukee with the losing record. Number 4 and 5 seed Toronto would face the Washington Wizards, where the bottom 3 teams have no chance to catch up to Washington for the number 5 spot. So that's why people get frustrated in the playoffs that some of the winning teams from the West, which there's not many past the top 8, maybe 2 or 3, aren't getting this fair advantages that the losing teams are getting in the East by getting in with losing records. And before I get into all that, I want to get to some Missouri guys born in Missouri that should make the NBA playoffs. From Chaminade in Florida, Bradley Beal, the Washington Wizards, and David Lee should make the playoffs. Beal this season for the Wizards, even though he's missed some time. 14.7 points, 3.7 rebounds, 3.2 assists. David Lee in a different role, as he was a starter there, but Steve Kerr's kind of speeding up the game in Golden State, so he's kind of be putting Harrison Barnes at the 4. Still in a reduced role, 8.1 points, 5.5 rebounds, 1.9 assists. Tyler Hansborough from Poplar Bluff, who went to the Tar Heels, plays for Toronto, has 3.2 points a game, 3.2 rebounds, and 0.2 assists. And also from Washington, Otto Porter from Sykeston, I think it was Central County High School, and also went to college at Georgetown, 5.5 points a game, 2.7 rebounds, 0.9 assists. So kind of cool to see some guys from the state of Missouri going to make it into the playoffs in the NBA. But let's get to the NBA playoffs situation a little bit. Now this is from Pro Basketball Talk, and this is from the All-Star break. Adam Silver has been open to changes of the playoffs where 16 best teams get into the playoffs regardless of conference. Speaking to reporters at his annual All-Star Weekend press conference, playoffs, that is an issue I've gotten a lot of feedback on, Silver said. If there was a simple solution, we would have met it a long time ago. I understand the notion of the best 16 teams should make it regardless of conference, but I do believe in the conference and division system. To the extent that we have to have a balanced schedule and the 16 best teams getting in would require a lot more travel. That gives a notion of ensuring that our teams are well rested. I believe in the concert system, although I think there may need to be some tweaks. There have been some proposals about division winners are ensured playoff spots, or maybe the top 2 teams from each division are rewarded playoff spots, and therefore the rest of the teams are seeded based on record. Silver also is trying to stop unintended consequences of this. I am focused on the parade of horribles, that somehow we're going to end up with Miami versus Portland in the first round. A logistics nightmare for travel for both teams. I don't mean to suggest that that's not a real issue, but we have to look at it and see statistically the likelihood of that happening. But it has to be a balance. There's no real perfect solution for this. Now, he's already said that no changes would be made to the 2016-2017 season. But I've kind of come up with maybe a relocation thing or adding another division to the NBA playoffs. It would start with taking 4 West teams Minnesota, New Orleans, Memphis, and then your detractor would have to be Sacramento, even move them to the Central. And I'm not saying St. Louis, but maybe back to Kansas City or somewhere closer to the Central to start off with the West and the Eastern Division. From the Central Division. In the East, you would take Indy, Detroit, Milwaukee, and Cleveland. Your dark horses will be Chicago, because since the Jordan era, they have built up such a rapport in the East. Would they want to take that away to go to a different division? And also OKC, the Thunder, with the same thing in the West, even though they haven't been around for a while because they came from Seattle, and they were in the West for a while. Since Seattle have their report, do they change their report, maybe go to a division that's less, I guess, showtime than the West? But also look at it maybe if a guy like Westbrook or Durant gets injured again, you look at it as maybe it helps you out. As if they get injured, you're playing in a lesser conference, and that gets you to maybe look like the better team in that conference. The real benefit in all this would actually be Memphis, because they're playing a West Coast schedule in the East Coast, being from Memphis, Tennessee, yet being in the West Coast division. So I think they would jump on board quick. So that would lead to divisions at Minnesota, New Orleans, Memphis, Sacramento, and whatever way the Kings are. Indy, Detroit, Milwaukee, Cleveland, and then Chicago and OKC, which would then lead to East with Atlanta, Boston, Miami, Toronto, Washington, Brooklyn, the New York Knicks, Charlotte Hornets, Orlando, and Philadelphia. Then leads the West with the Golden State, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Portland, LA, Clippers, LA Lakers, Phoenix, Utah, and then Denver. Now maybe if OKC didn't want to leave, you kind of move one of the Texas teams around, Dallas, Houston, or San Antonio, into this division just to separate Texas a little bit from being the. But then that would go against moving Lakers, Clippers, and Golden State, since they're all bunched together in California. Now, I think this is the only way that this would work, because then you can't just use two divisions. You got three divisions now, and now all 16 teams. If you go with the East and West, based off the schedule that they've been playing, it just seems smart to keep them where they are. But this is how the schedule, I think, would work if you added another division. You play 6 games against your 9 opponents from the division. Like if you're Minnesota, you play the 9 teams from the division 6 times. We'll leave you with 54 games. And then you would spread out the last 28 games that are left between the East and the West, so you get accustomed to travel. Now, then like I said before, you give the division winners the top seeds, and then you base them off seeding for record from there. And now nobody can say nothing, because you got the less travel in your division going East-West. You got more playing in your division, so less travel, less wear and tear. And then you got your travel in the other games with more days off, and you know how you're going to have to play in them situations. So I think that's the only real way it could go if you want to do the best 16. Because if you kept it East and West, you just have to go best 8 from each division, like every other one does, and come with it. NL, AL. And then the way that the NHL does it is kind of different there. The only thing that they have to change, instead of going with the 2-2-1-1-1, they'd have to go back to 3-2-3-2. Which I for some reason think that works for the home team, even though they get the 3 straight games at home are for the better team, because the losing team gets the 3 straight games at home, but you get your 2 games at home, and then you get the 2 games at the end, just in case you are struggling and on the road games, you get a chance to go back home and prove how it goes there. But I think this is a real way for the NBA to change the way it's gone for so many years of bad teams getting in, and now you have something to where it looks like you're putting the best 16 teams in with 3 different divisions, instead of just putting the best 16 teams in 2 divisions, and splitting the teams up to where they're in a better situation in the long run. Now, this ain't something I've heard. This ain't something I've seen. So this is just a blueprint of what could happen. But it's the best way that I think it could happen by looking at it. All right, some news next, right here on the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network.
Hi, this is Mesa. April is Jazz Appreciation Month. The first time I met my...
And welcome back to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. And I kind of want to start off this little news segment we've been doing with a story that might affect the Cardinals nation a little bit. And Kurt Ford. Former Cardinal player Kurt Ford said Thursday he might have to move from St. Louis after being punched in an unprovoked race-related attack. St. Louis County Police from the Fenton Precinct arrested James Street, 37, of the 4,000 block of Saline Road. And when you do something stupid, this is what they should do to everybody that does something stupid. Put everything about him out there. So people that drive by his house, honk, say, you're an idiot. Do everything you can to get at this guy for being what he is, for what he done. And I'll explain what he done in a minute. James Street, who's a white man, allegedly punched Ford, the black former Cardinal, Wednesday after shouting racial slurs and telling him to go back to Ferguson. The incident began around 12:30 as Street and Ford approached the same gas pump from opposite directions. Ford pulled away from the pump and parked in a spot in front of the store. When Ford exited his vehicle, Street got out of his car and began shouting racial slurs at him. Street entered the store, and Ford tried to avoid confrontation. Ford went to pay for his gas, and Street began to exit the store, then approached Ford and punched him. Street was charged with one count of assault motivated by discrimination in the third degree, which is a Class D felony. And it's something he deserved. If you do something wrong and something dumb like this, these guys need felonies on their record. Now, it's just even the dumb part that started off is they pulled in the same pump, and obviously this guy was mad about it. But then because Kurt Ford is black, Street had to bring racism into it. And it doesn't make any sense how this became a racial situation and how because he's black, he gets told to go back to Ferguson. So because he's black, he automatically is from Ferguson. Ford, who probably doesn't live in Ferguson now and probably never lived in Ferguson, could have, but you never know. But he's automatically from Ferguson because he's black. Now, if you're in St. Louis, you should know by now, if you pull up with a pump that you think is yours, and I was in quotes, that most people aren't going to give it up. He backed out of the spot for you and went to a different spot without hesitation to avoid confrontation. Yet you're so egotistical and just, there's something wrong with your brain that you're so special that you need to yell at him about where he parked and then blah, 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 and that he needs to go back to Ferguson. This also kind of ties into the story that happened on the Metrolink. It's Street being a white guy and being racial, but then now you get the blacks being racial against the whites. On the Metrolink, a guy is beat up after being asked for a cell phone and not giving up, and then being asked what he thought about the Michael Brown situation, and he said he hadn't really thought about it. He then gets punched by a 15-year-old and then a 20-year-old who should be charged with the same thing as James Street has been charged with a felony on the record. So when they go to get something to better their lives, this is on their record to prove that you did something stupid and this is your fault because you want to be, I guess, racially insensitive because you think that's the right way to go about things. Now, for them younger kids and Street, we never had to grow up in a most racial situation. Now, the younger kids might have to deal with the cops these days, and Street might have to deal with it the way he grew up, being 37, some of the older generation are still a little racial. But to bring in a situation about a gas pump and on the Metrolink, on a guy on the Metrolink who was minding those business, and a guy at the gas station who was minding those business, that they're involved in something and sucker punched for no apparent reason. But this is St. Louis for you, in a city that's as racially divided as we are. Yeah, we have the most races, races, R-A-C-E-S, in the city than most cities in the country. Black, white, Asian, Bosnian, Mexican, all that. So to grow up around it and see what I see, I don't know how these situations become racially motivated. It doesn't make no sense why this had to happen to Kurt Ford. And now you got a guy who there's probably people that listen to Kurt Ford and now saying, I don't want to move to St. Louis because of what he's saying about St. Louis. And this happens in St. Louis. And now you're going to have people scared to buy the Metrolink that people take to the Blues, Rams, Cardinals games because you got wannabe thugs to get on there and want to show off for the camera and want to punch a guy because he doesn't have information, he doesn't have an opinion that you want to hear. But what if he would have said any opinion he would have said would probably went against what they wanted to hear? And if he said it was Darren Wilson's fault and just said that, oh, you know it's his fault be this, or if it said it's Michael Brown's fault, then he probably would have got beat up worse, but he got beat up anyway, so he should have stayed his mind either way. But it doesn't make no sense, and why we're still like this as a community, and can't just get over yourself. Get over that's egotistic. That's ego, get in your brain and make you think that you're better than somebody else. When actually in part, because you do things like this, you're really not. And it just doesn't make any sense to me why this happens still in this day of age in 2015, when by now we should already be over that. I mean, 37, I'm 27, so he's born in the 70s, so it still doesn't make any sense of how he brought racism into it. Neither does it the thing on a Metro. We'll go to a nicer and more happier story as Dean Smith of the legend of the University of North Carolina Tar Heels gave all 180 players that graduated for him $200, and as he said, to go enjoy a meal with their family. Now, some said that they were going to frame the check or give it to charity or something like that. But how do you think that feels to a guy that gave his heart to Dean Smith, that gave his heart to UNC, to try to make it to the NBA, couldn't make it in the basketball after that, is working the 9 to 5, doing construction, cleaner, whatever, McDonald's, and not that that's a bad thing, because I'm in construction right now, so I know I'm a construction laborer, so I know that feeling. But now you received a $200 check in the mail from something you didn't expect at all. Now, $200 doesn't sound like a lot of money, but that's enough to cover your light bill. That's enough to cover, hopefully some of your rent. So how do you think the guys felt that they really needed it? They really needed something, a pick-me-up, from a guy that they probably had way more respect for than they thought that. But you get a check that proves that he had just as much respect for you as you did for him. So I think that's kind of cool, and that's just kind of special. That shows how special some people are. And as as people die, you just hear the weird stories, not weird stories, but different stories of how special that guy Dean Smith really was. And this just proves it along farther and farther. Well, now let's get to the funnier news. As on March 25th in Washington, a Washington State patrolman says it was by far the best carpool scam he's ever seen, but it didn't work. A motorcycle trooper parked along Interstate 5 near Tacoma spotted a driver with an unusual passenger passing by him in the carpool lane. When the trooper decided to stop the car, he discovered that the passenger was a cardboard cutout of the most interesting man in the world from the Dos Equis beer ads. Now, the cutout was not confiscated, but the man was told not to use the Dos Equis beer man again. The Highway State Patrol decided to channel their inner cardboard cutout and tweeted, "I don't always violate the HOV lane law, but when I do, I get a $125 ticket." And that's why we're going to get the two from Florida, our favorite state for these. And if we keep doing these, by far, this is going to be our favorite state. A man admitted to trying to sell guns believed to have been owned by Saddam Hussein's family. David Philip Ryan, who is from Miami, pleaded guilty in a New Jersey court to conspiracy to transport stolen firearms. The 50-year-old could face up to 5 years or 5 years in prison and $250,000 fine. 7 guns estimated a value of up to $300,000 were seized from his home in 2012. Among the firearms was a gun that featured a gold medallion engraved with the initials QS, which were presumed to indicate the late Iraqi president's son, Qasem Saddam Hussein. Well, that's just a funny story from Florida, and we got another one now. It's on March 26th. Authorities say an intoxicated man arrived by taxi to rob a Tallahassee bank. Police say 47-year-old Stanley Getty demanded $100,000 from the bank on Wednesday. It was a Capital City bank in Tallahassee, Florida. He claimed he had a handgun and explosives. Now, offered to say when they first arrived, the cabbie said that Getty had not paid his $25.50 cab fare. When officers walked in, Getty was in the manager's office appearing very intoxicated and spaced out. When Getty wouldn't follow their commands, he was tased. Getty would now be charged with robbery, petty theft, resisting arrest. He's also being held on 2 probation warrants. Hey man, the guy needed some money to pay his cab fare, so the only way he could get it, let's go rob a bank. And you could just tell he was already just a crazy nutball, as he's being held on 2 probation warrants, so he's on probation for something. And now he's trying to rob a bank to get cab fare. Did he think he was going to walk back out to the cab with the $100,000? Like that doesn't quite make any sense on how that would work for him. But it is Florida, so that pretty much is summing up there. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back. We're going to talk some NFL quick hits, some stadium talk, and some goalie talk right here on the sports blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. And welcome back to the sports blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. So we're going to get to some little NFL quick hits. And it's really just about the Browns and the Falcons. You ain't heard these stories yet. The Atlanta Falcons was fined $350,000 and a 2016 fifth-round pick. Also, President Rich McKay will be suspended at least 3 months from the league's competition committee since it was found out that the Falcons have been pumping stadium noise into their stadium over the last 2 seasons. Really? Just over the last 2 seasons? Seasons when they were 4-12 and 6-10? Are you going to tell me when they were winning that they weren't pumping stadium noise? They just decided to do it when they had bad records? Because the way I can see you doing it with a bad record is to go against your own team so you have a higher draft pick. But that just shows you where the NFL spine's at, coming from their front office people and their owners and stuff, like when Jim Irsay got caught with the prescription drugs and stuff. Because not only is it not a this year pick, it's a 2016 fifth-round pick, and then the president, who is on the league competition committee, is only suspended and not kicked off of it, yet he affected the competition negatively. Now you tell me how that works out, that you're on a competition committee, but yet you're pumping noise into your stadium to affect the competition. So how does that help the competition when you're on the league's competition committee? And you're going to tell me that when they were winning, that they did they just plan on doing this now when they were 4-12? Did they wait till they were 4-8 and start it, or 2-6 or whatever they were? Was that when they waited to start it? Absolutely, you know that's not true. You know that they started it when they were winning, and they noticed it helped with probably getting more false starts or more holding penalties or something. More delay of games. And they were like, hey, let's keep doing it while nobody's noticing. When I was found out, it's of course found out when they're 4-12 and 6-10 in the past few years. But it's not found out before that because it's the NFL, and they're not going to tell you that, hey, they did this when they were winning, blah, 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 in the playoffs and stuff. No, they did this when they were 4-12 and 6-10. And then another thing, okay, now with the Browns, Ray Farmer, who you could talk on the headsets to your coaches down the field, but yet you can't send texts. He was suspended 4 games for texting to the players on the field, or to the coaches on the field. Now, what does suspending 4 games to a GM do to the GM? What does it do to the team? I guess he's maybe there at the games to scout, but you can't watch tape, you can't watch the games on TV. Like, how does that affect the GM? What if Jimmy Haslam says, hey, I got 4 tickets for you for all 4 games? You know, boom, there's your ticket, boom, there's your ticket. He's there for 4 games anyway. Can the NFL kick him out if he has a ticket? Because don't the teams run the stadiums? The NFL don't run the stadium. So the Browns are going to put in need to be who they want to be in their stadium. So when you go with somebody like the Browns and it's some thing where he should have just got a slap on the wrist, and 4 games, it's a slap on the wrist, I think that maybe the Browns should have got the 5th round pick taken away for 2016. And that the Falcons maybe should have got 2015 like 3rd round pick or something. Something that actually affects you when you're affecting the game with the things you're doing that are against the rules. And then when you do it and you're only suspended from a competition committee for 3 months, it just tells you where the spine of the NFL is. That when it comes to players, Roger Goodell's big and bold, broad shoulders. Then when it comes to the owners or the person, it's okay. It just doesn't make any sense why a 2016 pick may not affect them. Maybe in 2 years, maybe next year they win the Super Bowl, which is very impossible almost. But let's just say they do. Now it's a 32nd pick in the 5th round. So essentially almost a 6th round pick. So how does that really affect them in a negative way? $350,000, they probably make that off of 1 game. So you're really not affecting them with fines. You have to really go at draft picks, I think. And then maybe you take their speakers away from the Falcons for 4 games where they can't use anything to pump the crowd up. And maybe it shows them that you won't do it again. But I think you got to hit them harder with the draft picks. Maybe take a 3rd and a 5th, and then from the Browns, just take the 5th. And that might be the better way to go to prove to these teams that, hey, you cannot do this. You cannot affect the integrity of our game. That it's already being put into question. So I think that the NFL needs to relook at this, and I think the Players Association needs to look at this and jump in and say, hey, you've done worse than this than our players for less. For stuff that's done off the field, this was done on the field. This was done on the field. Affecting the games, this was done by the Falcons. Not really Ray Farmer, but maybe you could say it was by him too. But the things that they get punished for outside the game, it's kind of weird that they don't get punished for that more when it happens during or when it affects negatively on the competition of the games. Now we're going to get into a little stadium talk. Steve Stenger, county executive for St. Louis County, was told this weekend that this new stadium will not need the $6 million in bonds that the county now funds for the Edward Jones Dome. Now, why this is a big deal, because it's $6 million. Well, according to, I guess it was Dave Peacock, but according to the Stadium Task Force at least, this has to be done NFL-wise, so there's no missing money somewhere, that they turn the $6 million into privately funded money instead of anything else. But that's all we're going to get to today, and I'd like to thank you for listening. We'll see you again soon, and this has been Robert Bowlesby on the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network.
Hey, have you ever wanted to start a podcast? I've been trying to get this podcast off the ground for years, and I've used many different apps to record the episode, to get my show to the people, and trying to make money off the podcast. Well, now there's only one real way to do that, and that's Anchor. Anchor is your one-stop shop for recording, hosting, distributing your podcast. Best of all, it's 100% free and easy to use. And now Anchor can match you with great sponsors who want to advertise in your podcast. That means you get paid to podcast right away. In fact, that's what I'm doing right now, reading this ad. I use Anchor for instantly recording my episodes in the app, and I also like the features on it, like bringing people into your show for other opinions and guests. So if you always wanted to start a podcast and make money doing it, go to anchor.fm/start. That's anchor.fm/start to join me and all the other podcasters already using Anchor. That's anchor.fm/start.
Hello and welcome to the Greater STL Sports Podcast, part of Street G Records LLC.
Robert Bosley here with you. Now, I'm not going to try to do this every show, but it seems like almost every show I do, we got to do a state of the podcast address. If you noticed, if you heard the beginning there, the name has changed. It's now called the Greater STL Sports Podcast. There's going to be something set up with the network. It's just not going to be called Greater STL Sports Network anymore. It's going to be called something else. See, how I planned this all out was to all get this done really, really quick. And it turns out that it's not that easy. So, as we go on here and here, and this is going to get done every week. I ain't got an exact time set up. I'm going to get it done midweeks. This is probably going to be the time I'm going to put it out, is Wednesday mornings. Get you through the midweek. You know, people don't get to the podcast until probably the weekend because of the work. And by then I get a new podcast ready and blase, there from there. So, as I've said on this podcast 9 billion times before, no matter what it was called, originally called the Sports Blog STL, and been multiple names since then. So, things are changing, but the way I've worked it out is you don't have to deal with anything about trying to find the podcast. It's all in the same spots. You look up, it comes under the same name. If you subscribed to it before, nothing's changed. You're going to see a new logo, which is a pretty nice logo. Not made by me. So, we did get a new Twitter. The Twitter wasn't really the biggest thing I was worried about. It was more where the podcast feed was going. And I checked all the podcast feeds earlier, and they're all going to the same spot. So I can't complain about that at all. So the powers that be said, hey, if we're going to do this part of it, we got to change the name of the show. I was iffy on it. I was 50-50 on it. I have no problem with it. And this is generally a St. Louis sports podcast. I mean, that's what it's been the whole time. It started as nothing but St. Louis sports. And as soon as things start picking up, this COVID thing just kills the F out of the podcast. I mean, it really does. If you think about it, it just kills it. There's nothing to talk about. And like stuff I talked about before, like the ambush, and all that's shut down. And I think the ambush are playing, but in general, all these sports, and they could get shut down again, which is going to be real fun for stuff to talk about on this podcast. I could talk about the CBA. So, I mean, it's still going to be a weekly thing. If I have to talk a lot of basketball and NFL on here, I mean, they'll be gone too. So, we're just making this better than what it was. This has been the whole plan, is to make it bigger than it was. The whole plan the whole time. Where this started out, from where I started out, I think it was 2014, maybe 2013, when this all started out. The whole thing was to build it. It just never got to that point. And now it's starting to get to a point to build off something. So before I get to rambling on more and more about it and talk about the same thing. So things have changed. A couple things have changed. Twitter, new Twitter, yay. It's under Greater STL Sports Podcast. Look that up. The Twitter name is GSTLSP. Easy as can be. But I wanted the other one to be, but someone else had it. I mean, whoever would pick that screen name. But, so GSTLSP is the Twitter, GSTLSP. You can also find us on YouTube. I didn't get the last podcast up there. We're still up there. And you can find us at the same places that you found us before on the podcast, on the Apple. I checked Spotify. That's updated everything. I checked Google. That's updated. Apple's being a little slow. They've updated the picture, which is always good. That's usually the hard part, is them accepting the picture. But I didn't see the name change. In the podcast app that I use, which I don't use Google or Apple, I use something else. And the name hasn't changed, but the podcast logo's changed. So sooner or later, I didn't check the description on all of them. I think the description at one point said sports blog. On most of it's changed to Greater STL Sports Podcast. So just fun. It's a lot harder to do this stuff. And I mean, and I wanted to get the podcast done really Monday night. I got drunk Sunday.
So that wasn't the funnest thing. I wanted to get up Monday and do it, and being hungover and trying to talk and stay hydrated and stuff. This ain't the biggest, funnest thing to do. So I did some stuff with the updating stuff. We also were waiting on a logo, so just things happen. But greater, GSTL SP, the new Twitter, and we'll get up on Facebook. We'll try to get it to where everything's the same, or at least close, to where you can just type in GSTLSP into Instagram or Facebook and it comes right up. There's a way to do that. I haven't got that far yet. The podcasting, changing the podcast. I didn't have to change the feed, but trying to change the name of the picture, that's all fun in general. Anyways. So let's move on. We're not going to do this every week. I promise there's not going to be a state of the podcast session every week. We're not going to have fireside chats every week about what's going on. Which they're fun. It's easy for me to talk about it. It's easy for me to waste some time about it. But also, I already messed up the Twitter twice. GSTLSB. So sooner or later, you'll hear me say Greater STL Sports Network or the sports blog. Maybe not, because, stuff's moving. So once all this gets figured out and I can say what I want to say without having to worry about... there's some sneaky people out here. This is the funny thing about this whole thing. Is there's literally people out here who will look for what your idea is and go fuck around and pay that money. A little bit of money. To steal your idea. Well, not to steal your idea. To steal the name of your idea. Or watch what you're doing. Or try to get involved in your money somehow. I literally can't put this out just because. Literally just because. I came up with it and I could probably find it and get away with it. It's written down everywhere. There's multiple places where what the company name is. It's everywhere. It's easily findable. But I don't want to say it and then someone be like, oh, that's an easy idea. Blah, blah. And not do nothing with it. Either. And I'm not like I'm leading the charge and doing a bunch of stuff with this whole thing. But just sit on it until whatever runs out, and then maybe I can get it 2-3 years from now. That just doesn't make any sense to me. If I were to say it, it could literally easily just be taken from me like that. That's why I haven't said nothing yet. All this stuff's been planned for a while before I came back with doing the podcast. But then you see stuff. You see these motherfuckers trying to be sneaky on the social media. And I cussed twice. Now I already beat the record for the last show. But it pisses me off a little bit. So I could have said it the last show. I could have thrown it out there on Twitter. I could have said, hey, we're probably going to change any of the... But I want to do these things after I get them done. So I get them done first now. And then now I can say it. Now I can say Greater STL Sports Podcast. I can say Street G Records LLC. I can say all this. Because it's dealt with. See how things aren't as... Like I said, a lot harder than I thought. It's dealt with. And it sucks, man. It really does. And I'm not just talking about, just random people. I'm talking about people on your friends list. Not many of my posts that I post on Facebook go out to the world. Most of them are all friends posts. If I'm even posting. Most of it's mostly kids and memories. Every now and then I'll see a meme I like and post it, which I actually probably post more than I think. But nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy anymore. But even have people on my little bitty friends list that's been knocked down and built back up and knocked down and but just by me, but whoever. And literally I can put that on there and lose it like that. Mostly because I'm slow. And there's so much going on. The last 5 years of my life have been astonishingly crazy. But it's not an excuse to not get stuff done. And I should have got this stuff done 6 years ago when I first wanted to do it. And it's pure. It's pure not looking into it. I wouldn't say I didn't look into it, but it's pure not acting on looking into stuff like saying, I'll get it then, I'll do it then, So it sucks that I can't do that. But anyways, Greater STL Sports Podcast. Find us on Twitter, GSTLSP. Everything will be up there. I'll make sure the Twitter's lit up. I'll get a Facebook, which the Twitter was so much easier than what I've had to deal with Facebook. I'm just not. I honestly don't want a Facebook under my name. The only reason Facebook's ever been up is for this podcast. Ever. And then it's up, and then I use it like an idiot. Mostly drunk. So, if I can figure out that, but I'm probably just going to throw a page up and say, here it is, fine, there's the page. Or maybe I'll just make a group page. Who knows? Anyways. GSTLSP, Greater STL Sports Podcast. Look it up. State of the podcast address is now over. Go back to whatever. Fire is going down. Now we can just chill out. Talk about whatever the hell else I want to talk about, which is not this podcast. And one thing I didn't get to talk about on this podcast, just horrible segue. And I might have actually talked about it. But I think in the podcast I did in 2019, which wasn't many, I think I mostly talked Blue Stanley Cup. And I probably talked a lot of Cardinals. I was watching a lot of sports back then. I might have did the hometown rundown back then. Who knows? I don't really go back and listen to these. I did in the beginning. And that's how the show got better. And now I think I'm at a point to where if I'm going to record, I'm just going to record and talk. But at the time, the XFL wasn't even like the biggest thing in the world because it wasn't coming until February. But I mean, that's June, July. And it's crazy to think that not that far away is going to be their next season in 2023. And I only played part of 2020. It doesn't even seem like that long ago. Now, as much as I had go on, it just seemed like forever. And it really doesn't seem like it was that long ago. I think after 4 or 5 weeks, 6, 7 weeks, something like that. But at that time, I didn't see a point of talking about it yet. I didn't know what was going on, really. Because you didn't know how big it was going to really be. You kind of heard with McMahon coming out and saying stuff like, he wasn't going to accept these certain kind of players and these certain kind of players. So you kind of thought the league was going to be a little rough, and it was actually halfway decent football. And we probably had the best fan base in the league. I mean, we were going to have 70,000 in that football stadium for the LA Wildcats game. For an XFL game. For a team that Dan Kroenke had nothing to do with. Yeah, we were going to try to fill a dome and prove a point. Which, during the greatest time in the world, the pandemic, wow, I mean, that really, after so we didn't even get to play the game. Crazy. But it was something that was interesting to me. Definitely watching the Battlehawks game. They were not like the most offensive team. They weren't, they played regular football. And the games weren't high scoring. It was just fun to watch. I think it was just fun to see the Dome again and see football in there and see football in St. Louis and actually have something to root for. I don't know how big of the chance. I might have watched it if it was on. Like if Fox 2 was on a Saturday and there's nothing else on, I probably would have turned in and saw 5 minutes of the XFL. But I watched 60 minutes, or however minutes they played, of XFL football every week that the Battlehawks played. And then, of course, they hit the pandemic. Things go crazy. You got their former commissioner suing Vince McMahon, the owner of the league. Vince McMahon basically had to go file bankruptcy, and they said, hey, if you're going to sell us, we don't want you to have no part of it. Which is crazy to think about. I guess maybe because of the lawsuits going on, and he would owe money, and you could separate it. But I think when they bought the team, they also buy their debts. Or bought the league. I think the people that bought the league, Dwayne Watt-Jackson, Danny Garcia, Redbird Capital, I think they took on all that. And now it's almost something to look forward to again if you're a fan of St. Louis. Because with the team that we had, maybe they bring him back and we still have that kind of thing. Now, he was on The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, was on CNBC the other day and said we're going to have new teams, new cities, new broadcast partners, all that. Now, I was looking into it, and it wasn't like they were talking about not bringing a team St. Louis, but it's not like they were saying, hey, we're bringing back all the old teams. And it was more looking at, the article I read was more as the Houston, Dallas teams, one of them maybe moving to San Antonio, Tampa Bay actually moving to a city that the old XFL had with Orlando. But it's not like he gave the city a boost of confidence. I mean, it's crazy to kind of see Twitter and see hey, Rocky, you gotta bring the Battlehawks back. We really need it. Blah, 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 this and that. And it's kind of crazy to think that they wouldn't. But if you're trying to go and make money, we're not the biggest market to make money in. And the XFL has already tried to do other stuff with expanding the league, talking to the CFL, looking into international teams, talking about expanding the 10 teams, which I didn't see how that would work. I guess you just keep the same playoff system and just run with 5 teams. Look, not the biggest logistics guy. Not going to try to figure all that out. But I think if you were going to bring the league back, you would have to bring it to the city that made it look like that you were a functioning league. I mean, if you go read, and I think a lot of these people that do these XFL sites happen to be former St. Louis people. It just seems that way anyways. Like they had nothing else to do. Like they maybe ran a former Ram site and they traded to some XFL news hub or whatever it is. So I think some of the stats might be a little... But the Battlehawks were a legitimate franchise. But you got to look at it in the way for the XFL because of the USL coming back, which doesn't make any sense to me why one of these people wouldn't get together and say, hey, I got a report here. The XFL's got a report here. The USFL's got a report already. Why wouldn't they merge together if they were going to try to put something against the NFL? Because in the long run, 2 heads are better than 1. That's what I would always think. And now you're fighting for players. Now you're going to have to look at other ways to find players, which I think the XFL was looking into. Maybe players in junior colleges and stuff like that to come and play in their league. They actually had a guy that got drafted in the NFL playing for the Battlehawks, the safety Robinson. Kind of crazy to think about. But why wouldn't they just get together? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, you're not going to defeat the NFL, but there's leagues you could defeat very easily if you had games in more places. I mean, it's just easy to think about. I mean, it's crazy to think the most watched hockey game, I think it was the 4th watch hockey game, only had 1.4 million viewers, and it was a Winter Classic. And I think the USFL has actually done kind of a smart thing by their first season, putting it all in Alabama, in a city that doesn't have an NFL team, and you're going to put it after all the college teams that are going on in Alabama. They don't have a major sports franchise. I mean, college football is their thing. So you could see some of the players that you've seen all throughout the whole college football season, and then you're going to name recognition and stuff like that. That's going to make people want to go see it. I think it was smart for them to do that because now you're basing it in one place, and a place where they don't have now. They're not going to want to, the only thing I don't get is how they're going to vote for the teams when they know the teams are going to move. I know that the Birmingham's going to probably get a team. But to have that all in one confined area, to where at the time you're branching your fan bases out by saying, hey, this team's going to go here, watch them here, but also make that money from the people that don't have nothing for that whole thing. In these other places, there's NBA, Memphis. There's hockey in most of these places. And I think that's a big fight for if you did get an XFL team in St. Louis. Because after the allure wears off, mean, where are people going to spend their money? Are they going to go see the late season Blues if they're in playoff contention? Are they going to go see Blues playoffs games instead of seeing Battlehawks games? Because I know the NLCL schedule's always been so weird, but you're going to think they're going to put a lot of them games in the weekend. Definitely in the times the XFL is going to want to go, which is going to be in the noon time slots. In the early in the day time slots. Early afternoon time slots. And when I was looking it up, the Blues' last game would be April 29th, and XFL's last game, if I'm right, would be April 22nd. So there's not going to be going much on after the regular season. You would say 2 games, so maybe the first or second week of May, that season's over for the XFL. And you still got a long playoff run for the Blues. But if I got money and I'm saying, do I want to see a Blues playoff game or see a XFL playoff game, I'm probably going to spend the money on the Blues. And I think that's things that the XFL are probably looking at, and probably why, after talking to the CFL and stuff like that, well, like, okay, this is where we're set now since we don't have the CFL. Let's go do the market research and all that and see how we're going to best make the money. And I think St. Louis actually would be a major part of that, because if you see what they're bringing in with the fan base, and you see that's making some kind of TV effort, I don't know what they should expect if the Winter Classics only get 1.4 million viewers. I mean, would you say 250, 300 for a secondary spring football league? When by that time, you're going to have another one that's already up and going. So, if you got a team near these other teams, it's going to be hard to change the lines, even though these other teams ain't in the cities yet. But you know what's supposed to happen. Would it be hard to change an allegiance? And I don't think it would matter in St. Louis, because I don't think... because we have nothing. We have the Blues at that time. Now, the little thing that also hurts that is St. Louis FC. Well, I don't know if they'll take a bunch of fan base people, because I think soccer and football, I think the fans are a little bit different. But I think at that time, you're going to have a lot of teams to fight against. What at the time is going to be an unknown thing. Because you don't know if it's going to be the same XFL that you see when Vince McMahon has it. You don't know if it's going to be how depleted the talent pool is going to be after the USFL and whatever league decides to spring up on it. I mean, there's 27,000 people trying to create spring league. I mean, every time you read something, there's, oh, this guy used to own this, be part of the Arena Football League too, and now he's trying to run this spring league that he's been trying to run since 2010 and hasn't got off the ground yet. Oh, they were going to come back in 2018, and then the pandemic hit, and, you know, it's crazy to read. But does bringing a team here hurt a small market city like we are? Does it hurt teams like the Ambush? They probably have enough trouble staying here as is. Does it hurt the Blues and sponsorships and stuff like that? Or St. Louis SC? There's not that much to go around anymore in St. Louis. And right now the Blues and the Cardinals get all that. And I would think after the NFL left, I think the Blues would have picked up a lot because of sponsorships that were doing it during the winter. Probably went to the Blues, but also they could have took that Rams money and just took it to the Cardinals. And that's been the problem since day one here with sports teams in the city. Is there's just nothing to support them. And I say like this every podcast, I feel like, but the Blues fight for it every year. I mean, you look at a guy like James Neal getting released because you got a younger quality and Logan Brown, and you want to see what he's got when he's making the money he's making, because you've got all these high-paid players now. With Krug and Pareko and Bunashev, and I think I'm saying his name wrong. Bunashev, whatever. Tarasenko, Bennington. I mean, it's a nice little list, and that's why you like to see the emergence of players like Thomas and Kyrie. But they're known quality now. They're known names. They're household names, and you hear a lot about them when they're bigger sports league when the players are coming up. And I think that's what hurts St. Louis with the XFL is because you see a lot of these teams that these players coming up. Well, you don't have a college fan base here, essentially, because you only got Mizzou. So are we really going to, with no name recognition, like these players that, and want to go see these players that come out of college and can't make it to the NFL? Or these backup quarterbacks that can't. And nothing against Jordan Tamey. Nothing against Tyler Heineke, who's started for the Washington Redskins. P.J. Walker, another guy. Josh Johnson, who's played in every league possible. Played for almost every team possible, I think. So it does build something. But when the talent pool is already deleted because of the USFL, or what goes to the NFL, are them second-rate players, now maybe even third-rate players, are they going to be up to the standards of what you're going to put out there in the field? Like, there's differences. There's some cities that are football cities, and there's some cities that aren't completely football cities. And I would put St. Louis under that second list. And there's some middle grounds in there, but St. Louis is far on that list. And say, I went to every Rams, or, say we support the Rams. Well, we didn't do good enough. We're going to support the Cardinals. We've had trouble with supporting the Blues before. I mean, they've talked about moving, and how many times has this team sold, and you would almost have to have everybody in the city go to a game to make either team profitable if the Cardinals have a large fan base. And you're not going to get 3 million people to a Blues game. And that's basically what they need to survive. The playoffs is how they survive. We're lucky we have a guy like Doug Armstrong that knows what he's doing. Because if this team was in, we'd look like we'd be in the same position that the Thrashers or somebody like that's in. So can we support something else during that time? We already got to support another thing with the soccer team coming, which is a major sport, a major sports league, different than XFL, and like I said, probably different fans also. But you can't just say, hey, just because of what we did, we got a pretty chance of good, we do got a pretty good chance that we're going to get a team no matter what, right? And I think that people don't, you can see this as this and this, but does it make money? Is it the best thing for the people that are doing it? Is it the best thing for the XFL to have a team in St. Louis? And it makes it sound like I don't want a team or anything like that. That's the total opposite. If the Battle Left come back, I'll be calling all over the world. It was very interesting. I watched it. I liked the XFL. I'm more basing it off a business standpoint. And how much does this lawsuit with the NFL get control of it with the XFL wanting to get in bed probably with the NFL in some way? How does that come up with the situation? Because they had supposedly tweeted some pictures and had what looked like an XFL logo on a piece of paper or a booklet or whatever they were doing to go to their little meetings. So after this lawsuit that they just had, does that hurt your chances? People can think about it the easy way, but kind of like with this podcast, like there's got to be a higher point. There's got to be something to it. There's got to be a way. Like if you're getting bed with the XFL or with the NFL, the XFL, that's just your moneymaker. And maybe doing that and by putting a team in St. Louis hurts your chances. But yeah, to call, bring the Battlehawks home, all that. I'm all with it. But you gotta look at it as a standpoint for the people that make the decisions and want to make money off of this. And it's our city's fault. And hopefully that $500 million goes to something in it that we got from the Rams. Because you just don't have nothing. You don't have the support. You're running out of people. Definitely, I mean, I know that the Cardinals get people from all over the place, but you got to think that most of that core money is coming from the city. And when you're going out there and you're spending your hard-earned money, you want to watch what you want to watch, and you want to watch the best team that we got, and that's going to be the Cardinals. I would much rather spend my hard-earned money on these few Cardinal tickets to watch Arenado and Goldschmidt and Wainwright and Flaherty and Yachty. And I guess by the time the XFL come back, Yachty and Wainwright are gone, but if that money's spent before, and I have it planned out for the next year, I think my money's going to the Cardinals before it goes to the XFL. And that's even in the same sense with the Blues. And the soccer team. And the minor league teams that are already here. The Ambush, I think, is the only one left. But I hope it happens. You need something. And that's another good look on the city. If we can get it here, if we can get past all the craziness you see about the city, I think it helps. And I think it puts a jolt in the state of mind of the city to be like, hey, okay, we got this. Let's keep moving up. And I don't know if the XFL teams like that end all be all. Because I think it kind of ruined your NFL thing until you probably get a new commissioner or something changes. Hopefully Bill Bidwell does something for, I guess it's Michael Bidwell now. Hopefully, because it seems like a guy that's always been on St. Louis' side. But he made a money decision. So hopefully in the long, maybe a guy like that, Bidwell, gets us back in good graces. I don't know how that's going to work, but yeah, I don't think that you're going to see NFL football here anytime soon. And it would, I don't know, I don't know how, like with the lawsuit going on, how different would have been this year if they would have came back. Like, that might have been like your thing if you were the XFL, like looking at stuff like that. But I don't know how it works. If you're trying to get better with the NFL, you're not going to work. You're not going to be looking at the XFL like, oh, if we get this going this year, because the XFL's got this thing in St. Louis, how much money we could make off St. Louis, or whoever other teams that the NFL is pissed about, or pissed off NFL fans. But I mean, I bet they are looking like running with the Blues season. I mean, you're running right there with the biggest part of the season, the last stretch. And cutting their playoff time with your playoffs. But I don't know if they would have got the fan support with the way the Blues are doing what they're doing. And now Tarasenko can just play anywhere. Tarasenko's like the greatest thing again. If he goes on that Thomas and Kyrou line, he makes Jordan Kyrou look like the greatest player of all time. Throw him with Binochev and Barbashev, I think I'm still think I'm saying that first one wrong. And it's just something to see. And the Blues in that Winter Classic, you could kind of tell that like everybody wasn't playing that hard. You didn't see a bunch of checking. You didn't see a bunch of defense. But all of a sudden, this team looks like they're in sync. And I'm still just that little bit of worried about Binnington. It just seems like maybe that first little 2019, like, you know, he was on a hot streak. It just seems like he's just fallen off a little bit. And it really doesn't seem like he's fallen off since the pandemic hit. Like that little bit of break just kind of messed up the whole situation. And I'm talking like he's the worst goalie in the world. But it does seem like he's gotten a little more hot-headed. Like he's allowed a little bit of the easier goals in. But if you're going to score 6 a game, then hell, who cares? And then Winter Classic jerseys are sharp. I got to get me one of those. And then I was reading today that the Blues were asked, they're going to wear them 2 more times this year. So that gets you a little more sales. And they're just the better jerseys. I really just don't understand why we ever changed the clown jerseys. Just it seemed like a different jersey. It was kind of like a staple of the Blues. That was our jerseys. That was the Brett Hall, Wayne Gretzky, Adam Oates, Brendan Shanahan jerseys. And I don't think the new ones look as good. Now, if we could wear them Winter Classic jerseys, I would wear them all the time. If I own the Blues, we're wearing the road ones on the road. We're wearing, and we'll come up with like that reverse retro at the Blues. I won't watch it. I mean that looks a little scary. I mean, it doesn't even look like, it looks like a ketchup red. Like, it doesn't even look like the red. It's not for me. But we'll get off the jerseys. It's just crazy to think, and I was just said something about James Neal getting released earlier for Logan Brown, but they're calling up coaches now. They're calling up coaches from Springfield because your coaches got COVID. Mark Van Ryn and Steve Ott got a back injury. And watch this guy be the greatest thing in the world. But that's how good that the Blues have been with interchanging out players, and this is just the Doug Armstrong thing. And I said it last week, and I gave you how we got the players and their ages. But you see a guy like Logan Brown stepping up, and kind of cool hometown kid. Father played for the Blues. I mean, it's kind of sucks to see a guy like James Neal go like a veteran, kind of like the Troy Brouwer type, go out there and fight for it. And the Blues really don't have a lot of big veterans on this team. I mean, I guess you could say Tarasenko, but I mean, you got guys that do the same thing that James Neal does already with Bozak, and plus with Shin. And I don't. The problem is, I think the Blues kind of went and have too many centers. And I think that's what a lineup's arranged. That's where I think you see Tarasenko winging it up with a Kyrou and a Thomas, or going back to that first line. I mean, Kyrou's played on every line. Brendan Shin going from second line center, sometimes on the fourth line. I mean, all these parts just seem interchangeable. And I don't know if that's coaching. I just don't know if Craig Brewery's like, hey, you got to do this. You got to do this. This is how it's going to be. This is how we got to play. This is how we're going to save you for the season in the playoffs. And I don't know how that works. And I don't know how Doug Armstrong thought. Like, well, if I go get Dakota Washington or this guy or Logan Brown, well, we'll just interchange them out whenever these guys go off. And it just works seamlessly. The same thing with the goalies. But you had to send Charlie Lindgren down. It's crazy to think about, but how good Husso was playing before that. It's the best move for the team. Because either way, it was good to have one of them guys around, Husso or Lindgren. Because the guys that you could easily interchange with the way they've been playing out with Bennington and give him some rest. It's crazy to think about almost how perfect this team is. Except on the defensive side. And you just don't have the defenseman for that. I mean, Petra was the guy. Parayko is not Petra. Pietrangelo was that defensive-minded player. I mean, Krug, Parayko, and Falk, there's three guys. Those are three offensive defensemen. Scandell is another one. Like, the only guy that you got that I think that even looks like he plays defense is Ryer Bertuzzo. And I think that was a big thing with having a guy like Stanford around, even though I like Logan Brown, and maybe he can become, but I think Stanford did a lot more on the defensive side of the puck and kept some of them guys that could go out there and shoot at the point and stuff like that. I think he kept them in position to be the offensive defenseman they are because he's more of a two-way guy. And, I mean, and I'm talking about Zach Sanford. It'd be nice to have a guy like a Reeves around here for the younger lines, for like this protected Thomas or Kyrou, just in case. I miss having Reeves around. And he's the funniest guy in the world. He's funny on Twitter. He's just funny. And he can beat people up. almost perfect. So, and people were talking about, well, what are the Blues going to look for at the trade deadline? And yeah, I would love to get a Matthew Tkachuk or a Clayton Keller, or there was somebody else out there that they were talking about. But the only guy you got to give up, that I would give up right now, would be Tarasenko. And I guess you could throw a Clausen in there, and I guess you could throw one of the other guys, but do you want to do that when you got guys going out for COVID left and right? You had some injuries. You did just release a guy that you could probably scratch and had the upper positions and maybe made a better trade. But when you're pushing the salary cap like the Blues are, there's not much you can really do to even better the team unless you get rid of a guy like a Tarasenko. I can't see any other big contract guy they would get rid of. I mean, O'Reilly, no. Parenko, no. Krug, no. Justin Falk, no. I mean, I'm running out of guys. I mean, you could look in the trading younger talent, but if you do lose a Tarasenko next year, well, maybe that's where you bring up a Clausen. Or work on the other guys in there. And also that money with interchanging guys, like I just said, and also losing that money to Tarasenko and having a guy like Peruridge down in the minors to be a defenseman. I mean, you could still go out there and get another big winger when you lose Tarasenko next year. So I wouldn't jump ahead if I was the Blues and just make a trade for this year and saying, oh, but we got Tarasenko, and we got him off the books. That's what he wanted, blah, blah. And then you actually lose something by getting rid of a guy that in the long run doesn't want to be here, but doesn't play like he doesn't want to be here. And I think this Doug Roster is too smart to hurt the team. So I really can't see what you would go out there and get, but mostly what you would give up. Because the way this team plays right now, I really don't want to give anybody up. I wouldn't mind just having Dakota Joshua and Nathan Walker just sitting around. A Peruridge just sitting around if a big defenseman goes down. Clausen sitting around, a guy that you know is a goal scorer. That young can only get better. I wouldn't mind having a guy like him sitting around. Because if you're a healthy team, which they are right now, there's not too many bad spots in this lineup. I mean, unless you get caught when a defenseman playing offense, I think that's about it. Like, the goalie's really good. And, like, I was going to say shaky at times, but I don't even want to say shaky at times. It's just sometimes he allows a goal that he shouldn't allow in. You can tell it just pisses him off because when something else happens, he goes and flips out. So I can't really see the Blues going up on the trade deadline and making a change that doesn't benefit, that you don't get a good player out of, a good long-run player, not built just for this year. Because getting Tarasenko off the books shouldn't be the biggest thing at the point because he's already played here. It should be trying to get to the Stanley Cup again. So we'll see if this new coach is like an offensive or defensive genius. Maybe he's a defensive genius. Maybe he can change the defenseman. He's got Springfield Thunderbirds first place, which if you look at his record, he had a .500 record, but I was trying to, and I can't think of who else was on San Antonio, the Rampage last year, who's been on. I mean, it's hard to even, try to think, well, we have some really good players. How were their teams so bad? I mean, just think from a couple years ago, bringing Binnington up, that was their goalie. So as long as the Blues stay healthy, I don't think that you will see any differences made in this team. I mean, if Doug Armstrong's the GM, I think he is. Because you haven't heard nothing from, that Tarasenko or anybody's bad in the locker room or nobody believes in. I mean, it seems like all the guys love Coach Berube. I was going to call him Coach Chief. His nickname's Chief. So, there's just no difference to make. All right, so we're going to take a break. This is the Great STL Sports Podcast. Hello and welcome to the Greater STL Sports Podcast, part of Street G Records LLC. I don't know what I said on that last break. I wonder if I'm going to go back and listen. That might be the first time I go back and actually listen to the podcast for like 5 seconds. I don't know if I said network or podcast, but it's the Greater STL Sports Podcast. All new Twitter, GSTLSP. That's GSTLSP on Twitter. And you can find us on all the podcasting sites. Look up Greater STL Sports Podcast. You'll see the new logo. You'll see some of the old podcast. And they should all be updated by now. But if they're not, Greater STL Network still works for the podcast. Now, the COVID thing's kind of been cool in the NBA. And I guess it's been cool in hockey to see the younger guys. You get to see your systems. But it's a little different because you kind of know the players. In the basketball a little more because it's just less players on a team. Like, it's kind of cool to see that I think Deshaun Stevenson signed a contract the other day. Mario Chalmers re-signed with the Heat, which I thought was probably one of the coolest stories. The best one's ISO Joe Johnson coming back and scoring his first points off, of course, an ISO play. And I'm a big fan, big Joe Johnson fan. And for some reason, I've always been kind of like a Suns fan. I don't know if it was the Barkley days that started it, or if it was, Penny Hardaway probably made me like them even more. I like the crappy players in the NBA, and probably mostly white guys. Most of them are probably white guys. Just joking. And it wasn't always getting injured, but I think Grant Hill, was in Phoenix for a while, but they had Kidd and Steve Nash and Shaq was there for a little bit. Those were just my teams. Amari Stoudemire was one of my favorite players. There's Steve Nash, Joe Johnson, Amari Stoudemire, Shawn Marion, Boris Diaw. I remember that whole team. I don't know why. Those were just kind of cool teams. It was kind of cool to see Joe Johnson come back in the league and, doing the same thing he did at 30, he's doing at 40. And then I seen a former SLU player, got signed to the Wizards, which is kind of cool. A SLU player playing with Bradley Beal. St. Louis guy. Over there in Washington. And then I get on my little great thinking things there. My brain just starts going crazy. And I was trying to think of the last Mizzou or SLU player that had a chance to make it in the NBA. And I went through players, and I thought a lot of the good players that I used to like. With SLU, it was Kwame Marshall and Jordan Jett, or Kwame Mitchell, Jordan Jett, Dwayne Evans, Hassan French. And just to think about it, the Ricky Pauldings. And I can't really think of one from Mizzou, like a legitimate player that I liked at Mizzou. Like Michael Porter was there, great, all that, great fun. But you knew what was happening there. And Mizzou just hasn't been fun to watch in years. Their best player, if you look at the 5 guys that I just came up with on SLU, I can only come up with one of Mizzou, and that was Kobe Brown. But SLU has Terrence Hargrove and Yuri Collins, Fred Davis Jr., Javionte Perkins, and then Jordan Jimerson. And I was thinking, look at the stats, and maybe with the way that Yuri Collins is point guard, and Terrence Hargrove is a pretty good player, they're all the NBA quality players. And the last Mizzou ones I could think of are probably 2007, 2008 with the Kim English, Marcus Denman years. SLU has had, I think, the better player set up over the last few years. Definitely when they had Jordan Jett and Dwayne Evans, which I just really liked them teams from SLU. And I just think that, I don't know, maybe it's where SLU plays, or they don't get enough attention, or things like that. But I can't really think of the last Mizzou player I would say, wow, that's just the players I thought were good. I thought Kareem Rush was going to be the greatest player of all time. So, that tells you something right there. SLU, you would have to, I think, would be Larry Hughes, right? That's the last great SLU player. And that kind of sucks. Just to think about, I know it's kind of cool with Tatum and all that making it. It gives you somebody to root for. But it'd be kind of cool, to see the teams that you actually see on TV around here in Mizzou and SLU, and actually see the only players that you watch in the league. And Mizzou's just been out of it for a few years. And they put up quality players in the NFL, which NFL is a whole different thing, 53 players to 12 on a team. But the basketball side and football side just haven't been that good. And I don't know, it's the Eli Drinkwitz thing and Mizzou, and we'll get back to NBA. This is going to be going on an old tangent about Mizzou. But that he's like some kind of the greatest thing that ever come up. And like, what I don't understand is he got one player. He got the number one recruit, wide receiver, and all of the nation. Who's going to throw to him? I mean, you've seen what you're going to have next year. And playing with Tyler Cook and all that. See, the funny thing about Luther, when he tweeted out after the Army game, "Don't worry, I'm coming." To do what? You gonna play running back because you're losing your running back. I mean, he might be a fun guy on kickoffs or something. Maybe we got something going there. We had a really good kicker, so we got some kind of special teams thing going. And then Mizzou basketball is just craziness. But you can get the best player in the nation. We did that in Mizzou. And he only played one game, but it didn't get us anywhere. And Konzo Martin was supposed to be this wonderful, great recruiter, blah, blah, blah. And you look up his stats and you're just like, huh? I mean, he had good years at Central Missouri. Or whatever, Missouri something, who knows? Central Missouri might have been Kim Anderson. Which one day I'm going to get on that Kim Anderson thing. How dirty they did Kim Anderson at Mizzou is crazy. Just to drop him off for a guy that's just as bad. And maybe I think because they had head coaching experiences in the Pac-10 and the SEC before. But Mizzou has not been any type of good since he's been here. You don't have a player at Mizzou you can go and look like, man, that guy's going to help us win the day. I named 5 on the slew. It's only 5 that I remember off the bat. And they're not game-changing players at SLU. They just know how to play a team basketball game. And, it just proves that sometimes coaching is it. And Konzo Martin's not he might be the greatest recruiter of all time, but he can't coach, obviously. I mean, Kobe Bryant, he thinks he's Kobe Bryant. I think the thing down there is go down and shoot a 3. Go down there and shoot a 3 with whoever's going to shoot. They're just not exciting to watch at all. And SLU is, I was looking up today and they said SLU is number 1 in the Atlantic 10, but they're just 1-0 in the Atlantic 10. So they're tied for first. Conference standing wise. They're still 9-4. And Mizzou has a winning record, which is unbelievable to me. But you lost to UMKC. You've lost basically by 30 points in your last 3 games. Kansas probably should have ran it up to about 130 if they really wanted to, but they figured they ran it up to enough to about 50. Illinois did you nice. Kentucky did you nice. Because you just didn't look good in them games. And it's crazy that you could think of just even if it was crappy talent or second tier talent, the Anthony Peelers, Cream Rush, Doug Smith, Anthony Bond. SLU Mizzou were producing players. And I think the SLU thing is they're just in a horrible conference. SLU should have never been in the conference that they were in when they were in Conference USA. Just if they went to the Missouri Valley, and just to say even when the Missouri Valley had the teams they had, they had teams not with Davison in there, even though Wichita left. Well, I think Davison's in the A-10, excuse me. No, they're Missouri Valley. Something like that. Davison's not in Missouri Valley. They're in A-10. But just even think back and go back there and have the Wichitas and Leotas and the Central Missouri. That's the teams that you want to be around. Or they should have went to the Big Ten. And I know they're not a football school, so that probably hurts it there. But then go to the Missouri Valley Conference. And be the team there. You're playing in a conference that nobody even looks at. I think SLU's underrated every year in the NCAA tournament. Like, and if you would have been Missouri Valley, you would have had the chance to be the team every year, and I think you could still recruit there. I mean, you see what Wichita did. I don't know if you get the quality of coach. I mean, I don't think you get the quality of coaches that you need to get at SLU in the A10 either, though. I don't think you get the quality. I think it's less of a quality if you go down to Missouri State, if you go down to the Missouri Valley. But you're giving guys shots. You would be a much better team. You would be in a conference that is closer to home. You're not traveling all these East Coast games. I think it's just, and you could still play big teams. You could still, on your non-conference schedule, you still could go out there and play the Auburns and stuff like that. I don't know if Auburn's gonna want to lose to a Missouri Valley team, but they had no problem playing an A10 team. And I think these teams will play anything just to pay. We threw this halfway decent team on the schedule, so look at us. I mean, UMKC, I mean, really? So, instead of playing SLU or somebody in the Missouri Valley, trying to get, you play UMKC thinking that you're just going to go in there and just walk all over them with the win, and they beat you. And I think Mizzou flubbed it by going to the SEC. Because now look what you got away from is coming to you with Oklahoma and Texas talking about going to the SEC. So what you wanted to get away from because they ran this whole league, what you wanted to get away from is now coming to you. And you're no good. They're bringing 2 more teams in that are better than you. And as a football and basketball school, you could have went to any conference. I understand wanting to go to the best one, but you haven't been good. You've had no chance to beat a team that you're going to have to beat in Alabama sooner or later, and you've had 0 chance the whole time, not one shot. And then Drinkers gets brought on, and we beat LSU, and LSU is nothing, and all the stuff's going on with Orgeron, and then we beat Florida when they're nothing. And they just think, wow, we won 2 good games. He's got to be the greatest. We haven't seen that since Gary Pinkel. Barry Odom. Drinks is more excited Barry Odom. A more vibrant Barry Odom. And Grady, he went out there and you should be recruiting the players from Missouri. That's what I don't understand is how you don't get the players from Missouri. Or at least the surrounding areas. On either 3 of the squads. On the football squad and basketball squad in Mizzou or SLU. SLU's done a lot better job at it. I mean, I don't think that there's a lot of people that just want to say, hey, I'm going to go play in the A10 for SLU. And they're 10 times better than Missouri. Think if SLU had a football team, what kind of conference they'd be in? It would be the A10. I would tell you they would have a pretty good shot at being in the Big Ten. And it's just so hard to watch that you don't know what net they're on CBS somewhere. And SLU's never on TV. And ESPN runs the SEC network, so Mizzou's getting some kind of prominent time. And it sucks that SLU gets the shitty end of the stick like that because they're just the better team and you don't see them anywhere. And I don't sometimes, and definitely with the deals that they got now with the NIL deals, you think it'd be a lot easier. And you still don't hear nothing. I just don't get it. And I think if you had a decent basketball team at SLU, which gets way more people than Missouri ever thought about getting in the Chaffetz Arena, if you were in a conference like the Missouri Valley where the teams are kind of known and people went to school around there, and this and that, I think how much different it would be. You can tell this is a halfway decent basketball town, too, with the players that we put out from St. Louis, with the Beals and the Tatums. And would we get that out of SLU if they were in Missouri Valley? We don't get it out of the A-10. But like I said earlier about the XFL and the USFL put everything in Alabama and like them, and that's a big college. It's name recognition. So Missouri State's got to be name recognition, or Southeast Missouri, whoever's in the conference. I actually looked at it a little bit more, but you'd be playing schools that people went, like I said, that went to around here, or at least heard the name, or something like that. Instead of playing the A-10 that nobody cares about. Definitely, mostly because it's an East Coast league. It's not a SLU league. And I understand the Conference USA, I don't even think it's even around anymore. So I understand the point they were probably put in at the time. But I think you had two big blunders with the two schools around here with the conference they put themselves in. The SEC just wasn't from Mizzou. Because you're getting the same recruits, and not that you're in a better league, so it doesn't look as good. It was nice to have Kansas on the schedule in football. You don't really have that in the SEC. Vanderbilt. The Mizzou's no longer as good as Vanderbilt. And they thought the SEC was going to give them name recognition. Well, there's too many name recognitions in the SEC. Vanderbilt's got a good basketball team. When the kids see that on the NCAA tournament, see Mizzou loses in the first round, and see Vanderbilt doing, winning 1 or 2 games, that puts them on TV more. Also, I've heard of that school. I've heard of that school. Oh, Missouri, that was a team that lost to Norfolk State. When was the last time they were? I think they were in the tournament a couple of years for Consol's first year. But that's it. And maybe I'm just a big Travis Ford fan. Maybe he's a better version of what we want Drinkwitz to be. He's upbeat. He's not afraid to say. He plays around on Twitter. He doesn't go out and play in Star Wars costumes like Drinkwitz does. Oh, it's great. We beat a downtrodden Florida team. Let's go make fun of what they did last year to us, and let's go lose 6 games in a row. Which they did. I don't know what they lost in a row. But they lost to Army in a bowl game. And I'm comparing 2 sports here. But I think Travis Ford's the better coach out of all 3 of them. He's a better coach than Kynes than Martin, obviously. And from the looks of it, even a better recruiter in a non-name recognized league. To me, it ain't. It's not one of the Power Fives. And that's where you're going to go. If you had a choice, that's where you're going to go. Because even if you go to SLU and you're one of the you're like, well, I'm not going to get the TV time. People aren't going to see me and blah, blah. And I don't know if I give this chance to win a championship. But if I go to Duke for this 1 year and I'm going to go make $30 million in the NBA, well, hey, let's put myself on TV as much as I can. Let's go try to win a national championship. But if they were in the Missouri Valley or something like that, they wouldn't have to do that. And now it's never going to happen now. It could happen. I don't know how long the deals are signed for. I think most of the contracts, I think in the it was a Big 12 or 2025. So I don't know how I don't know what the Zoo signed when they went. So it's something just to think about. Definitely if you're SLU, you'd be the bigger name in there. Definitely with Wichita no longer in there. I would just like to. I'm just a fan of all sports. So I would just like to see all sports thrive around here. And I think when the teams are good, they do. I think the only team that doesn't thrive around here, or does thrive around here when they're bad, is the Cardinals, just because. Like, well, hey, you gotta have one bad season in 20 years, and it hasn't happened yet. And SLU's been, kind of on that card. They haven't been bad, but they just haven't been good. So I just want to see one of them thrive. I'd rather it be SLU. To be honest with you, I'd rather it be SLU. I would be glad to SLU brought football back. That'd be kind of cool. The team that created the forward pass brings back their college football. And I don't know who you would get to coach, starting on that and blah, blah. It's a whole thing, probably. It'd be something different. And you'd have something to do. You'd have something to root for. If you don't have the NFL, and you don't have to drive 4 hours to Columbia. Because it's right downtown or wherever they want to put it. I just don't understand how the teams aren't better. And I started this off by talking NBA. And it was mostly for Jordan Goodwin making it to the NBA because he's from SLU. And I got a little tangent. But it's what Mizzou's doing is embarrassing him. And sooner or later, SLU's going to pull off from under him. And I understand a lot of people go to Mizzou from here just because it's probably they probably think it's a better college. And the different majors and all that. SLU School of Medicine. Nobody was playing on. There's not a lot of people going to that SLU School of Medicine from St. Louis. So it's understandable. I don't know how hard it is to get into SLU compared to Mizzou. I mean, it's probably a whole thing. I just think you would be better at what you're doing. And I think these NIL deals will change everything. I mean, people get money while they're in college, the college teams are playing them. Now anybody can pay you. I mean, you can get sponsored. I mean, we got emos and, just the little things like that. I just want to see it thrive. That's all I'm here for. I'm here for all the teams in St. Louis to be good. Or even near St. Louis, Mizzou. Don't mind if the Chiefs are good. I just don't watch football anymore. This is me. That's why you don't hear a bunch of NFL talk on the show. And so far. Until I run out of topics. I'm just not watching it. The Rams kind of burned me. And not that I was watching it too much before, but I was watching the Rams games at least. Well, that's going to do it for my Grandma Hicks, for Lori Paul and my Grandma Bowlesby. Love you all. For Maddie, Jake, Zach, Joe, and Rhiannon. This has been the all-new Greater STL Sports Podcast, part of Street G Records, LLC. Hey, have you ever wanted to start a podcast? I've been trying to get this podcast off the ground for years, and I've used many different apps to record the episode, to get my show to the people, and trying to make money off the podcast. Well, now there's only one real way to do that, and that's Anchor. Anchor is your one-stop shop for recording, hosting, distributing your podcast. Best of all, it's 100% free and easy to use. And now Anchor can match you with great sponsors who want to advertise in your podcast. That means you get paid to podcast right away. In fact, that's what I'm doing right now, reading this ad. I use Anchor for instantly recording my episodes in the app, and I also like the features on it, like bringing people into your show for other opinions and guests. So if you always wanted to start a podcast and make money doing it, go to anchor.fm/start. That's anchor.fm/start to join me and all the other podcasters already using Anchor. That's anchor.fm/start. Hello and welcome to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. All those we here with you. You can tweet the network at Greater STLSN. You can find us on YouTube at Greater STL One Word Sports Network. You can find us also. We're on Instagram. There's a Snapchat out there. You can find us just about anywhere looking up Greater STL One Word Sports Network or Greater STL Sports. Now I was looking up to see when the last time I did this podcast was, and it was June of 2019, so almost 2.5 years ago. And really, this network wasn't just supposed to be this podcast. What started out was I was trying to build something to a whole different level. I wanted to do something that I liked doing, and I wanted to make it bigger than just this little rinky-dinky, whatever you want to call what I do on this podcast. Now, most of the time I can just say it's laziness, but I'll not use that excuse and say that, there's things really going on behind the scenes with this podcast and with multiple other entities that we're trying to build something, not just with this, but with the music and anything. Essentially anything I can make money off of, I'm down for. But I've missed a lot since the last time I did this podcast. I think I'm going to guess if it was June-ish, I'm going to say I talked about the Blue Stanley Cup, but probably not enough. I missed the XFL. I missed the whole pandemic thing, which there's not going to be much talk about 2020 on this podcast. We can go, we might hit it here and there. But to me, if talking about 2020, the first thing that needs to be said is it's a lost season for everybody, every sports league. I mean, look how good the Blues were before the pandemic hit. The Cardinals only ended up playing 60 games in 2020. So, yeah, I mean, if the Cardinals won the World Series in 2020, I'd probably have been all over it. If the Blues would have won the Stanley Cup, I'd have been all over it. But I also have to have a realization here that, you know, not winning the World Series wasn't the worst thing in 2020. It gave players, because they did a lot of switching back and forth, so it actually gave players some time to maybe get some Major League experience without having to start the clock early and all that. So it was a whole different thing. We're gonna get this podcast moving. We're gonna try some things here. Now, when they happen, it's beyond me. Try to keep up on the socials, the YouTube page, the Twitter page, Instagram's out there. I'm not on there, but if I see something on there, I might, I will answer. I might make a Facebook page just for a little bit, just to have somewhere to throw this in the long run, just have it up somewhere. Which it'll be all over the place. Once I actually get to it and actually get this podcast recorded, it goes on Spotify, Google Play, the Apple Store, all that. It does its own thing. I just have to type it in, load the file, and boom, it's like magic. But it was kind of difficult for me to think about, how am I going to start the podcast? And I think being a St. Louis sports guy, in this city, you almost, if you're going to do one, you might as well start with baseball. And for the Cardinals, I think this, what people somewhat consider an unsuccessful year, I think was a successful year. I mean, I don't think people look and see what the Cardinals lost. You lost 4/5 of your pitching staff, if you count Martinez. You lost Bader for a period of time. You lost almost everybody in the bullpen. Hicks, I mean, I think the only 3 people healthy all year that actually stayed in the bullpen were Reyes, Cabrera, and Giovanni Gallegos. So people think like maybe this, we only made it to the 1-game playoff, but you made it to against a 100-win team in the best division in baseball. 200-win teams in the NL West. You took their best pitcher out of the game early with either a 1-0 lead or a 1-1 tie, and you lost in the 9th on a bad slider by Reyes. I mean, to me, with what happened and having to go on a 17-game win streak to where you almost had a chance to be fighting for your division, I think it's a successful, actually celebratory season. I mean, you didn't have Flaherty almost for half the year. You didn't have Hudson or Hicks all year. I mean, there were some pretty big guys in there. Wainwright was your guy. You went on and got J.A. Happ and John Lester, and before that, you had Wade LeBlanc starting and actually giving you quality innings. So if you look at it all the way through, that you can tell that this was a successful season for the Cardinals. Now, after all that injuries and all that, and the having to change lineup, not having the consistency that you maybe wanted out of a Bader, maybe the consistency at shortstop, maybe a little inconsistent. I don't even know if that's a word. Inconsistent at second and third base, even though Arenado had a wonderful season. But if you go with the average, you go the way people are talking about Tommy Edman, you can look and say that maybe Arenado had, an off season for him. And I think what the problem is with the whole situation the Cardinals are in is I think you had to have somebody hold that stuff together. And I think Mike Schilt was the guy and did a wonderful, great job of doing that. And also probably with the other coaches, the Ollie Marmoles, the Stubby Claps, the Papa Warners. I'm sure it wasn't just Mike Schilt. But after a 90-win season, you fired Mike Schilt. And you never really said what it was for. You never said it was for playing a field or anything like that. They said physiological differences. Now, I'm bad with technology and stuff, so I've recorded this podcast multiple different times. So, physiological is a word that I've messed up the whole time. And I hope I'm saying it right now, just to be honest with you. Like, I'm not the best, and I shouldn't be using big words, but that's what they said. I just say that they didn't get along about something. It's a better way to say it. And I think as teams are moving on, they're moving more towards guys that they can control. Now, you see the Mets hired a guy like Buck Showalter, an older guy, kind of like the La Russas and Dusty Bakers of the world. Because I think that the Mets know that they don't have like the minds that some of these other teams do in their front office. I don't think the Mets know what they're doing in general. So you're going to get a manager that knows how to run the on-the-field product. But for the last few years, it's been going that way to where the front office is running it. That's why you're seeing so many younger managers. That's where you're seeing the Brad Ausmuses getting coaching jobs in L.A. and Detroit. That's why you see a guy like an A.J. Hinch, Detroit and Houston. That's why you see a guy like now they got hired by the A's and Mark Kotsay. And I'm sure I can go farther and farther down the list. Jace Tingler and when he was with San Diego. So I think that you see guys like Mozeliak and Bill DeWitt who think they're great minds, and obviously Bill DeWitt holds John Mozeliak at a higher regard than anybody else in the organization, and he's not running the show, not just with the off-the-field product and getting players and doing the free agency and all that, but he's also dealing with the lineups and the pitching staff and all that. And that's how it was for most teams. I mean, even a veteran manager like Dave Robert, who's been around for a few years, he said it, and I think it was the World Series where he said, hey, that came from the front office. We got to start Knebel over Urias. I mean, just think of that squad. If you made it to the Dodgers against the playoffs, somehow they lost. I don't get it. But you got to go against guys like Walter Buehler, a guy like Arias, Max Scherzer, and just think who they were missing with Kershaw and Duffy, who never got to play for the team, or Cole Hamels, who never got to play for their team, or the best pitcher they had on the roster at the beginning of the year, and Trevor Bauer. And then Trey Turner, Justin Turner, Gavin Lux, Mike Muncy, Matt Beauty, and I'm going to forget the best one, and Mookie Betts. I mean, that's a squad right there. And I think after what the season you had and getting rid of Schilt was probably not the smartest thing to do, but the Cardinals obviously didn't agree with what he was going to put on the field in his way. And they feel like they're going to hire a guy that was their bench coach last year and a guy that been in the organization for a while and has done some managerial stuff in the minor leagues. And now Oliver Marmol, because Oliver Marmol is going to be just a guy that's going to be in the clubhouse, along with like a Skip Schumacher, who they added from the Padres, who another guy who's been in the system, knows what it is, actually kind of like it, because if you think about it, I know it's not outfield to second base, it's Nolan Gorman moved from third to second. But think of a guy who came from center field and had to learn that position. I mean, it's probably good to have him on the roster along with the Kendo, who does minor league stuff down in Jupiter, to teach a guy like this. So, either way, it's essentially the same thing. Whether you're a fan of it or not. Because it's somebody that's organizational, kind of like a Matheny was. Where the Cardinals know they're probably getting told as soon as, hey, we run this show. This is our thing. And with the Cardinals, it's been happening for a long time. You can go back to 2010, 11, 12, where they were trading players away because they wanted players to play. I think Alan Craig for John Lackey. I think that was the Matheny trade that John was like, hey, if you're not going to play Piscotty, we're going to force you to play him. And it was either Piscotty or Grichuk at the time. But now with all the analytics and all the computer work. I mean, they don't just get baseball people in there. They get people from all walks of life in there that know how to do the computer work and get there and do it. You can watch it in the movie Moneyball, which I just happened to be watching clips of the other day. You can see where it was starting to end. And like, I'm bigger on the stats, the home runs, the batting average, the RBIs, on base percentage. And they were big on off base percentage in that movie, but it was more based on computer simulations more than it was on the field product. And it worked. Now, I haven't heard the Cardinals say anything like that other than with Michaelis. And not since Michaelis, because they probably just got destroyed and were tired of hearing about it. But Michaelis was the last one that you can remember that they said, hey, we have a feeling that Michaelis is going to be better than Lance Lynn. Remember, Lance Lynn didn't sign till late in that season. And I'm pretty sure he signed with the Rangers or something crazy. Maybe the Twins, I can't remember. Maybe the Rangers was the next year. But he signed late into the season. Because people didn't want to give up the draft pick. That's how it's changed so much. And we'll get more to that when I start talking about the CBA. But obviously, John Mosaic, Bill DeWitt, Bobo Michael Gersh, think that they have a better idea of this franchise than what they thought that Mike Schilt had. Which, who knows? I'm not mad at a manager that won and 2 years ago, won the Manager of the Year. Had 290 win seasons. Was 41 and 28 in his first half of the season. Cardinals ended up finishing 81 and 71, which means Matheny left with a winning record, which is just even crazier to think about. Even though it was 47-46, Matheny left with a winning record in that season. And the Cardinals went on a big run and then, of course, get beat in the playoffs. And obviously they do know more than us because at the time when they got Happ and Lester, I was thinking it's fire sale time. Let's get what we can out of certain players, what we can get out of a Cabrera or a Gallegos. Because you know they're not going to trade anybody particular on the Major League staff or in the Major League roster in general. Maybe a Tommy Edman, other than Cabrera and maybe Gallegos. But you're not going to go out there and you're not going to trade Arenado, Yachty, or Paul Goldschmidt. You're not going to trade Tyler O'Neill. You're not going to trade your Rookie of the Year candidate, Dylan Carlson. And you're not going to trade your minor league stars in Zach Thompson, Jordan Walker, Nolan Gorman, and Matthew Liberatore. So I'm not the biggest guy that wants to know what really, like, it's nice to get the down low on things and to know what happened. But, I mean, what happens happens. If you could put winning products in the field, which they've done for basically 20 years, for the last 20 years, then I'm all for it. But I also think that there's something wrong with that front office in the way they look and assess certain players. Mostly, with me, it's a Harrison Bader. I hear a lot of talk about Tommy Edman from people saying that he's not the player that he was. I never heard the Cardinals say, hey, Tommy Edman's not the guy. I never heard them say that. I've heard it from everywhere else, though, which is crazy to me to think. And as of right now, it's hard to make with the CBA expiring and the owners locking out the players. It's hard for sign free agents at this point. But they did get off to a good start with signing Steven Matz to a 4-year, $11 million contract. And I'm not saying that Steven Matz is what Adam Wainwright was last year. I'm not saying Steven Matz is what Jack Flaherty has been, except for last year. But I see him as a fifth starter that's going to guy that's going to go out there and get you innings and get you starts. That's the most important thing to me. Is a guy that's going to go out there every day and get you every fifth day and get you starts, get you so you don't have to use an Oviedo, so you don't have to use Wolford in certain situations or whoever else they want to call up. I can't even think about the pitchers the Cardinals have called up in the last few years. And with Hudson, Flaherty, and Michaelis coming back, and also with the talks of maybe stretching out Jordan Hicks or an Alex Reyes, then I think it's a smart trade to just get a guy that you know is going to be consistent and go out there and get you something. Steven Matz in 2018, and I'm going to say that win losses, and you're going to say 5-11. Wow. But went out there and made 30 starts and had a 3.97 ERA. 19, 11-10, 4.21 ERA, 30 starts. 14-7 last year, 3.82 ERA, and 29 starts. I mean, that's consistency. That's what you want. You haven't had that. The only person you had that this year was with Wainwright. I mean, there was no consistency from the minor leaguers. There was, I mean, half your staff was injured. But when they weren't, Carlos wasn't the greatest in the world. So I like the Steven Matz trade in that he's going to get you innings. He's going to go out there and be a guy that can fill a role that you absolutely need. Now, will I be disappointed if they stop there? Yeah. Would I be surprised? No. And would I be mad and outrageous and going crazy about it? Absolutely not, because you think that you have something with the players that you have. And if you go through the lineup, your only position that you were worried about from last season, if every player plays as consistently as they did, would be at shortstop. And the Cardinals probably do need to sign somebody, another starting pitcher, and it could be, you never know. And I'll go through their free agents later, but it could be just another fifth starter. Or a guy that can do both, and that can roll in both roles. Which the Cardinals still need. The Cardinals still need bullpen help also. I mean, if you go through it and look, I mean, you lose Luis Garcia, but the only two people you've got that that you know what they can do at this point are Cabrera and Gallegos. I mean, you re-signed McFarland. He had a great year with the Cardinals last year, but before that, he wasn't the best pitcher. You don't get released because you're good. And it's a little different time in baseball with going with the younger players. So, hey, this guy's 30 plus years old. He ain't got it no more. So let's move on to the next guy. And I don't know who that was in Washington. I don't pay enough attention to Washington. I know they got Lane Thomas. I think they had Matt Adams last year, I think. So I don't know who replaced TJ McFarlane. But it's at least a left-hander to go out there, because you don't have much of that on this roster in the first place. That's why it was so nice to get Steven Matz for a change of pace. I mean, at one point last year, you had 3 left-handed starters. And when you come back with the rotation that you want to be your rotation next year, you're going to have one with Steven Matz. So at least you got the help in the bullpen, where a guy like that you think can be a TJ McFarlane can help you. Because if Wainwright goes out there and he gets 5 innings and gets to a plethora of left-handers, then you can think, well, I can just throw McFarlane out there, or I can throw Cabrera out there. Early innings, I'd probably, because Cabrera's been a late guy and been one of the better late inning guys. So I think you've got a lot of open positions on this roster, still. But I mean, I'm going to focus a lot on the shortstop position, because I honestly don't get the Edmund Sosa thing. I literally seen Edmund Sosa throw a ball at a umpire's head. Literally seen it. And it's kind of funny that it happened. I'm not too mad at him for it happening. It was kind of funny to see at the time. But when you get consistent defense like you had in DeYoung, I think it puts a whole different situation in there. And I said I'm be big on this certain stats here and there. And I just want to go off Sosa and DeYoung. Now, Sosa did bat 271, 627 RBIs. Now, the problem is they say he's out of speed, and he's also not a stolen base threat, which neither is DeYoung. But my whole big thing is, in the 71 games that he played this year at shortstop, Sosa had 10 errors, had 961. In 2021, DeYoung hit 197, 19 home runs, 45 RBIs. Played in 100 games, only had 8 errors, and a fielding percentage of 982. Now, it doesn't sound like the biggest jump in the world, but it's consistency. 982 is it's a pretty good fielding percentage. You don't always see that in everybody. But also, I think the offensive production is a little different. I mean, DeYoung used to be was a 30 home run guy for you. Was a halfway decent hitter, batting between 250 and 280. Actually, still provides you something this year with the power and the RBIs. And I'm still, and so I went and looked at the stats, and I'm still not sold on Sosa. Excuse me, I said Sosa. Edmund Sosa short. I mean, a 417 game in the minors, he had 82 RBIs with a 955 fielding percentage. So I think if you take the defense away from a team where you're building to be that team that's going to get ground balls with Wainwright and Matz. And even in the long run, really, Michael is. Because you don't got a bunch of powerful pitchers out here starting. I mean, Flaherty might be your most powerful pitcher, but he's also kind of a ground ball guy. So are you sacrificing what could be one of the most important parts of your team for a little bit more batting average production? Because that's what it seems like. And a lot of people want Trevor Story. And, I mean, he batted 251, 24 home runs, 74 at 5 RBIs this year. 144, or 138 games, excuse me. 144 was 2019. And that's a little extra production than what Paul DeYoung had. And batting average just, I mean, only down from Edmund Sosa, but more power. And Trevor Story kind of reminds me of Paul DeYoung's a poor guy's Trevor Story. In the defense, though, and this is why Story would be big, because it's 2019, 987, 2020, 961, which is low for him, but different season in 2020. And 2021, 138 games, 975 fielding percentage. Lower than DeYoung's, but he also played more games. He also played in a different park. I mean, I don't know how hard the ball gets hit different in Colorado, but you would seem to think that it'd be a little harder to play out there, offense, defense, whatever. So, if we don't give Story, I don't get the idea of giving up on DeYoung so quick. I want Sosa in there. Because basically at the end of the year, they just went to Sosa. And just had DeYoung pitch hit here, and he still showed the power. Still showed the defense. I mean, when you got guys, he's a middle of order hitter. I don't see a middle of order hitter always hitting 300 or, whatever they want him to hit. 198's horrible. But with power and I mean, some people lead players with them kind of stats that Paul DeYoung is in their lineup. I mean, you heard about guys that were hitting under 200 last year at certain points of time. So maybe Story isn't your best bet either, because he does have some injury issues. He's been pretty healthy the last 3 years. His lowest amounts, other than 2020, is 138. But if you don't get him, are you really losing that much with having DeYoung in there? And I would have to go up and add the bat. What do you say? 20, 25 more hits gets him to a decent average, to an average that you can accept with his power and fielding ability? I mean, for a team that's always preached defense for a long time, for as long as I can remember, for a team that's done that, it's kind of weird if they're sacrificing it at some point. Even if they think that, and I just read you the stats, even if they think that Edmund Sosa can grow and stuff like that, when your fielding percentage is lower in the minors than in the majors, that's kind of scary, because that's what's to come. I mean, that's what you would think is to come. So, I think being a baseball general manager has to be the most difficult thing in the world, because you have to put so many players together. You need almost the whole 25-man roster, instead of going with the 12 in the NBA, or which hockey might be hard with. I think maybe the salary cap leagues. Say that 3 times. and you probably can't, I can't, the salary cap leagues because they have to push him in there. But you could see how it doesn't really work in the NBA, the salary cap, because now players are just signing wherever they think they can win a championship. And I also think it happens a lot in football too. I think baseball is actually one of the least sports, and mostly because teams have a champion. Because at the time, there's only a certain amount of teams. In the other leagues, half the teams are making, essentially. NFL is more like baseball. But in hockey, you have a chance to go anywhere you want and at least be in the playoffs and at least give yourself a chance. Definitely if you trust in yourself and your team. Mostly if you trust in yourself. Or maybe in the head coach, it seems like in hockey, the head coach has the more to do with it than any sport in the world, which is crazy. And you see how much of this worked for the Blues. I mean, have you ever looked at the Blues and said, man, they played really bad under Craig Berube? And it's the same thing with the Cardinals, really. And it's been the same thing with both teams over the last 2 decades. Can you really look at a manager and say, man, that guy was crappy? But I think that the Cardinals, and they're going to have a lot of time. I don't think the CBA gets done to the end of the year. I really don't think the CBA gets done until spring training. So the Cardinals actually have a lot of time to look at that. And I just don't understand why everybody gives up so quick. And DeYoung's the next one. DeYoung batted 262, 11 home runs, 56 RBIs. So not much lower than Sosa. But 11 home runs, 56 RBIs, and led the league in doubles. And a guy that I think is versatile that you can put anywhere and he can be consistent at that position. His shortstop numbers, his second base fielding numbers are crazy. 982 in the majors in 167 games, 82 in the minors, 990. Now, if you look at the minors of him as shortstop, his shortstop is around 966, 234 games and 34 errors in the minors. In the majors, 17 games is short, 2 errors, 960. So there's another guy you could just transport over if you maybe wanted to go out or if you wanted to bring up a Nolan Gorman. Or maybe you have somebody else in your radar, which there's not much out there that the Cardinals are willing to go get, that I think the Cardinals are willing to go get. And maybe it's a different year with the money that they have. I mean, you signed Steven Matz to a $44 million contract, and from just the players I looked up, you gained $63 million by them coming out of their contracts. Followers at 14.5, Miller at 12, 18.5 for Carpenter. KK had $8 million. Carlos Martinez, $10 million. That's $63. So you've done paid for Steven Matz's whole contract over 4 years. And still have $20 million left over. So the Cardinals actually got some wiggle room here. And I know that all the teams are trying to go as low as possible. Definitely after 2020, which is understandable. That the teams are trying to go lower and lower and lower and lower. Because it's the best way to make money. But with the Cardinals, with the situations they got, with DeYoung does make a nice little chunk of change. And it's like $5 million. Maybe $10 million. Maybe I got that wrong. Maybe it was 5 years, $50 million. But whatever it is, between $5 and $10 million, it's not much money. To which you have to go out there, you're going to have to go out there and spend for somebody else. And with that, Minnesota, them are control players. And that's what every team looks forward to, is that they can have consistent, decent players that are controllable. You'll hear that about trades and everything. Well, they got to get some prospects because that player's controlled, or they're going to get a lot for this guy because that player's controlled. And that doesn't always turn out like the greatest thing. It's not like the Cardinals haven't got guys and that they thought were going to be good and have it. It's not like the Cardinals haven't traded off guys that other teams thought were going to be good and have it. I mean, there was the Zach Coxes, the Brent Wallaces, and it's been a while because the Cardinals trade somebody, the Randy Arozarena, Sandy Alcantara. It seems like they go out there and just tear it up for the other team. And I just don't really get the Tommy Edmonds. There's not, when I go out there and I watch Tommy Edmonds play, I don't go out there and think, man, there needs to be a way to replace him. If it's not Gorman, then I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about Edmund Sosa the second. Even though he's actually a better second baseman than he is shortstop. 972 in the majors, or in the minors, and 46 games at second base. So, I understand that the shortstop position is probably just up there with third base is a hard position to play, but if you got a guy that can go out there and play without making the errors and having the range like a Paul DeYoung has, then I think you got to stay right there. And this all changes with the DH. If the DH comes to the National League, this all changes for the Cardinals. Because could you use a Gorman at DH? Because you need a left-handed bat on this roster. You need one. You got switch hitters in Edman and Carlson. If you take Edman away, your only left-handed option against mostly right-handers or against right-handers is Dylan Carlson. And the Lance Newbar thing, great. You know, he looked good for what he was needed for. But is he some superstar player? I mean, he batted 230 something this year. I mean, at the time that he was playing was when the Cardinals were on their 17-game winning streak, and yeah, he came through in big position. But at the time, everybody was. So I think everybody's jumping the gun because they say, hey, you know, your window is probably a little shorter than you want it to be, with Arenado getting older, with Goldschmidt getting older, with Yachty saying he's retiring next year, with Wainwright not really but he's 40 years old, so it's got to be getting close. That maybe they think, well, we have to get rid of these guys because the window's small, but I don't think you sacrifice defense for a small upgrade in offense. Unless you're looking at a guy that can do a lot of things for you. And that's a guy like Nolan Gorman who can go out there and spell an Arenado at third. And also, if you're playing him a second, you got Tommy to do that. You got Paul DeYoung to do that. I mean, so there's three guys right there that can spell guys if you... Maybe you go to Story and Gorman around. And that's not a bad bench to have DeYoung, Edman, Sosa, and Newbar out there. When you got three players that can play anywhere. And that's still excluding the DH, which who knows what the Cardinals out there. I know the Albert Pujols thing's a big thing. Right-handed batter. And if you go and get a guy and go try to spend more money, maybe you look at an in-house candidate. Newbar's definitely gonna get a look. And I don't know how far they think Gorman is, but they also got a guy that can also, which I think is a big thing, they can play first and third, and Juan Yepes, who could easily spell a guy for you. Spell an Arenado here and there, which I don't know how great he is at third. I should have looked up the stats. I looked up everybody else's stats. But can spell a Goldsmith for you if you keep a guy like Sosa on the roster who could, at the time, spell an Arenado when you need to. And I didn't even... When I went and looked up Jan Yepes, I just wanted to know how he got here. I seen that his stats, they said he was in Atlanta in the minors for a little bit, and I said, well, I didn't know that. I thought that was a Cardinals reference. Well, we actually traded him in 2017 to the Braves for Matt Adams. And Matt Adams probably had his best year that year. He was batting .291 with the Cardinals in 31 games, 1 home run, 7 RBIs. Then with the Braves that year, 100 games, .271, 19 home runs, 58 RBIs. Now, my whole thing with that is I really don't know what the Braves were doing that year. Because they also, about a week before they got Matt Adams, they had just released Ryan Howard, another left-handed first baseman, when they got a left-handed first baseman. And maybe their roster was right-handed heavy. I didn't exactly get it all that. I just wanted, when I seen that he was, I wanted like, wow, who did we trade him for? I just think 4 years later that Matt Adams might not have a major league job next year. Now, he was released early in the season from Colorado, and I don't know if he re-signed with somebody, but it hasn't been the last few good years since 2017. Really, Matt Adams hasn't been with the Matt Adams that we got or that Atlanta got, obviously, in that 100 games. But just for power, just for a candidate for DH, I mean, a guy that's got power, and you're going to hear me say this probably a lot when I talk about it. But the AAA league that the Cardinals play in is an offensive heavy league. If you look at one time, Matt Liberatore, they were talking about how great he was, had like a 5 ERA. I think he ended up at like 4.21 or something like that. But if you go look at the stats in that league, it's crazy as can be. But he had, in 111 games, he had 286, 20 home runs, 77 RBIs. The Arizona Fall League, he's had 23 games, batting .302, 7 home runs, 26 RBIs. Now, when I was looking before this, you could see that I don't know if he picked up power, playing in a different league, but he didn't have this much power when he was playing in the minors for the Braves. Or even with the Cardinals in the last few years. And I know you didn't see much in 2020. Anything at all. But if you were there to save some money, I mean, that's a good spot to do it, which I don't know how much Pujols is really out there looking for. I mean, you just got off a $240 million contract. So I don't know if our Pujols is going out here and saying, hey, I want, he signed with a veteran minimum to the Dodgers. Just to play. And I don't know what exactly he did in the Mexican League. I should look this stuff up. I know he went down there and was like trying to show people, hey, I can still play. I still got it. A little bit of it. It might be a 41-year-old Pujols, but you've seen it times, definitely against left-handers. Our Pujols still has a bat. And I also think that with the average he had, and I'm going to say the same thing for Newbar too, it's the inconsistent time of playing, only getting pitch hits, stuff like that. That's going to mess up rhythm. So maybe, Albert went out there and had and his average with the Dodgers wasn't bad at all. Just think if he would have got out of LA earlier in the season, from the Angels earlier in the season, it'd been crazy. But I also think there's a lot to go out there and get if you don't go after these small players. And the first one that jumped out at me, and he's on the first base list, but Brad Miller, who was here and showed a little bit of pop, showed a little bit of promise, played everywhere. So there's a guy who could spell everybody, but has a little pop in his bat. Now, not the greatest average, and this is where I'm at with that. It's like I said, people are keeping these players around. At 230, but almost a 21 home run guy. And a decent amount of RBIs that could make a difference. The guy could come in against left-handers or against right-handers when you need him to. And also play second, short, third, all the outfield positions. Also first base. The only thing he can't play is catcher. And of course then I told you, there wasn't much out there. There's not much left out there, which is crazy to think about how much they talked about this free agent class. And there's still a lot to be known. But stories out there. Travis Shaw, another left-handed bat who we've seen in Milwaukee, who has some pop, but another guy with a low average, but can play multiple positions, third, second, and first. And I'm sure you could throw him in the outfield if you really needed to. But I'm more, if we're not going to go after the big names, I think it's better to build depth. And I think Brad Miller and Travis Shaw are them kind of guys. If you're not going to go for a Trevor Story. If you want to go a little farther into it and think of a guy that can get consistent at bats and might be very helpful to this team. And we're going to go with a few outfielders because my problem is with the outfield is what consistency do you know that they have? What do you know about this outfield? I mean, Bader showed flashes here and there in offense, but it's not like in defense he's great, but it's not like he's been that consistent. Dylan Carlson, is he going to fall in a sophomore slump? You look at his stats, his are about the same as, with a little more pop, is about the same as Tommy Edmonds. So go figure that one. And this was Tyler O'Neill's first year. So there's 3 spots. I mean, your whole outfield right there is almost a guessing game. So I'm more on the outfield players than I am on the infield. A guy like Kyle Schwarber, left-handed bat. Get you pop. Great arm in the outfield. Another guy that can go out there and play some defense. It could, hey, maybe you want to give Carlson a rest. And now you have the chance. Carlson's a pretty good defender, but I know he can play. But maybe, hey, Bader's struggling. You can move pieces of people around. You need to have Carlson play center field and put wherever you feel like putting. Schwarber, who also learned some third base this year, learned some first base this year, so it could work out. You got a guy like Eddie Rosario, another left-handed bat that's got pop. John Peterson, a guy World Series winner, played wonderfully for the Atlanta Braves. Not the best averages in the world, but the guy, I mean, these are all guys that are going to get you something, get you power in a spot, and also have ways to spell you. Jose Soler, former 40 home run hitter, with Chris Davis, who the power he's got. The problem is he likes to strike out, and for 3 years in a row, you knew exactly what you're going to get, but you don't know if he's still got that anymore. And it was only 240. I think 3 years in a row, he had 241, but still, it's something kind of pop in a guy that can spell your outfield. And if you keep the guys like Edman, Sosa, and Gorman, you'll have your defensive backups, and then you'll also have Newbar around there hanging. Now, I was talking about the pitching earlier, and the starting pitcher market has kind of gone down, and I'm trying to base my free agency off reality. So I can see multiple guys on that list that I would want, but I'm more or less trying to base it off of how the Cardinals roll. So a guy like Mike Flyers, who's been pretty good in Oakland. And there's been talk about it too. Lester. And not that he's been the best pitcher, and he's a 5-inning pitcher. But, I mean, a 5-inning pitcher could be a pretty good 6th starter. And maybe they don't want to put 200 innings on Jack Flaherty. Maybe they don't want to put a certain amount of innings on a Dakota Hudson or a Miles Michaelis. To try to keep them fresh when you need them. So, hey, I mean, a 6-man rotation could work for this team, but you also give Wainwright a break. You also give Steven Matz a break. So at the beginning of the season, I could see a Lester on this roster. I don't know what it would be after that. Because once you get down to a stretch and you see what your 5 best pitchers are, you're not going to go for a 6-man rotation. You're going to consistently stay with 5. Because the Cardinals just don't seem like a team that are going to go with that guy that they call a starter or whatever they want to call him. Or, yeah, I don't the relievers that start the games. So I don't think that's a dumb move to maybe bring back a guy like Lester. You got a guy like out there Julio Teheran, who can do both, who can pitch in the bullpen and pitch the starting position as a pitcher, and not that old of a guy, and has had some consistency in his career, definitely in Atlanta. Now, the 2 that I did put on the list that were, I would call out of the Cardinals league, were Carlos Rodon and Zach Greinke. Because I think that Zach Greinke is a guy who can go out there and get a contract, and I think with Rodon being a left-handed starter and being a consistent one, throwing a no-hitter last year, that he could be a guy that's going to get a big contract. So I don't think the Cardinals are going after them types of players that they know are going to go out here and get money. So I would look at the short list. I would really like a guy like Julio Teheran here. Fires wouldn't bother me. It really, in the long run, Lester wouldn't bother me all that much. Now, what I really think, and I said this earlier, because you only got 2 consistencies in the bullpen. So, I think Julio Teheran would be perfect for that, because he could get you some innings if somebody falters. And also, if you need to throw that 6th starter out there, you got that too. But like a guy like Joe Kelly, former Cardinal, who I'd love to see here, who's got a fastball, another guy can throw 100 out of bullpen, and has been a pretty good pitcher when he was here, and since he's left, he's been a reliever the whole time. You got a guy out there like Tommy Hunter, which a lot of people might not know, but former Texas starter, but has done some pretty good things as a closer. In Baltimore for a while, I think he might have came back to Texas, but a guy I've always liked. Daniel Norris, who's been a closer. Sean Doolittle, who was a good closer in Washington. Ian Kennedy, who was a great closer in Texas and in Kansas City, former starter. Maybe a guy that can go out there and get you a couple more innings. Wade Davis, former Cub, left-handed guy, so you probably look less at him because of who you got. But I think a consistent guy that could go out there and just eat up innings in the bullpen when you need it. Hunter Strickland's in there, even though that's a scary guy. You've seen him allow 9 billion home runs over his career. Now, there's one guy that I would really love to have, and I don't know if the Cardinals have this kind of money, is in Ricardo Rodriguez. And I think that I also wrote down in that with that was Ryan Terapa and Andrew Chaplin. Because I think the guys that can be consistent relievers, definitely with the starters, openers, that's what they're called. The openers in the league, so basically relief pitchers going out there and pitching 1, maybe 2 innings. That at certain times you're going to need a guy to go out there and get consistency. And I think that like guys like Champlin are going to be heavy on the market whenever the CBA goes up. I also had my fun picks, like former Cardinals, and a guy from St. Louis I threw in there, John Axford, Trevor Rosenthal, Adam Ottavino, Shelby Miller, and just for fun, Pete Cosmo's on the free agent list. What? Pete, the Wizard of Cos. And also I had Shelby on that list. Shelby Miller's a free agent, who the Cardinals actually looked at last year. I don't know what they looked at him for, because I don't know if Shelby Miller is a consistent starting pitcher anymore. But this is all going to go with the CBA and what the Cardinals get. The whole CBA thing it's always been kind of a different thing to me. Because, like as a cook, like it feels like me, like what the players want, and what's just more money and revenue. It's like me going to my boss, and maybe it's in their contract for revenue sharing. See, I don't know the contract. I don't know how things work. Like, hey, a guy gets signed to a $210 million contract. I don't know what's all in that. I just know he's getting paid. But it'd be like me going to a cook and saying, hey, you went out there and you did all this. You did the marketing. You put your name on the business. You did this. You made sure that we're getting this consistently. You're making sure we're paid on time. But hey, since you're making some extra money by doing your extra duty, and I'm the guy that back here, and I make all the food. I'm the one that reason in the long run they keep coming back, because if the food isn't good and consistent, then you can put whatever you could put 900 billion commercials on TV. But say, hey, since you did all this, and now we're making money, I was part of that, let me go and cut into your chunk of change, even though I have a set salary. And it's a little different because I don't have a contract, and would I have thought to write that in my contract? Hell effing no. Straight up. And it's funny going back and listening to these podcasts, and I've listened to podcasts from 2 years ago, and I'm not listening to podcasts from 2 years ago to listen to the CBA, but, I'd look them up and I say, hey, they're talking CBA in here, and I know there's not a lot of people going out there and listening to podcasts from 2 years ago. A loser like me is. But, I mean, the former players and stuff, and I think it's once they break away from the major leagues where they're not under that scrutiny or under the watch, they're saying, hey, we kind of did this ourselves as players. We signed off on all this. We were at the bargaining table. And we gave them the leeway to think that this is how it's going to work. And I think 2020, which is the one time we'll talk 2020, is kind of changed it for the players. They're like, wow, they're still making a decent amount of money. And I also think that the players were mad about the salary cuts, even though it was only a third of the season. I mean, if I had a $50,000 contract and it's like, hey, we're going to be out for a week because, I want to go on vacation. Well, you're going to pay me my contract. Whatever my contract says I'm making that week, that's on you. So I think the players actually hurt themselves in this. And I think that's why it was such a big free agency thing before it shut down, because either the players know that there's a chance that they're going to get less money and teams are going to have less to spend, or it's going to come out and be a free-for-all and it's just going to be teams fighting for everybody, and you might as well get in while you can, because if you notice, when teams get done signing players, another player doesn't get signed to like June or July unless it's need be. I mean, look at Lance Lynn. Whenever Cardinals released him, we got Michaels. He wasn't signed until like June, just for a little draft pick, which is the stupidest thing in the world. So you lose your best player because you don't want to pay him the money he wants. Other team will. Which, if you look like if Lance Lynn's contracts, you would flip out at what the Cardinals wouldn't pay him, and then went out there and paid Michaelis. But with the CBA, I understand the contract. I understand how everything works with that. But when you're out here, you're going to, in the long run, it could only cost the players by going out here and making these statements, saying, hey, we need this, and the owners don't do this, because you're getting paid an ungodly amount of money. And I think the players' leeway in this situation is to go out there and say, hey, we want the DH so we get paid. which is definitely, hey, get more players play, get more of your peers paid, which is definitely understandable. I'm all for it. But you've done put yourself in a position where, hey, we're going to get paid, but we done cost ourselves by letting these little things slide in here. And I was talking about it before with arbitration and holding players that are players that are controllable. I mean, 6 years is a long time. So let's say you get out of college at 20. So you're controlled with a team making a certain amount of money until you're 28 years old. And I have no say in the matter unless they don't put you in a 40-man and then you can, ask for your release or whatever, however that works. Or, maybe you get drafted in a Rule 5 and get some kind of luck. But to make more money, the players cost themselves to say, hey, well, when we got on free agency, we're going to hit it. But we'll accept this little deal because we're good enough to do that. Well, in the long run, yeah, you're good enough to go out there and get this $20 million. But now teams with all the analytics and put more are getting players that, hey, he's going to cost me $500,000 for 6 years. This guy's going to cost me closer to $20 million. I think I'm going to go with that guy that makes $500,000. And then none of the players complain and bitch. You signed it. And 6 years is a little long. And I think the players said they want 3. And I don't think that, and I don't know how rookie contracts work in other leagues, but I'm pretty sure 3. But I don't think that the owners will go down that far. Definitely figure they're going to want to be playing the players what they're paying them, plus add another player in DHs. Which the American League has already dealt with that, but if you're going to a National League, I think that's less money for a Trevor Story to go on a National League team because, well, we can go get somebody that has his type of power and we don't have to worry about defense. And we got, this guy in the minors that can definitely play some shortstop. Then, hey, we can sign this DH to 10 to 12 million and not sign it and double that by signing a guy that we can think that can help our team this much. And we can get that same productivity for this much. Like, it's a big effing circle that the players and owners got themselves in. Now, the luxury tax thing and the salary cap thing, but the salary cap's like 210, or the salary cap, the luxury tax is like 220 million. And after that, you're not even, you can go over it all you want, and you're just paying a tax for it. That's why it's the luxury tax. You're going over a limit, and they're telling you to pay a tax on it. That doesn't happen in other sports. So these players still get paid no matter what they want, no matter what they want. But what you did is you sold yourself so low so you could be so high, and now you're just fucking yourself, and I said a cuss word. That was the first one of the show, huh? But you're effing yourself by doing this. Now, should the players that draft a player get some kind of control? Absolutely. 6 years seems a little rough. And I was thinking about it earlier. 3 years, 4 or 5. Because at least you're 27. If you just come out of college 5 years later, you're 27, and you know what you got. There's not a bunch of players that come up. They used to come up like that. But now you got the 23-year-olds, the 22-year-olds, the guys that got drafted last year, coming up the next year, because it's cost effective for the owners. Definitely after what they can say they lost in 2020. So, for me, I think there has to be some kind of medium. And I think the players have lost sight of that. They're like, no, we want this, we want this, we want this. Well, the owners just said, we'll lock you out. If you're locked out, we ain't got to pay you. So it almost runs backwards for how they did themselves. And I think that after this free agency little bump of last year, of 2021, right before it, I think that it's going to hurt free agency because you don't know if they're going to put a freeze on it for a little bit. They're letting minor league contracts though, so they probably won't. But I think you could see some guys that some teams like, hey, we got this player. So why waste a draft pick on him? Why go out there and say, why go out there and say, hey, we got the same guy, but he's making $500,000 and this guy's going to have to make 15 and we're going to get a pick. I think it's going to hurt him in the long run with this, with the players. Understandably, the owners locked him out, so the excuse is going to be the owners did this. But if you lock yourself, if you get locked out, you're not going to get paid. And I think it's going to hurt because I think teams got who they want, and there's a couple of, free agents out there that teams are going to go get. But I think if the luxury tax goes down, I think owners are going to be more hesitant. I also think that if the players don't get what they want, they're going to try to go out, they're going to wait and wait and wait. And I think you could see some players that don't sign until June. I think you could see in the next couple years a lot more call-ups than you would if this was just a regular year. I mean, teams are getting younger and younger no matter what, and the control isn't much of a thing because the players that know they're under control and they're like, oh, well, we're still under control for 4 more years. Well, hey, they're going to sign us to this contract that only has us under control for 3 for a couple million for the next few years. Well, I'm going to take that because it's double, quadruple what I make, and I'm only under control 3 years instead of 4, which I think is one of the smartest things that the owners did. But I think you could really see it, an upspring in young players being in this league. And I also think it hurts the players that, that would usually stick around this league and maybe get backup jobs. Because they're going to be like, well, I'm not going to pay this guy this. I'm just going to bring this guy up from the minors. And now you're sitting at home and you're going to have to go to independent leagues or whatever it is that they have to do. Which, like I said, I think when you're doing this while you're fighting something, the way this contract should be, it should be a long-running contract to where they have negotiations in the middle of it. So it never stops, so you never have to worry because you're going to have your fans that will be like, oh, they locked out, they made me miss out a whole bunch of free, and people are like that into the sport. That's just how it is. And it's a losing fan base already. With the major leagues are already losing fans in general. So this could hurt the owners also. Like I said, everything's full circle in this. It makes 0 sense. And that's why I think it should be a long-running contract where hey, we made this much, you want to make this much. Let's figure it out. Instead, they're throwing stuff on Twitter and saying, this guy does this, and this guy does this, and this guy does that. Which in the long run makes 0 sense to me how that works. You just go out there and say, hey, Manfred, Tony Clark, and look, we've seen your revenues and the difference between 2021 and 2022. So let's extend this maybe a year. Because let's see where the revenues are then, and then let's make the difference then. It's like you can project anything. So I'm kind of confused on how that's going to shake out, how it's going to work for each team in the long run. And this Rams lawsuit is something that was very intriguing to me for the last few years. I think it was 2018 is when they actually filed. And boy, did I get excited. Sorry to lie. There, when you start hearing things like, well, we could get a couple $1 billion for the city and a franchise. And I think that's more of the lawyers putting stuff out there for people on podcasts to say, people like me to go out there and say, well, I got from the owners that this guy's going out here and he's talking about, man, St. Louis is going to get an expansion team out of this and blah, blah, blah. Which I don't ever think it was at that point. I think when it got to a point to where Kroenke said, I'm going to end this indemnification agreement and I'm just going to go out and pay him myself, where the NFL was like, yo, we don't want all this stuff out in trial. Even though we might have a chance to win, which that lawsuit's a toss-up. Because if you go back far enough, you know that the Rams had asked multiple times, like, hey, we gotta keep this here, we're going to extend the lease. for another year. We're going to extend this for another year. And then finally, the Rams got to a point where they could go to year-to-year leases without having to negotiate anything. And the Rams came up with a $220 million thing for the dome, and the Rams. The city of St. Louis came up with $220 million to fix the stadium, and the Rams came with a $790 number that the arbitration ended up saying, hey, the Rams are right. This is what you're supposed to do. This is what it's going to cost. And I think at that time, the city of St. Louis said, hey, this is a lost cause at this point, because in the long run, we're going to have to build a new stadium. It ain't going to work. And I think that some people in that city office actually were halfway decent, smart people, or in the city of St. Louis that said, hey, man, they're leaving now. Like, we done messed up so much. Like, we done put stuff in contracts. They're leaving. Let's go out here. Let's fake it out. Let's act like we're going to do something. And then when they leave, let's go try to get some money. Which is funny just to think about. But when you start hearing talk of Kroenke's going to settle for $200 million, and then if they break it down, then they're like, oh, well, if they got $200 million out of Kroenke, they might just go after other year and get $200 million. Oh, and just stop that. They just might, get this certain amount. Well, they didn't get close to any of the amounts. They didn't get an expansion team. We haven't seen much of the details of the contract. We heard the city said they settled. All that good stuff. But it wasn't what we wanted. Now, $790 million minus lawyer fees, $500 million. There's a lot you could do with it. The first thing I think you should do, and I know this, I'm going to say the first thing I think you should do, and then what you should probably do, and then I don't have no idea what they're going to do. But I think if you thought that you can upgrade that dome for $290 million, I think $220 million, $290 million, whatever the number was. $200 plus million. $270, something like that. Something crazy. I think you should look into putting in that dome. Definitely with your chances of XFL coming back and having the Battle-Logs in there. But also, that dome's a multi-purpose stadium, not just for sporting events and concerts and all that, but they have a whole other wing. It's the America Center. But I think definitely in a place where you have a lot of people you could put in there for it to be more attractive. And not just to major sports franchises, but for concert goers, for stuff like dirt racing and monster trucks, but also for you could probably somehow fit a baseball field, but for Little League term, you could make a lot of money on the stadium if you made the place look halfway decent, which I think outside it looks great. I think actually it looks halfway decent outside. On the inside, it's the worst place in the world. I mean, absolutely one of the worst places in the world. Only football team I know that caught their football field on fire during warm-ups. I was actually at that game, the one game I went to, in like the last few years of the games. I was at the game where it caught on fire. Who knew? But if you're not going to do that, and this is more likely what they're probably going to do, is hopefully, this is what they're probably going to do, is start to just buy it. I would tear down what you own, make it look better, and then force these other property owners that own these properties that told you that they were going to spend millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars here, and say, hey, we're going to buy this house for $20,000. We're tearing this thing down. Take it or leave it, because we're tearing it down. Because really they just keep getting these, there's so many people that came to the city and bought up all these properties and said, hey, and gave them a contract and said, hey, we're going to do this for, we're going to fix this for $30 million. And they've done $0. $0 doesn't work. And they're a big corporation, and that's why it's easily the taxes are paid and all that. So, you have, my whole thing is, so you just need to go buy these properties and knock them down. Because you have to make a city that was once vibrant and brain. Make people want to go down there. Nobody wants to go down to that city. Nobody. I'm not scared of nothing in the world. I don't want to go down to the city. You got people getting their cars robbed at the most important things that are happening at your town, which is sporting events, baseball, hockey and basketball, slew basketball. People are getting shot walking out of the burst stadiums. They're getting shot walking out the bars. They're getting robbed. You can't go down there without worrying about your car. 3 hours of worrying about your car. Uber's prices went so high, it's not even worth it to go down there on an Uber to try to maybe save some of your possessions that you worked for and hopefully not get shot. But you took a city that was once, you didn't hear about this stuff 10, 15 years ago, it seemed like to me. And now it's the most outrageous thing. We make every list: sexually transmitted diseases, murders, stabbings, whatever it is. St. Louis top of the list. That's ridiculous. I don't know if it's police. How they're not policing in like Busch Stadium and Ballpark Village is unimaginable to me. The biggest attraction to your city, and you can't protect it. It's to fund the cops, you can come up with all these excuses. Like, if you really can say that, give me how many cops are on duty at a time. Show me a square area of how much they got to cover and how many cops can do that. I would constantly have cops drive up and down Market Street and Busch Stadium and all the apartments and everything right there at Ballpark Village. How is that not protected? And then driving down 70 or even at some points 55 you look like you're in a you look like that the war just happened. You're like, wow, this city looks nice. And then there's a big baseball stadium or the dome or the hockey stadium, Anheuser-Busch. You have so many assets here, and none of them are useful to you right now. Zero of them. It makes zero sense that you have took a one city, and then the politics have shaped it. And the problem is that the city and county can't get along. And I don't know if St. Charles is involved in that lawsuit, but they should let that money go. St. Charles, you're not getting none of it. Like, St. Charles themselves should say, hey, you guys did more for it than we did. Like, hey, we want this whole area, the greater St. Louis area, to be better. And I'm sure, and you see what St. Charles does, they just say, hey, we'll start closing bars at 11 o'clock. We'll have police all over the place. You're going to tell me that St. Charles can somehow provide more cops than the city of St. Louis? And that's why, in the long run, the county and the city just need to come together and get over themselves. Nobody's going to want to be in the county if you can't. There's nothing in the county that is even close to as good as the city of St. Louis. The bar is nothing. Never has been, never will be. It's an atmosphere. There's a difference in atmosphere. And that's the problem is took all the excitement atmosphere out of the city of St. Louis, and now it's just people. It's depressing. People don't want to go down there. You took it away. Because you want to fight over this $2 million that's going to this project that never gets done. It's funny you can come up with the stadium money for soccer, and I know that the Taylors and Kavanaugh did a lot of that. But that's bringing a soccer team down here for how many games. I think it's like something like 40 games or 20 games. That's not going to change your city. And with that coming, I think a team like the Battlehawks, you're going to want to, if you're the XFL, you're going to want to show off something new. So you're going to want to show off, hey, this is the new XFL with the new Battlehawks in their new stadium. So that's why my whole thing is to put money in the dome, because it's there already. And it ain't going nowhere. You're not going to tear it down. You're not going to tear down what has attracted, the wrestling tournaments and everything like that, but make it attractive. Make it where people want to go down and play at the dome. Where guys say, hey, our teams, leagues, whatever, can say, hey, Let's go try it. Let's just go see if we can make something out of the dome. Because just you're gonna lose that. You're gonna lose all the opportunity at that stadium when that soccer field comes. So you have to do something. And I just don't know if the city of St. Louis is at that point to where they thought about this all the way through. I think this is a bad time for St. Louis to get this $450 million. I think it's a horrible time. $500 million. I think it's a horrible time. The politicians are horrible. They can't get along with their, the county who would with Ladue and Huntley and all that. You don't think that if you added the county and city together, I mean, I know these presidents are going to say, oh, we don't want to pay for that shit. But a flow of money that would go into a city that is always complaining about money. But yet we can't figure that out. We can't figure out how to go talk, say, hey, we need help. We're too good to say that. Why? I mean, it's never made sense. We can do this on our own. No, you can't, obviously. Because everything you've tried, Wash Ave, all that has shut down except for Ballpark Village. Ballpark Village ain't going to shut down because the Cardinals are. The Cardinals make money. People want to be involved with the Cardinals in this city. So going down to Ballpark Village and living there is almost like being a part of the Cardinals. I mean, it's just not. Does somebody really want to go down there and win a winner? And I mean, parking structures would be great. Free parking structures would be great. Another reason to bring people down, like, hey, down here we got free parking. We can go in this general area. Definitely in the winter time with like the Blues or something. Because who wants to walk a couple miles to go to a Blues game in the middle of winter? Because in that 2 miles you're going to die. I mean, that's just how it is, and that's how people think. So hopefully this $500 million gets spent some decent, halfway decent, good way. I mean, if they need me to come down and tell them what to do, I'm all for it. Throw me $1 million or that, and I'll control that whole 500. And I'm pretty sure I'll do a better job than they would. I get a little team together. And I just go get an army truck and start just running over houses instantly. You've let so many people run your show to get the money on the back end, just like the players with the CBA. The city of St. Louis sounds like the Major League Baseball players. You messed yourself so much to get the money on the back end that now after you got that money in the back end, there's no more money to go around for you. There's nothing for you, and people don't trust you. Because the city of St. Louis done got you a million times by saying we're going to fix this and this, this, and this, and this. It never held anybody to it. Never even held themselves to, like, having any sort of fault in it. And it's kind of tiring to hear that from a city all the time. Oh, it's not, this guy, no, you gave these incentives. And they screwed you, and you're just letting it happen by saying, oh, no, they screwed us, and we're going to fix it, and not do nothing about it. It's been going on for years. You go read about all these properties that other people have bought in the city of St. Louis. All these blocks of houses that people have bought that are just sitting there. And I know that's going to hurt the homeless problem. That's my big thing, is it's going to hurt the homeless problem. Because a lot of homeless people are sleeping down there in them houses. So now you're going to have them on the street. Well, there's some more money right there. Fix it. Don't shut down these homeless shelters. Not Larry King. Whatever the guy's name is that owns the homeless shelter down. Larry Rice. There we go. They can never, maybe that's not the guy. Maybe that's just not the guy. I never thought he was the guy. New Life Evangelism Center. The city of St. Louis has shut that down so many times. They don't control their area, when I know people that have been in homeless shelters, which usually they kick you out during the day to go find a job, and then you're only there for a certain amount of time. I don't know how many days it is. I don't know if they if you come in at midnight, if they make you get out. I don't know how all that works. But you have to figure out something for the city. Definitely when you got a little stash of money to sit in there. $500 million might not sound a lot. It might sound like a lot to you and me, but it's not a lot that you can make happen with it in a city that needs so much. and we'll kind of siphon off of that and go into the only thing the city has going for right now in the Blues. And like I said earlier, when I said there's been a decade in both sports that we still have in the city of St. Louis of coaching from, you go to Richard Matheny to Shilp, and you can go from Hitchcock to, Mike Yeo was all right, to Craig Berube. But this Craig Berube guy, and Doug Armstrong deserves all the credit in the world. Just to think how many, Perrin out with the concussion, Thomas has been on the injured list, Shin has been on the injured list, I almost said Sheen. Husso's on the injured list. You had Bennington out there. You went and got your fourth, fifth string goalies because you're pushing the salary cap so much. And then they go out there and win 5 out of 6 games. Probably Lindgren winning all 5. And you could, like I said earlier, a manager holds a team together. And a guy that can, in hockey, you're switching into the lines, you're switching up people, you're making different pairings to try to make the team better. So a lot of this should go to Craig Berube. For a team that's in third place in their division, in a playoff spot, would still be in a playoff spot even, if they thought that they're tied for second in points. Their problem right now is winning percentage. If you look at it, how could you think that a team that's lost half their team and is pushing the salary cap could make it to be in the position they're in? And when the Blues made a trade, I had to look it up to see what they traded, but when they made the Sammy Bash trade, I was kind of mad. I wasn't the happiest camper about that. And now the guy that they traded for, Pavel Budashev, leads you to even points, and one of the most consistent players on your team. And I think having a guy like there with, kind of grew up the same way Tarasenko did, within the same age as Tarasenko. When I looked it up, I couldn't believe that he was only 26 years old. I think that's kind of helped made Tarasenko kind of stay. And he's tied with Budashev in points. Just think if you would have traded Tarasenko for nothing, just to get, which we need that salary cap. And in the NHL, every team is pushing because you have to pay your players and you don't want them to leave, so you're pushing the salary cap in every team. And the Blues have been the best at that. This team doesn't make money. They push a salary cap every year. And even when they don't push the salary caps, they're always making upgrades to try to help the team out or free up salary cap to bring up this guy here, this guy we think is good in the minors. That nice little chunk of change that Tarasenko makes would have been nice for the Blues to have some leeway. But just think if you lost him, how bad this team would be. And this ain't the only trade. You could think Shin for Lori Laterra. Yori Laterra. There you go. Ryan O'Reilly for Tage Thompson and Patrick Berglund. And there's been other ones in there that, I can't think of the top of my head. But, Dakota Joshua got traded for some cash considerations. Wasn't the biggest guy on the Zach Sanford trade other than Logan Brown was from St. Louis, played consistent. And then the consistency that you've had in, who knew? I would never even thought that a few years ago. But I would say the same thing I remember them talking about Jordan Bennett a few years ago. He's going to always be, a third string goalie. And now he's the top of it, which with Husso, you could always see there was a goalie controversy. And now with Lindgren being how good he has been, 188 save percentage, 5-0. They're trying to start another goalie controversy, and really, Bennington hasn't been all that bad. 288 goals against, excuse me. And he has a winning record if you go off to NHL. It's really an even record. I think it's 9-9, or 8-8 or something like that. But if you're getting points in the overtime game, so he's consistently getting you points. And I hope they don't play the Cardinals, and maybe you go with the hot hand. But Jake Allen didn't make as much. He made about the same money, but made less than Beansy did. So I think you have to look at that and be like, oh, maybe we should go with the money guy first. Definitely, so you know what you have. So maybe if somebody sees a little bit from Bennington, you can get that off your books. Or, you trade him and only have to pay half. I think you have to look at him to a certain point. But then going back to Doug Armstrong about all this, but the players that he's got in this team and drafts and just random trades, and it's not just the first round guys or second round guys. There's McCullough, a 5th round pick, playing on his team, but their ages, like Thomas 22, Huso 26, Bennington 28, Barbashev 29, Kim Clausen 22, Cairo 23. I said Budshaw before, 26. Nico McCullough, 23. Jake Woman, 3rd round pick, 23. 23 for Logan Brown, 2nd average. I just talked about that. Dakota Joshua, I just talked about, 25. 2nd round pick, and Scott Pernovich, 23. And then Nathan Walker, 23. You've not only have kept this team young at the same time while doing all this, but now you're giving all your young guys experience to where a guy like a James Neal, who hasn't played like horrible this season, is on the injury list with an undisclosed injury, might not be on the team for the rest of the year. And it's played decent because it's the way that the circle of life has just come on and done what it has for the Blues. I mean, you haven't seen something like this in a long time. Definitely with the injuries and stuff with the Blues. Usually a team like this is just going to falter. When you're going out there and running, at one point, and the NHL was smart for shutting down for Christmas, and they also now said they're going to shut down for the Olympics because of the COVID test. Smart trying to do it, but for the Blues, they could have done it a couple weeks ago because the Blues are running a skater short, and we're down to 4th and 5th string goalies, and this and that, and so it's nice to get a little break to try to get some of these guys healthy and off the injured list and through COVID protocols and all that. And then give them another break in February to make sure that, because they're going to take it anyway, to make sure that all the teams are healthy to make a consistent season. It's crazy to think about where the Blues are right now. Because they've had, a couple bad streaks, of losses. And I don't know I didn't look up who started the last game. I'm going to say it was almost for sure it was Lindgren. So he might be 5-1 now, but hey, first Blue ever to win first 5 straight starts, however it works. He's only 28. So it's almost like the Major League Baseball thing where you have to look at young players and say, hey, this is going to be better than this guy. So maybe we can keep a guy like a Ryan O'Reilly or a Tarasenko or a Budoshev who got a new contract. And we can go out here and lose a Clauston. And we can make this team more efficient than it was before. So, it's understandable. Not understandable how the Blues are doing it. I don't understand it. So that's going to do it for the podcast. For my Grandma Hicks, love you, Grandma. For Lori, Paul, and Grandma Bowlesby, R.I.P. And for Maddie, Jake, Zach, Rhiannon, and Joe. This has been the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network, part of Street G Records, LLC.
Hello and welcome to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. You can tweet me at rbowlesbyjr. You can tweet the Greater STL Sports Network at Greater STL. SN. You can find us on Facebook now. Just search it up, Greater STL Facebook. If you can't find it, let me know. I'll send you the link. No problem. You can find us just about anywhere now. iTunes, Google Play. I've seen it on Stitchers. I said in the last podcast. So we're just about everywhere. YouTube, of course. I don't know if I got the YouTube there. Definitely get us on YouTube. Now, this is pretty good week. I don't actually have nothing to come on here and bitch about. Except the internet's not working. I guess I do got something to bitch about. So this is going to kind of be a mystery podcast. I wanted to do it yesterday. I had a bunch of excuses. And then I came with the same excuse today. And then I didn't think of the same excuse yesterday. Was, how am I going to get it up? We'll just call it the mystery podcast. I don't really put the numbers on podcasts. I don't know when that started. Like, people started putting the numbers. Like, maybe that started from the beginning. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too retarded to do it. But I never really numbered these, so I might could put it up as a mystery podcast. I'll just put it up as today's date. When it goes up, it goes up. But we're actually going to start this podcast off with sports. As the Cardinals have with the Angels in town and Albert Pujols coming back to St. Louis after 8 years. And I don't think the reception was a bad thing. You hear some people say maybe it was too much, maybe it was overblown. But his first at bat really didn't get to have a good ovation because he came up during a game. The Cardinals were down at the time. It was kind of in the middle of the game, middle of the inning. So I don't think that's the ovation that you really wanted to give him. So when that kind of ovation kind of floated away, I think it was smart just to give it to him all weekend. And then he hits the home run, which is something that you wanted to see from him. You wanted to see that. Now, at the time, the Cardinals were up 4-0. Now, what I wonder was, what would have happened if I would have tied the game or took over the lead in the game at the time it happened? We got to kind of feel for a guy like Daniel Hudson. Michael Walker got booed for walking him, but Daniel Hudson there just allowed a home run, and he has to let Pujols do a curtain call. But I think for what it was, for the best player that most of the people that are seen growing up, or as they got older and got more into baseball, or even the ones that might have seen Stan the Man back in the day, or maybe think Mark McGwire is a better player. Get to see guys like that I like Ray Langford. Maybe, you never know. But for 11 years, that was the best player in baseball, and he was on the St. Louis Cardinals. I mean, he just about tops at every Cardinals record. You can say about the contract, he took a bigger contract to go somewhere else. And that's true. But do you want $1 or do you want $20 million? I mean, that's the only way you can logically really look at it, no matter how much he was getting. Do you want $1 or do you want $20 million? And I don't know if that services contract's a real thing. I think maybe after he's seen what happened in St. Louis, he might want to try to do more things back here, even though he already does with charity. Just someone else runs it. Matt Holliday ran it. I'm going to guess it's Matt Carpenter or somebody like that now. But for 11 years, he was the best player in baseball. Got you 2 World Series championships. Basically, a 3 plus 300, almost 330, 30 home run, 100 RBI guy for 11 years. Played phenomenal defense. Gold Glover at first base. Played multiple positions when you needed him to. Played left field. Played third base. I think he was even a short one time. I think I remember seeing him in center field. Tony kind of did that with the players. Alan Craig was playing second base at a time. So I don't think there was any chance or any way to even boo him. I mean, you've seen some on Twitter, best fans of baseball. A great account to follow for stuff like this. And just for a side note on that, my brother got tweeted by them one time, retweeted by him for something he said about Chris Bryant. And I said, I'm kind of jealous that my brother got retweeted before I did. But they were saying, fuck Pujols and all that and blah, blah. Like, that's just people who want to talk shit on Twitter. I mean, do you really want that contract on the roster? There's logical things to think about, even though when I was listening to a show the other day, they were saying, well, think of this Brett Cecil, Dexter Fowler contracts and contracts like that, and you add them all up, that's basically Pujols' contract right there. But at the time, was it good for the team? Now, they said you maybe not been able to keep Liati at the time, or you might not have been able to keep Wainwright. Now, you've heard them stories for years. But the contracts they got now, do you feel like you're in the same position? I would always love to see Pujols come back. I don't think with the foot that even if he gets out of that contract, which would be 2 years, that he could come back and actually be an asset to the team. Like, he's not going to sit on the bench. That's just not going to happen. I mean, he's kind of lucky he gets to play DH now. Even though they had the first base all weekend here. That was more for show. Then he also gets the curtain call in the last at bat, coming out when he got out in the 9th inning. I mean, it was just a cool thing. It didn't all the way disappoint. You seen the Cardinals get a lead in the series. And you're thinking, oh, nothing else bad can happen. It's almost perfect. And then Jordan hits, goes out and gets hurt. Martinez not a closer. Now you see by Little Wainwright things getting a little closer now, where Wainwright comes in and is the closer. Definitely with Reyes going out of the rotation, you're going to have to look elsewhere if this rotation keeps faltering like Flannery did tonight. And I didn't get to see the ovation of Biscotti got. I almost sounded like I was going to sell spaghetti or something. But Steven Piscotti got tonight. I'm done with that name. I'm already done. So we'll have to see how he got that. I don't know if it was the same amount of ovation, depending on where he batted. And the inning he batted. But it's not going to be all weekend like it was for Pujols. It definitely with a Tuesday, Wednesday night, Thursday series. I can't believe I messed up Piscotti more than fucking once. That's almost a reason to just start over on the whole podcast. Almost. But then you look at it and you see with Reyes going out, and you also see with Hicks going out. Like, there was Campbell right there. There's Dallas Keuchel right there. And then you have a team in your division making that move. With Chicago. Then Atlanta getting the other one. Atlanta's a really good team. Like, you're fighting these teams in the playoffs. And you're just not going out there and making any kind of decent moves. You're relying on some system that you think you built. And Tommy Edmonds, maybe one of them guys. But that's really it. You lose in depth. By the second, you have nothing to replace it. I mean, Brebbia goes out and gets hit tonight. And you're just throwing him out there, just throwing him out there, and just throwing him out there. Doing the same thing with Gant. I mean, you pretty much are losing depth second by second by second. And you have nothing to replace it with. Because of what you thought. You thought Alex Reyes, boom. I mean, how could that happen? We get Jordan Hicks goes down and you lose Alex Reyes. And I really see the evaluation of Reyes, but shoulder discomfort, I mean, that can't be a good thing. And it sucks to ruin a weekend like this with something like that. And it really didn't ruin it at all. It's just some things you gotta think about. Soon enough, this Blues ride's gonna be over, and it's gonna be all Cardinals. And it's gonna get worse and worse and worse as it goes on. And for some reason, it seems like they've almost gave in already, even if they're saying they're exploring trade opportunities and stuff like that. Well, you didn't have to make trade opportunities. You had two of the pieces you needed in free agency all the way up to June. And if you try to go sign them, say it. But they won't say stuff like that. You see the little reported things. It's always says interest. And I really don't believe there's any. And the Martinez thing gets even scarier because with the rotation the way it is and losing Alex Reyes and things like that, that he's still getting put in the bullpen situation, which I've said the whole time I'd love to see him as a closer. He had a little flair last year. Seems like he's just more into that role, even with the contract he's got. And maybe that's part of it. Maybe you have Martinez down there already. You don't want to sign another big name contract to go in the bullpen. But you're in a situation where this division's down and you have a chance. And you're losing games because you have no one else to put out there but Gann and Bradbury. And you just can't keep throwing them out there. And I didn't really want to get off on this rant, but then it was just something to think about with Hicks going down. Like, what almost a perfect weekend could have been. Spool sits at home run, it's 4-1. They go there, it's 4-2. And then you have Hicks coming in and close out the game. Game's over. Poole's got his home run. He got his innovation. He got his curtain call. So he almost thinks it's over, and then Hicks goes out there and gets injured. What's scared me even more about this game is they brought in Tyler Webb to try to finish out the game, right? I got scared for him. Have to somehow stop the land in the system, no matter what the money they have put out. Even when Brett Cecil comes back, is he going to be the Cardinals' Brett Cecil? Even when, I guess we'll call it Blue Jays' Brett Cecil. I mean, it's just, you keep spinning around in the same circle. You're not rowing the boat the same way. You're rowing the boat different ways. I mean, 4 years in a row of missing the playoffs after what the Blues did. And this year is really going to, I think, be a bigger thing than the Cardinals ever thought about. And it's going to come a lot later. So. It's just, when you have the position you're in with your hitters not hitting, they didn't upgrade where they could have upgraded very easily. I mean, you had teams going out here and signing Carlos Gomez, like 2 teams already. You got Alonso in New York hitting 27 home runs already. And you don't have that kind of depth in your system. Because I look at the stats, I'm weird. I look at the minor league stats and I see it, and I look and see that, well, Aldonis Garcia's not doing that well. But then after that, it's really nothing. You can keep going down. Well, someone else would have got brought up. They brought up another guy that's been in the minor league for 10 years. Yeah, maybe that's a new story that they can build here. And I think he's already gone back because Munoz is probably come back into play. That's another guy that needs to get more playing time to see what you got. It's kind of scary for when I think of Dexter Fowler in center and Jose Martinez in right field. Like a ball I thought that could have been caught. Maybe if Bader was out there and you had Fowler in right field. That didn't even look like either one of them thought they were even going to think about catching. I mean, I really didn't see much of the game, but I seen enough. But Bader ain't producing. And you really have nobody else to put out there. I mean, you could think about putting Ozuna in center field and trying something else. But, I mean, it's not a very good thought. Maybe they'll try to think with Colton Long again. I mean, there's thoughts. But there's no depth to pursue. You have to have these random ass thoughts. I mean, what should have been the best weekend of the year could almost be the turning point into the worst weekend of the year. Because I really like seeing how Cardinals fans showed out for this. And you can say the best fans of baseball playing, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's nothing that I'm like going to go out here and say that we are. But they showed out. They showed what he did for us, and it was the better way to go than I think booing him. I mean, to boo our own pitchers basically twice with the curtain call, and then when Michael walked him. And thank God the internet didn't go down before then. Holy shit. It would have been a whole total trip. I would have been down at work every second that I could. I'm mostly cooking on the weekends. But I saw Friday, so I got to see the first one. So that was kind of cool. And I got to see the home run. It happened during the day, so I was kind of just back there cooking, and then I see the home run. And I watched it, and I wanted to see if he got the curtain call. That's what I was telling my boss when he walked by. He's like, what are you looking out there for? I was like, I want to see if he got the curtain call. Of course, they gave it to him. That was kind of cool to see. I wish I could have been there. Like, I really didn't want to turn this into a bad thing. Of course, I've been good on my Cardinal rants. Not really rants, it's just stuff that you see. I think I just got on a little tangent. Talking about, cool, greatest player in 11 years. Man, damn, Evan Carter. John Musielak. That's, don't give me Mike Schill, please. Not Mike Schill. I don't even remember the GM, Mike Gersh. I don't want to hear that. He's pony boy. He's the coffee getter. That's what he is. That's what I mean. You just hear from me and John looked into this. No, I know Mo's looked into this. So you can get Gersh to go Gilmore boys. Musielak has to show that he's a better GM. Like he claims to be with all these statistical things and things like that. Because it hasn't worked in 4 years. And I'm not going to keep getting on this tangent because I really want to talk about the Bulls a little bit more. Because I don't give a flying fuck what anybody thinks about him leaving and all that. Because he gave you his 11 years of greatness. And you could tell he kind of enjoyed it. He cracked a couple smiles. Yachty kind of forced it out of us. We kind of just followed him with him standing out there and not moving away and making sure he got it when he should rightfully get in. Kind of sucks that he didn't lead off anything in that first at bat. That would have been a lot better. I think I'm patient. But hey, we hooked him up over the weekend. Only 2 curtain calls and only one up a home run. It was just kind of cool when you're growing up in baseball. In 2000, I guess I was 13 when he came up. So to see that until I was 24 was kind of cool. I mean, seeing 2 World Truck Series championships. And people don't get to see that in a lifetime. I get to go to a playoff game in the meantime. A playoff game somewhere there. The Cardinals end up losing. I seen a game where Oscar Taveras and Colt Wong and Matt Adams all hit a home run in the playoff game. And I think that was after Bull Bulls, but who cares? But some of the things that there was other changes to 04. I mean, it's just cool to see what him being on that team provided you with entertainment for this team. I mean, some people don't get to see 2 World Series championships in a lifetime. Look at Cleveland. I mean, as of right now, we've only got to see 1 Stanley Cup, and that's good enough for me. I mean, just if you're 30 years old like me, so you're 13, so, I mean, I would say anywhere from a person who was born about 92 on up, you can remember seeing a Super Bowl win, 2 World Series championships, and a Stanley Cup. Also losing a Super Bowl. Also losing two World Series. Blues seem in the position every year that at least fighting for the Stanley Cup. I mean, teams that you have since 2000 like had a chance to win the Stanley Cup, even though there were some bad years in there for the Blues. Not many for the Cardinals and some of the football we see. But it's kind of cool that we've got to witness that. And this just adds another thing to it with Poole. And he was part of that. So we should give him the credit he deserved. I mean, then nobody booed Jake Allen at the Blues Parade, which I may still do my Blues podcast. I'm going to talk more about it then. But hey, give credit where credit's due. There was times that Jake Allen had to become King Kong and stick up this team. And I mean, they've had bad defense for 3 or 4 years, and he's been the goalie. He's been the go-to goalie. So, but it's just another thing you can add to a list. And even if people think that they can remember the Super Bowl from later on born, I mean, just to see the mementos, like, you know, I was born in 2000. That's the year we got our only Super Bowl. Or 2006 or 2010, and now 2019 with the Blues. But even getting to witness this with Poole, and then him getting the home run, you almost wanted that first at bat for that run to go out. Like, you know, like he's going back, I'm like, and you're just banging it almost. Like, you're not faking it, but you're almost begging for it it's going out. Like, and I thought that's what was cool about it. You weren't rooting for the Angels, you were rooting for the Cardinals to win, but you were rooting against the Cardinals just there for a couple moments, and I think that's kind of cool in sports when you can do that. You can root against your hometown crowd just for that moment. I mean, those are the kind of cool moments to me that come up in like sports live. Like you're almost rooting when the Stanley Cup came around, the Blues, Brett Hall in the crease, and you're almost rooting for the Stars to win that Stanley Cup because it's Brett Hall and he didn't get one. I can't think of many Cardinals like that, though. Matt Halliday, when he was with Colorado, that's another one to think about. So just little things like that. Kind of cool to root for in sports. I can't think of many. I guess Kurt Warner with Arizona, that could be one. I mean, I always think it's cool, and I always say it's funny to say that Tony Banks was starting for the Super Bowl in the beginning of the season for the Ravens when they won their Super Bowl. And Trent Dilfer finishing it out, but still, hey, Tony Banks got him a Super Bowl. I think that's kind of cool. Hey, we kind of messed up his life there for a little bit. Just some little moments where that you can say, I'm going to move for Pujols for a second against the Cardinals. Or anytime you can do it at any time. Definitely for a guy like Kurt Warner. Or Robert Pujols or Matt Halliday against the Cardinals. That was kind of cool. And that's a lot of experiences that people don't have in a lifetime, what we experience just since the year 2000. In 1998, really, with the home run chase. So just in a little bit of a short amount of time, in 21 years, I mean, just think how much that is the experience in sports. And that's why I think it was a big weekend, because we showed Pujols the love that we've experienced from these teams, and it's kind of, it's a passion. Love is a passion. A passion for sports, people that like sports that get to see those. So I'm glad that we showed him that we appreciate what to get them experiences. And we go overboard sometimes. Greg Garcia got a nice little ovation. Daniel Descalso probably got one when he was here. So we go a little overboard with it sometimes, but I don't think this was overboard. I think this was the right amount. So it's kind of a cool weekend to kind of sit back and not have to think about how bad the Cardinals are, or damn, we just want, just something to get away from. Just take a break from the Stanley Cup for a day. Even though I really didn't either. But for that 3 hours. Now we'll stay in St. Louis County, we'll stay in St. Louis, and I'm gonna get off the sports for a little bit. I'm gonna get back on it. So I was, for what I got to see on the internet today, I seen that St. Louis County is gonna issue subpoenas for the Northwest Plaza lease program, which is basically funny money where people got. They're basically paying Stinger to get leases down there for the revamped Northwest Plaza. Which the deal always seemed kind of fishy to me, because stores are moving in and out at all times. I mean, in all the stories you heard about the asbestos, and then I remember the movie theater, how destroyed that looked the last time I was there. So I grew up in St. Anne my whole life, so I was there millions of times. Not millions, but you get it. Just how all of a sudden it got all of a sudden rebuilt up like that. I mean, it's kind of funny where the Menards is in Northwest Plaza. I mean, just the store's closing down quick too. As soon as they come in, they go now. And it's just little things like that that seem just kind of fishy to me. And then you hear about it, and you're like, yeah, that sounds like St. Anne. Something fishy going on. I just can't see how politicians, and I get some of it to get off the side. Like I never had a problem with Sally Faith kind of did in St. Charles. She got these little small amounts here and there. You know, just little political deals. But these politicians, like Steve Sanger, he just wanted all the money. Hey, if you're going to make these deals happen, I'm saying, get your sign a little contract here or there. Don't make it look as fishy as you did. And now you've lost, I don't know, just the better living or the better, whatever it is, better community STL thing that he was a big part of. That, of course, that was going to fall back. You got people in his regime that are having to pay millions of dollars back. I mean, it's just something to think about. These are the people that we're actually voting for, and that we're just saying it because of what they say, and we see it. It's kind of like right before our eyes almost. And we see, and I know if I would mention, I shouldn't be talking about it, but it's like right before our eyes, we see what they do, and then I guess it's just becomes sneakier and sneakier because we keep putting them in there. They just find more ways to get more sneaky. I think the Better Connect thing would work. You know, merge these two places together and let's funnel the money into downtown St. Louis, which should be a destination point for people that they're too scared to get killed. Blah blah. So we can bring the MLS Stadium in. So maybe we can get more events at the Dome. Maybe move the XFL to the MLS Stadium. Try to keep these things around. Try to keep the XFL around at least. It should be an entertainment spot. Really, Six Flags St. Louis shouldn't be in Eureka. It should be downtown St. Louis. Or at least close to it. Because we turn so many opportunities down for jobs. And we're a big community. You're funneling down your own community. I didn't mean to say funnel down, but you're bringing down your own community by turning away these businesses and not giving discounts to these businesses. And the cops downtown need help. If you can't, someone can't get shot at a baseball game, or you can't worry about a shooting at a baseball game. Guards can't stop getting broken into, and what should be a destination spot. So obviously they need help. And even with something should be worked out with St. Charles County. I'm not saying that there are a bunch of residents across that bridge. I've always said that bridge is like demon water to most people from St. Charles. But provide events to them, like with Ameristar. It's kind of stupid to where Hollywood and Ameristar are. They're so close to each other. And then you got Lumiere. mean, it's like we just don't plan things out. When it's right there across the bridge where Ameristar is. And people already know Ameristar. And yet we put a casino right down the street. It's not really better or anything. With the Dave & Buster's right there, which should be another, which people go to. It's family, fun experience, and casino can be with other people, but there's a casino right down the street, and you're at Dave & Buster's, you look out and you see, wow, that's Ameristar. Let's go to Ameristar. Did you see Hollywood down there? Well, we already see this one. I mean, where Hollywood's hidden, you can't really see it from the highway. You can see Ameristar if you look straight ahead. And you could have put something else down there. I mean, we should all be working together. It's better together, STL, of course. Duh. You see, I put two to two together. I just have to keep thinking. Sometimes I'm pretty good on this podcast. But you're almost bidding against yourselves. Because people are more going to want to go downtown. Unless they hear about the stories about downtown. But then people still want to go to the destination spot in St. Louis. They still want to go see Cardinals baseball. They still want to go see Ballpark Village. But it could be more well worked out. Where there's 3 counties working together to generate revenue for all 3. And you cost yourself definitely where you put Hollywood. Lumiere's kind of in a good spot. Parking's a little difficult from where you're sitting at. Ameristar's a perfect spot, really. Never heard too much bad about Ameristar. Never got my car broken into. And did a lot of staying, a lot of playing in Ameristar. I lived in St. Charles forever, so I know what it's about. But you could have easily just funneled people to that casino instead of bringing people to your casino. Based on more Dave & Buster's, put something else out there. Put a laser tag thing or something like that. Gotten fit. Like, some people don't want to travel hours away out of to do fun things. So fit is where like the best laser tag place is, swinging around fun time. I mean, there's other things you could have created that would have been better suited for the community as a whole. It just irritates me that they don't work together like that. It's not even a thought. Like with all the hotels and stuff in our city, like where you're telling people they can go to this Shack in a Box or this McDonald's, like, oh, they have to go eat at the casino or Dave & Buster's. I mean, that's really the only choices they got. And yeah, I guess people could go down the Rock Road and stuff like that, but you're not really putting all the former communities together. You're kind of relying on, we get enough. So we got the casino and stuff like that. Well, when people drive down the highway, they're getting on it. They see Ameristar straight ahead. Where do you see Hollywood? I don't even know if you see the signs for it, or you might see it, and you're like, oh, you wonder where that is. Well, we see that one right there. It's just like it's not even thought out. I mean, everybody knows what Ameristar is. I mean, you had Harris, it's Hollywood, probably something else in between there. I mean, you really don't hear too many people talk about it. Instead, we got politicians just trying to make their own money and not losing their jobs and losing things that probably could help us work out. And then now you're going to look into the Northwest Plaza thing, and who says that's how long that's going to run now? You got people going in and looking at that. And they could easily say, oh, we shut this whole place down, look what we got. I mean, it's just not well thought out things. Now, I was just talking about the XFL a second ago with the soccer stadium and stuff. I was reading a story today on that AAF, the American Alliance Football, the other football league that we somehow have magically had so many days filled up at the Dome that they couldn't play here. I mean, that's just so St. Louis. I mean, We can't move this monster truck and then around because for your football games, they might bring revenue to our city more than this monster truck thing's gonna do. But glad they did it. Hey, maybe they knew something we didn't know. But downtown Dundon was gonna put $200 million into the AAF. I said AAF. Well, he ended up only putting $70 million in, and that's the end how it was structured and shut it down. Well, today their story came out to where he is suing the AAF in bankruptcy court for his whole $70 million back, saying that they know that there was misrepresentation, saying that they knew that for the money he got, they were going to at least need $300 million more, plus league revenue to survive the whole first season. I mean, this whole thing is just looking crazier by the moment. I mean, if you read the story on ESPN.com, they had a guy that was trying to buy the Minnesota Vikings. I think he ended up becoming a minority owner in it, but kept funneling money around. With the Vikings, they show that he lied about his money when he was trying to buy the whole team. And then with the AAF, he said, "Oh, I'm going to put this much in." Well, they would get things of $13 million here and $14 million here. And then they froze his bank accounts because he's funneling money from other countries and stuff like that. I just can't believe that the guy that took over the league and was going to run the league and was willing to invest $200 million into it. It's all saying he didn't know what was going on. And he's the one to shut it down. And he's also the owner of the Carolina Hurricanes. So he has money to throw around. So he obviously knows what he's doing if he's running a team like that, a team that made it to the playoffs, made it through a couple rounds of the playoffs. They actually got famous for doing basically football celebrations after wins. Which, whatever. Do what you do. Can't hate on anyone. Do what you do. Do you. But to basically say that you to look into this when you're willing to invest $200 million is kind of crazy to me. Definitely when you already own a team and so you kind of know the ins and outs of what you have to do to run something like this. And of course, the internet went out today, so I didn't get to read the full story. It kind of ticked me off, but whatever. But I'm kind of thinking, to me, that's kind of something you're wrongdoing. Like, how could you sue and get your money back? Like, I hope he gets his money back because obviously he was lied to a little bit about what started at first. But why would you not look deeper into it? And who the investors are and who the people that say they got this money. I mean, if you're going to be a lead investor and take over a league, wouldn't you want to know who the other investors are? They're going to provide this much for you. Like if you went in and now you're saying that they knew that they were going to need $500 million to keep the league going through the whole first season. How do you know that now and didn't know that then? It's like, oh, I just finally got around to reading through all the contracts and stuff and seeing what they said or doing all the numbers. Well, shouldn't you have done that at the beginning? Even though you were getting told what you were getting told. Wouldn't you think that you would look farther into it? You're just saying, I'm going to throw $200 million into this. I mean, this fucks me up. I'd probably put money in things like that, but I'm not putting $200 million into it. Like, I probably put money into stupid things where I was like, this might work. And of course it doesn't. Like, wish it was on this podcast, but it wasn't. If I'm putting $200 million in something, no matter how much money I have, no matter if I got this Carolina team that I'm worried about that's in the playoffs and blah, 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 I think I'm going to say, like, well, I think you guys probably need more than this. I mean, being here, you got these, let's talk to these other investors. And, like, it seemed like he didn't even do his due diligence. Like, players didn't even know if they were fired or not. And he basically just said, let's shut it down. But I think this is going to actually lead to other lawsuits for him, definitely by players. If it's, hey, this guy's going to get a $70 million, well, I'm going to go get my 3-year contract, or whatever it was, the rest of my contract. Or, hey, they were supposed to pay for this. Hey, I'm supposed to have medical. I'm supposed to have this. I'm supposed to have blah, blah, blah. And I really don't know if this could hold down that XFL. That could also make it more interesting to see how Vince McMahon's going to do it when he says that, hey, I got $500 million into this. And that's all of a sudden the number that Dundee came up with. So, I mean, this is fishy things here and there. And we're really kind of interested in this. It may be interested in the story. Well, I am just having trouble talking today. I mean, sometimes I do get like that on the show, where I have trouble saying words that, like, I didn't plan out before. But it made me get into this because a report that came out actually on KMOX, I guess it was yesterday, but it looks like the PSL owners of the Rams, they were supposed to have 30-year PSLs. They're going to get some money. It reads from KMOX.com. The $24 million settlement between the Rams organization and its former STL PSL holders has been approved by a federal judge in St. Louis. It was the last hurdle of a lawsuit filed on behalf of the thousands of former St. Louis Rams fans. The ruling from the Monday's report hearing was first reported by David Hunt of the Post-Dispatch, who reported payouts would begin as early as December in the lawsuit against the Rams. Judge Stephen N. Limbaugh Jr. gave the approval. Depending on the numbers of former PSL holders who apply for refunds online, the Rams could be required to pay up to $24 million in settlements. And then it gives a website for if you're a PSL holder that you can apply. And this is actually from a previous reporting. Attorney Rick Cornfield tells KMOX a judge will make a final decision if the ruling is fair, reasonable, and provides adequate compensation among the claims. He says there will be no timely objection to any settlement thus far, and 43% of the PSL holders covered by the lawsuit have been approved for payouts. But he hopes more claims are filed by the August 23rd deadline. The class action lawsuit was filed on behalf of thousands of fans who bought PSLs that were good for 30 seasons, which was the length of the lease at the St. Louis Rams Stadium, formerly known as Edward Jones Dome. Rams owner Stan Kroenke took the team to California in 2016 after 21 seasons in St. Louis. The amount each PSL holder will receive will depend on the value of the PSL, which ranged anywhere from $250 to $500 based on location of the seat. There's your Fuck the Rams Weekly. I mean, it's kind of cool to hear a story like this. Like, even though you're not a PSL holder, like, hey, we're going to get something back for putting into this team. Like, I'm not going to, like, you almost want to be a part of that group. You almost want to see it that day when some of the PSL holders are going to get their money. It looks like they are. Like they deserve it. I mean, and it was funny when you seen all the hockey stats about what's watch, which I have written down. Hockey podcast coming soon, promise. Stanley Cup edition. Stanley Cup champion edition of the sports blog. We're champions. But the more people watch the Super Bowl in St. Louis than they did in California. There was an Emory University report where somebody claimed that the Rams had the worst fan base in football. Are you effing kidding me? And we're not a sports network. We watch more of your Super Bowl than your Super Day. I don't think that the St. Louis Rams will ever make the worst fan base in football. And now you have to pay these people. And all the lies that they told, and then you hear the stories how they just came out when they moved, and all the stories in the LA Post and all that. Boy, I mean, if I was one of the PSL holders that paid for this and said I was going to get 30 seasons, yeah, I would be kind of ticked. I was ticked anyways. That's why it would only be kind of cool for the XFL to succeed here. That's what I mean. It's just to have something else for football. Like, I kind of want to see that dome get filled up on the first game at home. That's all I want to see. Just 70,000 there for one game. Just to prove a point. I don't think it's going to happen. But it'd be nice to prove a point. And now definitely after this happened, after you get they're going to pay $24 million to people in St. Louis. I don't know how much that would be to each. I mean, I don't know if they get their money back or they get the PSLs for. They have to pay $200 each year, but however it works, however they get it, if they get at the most, I guess, about 1,600 apiece. I mean, it's something, and it's kind of cool to think about. That, hey, we kind of fucked Stan Kroenke again. I mean, and this gives it a bigger boost with the Blues and the Pujols weekend, and then now the Rams get fucked. And you see St. Louis FC, no, which is funny to me because they beat two of those teams, but then they go back and they tie a USL team, but whatever. I mean, we're just having a good sports 2 weeks. Just one time I want to see the dome build up for an XFL game. Just if it really happens, if the XFL game gets here, just one time. It'd actually be kind of cool for them, because of what they did at Busch Stadium, they went and did something at the football field just for fun, just to prove it. Because you probably fill it up. You try to do it on a off day, maybe like, well, I guess it'd be hard to do it during the weekday, but I people would show up. I bet you could fill that dome with something over there. Just keep fucking. Just seriously, just bring off things to Stan Kroenke. Like, I really hope that somehow we get that Rams Park that he does, just stuff like that. Just keep going. We're having a good couple weeks. Let's make it a good few weeks. Let's somehow just him say, I give it up this week. I doubt it, because he's probably highly ticked about this. I would be too, like I said. You want $1, you want $20 million. This is basically the same thing. Do you want to give up $1, or would you rather give up $24 million? Same thing. Same thing I said about Pujols. I'm just glad it's happening to him. No. When you're kind of down and out, and I'm not down and out. I don't have a TV and I don't have a radio. Like, I was itching to do this. I can't. It's kind of exciting me that I used to do this podcast. Because it kind of gets my mind flowing and stuff I want to talk about and stuff like that. And like, I really came to this with just the little things to talk about that I already talked about. And I think throughout the show and stuff like that. And that's why I got on my little cardinal tangent. And stuff like that. But see, the history that we've seen just in these 2 weeks has really been kind of nutty. And it's enjoyable. Like, I can't see, like, how if you could be just involved, just to see it and not involved in sports and not like it. And, like, that's why it's kind of cool, like, you could do what you do on Twitter, like some people call for it, which is kind of fun to see people call for the hate and shit, but I don't see none of it. And I mean, I ain't got a bunch of followers. I got 40-some followers or something like that. Half of them probably muted me by now. But it's really kind of cool to do it when I get to do this podcast to get to talk about sports and stuff like this. Because when I talk about the other stuff, like, sometimes I don't go back and listen to my podcast because I don't want to really think about it. Like, it doesn't bring me down or nothing like that. But it starts making you think, like, man, should I really put some of the stuff out here that I put out here? And like, the good thing about me is I don't tell the crazy stories on here. And sometimes when you see something on Facebook members, you see some of the stories, or you go do what you do, you know, or you see stuff, whether it's Twitter, whatever. And like, I probably used to be a lot more wild on Twitter. I don't say nothing on Twitter now. It's like almost something you want to talk about. And I do talk about crazy stories. I kind of hide them with the way they go. Which I've always wanted to talk, like, kind of like put myself out there, kind of like in a way I've always wanted to talk, just to talk on the podcast sometimes. Like, I'm not just interested in sport or something, but, you know, it's the thing that interests me the most. Like, I'm not a big music fan. I'm not going to come on here and try to explain to you the new Tiger, Drake, whatever. I don't know why I said Tiger. I hate, you know. But just to talk the talk. And that's what was kind of fun about doing them, like, some 3-week ones. Or 3-a-week ones. Because I would just talk about anything, and it's kind of fun to do. Like, sometimes it's kind of fun to call in here and kind of complain, and just kind of talk shit, and just be like, and just kind of laugh at, like, things that happen. Like, man, I've had a good week at work, I've had a good week at the crib, I've had a good week, you know, some of the stuff dealing with banks, which technology is like my asshole. I mean, this shit keeps flying. Shit just goes everywhere. But even without the internet, I knew I could record something. I knew that, hey, you know, something happened at the bank with my card. Just walk up there and get a new card. Like, this shit goes down. TV goes down, whatever. I involve Bluetooth radio. When the internet does what it does, I'll get on here and just download as much podcasts or even listen to one-on-one at night. Like, I'm not a big fan of, like, listening to music at night for some reason. I've never been a fan of that. Like, I always like listening to the talk radio. And one-on-one's about the best thing here to listen. I don't know what 97.1 plays. That might be a little scary to go try to listen to see what they play. You turn it on and you got Glenn Beck just blaring in your ear or something like that. Like, maybe not. Like, and like, what's kind of fun is, like, this, since I have this issue, like, I can listen to music at work and I can put it on rap or whatever. And some people listen, some people don't like it. You know, but yeah, you know, whatever. Hey, let's do what I listen to. So I can listen to classical rock. I can listen to alternative music. I'm not a big heavy metal guy, and we don't play that off my phone at least. But I just like talking about all kinds of stuff. Like, I wanted to talk about the Northwest Plaza thing, right? And, like, if you put yourself out here in the world, why not try to make something off of it, or try to have fun doing it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have a lot of fun at work than just talking shit. And I have a lot of fun when I do the things, when I just talk shit on this podcast. Like, pet peeves, like, people, like, today I walk in the Dollar General, and I'm just walking down the road, and, you know, there's people honking at me and shit at night and fucking scaring the fuck out of me. Like, I'm not paying no attention, and I'm just walking across the street, and someone flies by you honking their horn and shit like that. Like, that shit really just, you know, like, I remember when I was younger, I'd be like, yeah, fuck you, or, hey, you know, or throw my hands up or whatever, you know. Now I just like, I'm too old for this shit. I'm not gonna, yeah, if you can do it, piss me off, whatever. Like, I'm going over here, get my Rolos, get me some soda, I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna smoke a blunt, I'm gonna do this podcast. Like, fuck that, you ain't stopping my night tonight. It'd be kind of cool if I was like that on everything. Because I do get, like, a little emotional, like, stuff that happens, like, things that people not calling me back, or, like, when I don't write John and shit like that. This shit, like, this for some reason gets to me. And I let it happen. People talking down for no reason. She's like, they're not even on me, but other people. And she's like, I'm like, man, that stuff, for some reason, when you're younger, you want to fight over it, shit like that. Now I'm just like, okay. Like the political talk with people. Like, I like to get, before I'd be like, no, just don't talk about it. Like, I'm not going to listen to it. And now with political talk, I just giggle. Whether it's Democrat, Republican, I think it's funny to me. And like, getting on these dating sites and seeing these girls, like, if you like Trump, or if you don't like Trump, or if you like Obama, like, it's not going to happen. Like, bitch, why do we have to talk about it? What's the fun in talking about it? We're going to get this, and we're going to go vote. No, you're not getting nothing. Like, let's sit here and smoke a blunt and talk about South Park. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the reason to talk about it? Like, what changes you talking about? Like, are we all gonna run for office? Like, that's what it makes you feel like. It feels like, it makes me feel like the people like to stick. Well, if I ran for office, like the people that come out there and say, well, if I did this and I did, well, I grew a weed crop in the middle of my yard. I would be the happiest person ever, but I ain't doing that. If I had 15 bitches up here sitting on my couch right now, I'm not doing that. And that shit does always makes me laugh when people say that kind of stuff. And that's what it makes me think when people, well, I like him for this reason, because if he's doing this, and then we can do this. Well, it makes me say, well, if I ran for president, I would take every one of Trump's things, but I would do this. And it's like, it's just funny when you get older, like, the stuff just becomes crazy to you. Like, Twitter is the best place for political stuff. Like, I like going to, like, where you can go and you push a search thing and you can search for people and I'll have to, like, you follow this person, so we're going to give you a bunch of other comedians. And they just say stupid shit. They're like, put the rapist in jail. Like, come on. And then a girl was talking the other day, because brother was talking about the student loan debt. And she was basically, well, I paid off this and I paid off my student loan debt by myself. Why is it reasonable for you to pay off all these other people's student loans? Essentially. And I don't have the exact tweet, but I see her talking about it. Well, why do you care if you paid off your student loan and you feel like that money is something to you? And obviously, more than one person seeing it, like, you have the money. Like, why are we not helping each other out as people? That's the stuff that gets to me. And that's why I wanted to talk about the first part of the thing, because where are we getting singling out certain kinds of people? I mean, it's kind of just lazy to me. It's just a lazy hot take. They'd be like, because the Cardinals suck, because they suck. No, I mean, it's basically what it's saying. Well, why are we helping other people when you didn't help me out? I mean, it's just the kind of stuff like that that it just makes you not want to be around anybody. I mean, think of the efforts that could be done if you merge and you help everybody in a community with two different entities, and really 19 million, because we got so many different municipalities. It'd be ridiculous. So we go and bitch about student loans, or we find reasons that marijuana kills people so we can't have it legal, or the doctors in Missouri are making it hard for people to get cards, so they don't want to issue them because they're scared. I mean, it's just stuff like that. If you work together and not just always hate on someone else, hate on somebody else for something that's got something that you don't. That'd be like every dude just going out here and just going to restaurants and cussing people out because they got a girlfriend. And people don't, I mean, there's people that do that kind of shit, but they're weirdo motherfuckers. Like, I really think like either these people don't get laid or they really need like the medical marijuana. And if you got it, you want to keep it out of yourself. I mean, I totally understand. If you don't want to make it legal because you're out here getting it. You're paying people off to keep it legal because they're supplying you with whatever you want. Cool, man. Cool, dude. We should don't come up with these reasons that it's a gateway drug and shit like that. Like, I've never smoked weed. Like, damn, I want to go do some cocaine. Damn, I want to go shoot up heroin. I mean, it just seems like that we have to find the bad and all everything that could be good. It's one of them. I mean, I guess they're called, I don't know if they're called Venn diagrams. But you have the good, you have the bad, and you have the sin. Well, there's not much on the bad side with any of it. With making two communities one, where you got so much money falling out of both, and you're losing money in both, and you need to create jobs. Definitely with how much money that we know that's funneling through there now with this finger thing, that when we know how much you make from working 3-4 days a week, 3 or 4 hours a day, and making $100,000 salaries, or even close to it. And I understand that most of the people did say, yeah, then people are going to say, well, I didn't make my salary. Well, then make a fucking difference. I mean, I still see why everything has to become a fight, or everything has to be. You have to go against the grain of everyone. I mean, just to run around and roll and honk at somebody, like, to fuck with somebody, like, that's just fucked up. To be, like, I never thought about honking at somebody that's walking down the side of the road. Like, even when I was driving. Like, this is the longest I haven't had a car in 16 years, and this is fucking ridiculous. Like, sometimes when you're walking, you're just kind of walking, and you're like, why the fuck am I still walking? Like, the other day, my dad was offering me to buy me a bike, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I kind of like walking. And then I'm walking the other day to somewhere I got to go that was kind of far to cash my check. And I was like, man, I probably should let him buy me that bike. And I was walking for a while. I was walking 2 miles a day to work and back. And I don't think that, like, less people, I don't think anybody really fucked with me too much. I think, you know, I get picked up more out here. Great Lincoln County. People are a lot nicer out here than North County. People scared to go shoot them in North County out here. You know, you see a guy in a freaking Mizzou hat with his hair put up, like, I'm not really going to, like, harm anybody. It's just like, it's funny how we fight against each other for nothing. It gets you nowhere with nothing. And it's been happening in the counties for years. In the county with St. Louis City. And I mean, there's this other things I didn't even think about with, like, the zoo and stuff like that. I mean, just think if you could find ways. I mean, Trans Hams, the Metrolink. You probably need more Metrolink. But anything. Restaurants that work with, that have buses that can, you know, bring people down to the city, or, you know, just stuff like that. Just something that you can make a difference at. And help grow the city instead of keep bringing it down. And everybody that wants to bitch about the politics and stuff like that, then that's what you should start doing. Because I'm not sitting here bitching about it. Do you? I mean, I guess. I keep saying that do you thing, but then I have complaints about people. I decided I'm not going to judge you because of it. And that's why I say do you. Because, I mean, do what you got to do. If you got an agenda, fit it. Mine just happens to be, let's all work together with create something that we haven't seen in a long time. When you had the 1904 World's Fair, things like that, where there was carnivals and stuff downtown. Fairs, I mean, you had that in Eureka. Why Six Flags St. Louis and Eureka? It's just the crazy things I think about while I'm doing the podcast. Because this week got a good time to do it. Because like I said, I was trying to think of a way to bring it up. It's the history we've just witnessed in the last 25 years. And I think that with the younger generation, and I think that that's something we could use to look what we did in downtown St. Louis, and nothing bad happened twice with the parade and the celebration after the game. Look what we could make this city, even though what you've heard about this city. Look what we can make it. And start knocking down buildings and then bringing up apartments. Stop having these places where people are allowed to get these drugs and do the drugs. I mean, they're not going to knock it all out because people are just moving to homes, but at least they're in homes. At least they're not lighting fires and shit and burning down buildings, or buildings aren't falling on people. I mean, a few years ago, I remember. And I think the Dewitt's are smart about this. When they built Bush Stadium, there were pieces falling off and hitting the sidewalk and almost hitting people. And they had to fix the stuff. And because they built it cheaply, because they know in 20 years that they're going to have to probably find a new stadium, just the way the market rolls. And they're doing everything themselves. Just think of them people building up St. Louis. Tom Stillman, Jim Cavanaugh. It's like people we could bring into this. I mean, St. Louis FC plays down in Fitton. What the hell? I'm not saying and that's the part they should play at, but if it's a St. Louis thing, we should bring all these different things that we can bring in the city by just doing little itty bitty things. Paying to knock down buildings. If we're paying you so much a year, you can't find a way in the budget to knock down buildings and make something look better that could be totally times better than like these other cities have. And it's just because there's always a fight now. Everybody just wants to be different. I mean, with a guy like Antonio French down there, people like that, who's not around no more, trying to run for governor, blah, blah, blah. Didn't win, of course. But just off what just happened, and you just see how your city came out. It did this for the Blues, it did this for Pool Rolls. And there are things you could build on. I mean, the people are going to want to invest in this stuff. And we're not letting them. I wish people could invest in this podcast, you know. It's just funny how we all fight. We all have to have a different opinion on something. Whether it's something anybody like fuck with the guy coming down the street, or when it's walking past, like do I go past there because of the cop, or do I walk under ladders or black cat? You know, it's just funny. See, you know, it just gets me sometimes. It just makes me like definitely a politics. Like I always like to hear different people's opinions on sports. Politics. I mean, it's just funny. But everyday life. How to deal with certain situations. Like I never was into talking about the chick stories, but even people saying, "Oh yeah, I heard that story about you and your chick, and y'all need to try this," or something just stuff like that. I mean, it's fun to talk about. It's fun to sit there and bullshit. Kind of like we did for the last 15, 20 minutes. Well, we're gonna get this up when we get this up, but we're gonna get it up. For Lori, R.I.P. For Johnny Free, my homie. For my grandma Bowlesby, R.I.P. I love you. For my grandma Hicks, love you, grandma. For Jake, Maddie, Zach, Amanda, and Joe. This has been a sports blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Hello and welcome to the sports blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. You can tweet me at rbowlesbyjr. You can tweet the Greater STL Sports Network at Greater STL SN. You can find us just about anywhere but Facebook, and that's going to change here. I promise you that's going to change. We're going to figure this out. But we're on YouTube. Having a little trouble getting the last one on YouTube. But the video randomly showed back up in my video, so it came in 2 videos for the YouTube people, so I might just put it up in 2 videos. How I've done it before would be a difference, but I'm on Spotify, we're on iTunes, we're on Google Play, we're just about it. Stitcher, I seen the other day. Now, the funny thing about Facebook is it says that the page is still there. And if you follow me on Facebook, which I don't have Facebook anymore, the page has actually been gone for a while. And it wasn't deleted by me. Something happened on Facebook. Because it still comes up on the Google searches, blah, 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 whatever it is. So we'll figure this out. But we're just about anywhere. You can hear us anywhere. Anchor. Greatest thing, even though I've had trouble with Anchor a little bit too. The greatest app I've downloaded for this podcast. Sends it everywhere for me. I ain't got to go on Google Play to send it. I ain't got to get on. It's just great. It really put the podcast out there a little more. And I just been itching to do this podcast. Now, I was gonna do the blues one, and well, technology failed me there also. I'm sitting there watching TV last night, and the TV just goes black. I can't see the channels. I can't see the inputs. I can't see absolutely nothing. It's just black. I can hear it. I turned it all the way up. I bet my neighbors love that. But that's why at the beginning of the show we didn't have music, and because I don't have my PlayStation set up for a TV to where I could play music, and I was going to play a lot of audio from the blues, and I was going to play Glory, of course, which we're sitting at the podcast, and we're going to figure something out. And I'm using both the devices I have right now to do this podcast, so it's up on YouTube and it gets to everywhere else, so I have 2 copies of it just in case one messes up. So technology's really been bumming me out. I mean, I sat there and talked to my stepson Joey the other day, and he's doing his little gaming thing on YouTube just like every other kid there is, and he signed up for this thing called Streamlabs. Now, we sat on the phone for an hour. Now, I had people here at the time. We'll get into that story. We'll get into people's stories in a minute. But, I mean, I was on my phone. I was on my tablet. I was desktoping sites on Chrome. And we just couldn't figure it out. Like, technology's really bumming me out. Definitely on this podcast. But every time I ended up figuring it out. I figured out how to get to where it is now. I think it were twice on Google Play, so I figured that out too. It's a lot easier with a laptop. I always like having the laptop because I could hear myself talk when I had the headphones on. That's another thing that bums me out about this podcast, not having everything I need and putting money where it shouldn't go. But it's just been that kind of week for me. And yeah, blues thing's been great. God, a week since that. I mean, the coolest thing in your life, and then to see that parade and all that, which we'll talk about in the other podcast. When I get the blues podcast, and if we gotta do it a stupid way, we'll do it a stupid way tomorrow. I'll just have to record it on one of your devices and see what happens. Whatever I gotta do. But I think I did a podcast around the same time last year, a little bit before this. I think it was in May. I did a string of podcasts, and this is actually 2017, excuse me. In 2017, where I just did a string of podcasts just talking randomness. A whole one on religion, a whole one of things I took for granted, and a whole one on the word no. And I still haven't learned that fucking word yet. And I think that it goes in my head. I need people around because I'm crazy to where I think I have to get things out. Well, I keep saying I have to get things out on this podcast and don't do it. I do a podcast every second of every day. But I'm starting to figure out that I'm not a big fan of the people I bring around. I'm a scavenger hunter. I hunt for scavengers. I think I find these people that maybe have it even the same or worse than me, and just try to help them out because I know the struggle. And I think I'm going to start every podcast off with the same fucking spiel. But I think with the people that I've helped out in the past, it kind of ruins it for other people because I'm not trustworthy. And the people I bring around aren't trustworthy. I'm not trustworthy of people, and they're just not trustworthy of what they do. And I'm just starting to figure out that it's like when I was talking to my dad the other day, I was like, I think I need to go to church or something, just something else, just with some with people around. I'll get it out somewhere fucking else, because the people I bring around just stress me to the max. There's always things, and when you help other people with family, that's where you get to it. I helped the kids with my mom. I ain't heard from her, and that's not her fault. It's blah blah. So it's all a story. If you know my life, you know the story. But it gets to a point. I'm at 32 years old. I have learned this shit, but it's getting to a point to where I've just given up. I'm trying to fuck with other people, and I think that's why I jump into relationships. I mean, we were talking about work the other day. I changed history. I had a girl's name I got covered up with a blues, kind of a blues tattoo. It says St. Louis Blues with the arch in the background. It's something to cover it up. It's something though I don't have to see it. I don't think I'm showing a video since I've gotten either tattoo. So the first one I'm glad you guys know about, but no. But I jumped in the relationship and stopped that podcast. I started the podcast originally was doing 3 a week because just trying to get shit off my brain. And I would see something like the religion story, which really got to me. Or I'd think about something and be like, man, I should talk about that on the podcast. It just gets me how people think. Like, it's usually do a favor, get a favor back, right? And you know with the people you help. You know the ones that you're going to do favors for and never get nothing back. But if them are your people, you keep doing the favors. And then you got people that you're doing favors for. Is hey, an eye for an eye here. Well, people's definition of an eye for an eye now is a whole lot different than mine. I mean, you could give somebody, let someone borrow hundreds of dollars, or hey, I got you on this 20 here, I got you getting this here at the store, or whatever. And like their comeback is when you're thinking down to a point where you need a favor, where you need to feel the friendship, the pat on the back, kind of, I guess. The eye for an eye. And their eye for an eye is I picked you up at Dollar General, you lived across the street, I took you home from there. Like, what the hell? I could have walked. What kind of... And thank you, I appreciate it. But when it comes down to that next fair, I think it should be a little more 50-50, you know what I'm saying? And people ain't 50-50. They think that 50-50 is their way of 50-50. And I'm just not going to do anything. I'm at a point where I'm going to stop thinking about it else. I'm going to do me. I'm not going to go out here and beg for nothing. I'm not going to go out here and beg for love or forgiveness or even back out. I'm just going to go out and do me. And that's always gotten me something. Even with the craziness that jobs don't see or people don't see, it's always gotten me something. And I got to learn to know where to know for myself, and that's being around other people and doing things that affect them because of other people or things that are in my head. Mostly in relationships. And I just got to start telling people no. Because I'm in a situation where I can't help myself anymore. My boss is my landlord. So I can't fuck up either place. Or I'm fucked in either place. And I used to think that I was real big. And it said, God grant me the serenity to help the things that I cannot control. Well, I don't help myself with the things I can control. And it's starting to actually get in my head that I don't help myself with the things that I can't control. And I've done it my whole life. I drug Amanda into a situation I could have controlled that I shouldn't have drugged her in. I drug Casey in a situation I couldn't have controlled. Because of my own brain power, or my own loneliness, or my own boredom, I guess. It's just stupid on my part. And my brain works different ways because when I'm drunk. Well, it definitely works different ways when there's drunk and no weed. And And they always say when you bring people around things that they used to they want to do them, like drugs and stuff. I've never really been like that. I don't see meth in front of me and think I'm gonna go do a bunch of meth, even if I done it before. I never did heroin. I never seen heroin. It's like, let me try this for the first time. Now, weed I can't count. Weed to me is a medicine. Weed definitely helps my brain. And mixing no weed with liquor is bad for me because I already think enough. And on liquor, I act like it helps because I'm not thinking about it, but I'm still doing it. Whether I don't know that I'm doing it or whether I do know that I'm doing it. And that's kind of crazy to me that I let myself get in these situations where I think I have to drink. And if I don't have marijuana, if I don't have liquor, I should be able to control myself in any way. It's my brain. Or then I should really go to rehab, back to rehab, or go do some psycho or whatever. And it took me shit to happen this week to really think that way. I mean, there's some of the stuff that people did to me this week. It's just mind blowing. People that I thought I was doing a favor for to get a favor back. Well, I can't do 10 in a row no more. I can't do 2 in a row anymore. That's why I'm not going to beg for nothing. I'm not going to help. I mean, if you can beg me, and we'll see where we're at in the situation. Because I'm not in that situation, except for with family. And I just, it really boggles my mind. And it's hard for me, and I wanted to say differentiate, but I know I can't say the word. I don't even know what I just said there. It's hard for me to separate real life from what I think is real life. Because you have your own thoughts and theories on how things should go, and I'm, for some reason, stuck in thinking that. And thinking, well, if I just keep going and keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. No. I need to separate reality from the fake reality that I've created. And that's 99.9% on me. The other 1% is whatever the people have made me think or what I think about other people. I mean, when you got me to a point where I'm the guy who talked bad about religion and made fun of religion and all that on this podcast before, is thinking about going to church. I mean, god damn, there's a reality that I haven't faced yet, and to myself, that I'm only hurting myself. And the situation that I'm in, with where I live and where I work and all that, the only person that can help me is gotta be a higher power at this point, because I'm not helping myself. And it's just makes no sense that the backing's not there for me with, and family can only help you so much. And I think I said a couple weeks ago, it's like I would give up on myself too. I said some people probably giving up on me, but if I said it, I at least thought it. It's almost like I give it up on myself. I think that I need everybody else. I've had my own houses. I've lost houses, multiple places that I've owned. I've lost cars. I've lost everything. And this is all because I can't say the fucking word no. And I had to sit there and think about it. And like I gave myself a day to not worry about it. But then I'm tripping off it today. I'm tripping off a little bit yesterday. I'm down at work tripping. And I'm thinking, what is wrong with you, dude? You're going to put yourself in a position to where you have no control over nothing. I'm not going to have control where I live, where I work, or nothing. And that's fucked up to think about. You're doing it to your goddamn self. And maybe it's because the way my relationships have gone down with girls, and maybe I just think that, well, I need somebody around. And I've said it before, I probably do need somebody. I need a babysitter to tell somebody no, but I don't have that, so I got to work. It's just I've been an eye for an eye type of guy. And I've always been a people pleaser. I've always been the person that says, yeah, I can do it. Yeah, I can help you. Well, when I'm at a point where I can't help myself, I gotta say no. No. When you're at the point where you're saying basically to everybody, don't ask me for shit because of other people, nah, I'm not that kind of person. But I have to be that kind of person in the situation that I'm in. And in a way, it pisses me off, but maybe in a way, it's a fantastic thing. Because now I know that I'm only fucking myself. And the stuff that's going to happen if I don't scares me. Like I even say sometimes I'm scared of myself. I'm scared to be by myself sometimes. Because it's just in my brain, just because I have nothing to get out to. And that's one of the reasons I got on Facebook, because I went on there and would rant and rave and do all kinds of shit and post random shit that made people think, like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? Even if it was just me being stupid. But you get to a point where you got people fucking thinking that you're a fucking nutball because all the 5 things you posted before them. And I'm really not that kind of person. I mean, it's my thoughts and stuff, but I've never been the person to, like, put my thoughts down like that. Like in a public setting, I don't want people to think I'm fucking crazy. I definitely don't want everybody to fucking see it. And it more irritates me than anything that I've had to get to that point. Just even if I've done all these things and fucked up so many times and lost place, I've worked my ass off my whole life to get to where I'm at. And now I'm at a halfway decent point to where I shouldn't have to worry about anything. For myself, anyways. There's outside things, there's my kids, all that. So there's outside entities there. But I can't worry about that right now. My kids are fine. Everything's fine where they're at. But it's not like I'm going to get them back where I'm living now. It's not like I'm not saying the city or nothing like that. I'm saying in a studio apartment. And I was talking to my dad about moving back towards Jeff County, trying to find a job out there. And seeing how long my dad was like, we'll take a couple months of this job. You'll probably be able to swing an apartment somewhere, something like that, you know. And, you know, my thing's always move forward. Well, I got to start not thinking ahead or thinking behind, because I got to live for me right now. Thinking about something that can happen 6 months from now is retarded. And I just do it just to try to make myself happy, make myself think of myself, well, if I'm not happy right now, what makes you think it's going to get any better? So it's just like, I can't believe that I've gotten to this point. And it's scared me for a couple of days. I thought I was literally going to go be homeless and have to, like, beg somebody for something. I'm not doing that. Because if I really wanted to do that, then I would just go live in a homeless shelter and beg on the streets and go beg on street corners and do that and do this and beg on the highways like my family is known to do. And I'm not that type of. I don't want to be that type. I work. That's what I do. I work. You know, it sucks down here. I had another job set up and shit's flooded all over the place and they're not getting no business and then their pizza oven broke and I'm like, what? You know, it's just my life at the time. But I'm good where I'm at. I survived. And that's the only way to think about it. It's like, hey, you're doing good. You're surviving. Unlike most other people. And survival is not a thing that most people understand. But in the positions that I have put myself in, survival is the best thing for me. And I don't listen to when my dad says it and stuff like that. He's like, you're in survival mode. And I never thought about it that way. That's what I am right now. I'm in survival mode and I'm surviving. But I can't fuck it up for myself. And for some reason, I fuck it up for myself. And that's some this week that I'm thinking like that. I gave the Blues hat a little rest today. Got the Mizzou hat on. I've been working in that thing. I've been doing everything I could possibly do in that Blues hat since the start of the playoff. I've been watching, you get superstitious about stuff, but I didn't want to mess with it. This Mizzou hat's been hanging on the wall the whole time. Or in a basket or on my table. But it just gets moved because it falls off the hook on the wall sometimes. Or I think about wearing it, then I'm like, that's probably ain't the good time to do this. Like on game 7 and the whole game, I went down to the Cardinals, got me, of course. I'm sitting there watching the game, and I'm like, I'm gonna do the podcast right after the game. 9th inning, I sat down like the 7th. I'm like, all right, cool. And then of course Martinez comes in, they tie the game, go to extra innings. I start cooking. I turn my space for a minute, and here in the 11th, there goes Paul Goldschmidt hitting a home run with 2 outs. I was like, well, I gotta make some food, and I gotta do this, and I gotta do that. So we're starting a little later than I want to. But some of the things that happen, it just gets to me, man. And I have to control the things that I can't control. It's ridiculous that I don't. It's ridiculous that I pass them things up to try to help people. But in the long run, it can't help themselves, and it definitely can't help me. How is another person that's in survival mode going to help a person that's in survival mode? They're not going to have a place for me to go. They're not going to have money for me when I don't have a job anymore. Like, what the fuck am I thinking? And I'm glad these situations happen to me. And like, I'm just a people person, man. I'm just a people pleaser. I'm just a people helper. I gotta stop doing it for scavengers. I gotta stop doing it for motherfucking people that don't give a fuck about themselves. Because I obviously don't give a fuck about myself if I'm doing it for them. And I gotta start giving a fuck about myself. Well, I'm gonna lose everything that I have, and I have nothing to lose at this point, almost. Except surviving. And not being homeless, which is surviving. Other than that, I mean, how could you beat this week? Since last Wednesday, about a week and a half now, really. With the end of the weekend, because you got Pujols coming to town for his first time back, which I think is going to be a fun thing. I'm going to be sitting there Friday, and I'm going to make sure I got that game going on. You're one of the greatest players in the history of your franchise is coming back for another team. Like, this should be like a celebration for him, definitely at the age he's at. This is a guy that should be celebrated, a guy that brought you 2 World Series championships. A guy that owns multiple records on your team. I mean, the guy's still breaking records with the Angels. And the Cardinals it's a team I don't get. And it's irritating, but that's something to look forward to for them. Because I can't figure out rookie pitchers yet. It's got to be 10 years, I feel like. This might not have been that long. At least 5. At least since 2012 when Matheny was here. So 7 years. And it's just the same crap over and over again. And it's nice to get a win. They really needed that win tonight with Goldschmidt getting the walk-off home run. And the bullpen takes over again. I felt so bad for Daniel Ponstolione. He finally gets through 6 innings. He's got a chance to win the game. His first win in the major leagues, and there goes Carlos messing it up in the 8th inning, which on some weak hits. He had an easy line drive to right field. He had a broken bunt infield single, and then the next hit was another little softy to right field, and the guy scored because you had fouls on him, which made a good throw and almost got the guy. But you have to beat up on these bad teams because you ain't doing it against the good teams. I mean, that's Chicago. The 3 Chicago series just pissed me off. The first one and then the third one, really. But you're like, man, look how good they played against the Cubs for 3 games, and they come back and they get swept the game. They've been up and down against the Marlins. The Marlins. I mean, God. And I think at one point tonight, Dan McLaughlin said they were two for the last 52 or something, 103 average or something, just nutballish. And when you get good pitching, this team can't hit. When you get good hitting, this team can't pitch. And actually, the last 3 or 4 games, you haven't gotten either. Until Pasquale, you had Walk out there getting lit up. So it's still just disappointing from the way that they started, the way the people kind of thought about it. Now, I said they needed another pitcher. And they're always saying, oh, look, when Reyes comes back, it's like getting an all-star. Carlos in the bullpen. Well, you needed something else. You needed at least another guy to go out there and dominate later in the games, because I don't think Hicks is that trustworthy, and you probably needed another starter just in case somebody faltered. And now you got almost everybody faltered. And then Wainwright gets in here. And I still don't understand the Colt Long thing at all times. I like seeing it with the Cardinals. They're trying to. Tommy Edmonds getting a lot of play. You see him bring up the guy Ravallo. They played 900 or something, 880 or 38. I think it was Jose played 81, and he played 838 minor league games. So you're trying something different, and that's good to see from it, because there's got to be something going on. And even and people want to go back. Well, look at Piscotty and look at. Well, you're past that point. You can't look at the past. I said it by myself. You can't. You had to focus on the right now, and the Cardinals didn't do that. They just kind of gave in and said, "This is what we're going to go with, and this is going to work." Now they've had the best record in the Central since the end of May, and you're still 3 games back. With the Brewers losing the day, you gain a game on them. So you're still right there, because this division hasn't really been that good. And that's what kind of sucks about it too, is at this point you're in a division that's not all that great. And you're still struggling, and you're still not making a difference. You're still throwing the same guys out there. And they've kind of switched it up. They throw Martinez out there a little bit more. But now Bader's getting a lot of play again. It's like they're like, oh, well, Martinez did halfway decent. Let's go back to Bader first, because he's fast and he can play the outfield better. At this point, defense hasn't been the worst thing. It's been producing on the offensive side. And they're at a point where I don't know what they're going to do with the pitching. Because there's no one person to really look forward to down in the minors except maybe Reyes to start. You can think about Martinez coming back and starting, but then that kind of takes something out of your bullpen that you need. I mean, you're kind of effed on the pitching. And there's a couple guys that they like. They like Austin Warner. But that's a solution where you're in the middle of June and you shouldn't have to be thinking about that. And people always say, well, it's all-star break, you really know what the team you got. Well, I can tell you, I can see the team we got right now. It hasn't been good. You can play great defense, but if you don't score runs and your pitchers don't get the balls to your defense, I mean, look at Michaelis with the home runs. You're just, and they have to, if they don't do something different next year, I mean, you could be seeing this for a few more years down the road. Definitely they keep bringing up contracts with Goldschmidt. They keep bringing up money with Carpenter, and we've got money tied here, and we got money tied with this position. I think whenever Jericho comes back, that they have to make a different move in that situation. I think that Tommy Edman should be getting a lot more playing time there. I think you maybe think about playing a little less Carpenter and playing a little more Jerko. Jerko could play at second too. Carpenter still don't get why he can't play the outfield. And that takes bats away from Martinez. That takes at bats away from Fowler, who's up and down, which I don't mind taking at bats from him, but the contract, the money that they got tied in. So at every position you have tied money into, or the people that actually produce, at the places you have question marks in this situation, you can't really just throw random guys in there. It's going to be hard to give Tommy Edman a chance. It's going to be hard to see what Jed Jerko can do on a consistent basis because of what you have tied into this team. I mean, Wong, great as a defensive replacement. Do you really want? I can't remember exactly what his contract was. I thought it was $6 for $55. But do you want a $9 million player playing at 7th through the 9th inning, and that's all he's going to play, and maybe get one at bat again? You put question marks on yourself off of trying to keep the players in your system that you want to mature and grow to make yourselves look better because of all those analytics and stuff you put into it. We know what people know. You've done it backwards. Obviously. Oh, we get the tied up years and we get them a few years after that. Well, you're signing them, these players, in their early years. I mean, you almost should wait till that last year. For 3 or 4 years, you know what you got. And I think you've seen that with Wong. Carpenter's up and down. In the long run, you're probably going to see him batting probably 270, 275 with whatever, 20 to 30 home runs, and I would say 70 to 90 RBIs because of the position they put him in the leadoff spot. But you kind of know what you're going to get. And I think a lot of assumptions have been made on what you have that just aren't there. And I keep saying this because Mizalek just wants to think that he's smarter than everybody else. And I don't get that. I guess he wants to be the Billy Bean of the National League. The Theo Epstein that turned the Cubs around. The guy that turned the Astros around. But you're not in that position to do that with the players you have. I mean, I've already started looking ahead almost on this season. Man, how long till Gorman comes up? How long till you see what you got out of a guy like Garcia? And there's probably 5 down there at this point. So Adolphus Garcia or Dulles or whatever his name is. I mean, a guy like Munoz that can play the outfield. He was getting a little more here and there as time went on. But he could play every position on the field. That's a guy that you need to give a shot to. Because you got Paul DeYoung. He stays. And you could put him at 3 different positions. I think he would do just fine at it. Second, short, or third. A guy like Gorman coming up, who's your second baseman. So I think you're at a point where you got to see what some of these young players could do, because what you got and what you tied money into, except for Goldschmidt, isn't really working. Driscoll's pitching too, with Michaelis. Relying on Flaherty, who's having a down season. Dakota Hudson, who's looked better late, but still was having a down season, starting to turn that back around. You didn't exhaust none of your options. You just took what you had and said, we're going to roll with it. And I think I don't think that's the way to go into a season and look at it. And to go out there and say, we did this with Miller and Goldschmidt, well, you needed more. You still don't have a guy, your best player, as of right now, signed with Ozuna. And believe me, I'm not trying to bash the Cardinals. I want this team to succeed. And I think I was a little more fair with them in the beginning of these podcasts. And now over the years, I'm not making the playoffs and all that. Now I'm kind of down. So tonight it's good to see them get a win like that when they needed it, and they came through in the end. And poor Daniel Ponce de Leon couldn't get his name out there for a second. But you're kind of looking at maybe what people start saying is a downfall for this team, where maybe this team goes into a downfall wasn't trying to go out there and actually lose, but maybe it's almost good for them, because maybe now you know that, hey, we're in rebuilding stage, and we didn't know it. So now we're going to have to see what we got. But it's a big one. Tonight's a big one. To get that out, to get that win, to gut it out. Higgs came in and looked good. John Gatt has 7 wins on the year. John Gatt is the Jordan Bento of St. Louis Cardinals right now. He has saved us in every situation that we needed him to come in and save us. 7 wins for a reliever. And looked good again tonight. Well, St. Louis also had another big win tonight, as for the second week in a row, St. Louis FC beat a MLS team. Last week it was the Chicago Fire. This week it's FC Cincinnati. Now, FC Cincinnati was in the USL, which St. Louis FC plays in, and they're not having a fun time. I think they were 3-11 and something. That's it. St. Louis FC, they were 5-4 or 5-3 and 4, 5-4 and 4. When I checked on their standings today, and the USL kind of messed me up, because I was like, it says USL Championship. I'm like, they're already in the championship rounds of soccer. Then I'm looking around, and I'm like, well, damn, does the championship rounds go to August? But they call it the USL Championship now, so I was all confused. But they play these teams in the U.S. Open Cup, and I think that they get next year's champions in Atlanta the next round. I think I seen that, but I didn't see nothing tonight when I was reading about it. I seen the St. Louis guy, Sam Fink, get a goal for the winner in the 93rd minute. I mean, this is just getting good for St. Louis in this spot. Whether you're playing a crappy MLS team or not, you're beating MLS teams, and you're supposed to be the minor leagues of that division. And for a team, just for a city, and it's trying to get a soccer team, for a team that's been struggling a little bit here late, and just for the city in general, this is just something different. And I don't know. And they had, I think, 4,500 at Lindenwood last week, and I was kind of hoping that they would play this game at Lindenwood just to see how many they get. They played in Finland, of course, so they probably sold it out for close to 4,500. But I kind of see if they would fill up that 7,000 in Lindenwood, playing for the second week in a row, getting to play a U.S. or MLS team after they just beat Chicago in one, which you kind of think that would, I know soccer's not the biggest thing around here, definitely with hockey going on and all that, but you kind of thought they would get a bigger crowd playing Chicago, definitely the MLS team in Chicago, the little USL, but you never knew what was going to happen. They could have went out and lost 5-0, so might have been a waste of time. Now they're going to have their third chance at an MLS team this week. And that's after they have to play a USL game on Saturday. And it's just something that's looking up for St. Louis, definitely in the soccer times. I mean, to me, that's big. I don't know, and it's been harder for me to get into soccer than it was to get into hockey. Like I said, I wasn't the biggest fan until I went to a game in 2016, and I went to a game and was like, wow, this is pretty effing cool. But I mean, I've kind of embraced a little soccer thing. I watched a little soccer, and I watched a lot of USL games when I was doing the hometown rundown. But you just gotta think that the Jim Cavanaughs in the world and stuff like that gotta just be jumping in their boots right now. I mean, they just gotta be just celebrating this in every moment and chance they get. Number one, they never made it far in this tournament before. They're in the round of 16. I think they move on to the round of 8 after this. And and you beat back-to-back. I mean, they got for the people that's trying to bring the team here. I mean, this has to be effing amazing. And they go out here and get an MLS team and keep these games close. I mean, 0-0 for 93 minutes against an MLS team. I don't care who you are. I don't care if they have a better division than the MLS. I mean, how could you think that this ain't a big thing that there's this team to go out here and beat 2 MLS teams in a row? I mean, to me, it's a major thing. Definitely for the people that want soccer in the city. I mean, if you can just have something else good go on, I mean, you could maybe turn the city around. I mean, just think if the Cardinals pick it up, and then you got MLS come out here and say, hey, you got a team, or they go out here next week and be another MLS team. I mean, just think of a city that needs something to look forward to that all of a sudden has it. I mean, you didn't hear about nothing with after the championship game in downtown St. Louis, after the Stanley Cup, you didn't hear nothing about it. What happened at the parade? You had people getting shot at the Toronto NBA one. I mean, and you haven't really heard nothing going bad. And I mean, it's probably an easy time to get past the bad stuff when you got the Blues doing what they did. And like I said, the Cardinals, I talked about them for a little bit, maybe 15 minutes or so, but I mean, that's something I'm not going to jump big on for another probably month or so. I mean, I'm going to let them get far enough through the season where I can say I'm giving up. I've already said I'm looking forward towards the future a little bit on that, but I'm not totally giving up yet, because they can turn it around. But just think of this as the turnaround for St. Louis FC at the time we were trying to get an MLS team. You go out here and you actually have a chance to go play deep and win a championship in the USL. You're going deep in the Open Cup tournament against MLS teams. I mean, this has to be a big thing for St. Louis. To me, just as a sports person. But it has to look good for city officials. It has to look good for the Jim Cavanaughs in the world, Tom Stillman of the world. Tom Stillman announcing right today, in a week after they won a Stanley Cup, that his ownership group bought 100% of the team. So it's a St. Louis owned team, owned by people that love the sport. I mean, you could have a revitalization of the city. Revitalization of the city? Did I say that right? I probably didn't say it right the first time. I mean, this is probably going to have a lot of people want to invest in the Blues. For a team that's won a Stanley Cup, you're going to get a lot more airtime next year on all the NBC games. That's going to bring sponsors in. You hope it brings more upgrades, or maybe even a rebuild of the Scott Trade Center. I mean, this could mean different things for everybody. It starts with the Blues with the Stanley Cup. It starts with MLS, or St. Louis FC beating MLS team. Just starts with maybe the Cardinals turning it around. I mean, St. Louis sports has been fun. I mean, it kind of sucks that I had a rough week, because I probably had a lot more fun this week. But it's kind of fun in St. Louis sports. Definitely, like tonight, you just kind of get over the Cardinals, but then you sit there watching it tonight, you see a walk-off home run. I mean, that's kind of fun to me. So St. Louis FC, big win tonight. Move on to the next round. Play, I think, Louisville City FC on Saturday, and USL play, and I'm pretty sure it's the former champs of the MLS, Atlanta, next round of the U.S. Open Cup. So just, I mean, get into soccer, people. Watch this. I mean, this would be fun if they can go out there and be another MLS team. All right, now we messed it up last week. I made sure I wrote it down a whole lot better. But let's go on to weird news. A passenger on a UK-Pakistan flight a passenger on a UK to Pakistan flight at Manchester Airport caused several delays after opening the emergency door in an attempt to reach the bathroom while the plane was still on the ground. PIA Flight 702 was due to fly from Manchester, UK to Islamabad, Pakistan, but suffered a delay of 7 hours according to the airline. 40 passengers were offloaded following the incident, during which the exit slide deployed automatically, PIN said in a statement. In May, an elderly passenger was arrested and detained in Shandong for endangering the safety of the aircraft after he tried to open an emergency door on a grounded plane. An apparent tip to the quay to disembarkment, the passenger opened an emergency door near his seat after the plane landed. In February 2018, one of the emergency exit doors fell off a Dana Airplanes flight that landed in Nigeria. This is why I don't fly on planes. People fucking with the emergency door. One fell off. Now, this other guy got it open emergency door in China. I ain't fucking around in China. You're not whipping me with no motherfucking whip 200 times and put me in Chinese jail. You got me fucked up. And you see some of that shit. I remember watching that girl movie where the two girls were trafficking dope. That looks like some scary shit. And then the guy that got the American that got beat 100 times for defaming some property, and I don't think that was in China, but wherever the fuck it was, close enough. You ain't striking me with shit. I'm not going to China. I'm never flying a plane. If a motherfucker can open an emergency door, I don't care if the plane's landed. I don't care if the plane ain't moved for 15 hours. If you can open an emergency door in a plane, I'm not fucking with it. And this one in motherfucking Nigeria just falls off. No, nah, I'm cool. I like living. I would need one of them bags. Like the whole time. But just to breathe. Like, oh, once you get it, you're so nervous that you fall asleep with your life. No, not when I'm thinking about the emergency door falling off. Y'all better, I'll walk. I'm not flying. See, and crazy people messing with the emergency. I'm pretty sure the emergency door on an airplane says emergency door. And I don't think that many people on airplanes are ever told that, hey, you can open the door. And that's kind of what flight attendants are for, aren't they? But I don't give a fuck. This is what makes me stop me from flying. Say what you want, call me pussy, whatever. I don't care. Never. Just never gonna do it. I'll drive. I'll call Uber. Uber likes taking people places. Because there was a story a while back where a guy put in a request to go somewhere, and the guy thought it was the same city in the same state. We ended up driving the guy like 1,100 miles to wherever he had to go. Something crazy. So, I mean, Uber's down. Moving on from Fox News. Usually when you buy a used car, you get the title from the owner, but a 68 Ford Mustang GT was originally sold with the previous owner included. His earthly remains, at least. According to an account posted to the Mustang fan club, the rusty car had been sitting in a Florida barn since the 1970s, when its owner passed away a few years ago. His best friend asked the family if he could buy it from him. They agreed. He moved it with him to North Carolina. Unable to get around to fixing it, he decided to put it up for sale on Craigslist, where it was spotted by a Georgia car collector. When the collector went to check the car, he noticed a jar full of ash inside and asked what it was. He was told it was the cremated remains of the original owner, and he can have them with the car to keep them together. You should have seen my face there. The collector purchased the car for around $7,000, but later decided it was too far gone and put it back on Craigslist, where it recently sold to a car restoration shop in the UK for $23,000. The purchaser Corner Classics, where the owner says he may figure out a way to work the ashes of the owner into the chassis so the original owner can remain with the car forever. I don't know what to say to this. I really don't. I don't know if I could buy that car knowing that there's some guy's ashes in it. So, and the chassis, that sounds like, he's gonna put it like in the motor or maybe in like box it inside this. Like the only thing I could actually think to do was maybe put it in the paint, just kind of spray it over. It kind of has that like, with your ceilings, but they do cars weird. But to take the ashes in the first place, for any of the three to take the ashes in the first place, this can seem kind of weird to me. Now, the guy in Georgia, genius. He more than tripled his money. How could you beat that? Yeah. Okay, take whatever you want. Take the ashes. Give me 23 grand for no reason. I seen the car. Car's fucked up. That guy said he's getting an original body or a new custom built body. And I seen the ashes too. Kind of looks like garlic powder. They didn't look like real ashes, but still. I don't know if I would. Like, hey, you gotta buy this car, but you gotta take the ashes of the Rero's owner with it. For our next story, now I seen this on STL today. But I guess you guys, once you read so many stories, you guys subscribe to STL today. So I didn't get to read the whole story on STL today. Go to Fox News. I don't know what happened there. Right? So I ended up getting the story from NBC News. But I digress. I like saying I digress. So from NBC News, I seen on STL today, an Alabama man wanted on drug and gun charges, who authorities said kept an attack squirrel in his apartment, denied allegations that he fed the squirrel meth to keep it aggressive. Narcotics investigations arrested one man and are looking for another. They executed a search warrant that yielded meth, drug paraphernalia, body armor, and a squirrel, said the sheriff's office. Investigators searched the apartment after getting a tip that Mickey Plank was keeping a meth-fueled attack squirrel at his residence. Pollock, still wanted multiple drug and gun charges, appeared on Facebook in a video and said he was no longer living at the residence that was raided, but when he went there after the search, whistled and the squirrel settled on his shoulder. In the video, Polly acknowledged that the squirrel is aggressive and has bitten people, but denied it was trained for attack. He wrote on Facebook that he's been bitten by feeding the animal since it was hours old and raising it like his own. He doesn't know how to live in the wild, so all they did was try to kill him, Pollock said. He was a little shook by the whole incident. This just sounds like some meth head shit, like for real. Number one, you're keeping a squirrel. Number two, someone says you're feeding meth to the squirrel and training it to attack. And then he's like, oh yeah, it's bitten some people. It's okay. And then you go back to a residence that you know that you wanted on charges at and look for this fucking squirrel. This is meth 101 to me. Like, what in the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? I mean, the whole beginning of the show, the whole first 20-something minutes, started off, what the hell is wrong with people? What the hell is wrong with people? That'd be kind of cool. That's a good movie, man. Oh, we gotta write this, the meth head squirrel. We could, it'd be like something like Kino or something. We train squirrels to run around and just fight crime. We just gotta do meth to do it. I like my movie thing. I want to do that sometime. We have to start making random videos. We'll have to come up with just for fun. I wouldn't do it. I'm too lazy to do this podcast, much less do random stupid shit. I do that on my own without y'all recording it. Y'all seen enough of it. Alright, moving on to our town. This is from myleaderpaper.com. A 41-year-old Rican man was with a broken jaw after a fight erupted during a billiards tournament at a High Ridge bar. A 30-year-old Peavy man allegedly punched the victim in the face, causing an injury, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office reported. The Rican man told investigators he was attacked because he's a better billiards player. Witnesses said the Peavy man became angry after he lost his spot in the tournament. I actually wrote down witnesses said twice. Anyways, witnesses said the man became angry at losing his spot in the tournament, and when bar staff told the suspect to leave, he threw his pew cue several times and left the business. The Peavy man also allegedly used his closed fist to strike the victim several times in the face, causing him to fall to the ground and sustain a head injury as well as his fractured jaw, the report said. The sheriff's office said the attacker has not been arrested and an investigation is still underway. So far, we've been doing pretty good, right? I'm reading. And this is what liquor gets you. Get you wanting to fight. And I can see something like this. 34, that's kind of millennial shit. I'm going to toss my spot in the tournament. Man, I'm going to fight. Because you kind of grew up in that era when you're my age. You kind of grew up where everything was a fight. Anything was a fight. And now you got this people fight over a pool game and a tournament. You know that you're not going to, there's always something better than you or something. I don't go out, if I go out there, I think that I'm in a tournament, poker. I play a lot of poker when I was young. I hardly ever thought that, I had a chance to win, but when I got knocked out, I was like, hey, it's poker. It's the luck of the cards. Just same thing with pool. You can be the greatest person in the pool, but one bounce goes your wrong way, that guy can shut down the table. But let's fight over it. A 41-year-old saying, well, the guy got mad because I'm a better pool player than him. Get the fuck out of here. Like, that's just some funny stuff. Okay. This stuff just makes me laugh. And the last one from SDLtoday.com. Oh, I got one story in. Never mind. Okay. So I guess this, I don't know. A Sherlock man stole a gun from an acquaintance's car in St. Louis, then posted pictures of himself with the gun on Facebook, federal charges say. The Masterpiece Arms 9mm and its 30-round magazine were stolen from a Mercedes parked at a St. Louis business, charging documents say. Alexander had commented before on the gun, and after the theft, his acquaintance reviewed surveillance cameras and saw Alexander park his car next to the Mercedes and break in, charges say. The gun owner checked Facebook, where he spotted a picture that Alexander had posted of himself with the stolen gun, charging documents say. Police raided Alexander's home and found the Masterpiece Arms gun, another stolen gun, a ski mask, and what appeared to be cocaine and fentanyl, the charges say. Alexander was charged by a complaint in the U.S. District Court in St. Louis, Missouri, with being a felon in possession of a firearm, plus multiple drug and gun charges. He faced similar charges in the St. Louis Circuit Court related to the incident. Now, this motherfucker's going to get charged with 6 different crimes in 2 places. And you're going to jail because you're a felon in possession of a firearm. Like, what made you think possession of, and then posted on Facebook, you're a felon with a firearm on Facebook. Like, where the cops can see, everybody can see one person typing your name. If the cops type in your name one time, you're fucked. And we're okay with it. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucked up. And then the gun that you stole, you've talked about before. What really scared me on this is that the gun has a 9mm pistol has a 30-round magazine. That's kind of some scary shit, if you really think about it. I mean, it's 30 rounds that can blow off at you at any point. But, I mean, these people are stupid. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? The fuck is wrong with a felon with a gun on Facebook? We made it, people, without me getting pissy. That's weird news. Well, this is something I don't like talking about. I don't talk about it on this show too much. But our best friend, Josh Hawley, who I don't think I got to talk about much on this show, said that we need to learn from the past. Because there's going to be a hearing on what they're calling the Lessons from the Mueller Report, Presidential Obstruction, and other crimes. And they're going to run Watergate stuff in there too, about impeachment and stuff like that from when Reagan left before they got impeached. Because in the Mueller report, it said that Donald Trump, there was 10 instances in which Donald Trump may have constituted obstruction. Now, Josh Hawley said, well, it's just a waste of money. Why are we looking into the past? It was before I was born. So let's start off with that statement. So basically what Josh Hawley is saying is that the schools are fucked up, right? Our kids are they're learning in schools for no apparent reason. Which is why review the past? I mean, these are people that y'all put in. I didn't vote. I don't vote. I think I've said on the show I wouldn't have voted for Hillary. I would have voted for Trump no matter what. Just because of what Hillary did and some of the stuff she said. And you could see a guy like Donald Trump really get in there and making a difference. Now, has he? He's helped with money, with minimum wage. Income taxes, we kind of got fucked on that, which I don't get income taxes because of student loans, so it really doesn't matter to me. But this guy is just a fucking nutball. I mean, he just says the stupidest shit all the time. He's just not very bright. And you know why? Because these are people that get in there and say they're going to help us. And the last 3 main elected officials that we can remember, really 4, with Blunt. So Blunt, McCaskill, Greitens, and now Hawley, are really just like trying to get their way to get in the White House. And this is the kind of politicians we hire. That we elect. ridiculous. I mean, just if you really think about it. I mean, and I would be on his side if he said some of the other stuff that the kids are learning. I mean, my kid was learning Japanese math. I mean, I remember me and Jacob sitting at the table, and I'm good at math. That's the only class that I passed in high school. Not that I tried too hard to pass any other classes in high school, but I knew I could do math. I knew I would run right through it. So hey, why not? So like, if he would have said, hey, we probably don't need to be learning Japanese math in our school. Great, because I'm not Japanese. But he said we don't need to be learning the past in the White House. So just think if he would have. Like, he's basically telling that the schools are stupid. No, he said, and he said crap like this before. He said something about with the sex trafficking. Like it's all because of the millennials and the sexual revolution. No, this stuff's been revolution. It's like if you call it something like that. But this stuff's been going on for years. So talking about the past has been going on for years. Like, the reason the past is around is so you can learn from mistakes. I'm thankful for the past at this point. I'm thankful for the past week of some of the stuff I learned. And this isn't something that he can retract. This is something he went on Fox News and said. Which, thankful for Fox News, they give us a lot of weird news. But holy cow, and this is why I don't talk politics. It's just not stupid. It's just not something good to talk about. And like, it's funny that people want to talk about it. Like, people have their own opinions about it now. Everybody does. Like, even down at work sometimes, like, people are wondering, and like, oh, Trump did this today, or did you see what Trump did? Man, that was awesome. Yeah, he might say some of the stupidest stuff on Twitter, but look how he's getting through it. No, I don't want to talk about it. It's all a game. Because every 8 years we're just changing. Oh, like, well, Trump didn't run 8 years, so he's gone. Or after 8 years, so we're going Democrat. I mean, if you can just look down the line, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump. I guarantee if Trump gets reelected next go around, that it's going to be a Democrat after that 4 years. Hopefully not Hillary. Anybody else but Hillary. Yeah, anybody but Hillary. I mean, I've heard that slogan before, and that should be the slogan of the nation. Anybody but Pelosi or Hillary. I mean, Pelosi's one of the worst. And I'm not going to get into it. I'm just not going to get into it. But for somebody to say that, and with kids with the internet now, you could really take that out of context very easily. And he said it right down to you. Oh, man. It's just, some people get me, man. I just don't get it. And it's kind of like the same thing with this Planned Parenthood shit. Well, they get a big court that they can run their little thing and wherever. I think it's down in the city, whatever. It's an abortion clinic. I never understood the name until today when I planned Parenthood. So you're basically planning when you decide to be a parent. Which, I'm not two ways on abortion or not. But either way. I see it's good. I see the bad in it. I've used it before. I was in a situation where I didn't think I needed to have kids, where I'm living in my parents' basement. I already had a kid, and she already had a kid. Now, if we didn't have Maddie, man, I would feel god-awful about it. Because I could have took her girl away. And she had a miscarriage before. Now you got a judge in the state's trying to get the St. Louis judge to rescind that judgment that they can run their abortion clinic. And they fight it, and they're saying all kinds of stuff, and some of the stuff their lawyer said was nuts. They basically called the state unethical. This is what the guy said when they won. His exact words were, "It's a great day and a huge victory." When you win something like that, it's kind of dirty. You gotta have a heart and just be like, hey, we won. We're gonna run our business the same way we had before. We'll try to appease the people as the best we can. No, he said it's a huge victory. That's thinking. This guy that's out here having abortions, letting abortions happen, just running this show, run abortion clinics, said this. I mean, what? Like, do you have no, like, brain power? Or do you not have a heart? Do you just not give a fuck about people? Do you just not think about things before you say them? Because I'm telling you, if I'm a lawyer, I'm the guy that runs Planned Parenthood. When that happened, they held a press conference. They held a press conference after the ruling. No, I'm not doing it. When the reporters come ask me, read the judgment, we'll go from there. I'll try to please the people, blah, blah, blah. And abortion sometimes can be a necessary thing with rape. God, what is that other politician call it? I mean, some of the politicians are so stupid. Consensual rape, oh my god, I mean, ain't that the stupidest fucking thing you ever heard? And it's also good for people that know they're in bad situations like I was, that wasn't in the place to have a kid, or maybe you're a drug parent, whatever it is. You get to make your own decisions. And if that's one thing you can make a decision on, then let it be. I understand them fighting for it. But to come out there and just, I mean, now I wish the place would shut down. Or at least hire somebody else. I mean, and nobody read that and said, wow, that guy should be fired. I mean, that's the first thing I thought. Like, you gotta hire somebody else. This guy isn't smart enough to run anything. He's not smart enough to run the ice cream stand. It'd be like the ice cream stand saying, oh, I want to serve shit-ass ice cream. It's not real ice cream, but I want to serve it. I know it's a health hazard or something like that. And then when it's saying, oh, I'm so glad I get to kill people. I mean, that's basically what was said. It's a huge victory on a day for me because I get to kill babies. That's a bad way to put it, and there's better ways to word it. But huge victory and great day. I mean, if I heard that, I would have went right at him too. If I was in state, I would have went right at him, and I would have thought, and that's the first thing I would have put in there. Did you hear what this motherfucker said? And it's just crazy. It's just crazy to think about. That people can actually, in their right mind, have no heart. Now, if we find out this guy's getting high or drunk, it wouldn't surprise me none or something like that. But just wow. I mean, I put that on Twitter. Like, sometimes you gotta take victories and be quiet about it. You gotta take the victory and run. It's kind of like in wrestling. When they get that roll-up pin and they hold the shorts and then they jump out of the ring and run away. Like, you gotta take that victory and run. No, let's hold fucking news conference. We'll go back to sports. I mean, I really don't know how that's, you almost just like, hey, you get to kill people. So that's gonna do I haven't got to talk much. Because, well, since it's been out here that St. Louis is in the XFL team. And I kind of want to talk about it a little bit. Now you go look and see it now. You're almost kind of glad that the Rams had dates covered up for the AFL debacle. Just think if you're a city that doesn't have an NFL team. There were cities out here, Birmingham, Alabama. Just to think of one off the top of my head. I think there was a Utah team in Salt Lake. But you're almost kind of glad that the Rams had it. The Rams. Fuck the Rams. Fuck the Rams Weekly. We need to get that going back again. Oh, yeah. Fuck the Rams Weekly. Let's talk that before. Hey, fuck the Rams Weekly. Seen a meme on there to say we traded one Stan for a better Stan. Stanley Cup for Stan Kroenke. There you go with Fuck the Rams Weekly. I need to bring that back. That's going to come back on this football show. It's going to become a two-sport show. We're going to do basketball and football since we don't have a football team now. And maybe when the XFL comes, we'll throw the XFL in there a lot more. Maybe not just do it on this. Maybe just do it on my podcast instead of doing it on this one. It depends. It depends on how much I want to get into this. Because I've always wanted to do more podcasts. I've always wanted to do a bunch of podcasts. I just kind of want other people to be involved. I can't sit here and do 5 podcasts by myself. Like I said, I've always wanted to create this into a real network. But anyways. So you're kind of glad that I said it again, that the Dome has some dates lined up to where we could get a play for that AAF stuff. Because if you read about that, I mean, they had a shady investors, a guy this money just kept coming out of the blue and said he was given this, but he could only get this at a certain times. And Charlie Ebersol basically trying to run almost seamlessly a Ponzi scheme by just calling investors and trying to get money here and there. You got Tom Dundee putting $200-something million in it, then figuring out that, hey, this is probably a bad investment, let's pull the plug. Charlie Ebersol getting a paycheck of $14,000 when the league folded. So it just kind of sounds like just a crazy situation with no money. Well, you know this man has money. But what I worry about with the XFL to start off, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the XFL in St. Louis, is that St. Louis is one of these only cities that don't have an NFL team in here, at least in our state. They got 2 in Texas, which already has NFL teams. You got a team in Orlando, even though Orlando doesn't have an NFL team, you still have Jacksonville and Tampa Bay. And you have one in New York. And I think there's one in Oklahoma, which doesn't have an NFL team, but there's only 2 or 3 there. And I think that's a hard, even though you're getting to big cities and you're putting teams in big cities, teams that can sport, do you really think that like a team like Dallas really wants to go straight from the Super Bowl, would switch from the NFL, even though I'm using a bad example, the Cowboys do never make the playoffs. Haha, Cowboys joke. Not a hater for Cowboys at all. But what I'm saying is, don't you think it's going to be hard to garner fans that already spent their hard-earned money on NFL games? They're going to cost a lot more. And you really want to see the real thing. You're going to go out here and spend money on XFL things. Now, it's a thought to think about. That, hey, maybe if we have cheap enough prices and make it more family-friendly and have a lot more things going on and have a different style of game. You've seen something with them saying that they're going to have a 25-second play clock. Thinking about putting microphones in all the helmets so they can have plays that run faster and stuff like that. So you see they're trying something different. They're trying these things out in the spring league. But I just, it's hard for me to see them surviving in cities that people are already spending their hard money on NFL football. Now it's different when like St. Louis, like it's something that could be created here, definitely in February, and it kind of it's going to run with 10 games, so it's going to be done in March. It's going to be right at the end of the blue season. You're getting in the beginning of the Cardinal season. If MLS comes here, there's another fight for you. It's just hard to see how it can be profitable in cities that already have multiple major sports teams and definitely NFL teams. And you kind of think that they can almost start off the wrong foot in St. Louis with hiring Jonathan Hayes, who's not a St. Louis Rams guy, he's not a St. Louis Cardinals guy, which they hired a couple of them. But he's not a guy that's known. You had Bob Stoops got hired. You have a guy like Jim Thorne in Seattle, who's a big known guy in Seattle. You have a guy and Kevin Gilbride in New York, who was a big name during the Eli Manning runs as the offensive coordinator for the Giants. And then in St. Louis, you bring in Jonathan Hayes. I think you're kind of going backwards in a situation that you're already kind of starting the back foot. Even with the money that they have, the money they can invest, even with the $500 million for the startup, and saying that you are going to run it 3 years and you're probably not going to garner a lot of profit, but you're going to turn into something in 3 years. Now maybe Jonathan Hayes is just, hey, this is a guy that we really liked and we wanted to give him a chance and blah, blah, blah. And they might be thinking that later down the road they can more get in the hearts of St. Louis people by hiring somebody else if the team struggles and stuff like that. And you see, hey, well, maybe, we're not in the hearts of St. Louis fans yet. Let's try to build some. Let's try to get a guy that we know that can maybe get to the players and maybe develop players. Maybe let's get that guy and make something big in St. Louis. I mean, you're already starting off the wrong foot. Like, you're going to play in a dome, which you know you're not going to reach. You already don't plan on filling up. Maybe halfway filling up. You don't hire a name that a lot of St. Louis people know. Maybe Missouri people, maybe Kansas City Chiefs people because he played for the Chiefs and all that, but still. And then there's more stories coming about him here and there. He's a hard-nosed kind of guy. I can't remember what he exactly told the player, but it was something crazy. The shows that, hey, he's this kind of guy that's going to wants 110 out of every single player. And this is something that you hope bodes well for the city. We're like, hey, look, we're going to support this. And this could be before the MLS decision comes around. You're hopefully that comes around before that. But hey, look, we can build an XFL team here. Hey, look, you go build a soccer stadium for MLS St. Louis. And hey, we can move there. We'll bring more attractions to your stadium. And that's a hard thing to do with the way the MLS season runs. I mean, St. Louis FC plays from February to October. I seen that today and was like, does this season ever? Because I was looking through it, I could not believe how many games I was reading. But I think there also has to, what XFL's going to have to learn is something like, it seems like that they haven't had quite the social engagement you maybe think they're going to have. Maybe people think, remember, hey, the XFL's coming, hey, the XFL's coming, hey, the XFL's coming. Like if I was on Twitter and XFL St. Louis, I'm tweeting something every day. I don't care what it is. I don't care if I'm retweeting something from the XFL about, hey, we did this and we're doing this and we're doing this. But when I get a notification on my thing that says St. Louis, XFL St. Louis has tweeted for the first time in a while, I mean, that kind of, to me, brings down what you're trying to build here because you're not engaging with the fan base. You're not learning what the fan base wants or needs. They're kind of making their decisions, I think, without putting them much engagement as a fans, even though they're going to engage the fans with apps and this and that and all and blah blah. Well, that's something that hasn't started yet because your season hasn't started yet. I think you need to put more into the city, definitely with engaging the fans and learn what the fans want and learn the football what the fans want in St. Louis, and not just in St. Louis, but in New York or wherever they're at. And I don't watch the other XFL Twitters too often, if at all. And you can't just think, hey, it's great to have, we're playing football back in St. Louis. A team that's gotten their teams taken from them twice. And really, in the long run, both times we took it from ourselves with not engaging at least in the first place with the Rams and basically telling the Bidwells, hey, you're not getting shit from us. And that's why they went to Arizona. You kind of put yourself in this position with the NFL teams if you're the city. And if I'm the XFL, you would have to think that kind of alienated some fans towards football. Definitely for the ones that have been around and been strictly into football since the Cardinals left in 1987, out the year I was born. So I wasn't a big St. Louis Cardinals fan, but I know the history. I'm a sports fan. I looked into that stuff. With cardiac cards and all that. But I think you're doing the opposite. I think that you have to put some excitement into it. You gotta say, hey, we're doing this in St. Louis. Hey, we're trying to bring these people in. And I think there should be. I think St. Louis would be one of the teams that you should hire your personnel first, and you should engage. You should have these people engaging with the fans more. I think that Jonathan Hayes should have already been doing multiple interviews in St. Louis. I think he should have been on every sports radio show he could possibly been on in St. Louis. And I haven't heard him on the radio, and I don't listen to the radio much anymore. I'm mostly a podcast guy, and I do listen to St. Louis podcast. But I would even have him on random radio stations. I would have him on, being an African American gentleman as himself. I would have him being on 103 The Beat and 104.1 and what other stations they're ever rocking out. I think 95.5 is the R&B station now, or it might be, maybe they went back to Magic One. I don't know. Like I said, much radio, I know enough. But I think it's a fan base that's already alienated from football. That not engaging is almost like disengaging. Because you're putting yourself farther away. I mean, we're moving into the middle of June, July. This isn't that far away. We're at a point where we're 8 months away, basically. And we've essentially heard nothing. And do I want to succeed? Hell yeah. I would like to see more minor league teams succeed. I would have loved to still have the River Riders around. I would still love to have a team like the Swarm around. Everybody knew Doug Smith, and they folded. Because I think that the fans you're not taking things that don't get engaging of. And mostly with them teams, it's definitely because where they were in St. Charles and this and that, and people acting like driving across the bridge is like driving to your death. Which I used to be on the same boat, so I feel even when I lived in St. Charles, I didn't want to drive across to go to the. But I mean, St. Louis Ambush. I've never hit a River City Rascals thing, but I mean, if baseball survives in this town, there has to be something. It's not understandable to why no other sport can. And St. Louis FC has been around for a few years, and that's a different beast, because it's something that the fans don't have. And you're hoping it's that way with the XFL team, but St. Louis FC is a lot more. I mean, you have the St. Louis games. You have this team going out here, and they're always tweeting, and sharing the ambush stuff, and trying to get the ambush more involved with the people. And there's even players that play for the ambush that played for St. Louis FC. And basically what I'm getting at is not engaging is disengaging. To a fan base that's alienated against anything football. Definitely in a time where you could probably build it up, because a lot of people are going to be watching sports. And maybe they're just letting it go right now, letting the Blues get their little thing. But the Cardinals are still promoting it. Let's go Blues and every other commercial and all that. I mean, if you're anywhere else, if you're any team minor league, Rascals should be, the FC should be, essentially every team in this area should be. I mean, if I'm the Gateway Grizzlies over in Illinois, I'm riding this. Because they're almost considered more of a St. Louis general area team, we'll say. And I'm on Facebook to see what the ABA and St. Louis team's doing, but they weren't doing much before. And I think their Twitter is it's got some random guy's name, but it's the Twitter for the St. Louis Spirit of the ABA. Not engaging is disengaging. Definitely when you have an already alienated fan base. And we've had other things pass through. We had two teams a few years ago with the River Sharks and the Gateway Steam. And that whole league shut down, though. That's a whole different story. But it's proved that it can work here just with the Rascals. Baseball's a whole different animal. And maybe you should move a little bit more west, because maybe people think, well, St. Charles ain't that much farther than Busch Stadium, or St. Charles ain't that much farther than Scott Trade, depending on where you live. Or hey, I want to see the real thing. I live in St. Charles, on a crappy day, it's maybe an hour to get down there. Or I can park somewhere and have to ride a Metrolink, which is a scary thing nowadays, more than driving down there. It's kind of scary for people that walk around there at night, but people still go. And you're in St. Charles, you hardly hear anything bad, which drugs are taking over everywhere, so it's getting worse and worse everywhere. But I just don't think there's enough promotion. I went to a WWE event there. It got traded and it was packed, and then I went to, you see something else like that, like a UFC fight or something, or MMA fight or something like that, and it's just, you don't really hear about the promotion. The free ticket thing, I was putting it somewhere, and I think, the River City Attack, they were just putting free tickets over there. Their thing was called Free Tickets Enterprises. Incorporated or something like that. Free ticket, free entertainment, free ticket entertainment, where they basically hand out free tickets for the food. I mean, at least you try to be somewhat engaging by chopping up your tickets at gas stations and stuff like that. But you gotta do it like where people see it, and that's on Facebook and Twitter. And I didn't really follow them on Facebook either, but I checked them every now and then, and they were doing basically the same thing. But essentially, I hope it works. I want to see football in St. Louis. I would love to go in that dome and have fun and hear it somewhat loud, even though it's only half filled. But people are excited to have football here in St. Louis. But I think you have to be more engaging with a fan base that's going to be alienated. So hopefully Johnson Hayes is a great hire, and hopefully you see more guys come in that have something to do with St. Louis, the Isaac Bruce's of the world, Aeneas Williams of the world. Maybe somebody like a Torrey Holt or Orlando Pace. Just something that can get the city excited about football coming back to St. Louis. All right, that's going to do it. For Lori, R.I.P. For Grandma Bowlesby, I love you, R.I.P. For Grandma Hicks, I love you too. And for Jake, Maddie, Zach, Amanda, and Joe, this has been the Sports Blog, only on the Greater STL Sports Network.
You're listening to SG4L Radio, part of the SG4L Media Network.
Happy late Easter, everybody. And if you're, say, a St. Louis sports fan, what an Easter it was. This is the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. On today's show, we're going to get to some blues. We're going to try something different in the third segment, something new. And then if we get to a fourth segment, just a potpourri of things. But we're going to start off with the St. Louis Cardinals, as opening night was last night. And it involved your St. Louis Cardinals and the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field. And then, as they would say, a rivalry renewed. But this is the type of rivalry you like to see with class and respect for both teams, even though they might have a bit of rivalry just being St. Louis, Missouri, Chicago, Illinois, right down the road from each other, essentially, cross-state rivals. But they showed how both teams has class at the beginning of the game, as former Cardinal outfielder Oscar Taveras was remembered after he died in an off-season accident. And Cubs great, who also died during the offseason, Ernie Banks, was also honored. Both teams on the field for both of them. So it's kind of nice seeing that in sports. You can tweet me at RBowlesbyJR. That's RBOWLSBYJR. You can also tweet the network at the Greater STL Sports Network. But let's get to the game. And like we were talking about with Wainwright, Lynn, and Lackey in the spring training, is when they have them bad starts after not pitching so much, sometimes you just go out there and kind of see where your control is and where your pitch is on so you can work at the next start. And why I'm talking about this is it's kind of what happened to John Lester during his spring training. He actually only pitched in 3 games and only pitched 9 and a third innings through the whole spring training. So maybe this is one of his starts where he didn't have all his stuff, and maybe they were saving him for later in the season when Chris Bryant comes up and maybe Baez comes up, and they both spark the team and they get on a good run towards the end of the season. But it started off right for the Cardinals with 1 out. Jason Hayward in his first at bat as a Cardinal hits a double. Matt Halliday is the next batter, and he gets an RBI signal, giving the Cardinals a 1-0 lead. And then in the second inning, with first and third and 2 outs, Matt Carpenter gets an RBI single to give the Cardinals a 2-0 lead. And Jason Hayward again came up in the third in his first at bat as a Cardinal. He left the inning with a double. They led to nothing with the Cardinals. Lead stayed 2-0. And then in the fifth, a leadoff single from Matty Carpenter. And then Jason Hayward in his third at bat, and the Cardinal starts off 3 for 3 in his career as a Cardinal. Matt Halliday with the third straight hit, an RBI signal to give the Cardinals a 3-0 lead. After that, Holiday and Hayward do a double steal to get runners at second and third with nobody out. And Cardinals couldn't capitalize on the damage as John Lester gets Johnny Peralta to pop out to second. After 4 1/3 inning, John Lester is taken out of the game, allowing the 3-yard runs, throwing 101 pitches in that 4 1/3. So it showed you that all his control wasn't there, like I was talking about. It shows that maybe was just a work at his start. Well, lefty specialist Phil Coke came in. You might know him from Detroit or maybe formerly of the Yankees. He comes in and strikes out Adams to make it 2 outs. They intentionally walk Yadi Emerlina to load the bases in that 5th. And Coke then strikes out left-handed batter Colton Wong. So as we move on to the 6th inning, the Cardinals got to see former closer, former teammate Jason Mott. He came into the game and pitched for the Cubbies as he was signed in the offseason. He had a scoreless inning. Wainwright then shuts down the Cubs in the 6th, and that was his last inning. And it was a good start in the season for Wainwright to start it off, as shown like I was talking about in maybe his last start, where he was kind of building off something, and maybe a lot of hits weren't really nothing because he's one of the guys that can work around it. As there, I think it was 4 straight innings, maybe 5 straight innings, where the Cubs started off with their leadoff men on base, and a few of them were doubles. Well, Wainwright with 6 innings, 5 hits, 0 earned runs, 0 walks. He did have 6 strikeouts and only threw 101 pitches. But when it came to the 7th, something looked a little weird as supposed 5th starter Carlos Martinez came in and relieved Adam Wainwright. And he kind of looked a little shaky, maybe a little nervous. Maybe it's pitching opening day, big scenery for him, something new for him, something he's never seen before. So he looked like he was a little hyped up, throwing a little harder than he should. But when he started to settle down, it ended up being a good inning for Carlos. And maybe that's something he can build on to maybe when he moves back to a starter. Because the Cardinals still said Jaime Garcia, and it was reported, as I see it on Cardinals.com, he'll be doing something within the next 2 weeks, but it doesn't say he's going to be pitching in games in 2 weeks. Well, Carlos went an inning. He unwalked a batter. He did strike out a batter. It was a scoreless inning. So it's nice to see that from him, maybe, so that it didn't maybe get into his head coming in to relieve somebody when he's been preparing as a starter the whole offseason. Well, that gets us through the 7th inning. We move on to the 8th inning. And after the Cardinals are down in the 8th inning, Jordan Walden, the newly acquired Cardinal, comes in. And I kind of like his release. He said, when asked if anybody could try to change it, he said every pitching coach that's ever talked to him. So it's kind of funny seeing the way he throws a pitch and he gets something on the ball. And he could be effective for us as if Rosie struggles going into the stretch. Well, he went an inning during the 8th. He walked one. He struck out Castro to end the 8th. And that was a nice outing for him. It's nice to see him come in and be that guy, that setup guy that maybe we haven't had over the past couple years, but not at his best last year, and maybe Carlos reeling from preparing as a starter all offseason and getting to that point. Cardinals are shut down in the 9th, and Trevor Rosenthal comes in, and this looked like he was a little hyped up at first, but Rosie settled down, came in, got his inning in, struck out the side, got the save. So it's nice to see that for him, that he didn't come in and have that little struggle maybe that some people are going to have going in to the first week or two of the season. And it was actually nice to see the whole bullpen, Carlos Martinez, Jordan Walden, and Trevor Rosenthal, do that. Because them kind of pitchers that only pitch that one inning, that arm can get a little soft on you, to where you're not always feeling right when you're preparing in the bullpen, unlike the guys that get the 5 days off, even though they throw the 100 pitches every 5th day. But some of these guys come in and they throw a lot of pitches, so that arm can get a little wore out. But it's nice to see on the first game of the season, and maybe the Cubs weren't all the way there, But it was nice to see the bullpen come out 3 innings of shutout baseball. It was also nice to see that even with the hits and everything that went on, the Cubs were 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position. So that shows that it shut it down when we really needed to. And in the play where the Cubs had a chance to maybe get something going, Johnny Peralta made a nice play up the middle in the seventh to end that inning. So it's nice to see that the defense is working well and that he looked like he was moving pretty good. He got the ball over there really quickly on a pretty good runner. So it was nice to see that from him. So it was nice to see that Jason Hayward in his first game, probably the star of the game for the Cardinals, 3 for 5. He had one scored. He had a stolen base and 2 doubles. Matt Halliday gets you the 2 RBIs, goes 2 for 4 with the walk. Cardinals were 3 for 14 and runners under the scoring position. And it's the first game. Hey, that's kind of stats that you don't worry about. It was the stat with the 0 for 13. That's nice to see the pitchers doing that. And hopefully the Cardinals can get better with the runners in scoring position. Because you're not going to get this every game from your starting staff. And I said that last week last podcast when I said that when the starting 5 came in and had that .114 in their last 6 starts or so. So you want to start getting going with runners in scoring position and stuff. But, this is the kind, you're not going to get it every game. And it's nice to see that they had 14 runners in scoring position. That means, they're getting on base and getting in scoring position. The Cardinals also had 4 steals. So they were getting running. You seen Peter Borges come in the 8th inning to be the spell to Halliday, be the guy to go out there, and he stole a base. He ended up getting the 3rd. That was in the 8th inning after the Halliday walk. So he didn't score, but it was, he went out there and showed that what he's here for. He's here for the lightning speed. And, it wasn't it was all that bad of a throw. It didn't go that far out, and he got the 3rd on it very easily. So it was nice to see that from him. It's also nice to see Wong get out there and stole a base. Carpenter attempted one. He missed. Hayward stole a base. Halliday stole a base, which was on a double steal. So obviously if they were attempting to throw anywhere, they were going to throw it on the 3rd. So it was nice to see that from the Cardinals on a pitcher that they know that doesn't throw to first base. So you try to get runners in scoring position every way you can. Definitely in a game where Ross isn't the best catcher and Lester never throws to first. So it was nice to see that to start off the season for the Cardinals. Cardinals do return to play tomorrow as they were off today. Lance Lynn will start against St. Louis and Jake Arrieta. And you're hoping Lance Lynn builds off them 2 starts, with the 12 innings, only 2 earned runs allowed in his last 2 starts. So the Cardinals, you're hoping this is what you get through the season is good pitching and then the hitting from Hayward, the RBIs from Halliday. And Lynn's your horse. He's going to be your second guy this season because of the injury to Walker. They're probably not going to push Walker too hard this season. So it'll be nice to see what we get tomorrow from him as the season starts to get it going. And then all the left-handers, instead of facing a left-hander, all left-handers are not able to get to face a right-hander. Mark Reynolds did get in the game. He got an out. He pitched hit for Carlos Martinez. So you didn't really get to see much of the bench except for Borges getting the stolen base. So early in the season, you probably won't see much of that. They're going to try to let the starters go as far as they want deep in the games if they can do it. So it wasn't a really big spot at the time where he came in. There was a runner in scoring position, but, things happen. But you hope that the Cardinals can build off these type of bullpen things too, with Carlos maybe going to that 5th start, the starter's role, and start the season off right here as we go through Chicago and get to Busch Stadium. All right, we're going to take a break here. We're going to get some Blues hockey next. This is the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Hello and welcome back to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. You can tweet me at rbowlesbyjr. You can tweet the network at Greater STLSN. That was a little bit of a long segment on the Cardinals. We're not going to do that on a single game every week. It was just kind of fun to get the season going. Kind of missed baseball. It was a little hard to fill that little whole segment with just one game, but it's kind of good to get the season starts to get going and get down the stretch here in the hockey season, as it's just sports time fun for St. Louis. So we'll get to the Blues now. And the Blues played on Friday night against the Dallas Stars. And as we have been talking about the last 2 weeks, since the Minnesota Wild game, how Elliott, as he's played more games, it seems like, he has kind of fallen off a little bit. And then Jake Allen, he's getting his time in there now as Elliott's not playing that great. He's starting to prove what kind of goalie he is. And what a game. It was wild on Friday night as Brian Elliott was in goal. The Blues did win, and the score was not a hockey score. This was actually a good baseball score. A defensive-worthy football score. 7-5. And this was a game where Ken Hitchcock joked both teams played well on defense. And as we know for the Blues, the turnovers and stuff, the defense hasn't been playing well. But you don't like Dallas, also you could tell, didn't play very well. As the Cardinals did get on the board first, as Patrick Berglund, one of the guys we were talking about that needs to get going, as the Blues go down the stretch with the guys that are out, and Steen and Tarasenko, Berglund put his 11th in for the season. McCulloch with the assist, his 8th on the year total with the Penguins and the Blues, and Backus with his 31st. Now in the second, after the Dallas came and scored 2, Berglund did score his second goal of the game for his 12th of the season. Shattenkirk with his 33rd assist, and another guy that needs to get going that we don't mention as much. He's a third liner, and the third line hasn't been producing all that much this season, so we kind of skip over him as we're always looking at Berglund. But Dmitry Yaskin, it was only his 5th assist of the season. So it's another guy that has to get going. And then Schwartz scores for the Blues to put them up. His 26th of the year. TJ Oshie with his 35th assist. Bouwmeester with his 10th. And for Bouwmeester, you're not really expecting him for the points, but the way he's been playing defense this season and getting the retarded penalties that he's been getting throughout the year, you have to get something from him. And it's at least he gets an assist in this game. Then the Dallas goes on a 4-goal run against the Blues to take the lead of 5-3. So this is just a back and forth game to where you could tell that the defenses are kind of maybe playing all-star game defense to where they're just letting the shooters go in, wind it up, and get it past the goalie. Well, after that 4 goals with Dallas led 5-3, Jaden Schwartz scores again to put his 27th of the year in. Assist from Petro, his 37th. Shattenkirk, his 34th. Great for a guy who's missed a lot of time this season to Shattenkirk to be up there near Petro, who's more of an offensive guy. and Shaddy's more of a back and forth guy, a two-way guy, to have 34 with the time he's missed. Well, after the 4 straight goals for the Dallas Stars, the Blues go on a 4 straight goal run. As Michalek puts his second as a Blue in, his 4th on the season, to tie it up. Oshie with his 36th assist. Bouwmeester again with another assist, giving him 11. So it was nice to see that right there from the Blues. And then you get Pietrangelo, who gets a goal. And it's nice to see that from him, as we were just saying his offensive prowess to get in another goal. His goal was unassisted, so it sounds like a turnover for the defense for me for the Dallas Stars. And then Schwartz gets the hat trick, and he scores his 3rd on the empty netter, and that gives the Blues a 7-5 win. Now, there was 32 shots on goal for Dallas, so a lot more shots than Elliott has faced in the later games this season. But he only saved 27 of them. So, again, the 5 goals allowed is something you can't have. When as I said, he had 9 over his last 53 shots against him. So, that's showing that maybe that he's taking that number 1 a little too hard now as we're going down the stretch. Because if you know going down the stretch in the later years, Blues were always fighting to go maybe make him the number 1 guy over to Halak, as he was playing the big minutes down the stretch and being one of the best players on the ice for the Blues when they needed him to be. And it wasn't always injuries in the playoffs. When he was in the game, it wasn't always the goalie in the playoffs. Definitely when he was in the game. But it was, the injuries that the Blues got and the goals they couldn't score. So for Elliott, that's 15 goals against in his last 85 shots. That's a really high number for your number 1 goalie. So there's something that you're going to see as we go into the next game the Blues played, and it was a big game where this number 1 spot for the goaltender thing has shifted. And we'll get right into that game that happened on Sunday night on Easter. And it was just like the St. Louis Cardinals. The Blues were playing their cross-state rival at the United Center in Chicago, and the Blackhawks. The Blues, coming into this game, had lost 6 straight games to the Blackhawks, being outscored 23-7. So if you lost this game, this goes into the playoffs as the Blackhawks just own you, and there's no way to get past it. Now, another thing that Hitch did again, as I mentioned before, he switched up the lines again. It's something the same people can't get chemistry with. There's certain lines if he keeps doing that. Well, maybe this is this team that just likes playing together and they don't need the chemistry. Maybe they already have the chemistry that is needed. His lines going in this game is Backus was actually moved off the first line, replaced by Stasny, centering Schwartz and Oshie on the line, on the wings. Backus centering the second line. Jokinen and Berglund were on the wings. Yaskin and Berglund were on the wings. Jokinen was on the third line. Laterra centering. Ratty on the other ring. Then you had the usual fourth line with Gott and Reeves. Well, Jake Allen was in goal, and it started off for the Blues with David Backus scoring his 26th goal. It was on the power play, assisted by Schwartz for his 34th, a guy that has played well all season. And it's nice to see that from him, getting another assist. And that's a guy that already had his career high in points coming into this stretch before that. And he's still building up the stats with the hat trick before this. And now getting assists in the first goal of the game of Backus, giving him 61 points on the year. Career high before that, I think, was 55. Shattenkirk, another assist in a game after he was +3 against Dallas. First goal of the game, power play. Assist for Shatty. And that tied Backus for 10th all time power play goals in Blues history. It was his 10th power play goal on the season. Career high, so it's 10 and 10. That kind of works out. That now puts him in the top 10 in games, goals, assists, points, plus minus. Like I said, he was tied for power play goals and also in the top 10 in shots. So that is an all-time great Blue right there. It also tied him for 10th in the all-time list. That was his 50th career power play goal. So he's moving up on these lists. It's coming around, and he's still kind of young. I mean, some of these hockey players play to 40. So he's still got a long way to go if these injuries don't affect him going on and the way he plays doesn't affect him. Well, Chicago did tie the game against the Blues. But then Olli Jokinen scores his first of a Blue. Ty Rattie with the assist. Petrolando with his 38th assist. So it was nice to see that for the Blues, to see another guy that doesn't get a lot of playing time come in, get the goal, make it 2-1, and that is his first goal as a Blue, and it was also the game-winning goal. This win put the Blues first in their division with 3 games left. They lead Chicago by 3, 1 point up on Nashville. And it was also their first regulation win at the United Center since February 3rd of 2010. So it's been a long time for the Blues. And like I said, when you had to come down the stretch, you needed to prove to these teams that you can do the things that you haven't done against them before and win games and win at the United Center for the first time in 5 years. Now that's just crazy to even think about. Howland in the game became the first rookie to win at the United Center for the Blues since December 28th of 2005. It's almost 10 years since the last time a rookie goalie won at the United Center for the Blues. So even another crazy thing. And then Jake Allen is the one doing it. Since the new year, he's did 10-1-2 on the season since the new year. He's 21-6-4 on the year, 10-3-3 on the road, and in that game he had a season high 38 saves. So it's nice to see him being effective going down the stretch, and now I think he's taking over this number 1 spot. How could you get away from him? And it kind of goes now as we come into today. If you heard Kenneth like last night saying he wasn't even going to go there, Jake Allen's going to get to start in the next game against the Jets. And what Hitch had to say on that was that I'm going with the hot hand. Well, your hot hand should be your number 1 goalie right now, and that's Jake Allen. But as we go back to the assist, it was nice to see that Ty Rattie got in on the action. It was his 2nd career assist in his 9 career games in the NHL. And he has been a top player in the NHL the last 2 years. This year, playing 59 games, 21 goals, 21 assists, 42 points, a +7. Last year, in 72 games, 31 goals, 17 assists, 48 points, a +5. So a guy that's been playing very well for you in the AHL now gets his chance, and it's nice to see him get a assist on that 3rd line, and on the game-winning goal. So maybe that gives him a little extra thing going down the stretch, and maybe you have him as one of your healthy scratches going into the playoffs, unless the Chicago Wolves are going to the playoffs. I mean, does it really matter if he's in the playoffs in the AHL, if he can maybe get a shot, just in case Steen Terracing will get hurt again, or maybe someone else gets hurt? You got another guy to back them up, other than just maybe the older guy in Jokinen, you got a younger guy in Ty Rattie. But what I kind of wanted to do to finish this off is said I was going to talk about it in the last podcast, and I ran a little late, and that was talk about the guy we kind of gave up on when we signed Brian Elliott to that 1-year contract in 2011, and that was St. Louis native, graduate of Chaminade, Ben Bishop. Now, we gave up maybe, and what I'm saying is maybe you could have groomed the hometown kid. Maybe you could have kept him around, and you could have found maybe a second guy to go under Halak before he was traded. 17, 14, and 2, 2.56 with a 9.14. So you see in them 3 years, he was getting better as it went on. Now that last year, the 17, 14, and 2 doesn't sound all that great, even though his goals against were lower and his save percentage was higher. Now Elliott did play pretty well, and it was also in the NHL when he was in Ottawa. The first 2 years, 08-09 and 09-010, he was 16, 8, and 3 in 08-09, 2.77 goals against 902. Had one shutout. 09-010, he was 29, 18, and 4, 2.57 with a 909 with 5 shutouts. Now, getting to the season that Ben Bishop had in the AHL with the 17, 14, and 2, and that he was in the NHL that season and played a total of 59 games, Brian Elliott did. And then 2010-2011 was 15, 27, and 9 with a 3.39 goals against and an 8.93 save percentage. Now, I don't see how you could, when your guy that you brought up that's in your system, that you drafted, that's from St. Louis, has much lower that, even though it was in the AHL, almost 1 goal less a game, and how you could give up on him like that to a guy that didn't play that well and was traded from the team that drafted him to Colorado. And we did get Brian Elliott for a really good deal, $600,000 on a 1-year deal. So, I mean, that's cheap for a guy for a backup goalie. Now, he did come in that year in 2011, 2012 and just blow away everybody. He holds all the Blues goalie records are from him from that year of 2011, 2012. But we did only sign him to a 1-year deal. So we'll go back to Bishop's 2011, 2012. For Peoria, he was 24, 14, and 0. He led the AHL with a 2.26 goals against and a 9.25 save percentage. So even though Brian Elliott was playing lights out in the NHL that year for the Blues, Ben Bishop played lights out that year for the Peoria Rivermen. Now, we did trade him to the team that Brian Elliott lost his job to where he was traded to Chicago and the Ottawa Senators. So he never really proved it in the NHL, as he only played a career 13 games for the Blues. He went 4-5-1, 2.94 goals against him 1 year, 2.76 in the other year he played for the Blues with an 8.93 average save percentage. So that was the same that Ben Bishop had in his 2011 year, but in a lot more games than in the 4 years that Ben Bishop was in the system for the Blues, playing the 13 games in the NHL. Now, since he's come on and been a starter, these are the kind of stats that you kind of want to see from your goalie. Ben Bishop is 37, 14, and 5 in 2013-14 season. He had a 2.23 goals against with a 9.24 save percentage. Now, this year, he's become just an elite goalie as the season hasn't ended yet, and he's tied his career high with 37 wins, 13 losses, 5 overtime losses. His goals against is a little higher, 2.36, and he has a 9.14 save percentage. So it's kind of different to me to see the St. Louis guy who could have been here and could have been your top goalie, because in the long run we picked Elliott over him, and now we picked Elliott over Halak, even though we gave up Halak for Ryan Miller. Maybe the St. Louis could have been that guy and been here with the other St. Louis and Paul Stastny, and now you got a real promotion to get to the St. Louis crowd. Now, I know that really wasn't the Tom Stillman group, and it really wasn't Dominic Armstrong. It was the guy that went to Columbus, and I can't really remember his name right now. But that was a guy that I think you would have could have kept around and built something off of. And maybe the guys that seen him as Shamrod play, the coaches and stuff, maybe you get more people going to the Blues games because you have a St. Louis feel. Now, I know it's difficult for a lot of people to play at home, and St. Louis players that play here have said this. It's pretty difficult to play for your hometown team because you always want to be great for your hometown team. But I just wanted to kind of compare that and give you a kind of a different thing to look at other than looking at Jake Allen and Brian Elliott, and go back maybe a little farther to the St. Louis Ben Bishop and Brian Elliott. Well, that's going to do it on the Blues for this segment. We're going to do a little something different here next, right here on the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. And welcome back to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. I'm Robert Bowlesby. You can tweet me at rbowlesbyjr. You can tweet the network at Greater STL SN. What I'm going to call this segment is a little hometown rundown. What this segment is kind of going to be about is I'm going to kind of go and look at the independent teams, maybe some of the other teams that we can go support. Well, maybe we can't afford to go support the Cardinals and the Rams and the Blues every game. We can support some other teams to help build the sports for around this area and maybe help some people out that really need help out, like independent businesses, the mom and pop stores, mostly the sponsors at these games that can't really afford to get themselves out there, but get themselves out there. And also for the players that are trying to, maybe make it to the NFL or the CFL or something bigger, or, the MLS or something like that, the Major League Baseball. So, let's just run down some hometown things that are going on around St. Louis. And we'll start it off with the indoor football team, the St. Louis Attack. And the Attack played their first home game this season, and they play at the St. Charles Family Arena. And they played the River Grand Valley Soul on Saturday night, and they lost that game. And I had to score, but I think it was 63-40. It was 60. I had said it right here. Sorry, the Attack lost 60-43, and the crowd at the Family Arena was 4,034 fans. So it was kind of a nice showing. I think you can only fit 10,000 in there. So it's kind of a nice showing for an independent football team, and it's kind of nice to see them. And for a team like the Attack, they brought a lot of St. Louis people in to play for the teams. When I was looking at the team, there was a lot of Hazelwood grads. If you remember Zach Abron from Missouri. So it's kind of cool that they're giving the people from a chance from St. Louis to come out and play for them and get seen on the map. Now, the Attack did win their first game to put their record 1-1 after their loss at home in the earlier part of the season. There's only 6 games left in the season, so make sure you get out there and support one of the hometown teams. Now, the Attack had a little trouble passing in the game as they completed 39% of their passes, while Rio Grande Valley completed 78%. So quarterback Mac McMillan had a little trouble, but you'll probably get over it, as he was X-League Offensive Player of the Year, and he was also top quarterback in the X-League last year. And the Tech should be better as time goes on, as they were in the X-League Championship last year. Now, they do play again April 11th against the Bloomington Edge, and it is at the Family Arena. So, it'd be nice if you go check them out. Another team that also plays in the Family Arena and are affiliated with the St. Louis Attack or the St. Louis Ambush. And their news for this season, and it's pretty good news, is Darren Duran returns as their head coach, and it'll be his 14th season coaching St. Louis professional soccer. And Mr. Duran is a legend in St. Louis soccer, kind of like the McBrides. And he's been in St. Louis soccer since 1982, playing for the Steamers, playing for the Storm, played for the Ambush. He came back to the reincarnated Steamers, played to 05 until he retired, and he is also became a player coach with Ambush when he first started with Ambush in 1992. So it's nice to see that too. St. Louis also bringing in soccer legends. Another thing for St. Louis folks to look at, like, oh man, we could go see Darryl Duran. And they also give a lot of the St. Louis kids a chance to come out there and show their things and maybe get into the bigger leagues. The Ambush will play in the newly formed Major Arena Soccer League, and their play starts in the fall this year. Now, we're going to stay on the soccer tip, as it's kind of good for St. Louis, as we're trying to build this stadium up as a football stadium, a soccer stadium that's going to be on the riverfront in St. Louis for the Rams. So some soccer games were played in Missouri in the past week. On March 31st at Arrowhead Stadium, Mexico and Paraguay played to a 1-0 Mexican win, and it was attendance of 34,114, and it was the first soccer match at Arrowhead since 2010. And it was also a way for KC to officially enter itself into a 2016 Copa America Centero. It's a 16 tournament where U.S. and Mexico get automatic bids. So they already have kind of a soccer repertoire with Sporting KC. So they're trying to get games to come also to Arrowhead, something that the Cardinals have done with Busch Stadium. And this game at Busch Stadium was actually with the women, as the national team for the United States played the New Zealand woman. U.S. won 4-0, and it was a record-setting crowd at Busch of 35,817. St. Louis native Larry Chapini scored in the game in the 46th minute after being subbed in. She was also named Woman of the Match. So it was nice to see that a St. Louis native got in, got to score, named Woman of the Match in her hometown. And from what I've seen on Twitter, she was posting pictures of her going to Ted Drew's. So a nice treat for her in her hometown. She gets to score in a soccer game, gets at Busch Stadium of all places. Not many girls get to play there, so it was probably a big stage for her in her hometown. Now, the crowd was the largest crowd to watch a standalone women's game for the national team in history. It was the third largest crowd for a national women's game and friendlies matches. So that's kind of cool to see St. Louis come out and support soccer when we have kind of preached for years that we would be a good soccer town, almost as good as we'd be a good football town. And they showed it with the record-setting crowd. And this is something to build on to get that MLS team. They can look at this and say, wow, they're going to show up like this to a women's soccer game. Imagine they would do to a major soccer event if they have their own team. And then you could go with, hey, we would have a rival in Sporting KC. And now you could have home-and-home matches at Busch and Arrowhead. Or even Kauffman Stadium. or something like that, just to play in different stadiums. And, I don't think the Rams would be too unhappy if the Cardinals played one game a year, or Cardinals, if a St. Louis soccer team played a game at Busch Stadium once a year. And maybe it's just a friendly. Maybe it's a friendly before the season, a preseason game for soccer, and they just play against each other just for fun of it, like a cup, like the Governor's Cup, like KC and St. Louis does in the preseason sometimes. So it's kind of cool to see the Cardinals, or the soccer, being supported when we need the stadium to keep our football team. And that could be a big swing for the NFL to say, hey, if they can do this, that's going to bring us MLS team there. That means they can support the football team. And then MLS can look at this and say, hey, we're looking to expand, and this will be a good city to expand to. So it's kind of nice to see something different and try to get, maybe another major sport in the St. Louis area that other people like and can support. All right, we'll move on to the River City Rascals of baseball. And they'll start their season on May 8th at TR Hughes against the Frontier Grays. And it should be a good season for the Rascals as they're returning their whole infield. And it's after a season in which they were the runner-up in the Frontier League Championship. So it'd be nice to see, something different. See players that, you never know. Because you could see in the major leagues one day from St. Louis and all around United States playing right here in your backyard in O'Fallon. So as it goes on and we get a little more, I would have got more stats from the attack game, but they weren't up. So if it goes on, this segment will get better. We'll have a little more stats. We'll see who's playing well and who has a chance to maybe come up and go to things on better. But before we get done, I wanted to talk a little bit about this national championship game, and that's Duke versus Wisconsin. And first time in a long time, Duke has been an underdog, is in their ESPN's rating, whatever they rate it. Wisconsin has a 64% chance of winning. And I never really watched a Wisconsin game before.
Being a league owner is no better, because the league owners that are making money, it's kind of like those percentages in the country type shit where you really, really pull it up. You're like, oh, really? Only like 5% of people really question like that? It's the same thing for league owners. 90+% of league owners out there, because I know what it's like to be in those shoes. You're not making money, but there's a handful of league owners that really make money. Really, really make money. I could count on one hand that really, really make money. Some of the biggest league owners of all time are not only broke, but don't make money from battle rap. They just do events, and those events come and go, and they didn't walk away with nothing. They either went in the red or got even, or they didn't make no, even if they did make some, they made no real money. What you got to deal with is unfucking precedented. You're at the center. You have to know the business. You have to say when it's time to go spend $250,000 and when it's time to only spend $5,000 and be successful from it, or gain moments of success from it. Me, I'm still going to tell you, be a blogger. Be a blogger.
I think a lot of people misconstrue what battle rap is. It's a long, enduring job with very minimal rewards. The rewards are basically like props and thank yous and shit like that. On this side, you know what I mean? Things can go well sometimes, but for the most part, you gotta book like 16 rappers for events, and you know what I mean? Like, they're not...
A lot of logistics.
Yeah, it's a lot of logistics, right? So it's a lot of work, and it's a very thankless job, bro. Like, the people like us that stick through it, man, we go through tough times, man. It's really, you gotta have like tough fucking skin to make it through the battle rap world. There's been thousands of leagues, and literally like 3 still exist.
It's not recoupable. But we had our strategic partners available, you know what I'm saying? We had extra cushion to try to make it interesting. YouTube partnerships ain't paying. It's like, where the money's coming? Where's the money coming from? I don't know what they do. If I have a budget, I'm gonna let people know what I have for them. Gotcha. If they want to take it, they can take it. If they don't, then, you know what I mean? I'm going on to the next person. And ain't no ROI on the investment, then, you know what I mean? It's not gonna make sense. I am the coach. Who else is shaking it up? I'll speak in 2024. I'ma speak. Anybody say my name, I'm addressing everything. I'm not sparing nothing, and I'm coming with receipts.
Thank y'all for tapping into the Arch Madness podcast. Long time coming. Been trying to get this done before 314 day. I'm a day ahead. So You know, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. That's the first thing. That's why it took me so long. I have no idea what I'm doing at all. Not with the microphone, not with the programs, not with anything. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. You know, but I do know how to do this. Hey yo, the socials are at the bottom. Arch Madness Podcast on Facebook, at SG4L_Arch314, and at the Arch Madness Pod on Twitter or X, whatever the fuck you call it. The Arch Madness Podcast on YouTube. You know, you can hit us up on Instagram at Arch Madness Pod. I don't really use none of this shit or know how. And as soon as I figure this out and how to upload this shit, you can hit me up on Twitch at Arch Madness Pod, baby. Now let's just get into this intro real quick. You know, I'm pretty speechless on the concerted effort to not pay battle rappers more. That's basically what I see this as. I see this as a joint effort between the leagues. They emailed each other or something, got in a fucking group chat or something, and they said, "Hey man, we can't pay these motherfuckers no more." That's basically what I think it is. I don't think battle rap's dying at all. You know, I think it's just fine. I think it could be dying for some people, and those people might want to ask themselves what's their part in it. You know, like if their battles were easily accessible, or if the apps don't crash, or if the pay-per-view streams work, or if the cards are even worth what you're asking us to pay. I mean, that's the first thing, is you guys are trying to put out product that isn't as good anymore. And then at the same time charge us more. Like, I understand, you know what I mean? I understand how you think business might go, or how you think you might try to turn this business into that. But, you know, this is a whole different game. This ain't like other things for a reason. You know, it's just like, why are they pushing the narrative? Why aren't they going after more? Why aren't they trying to keep it alive? You know, that's the first thing, is if you guys are the big three battle rap league owners and you guys are saying battle rap is dying, the fuck does that say? I mean, what the fuck does that say about y'all for the most part? Because I don't think the rest of us feel that way. I don't think any of us feel like battle rap is dying. You know, I don't feel like, you know, it's just like, you want the whole culture to feel threatened. It's like a scare tactic. You know, I don't know what you want from the casual fans. They were casual to begin with. You guys want them to, it's like you guys want them to turn this into something it's not. They can't turn it into something it's not. It's like a lot of these people, this is just like a hobby. It's just something they do or something they watch. You know, it's like it's a niche market. You know what I mean? It can be big, but not through the avenues that y'all are pushing it at. That's why I hate the three big league owners. I hate them. You know what I mean? I can't stand them. We need better representation. We need real representation. We need manly representation. You know, it's like you got ARP. He be in his feelings, dog. He be romanticizing the battles. You know, he be in there with the candlelit battles, and y'all be letting him do it. y'all let them put you in the moonlights if you want to. I felt weird getting the intro clip, to be honest. I just feel like, that's the first battle rap league that has a tier mark instead of a watermark. You know what I mean? It's just weird, like industry plant vibes, like feel like he used to run down the hallway like an anime character. He's really like emotional, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Them steroids got you all emotional and mushy. You know what I mean? It's just like, we need better representation. Then we got Organic, who he's the absolute worst. I can't stand him. Not only does he sound fucking terrible listening to, but then the shit he said. I mean, it's suburban entitlement. That's what I call it. Don't expect me to be able to pronounce words. You know what I mean? I'm from St. Louis, first and foremost. But, like Organic, he's the absolute worst. He's a Karen. He's a victim. He acts like we should thank him. How about you're welcome for our talent that pushed you to the heights? Because it wasn't you, it wasn't your battle rap league, it was the talent on your league, and really it was one person that you built your whole league around. You stole him from another league, and then you built your whole league around him. I just see like the coward in some of these people. Like I don't know how to explain it because I don't have that mentality. I can never think like, oh, I just lost a deal and, battle rappers didn't thank me. That's pretty fucking weird if you ask me. Yeah, I mean, if you're like a hustler or whatever, then go find other avenues of revenue. That's the first thing you should probably do, is think about, what will other streams of revenue if you're losing streams of revenue. I mean, that would be my business decision, and I don't run either two of y'all businesses. You know what I mean? I just feel like this is we have the worst representation. You know what I mean? We got old Ja Rule over there, then we got this motherfucking, you know what I mean? We got this motherfucking Mickey Mouse Club Battle League sounding motherfucker, you know what I mean? This South Park Ike, all grown up looking motherfucker, look like he's still biked to this day. You know what I mean? Putting all kinds of corny shit. You know what I mean? I don't get it. This is the people that are pushed to the mainstream. That's what I don't get. I mean, I understand they might have a little bit of money or whatever, but all money ain't good money. All product ain't good product. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm speechless. I don't get it. I don't understand. You hear me? I don't understand. And they say the big money's not coming back. The fuck do you mean? Are you tucking your tail? You getting the fuck out of here? Because if you're getting the fuck out of here, I mean, I'm sure everybody else would love that. Everybody else would love y'all to get the fuck out of here and open up the lane. You know what I mean? Stop all this weird shit in the culture. We can start putting the underground leagues on, because that's where the real talent comes from. The real talent comes from that. The real essence comes from the underground battle leagues, and then y'all take them and ruin them. And that's the fact of the matter. That's what you guys say, the big money's not coming back. It's just like, you guys aren't worth big money. I don't understand. You got to be worth the big money. Like, we can't just like pay you based off like battles from 10 years ago. It don't work like that. You got to still put out like product. It's not understandable for you to say the big money's not coming back because you lost one deal. Most people lose one deal. It's their first business deal. They think, well, now it's time to go big. You know, you guys had a little app deal on Cat Bean. You know what I mean? Now it's time to go big. You know what I mean? 8 Mile was a big success. Body was a pretty big success. There's been battle rap TV shows. You know, there's other things like other forms of entertainment incorporate battle rap into their TV shows and everything else. There's a market for this. That's why you guys got to think big. Why not think Netflix? Why not think HBO? Why not think Showtime, cable? Try to get your shit on like Fuse or something so it's in a Spectrum library. I mean, you guys can hire me. I can teach y'all a little something. You know, we might be able to make some money after that 4.2. You can make that back. You hit up Netflix, you hear me? Hulu. Yo, I'm just saying, like, the big money's gone, but where did all the money go? Where did all the money before this go? Where's all the money up until that day you said the big money's not coming back? Where's all that money at? You know, that's what I'm saying. Like old YouTube views, your apps, your pay-per-views, everything else like that, everything else that you're selling. Your reels, your shorts, any form of revenue that you're getting, tickets. That's a big one for you guys. You guys hold big events. There's a lot of people there. At $100, you know what I mean? It's a lot of money. I don't understand where all of it went. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't understand where all the money went. You guys got money from Gerald McCoy. You guys got money from Drake. You guys got money from Diddy. Where did it all go? No, I don't understand it. It sounds like money laundering. Now, I know white collar crime when I see it. You hear me? You know, I know white collar crime when I see it. I know money laundering. I know whenever somebody's trying to shave the profits. I know whenever somebody's trying to skim off the top. You hear me? That's business in the real world. You know, I just think it's kind of ironic that, you know, Norb's got rock bottom and then y'all league hits rock bottom. That's kind of fucking funny to me. You know what I mean? Norbs is over there getting tossed around, but, you know what I mean, his lawyer was tossing y'all around in court, pause. Then you say, who else is shaking shit up? You know what I mean? I guess that's why you lost all your sponsorships, apps, and, you know, your fans, your subscriptions. I guess that's why you're losing everything, because you're the only one that shakes shit up. You know what I mean? I guess that's why. You know, it makes a lot of sense. You know, caffeine sucked in general. The URL app sucked in general. You know what I mean? The pay-per-view stream sucked in general. The cards have been trash in general for a long time. Because everybody's leaving. Because you're the only one that shakes shit up. But most of the big names are shaking shit up other places. That's why these other leagues are even around. Because you're shaking shit up. You hear me? I don't get it. You know what I mean? It's just like, none of this shit was easily accessible either. like it used to be. Like you guys tried to get us to pay for 2 apps, tickets and pay-per-views, and, like then you guys are having people sponsor whole events and battles. You know what I mean? And it's like, what? How much are you guys coming out the pocket if these guys are sponsoring the whole thing? You know what I mean? I don't get it. That's why I don't get it that you say shit like, you're the only one shaking shit up. Who else is shaking shit up? The culture. You are the culture. The culture dies with you. You ain't wrapped a motherfucking day in your life, Smack. I don't want to hear you rap either. I ain't never heard some, hey yo, on the corner, son. Better warn him, son. I ain't never heard none of that shit. You hear me? You ain't wrapped a motherfucking day in your life. You are the culture dies with you. But why is the culture so heavily, it's heavily engaged other places, even places that it shouldn't be. But you're the culture, and the culture dies with you. Don't make no fucking sense. You know what I mean? You say shit like, you're the only one with power moves. Looks to me like the power move's been stripped, Smack. No more S on the chest. Caffeine kryptonite, son. Easily. They made me delete the app, son. Off my phone, son. Straight to my Degrassi Hall pass, son. You know what I mean? They said I got a Blu-ray, son. I don't know how to Blu-ray people. His lawyer really put belt to asso. Belto to culo. You hear me? You got that PG, the peso grab, the peso grande. After that, listen, Norbs, I know what the fuck going on. After that 90-day NDA, non-compete clause is up, y'all get ready for Street Taco Truck Battle League. Norbs told me on Twitter. Stay tuned. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't understand. It's just like, this is the representation we have. And this is the shit that the main battle rappers have been talking about. Like, these motherfuckers they aren't even weird, they're emotional. They move off emotion. It's like they do business off emotion. That's why it's weird. This is battle rap, man. The fuck? That's why people say, what the fuck going on? This is just weird. Like I said, weird ain't the word to really explain it. It's, we'll fuck around and get canceled if we say the real word. I'm just saying. And then these 3 motherfuckers, right? They blame the whole culture. All 3 of them said the culture. The whole culture. The culture. The battlers, the fans, the bloggers. Everybody. Everybody involved with battle rap. It's everybody else's fault, right? That's what I don't get. It's everybody else's fault that has sustained the business model this long. It's everybody else's fault that's probably taken battles on discount. People have done you favors because it is Smack, because it is King of the Dot, because it is RBE. It's not, they're going to get more exposure. Like, yeah, they can get some money out of you, but they still understand the exposure at the same time. They might know they can't charge another league that. Another small league that's why they're just gonna get like a one rounder, something like that, and that's why a lot of these guys don't even prepare because they're just going out there to steal a check. So in that case, it is kind of the battle rappers' fault. Some of them, the ones that were chasing checks instead of worrying about the competition and where. I guess everybody ain't worried about winning nowadays, and everybody ain't worried about being number one and all that spot. Because I understand that our three leaders aren't worried about being number one. Our three leaders aren't worried about being good representation or role models. So I understand that the battle rappers probably don't see much. I would understand if they don't see much problem with what they're doing, which I don't either. to be completely honest. Okay. Listen, this might sound crazy, but I'm gonna say it. This is the Smack Organic. This is the ARP. If it's our fault, throw an event without us. Do all the work. I want to see people that have never battled before. I want to see fans that have never been there before. I want to see you guys get some graphic designers that you might actually have to pay, or get some new ones. People that maybe don't know about battle rap at all. Then I want you guys to go do the promo. I want you guys to do all the work. Throw an event without the culture. Throw an event without the battlers. Throw an event without the fans. Let's see how far you guys get. If we need you guys so much, and you guys are the culture, and the culture dies without you, and whatever. That's the fuck. Whatever. I tell you. That's pretty much one of the reasons why I didn't make it too far, because I was telling all these motherfuckers, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm just saying, like, what do you want from us? Are we supposed to run your business? We're supposed to hire your accountants? We're supposed to do free battles, flyer designs, the promo. Camera work. Are we supposed to buy tickets, apps, pay-per-views? Are we supposed to set up the pay-per-view? Are we supposed to buy the websites and all that shit? Are we supposed to think organic too? Are we supposed to donate? Are we supposed to pray? We're supposed to pass a community plate around. We're supposed to, you guys want a can dry? You guys want my spaghetti rings though? You want my raviolis? They want our raviolis, but they eat filet mignon. They want to give us Tay-Rock vampire battles and your judge versus young anarchy. Dudes versus chicks. Dudes, that's chicks versus chicks. We got Skinamax homoerotic battles. We got grind time rejects. We got corny matchup versus Anderson Burris. That's what I'm really tired of the most in battle rap, is this fucking tired angle of the corny white fucking what do you call it, like fucking suburban kid, the rich white kid, where he's got to tell us how down he is, and how MC Search is in his top 5, and he's got to, these motherfuckers always got to talk about how they got to fight for their right to party, don't they? Fucking weirdos. Like, I'm tired of this shit. This is the type of shit that we have to deal with. It's like, this is the type of shit that they push. And shit like this, we're hearing about, like, how these other motherfuckers are, how these weird white motherfuckers are down, and, how, they know the 5 elements, and, they were at a Scribble Jam and summer scrap, or whatever the fuck these weirdos be. Like, You know what I mean? I don't. It's shit that I don't watch. I know that. So I don't understand it, and I don't give a fuck about it. To be completely honest, you know what I mean. That's one reason I don't watch Smack because of Anderson Burris. You know what I mean? I don't like him at all. You know what I mean? I think he's fucking corny, dog. Like, you know what I mean? That's what you get though when you got scouts like Lex Luthor, dog. Like, he's a GameStop employee. He's a basement and Cheeto enthusiast. He's what they call an incel. You know what I mean? The exact type of dweeb that we're talking about. You know what I mean? Future Reddit posters. You know what I mean? Dungeons and Dragon type ass dorks. Pokemon trainer ass motherfuckers. You know what I mean? I don't get it. It's weird to me. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers pick guys like these motherfuckers' names is Turtleneck Teddy and Pretty Hippie Paws. Dog, these are grown men. You know what I mean? These are grown fucking men. You guys are picking them, and their names is Pretty Hippie and Turtleneck Teddy Paws. I don't even say Paws, dog. They dash would be mad as fuck at me. Man. I'm telling you right now. That's what I'm saying. But like you got all your scouts are dorks. You know what I mean? It's like these people are looking for smack talent. Really? You know what I mean? You got that's what I'm saying, like people like Luther. Like he's a loser, dog. You know what I mean? And then you got people like Drake Dennis. Really? Matt Urkel? Blind Keenan? You know what I mean? Fuck him for charging LT, dog. You know what I mean? Them, you know what I mean? Like him or Lex Luthor don't battle on Smack, and they're looking for your talent. Chilla Jones. That's Mr. Can of Corn himself. He picked somebody named Jalopy Bunges. And that sounds like some zesty sloppy Joe. You know what I mean? Like, that's some weird shit, dog. Like, so, this is the shit we gotta deal with. You know what I mean? And then it's like, you got these people, like these bloggers, dog. These bloggers. You know what I mean? First off, the guy that was doing the Smack interview, 15 minutes of fame or whatever, you know what I mean? That is 15 minutes of dick riding. Don't you ever in your motherfucking life do another. Listen here. I'm going to say it again. Don't you ever in your motherfucking life ever do another knee POV interview. Listen, Smack. What you were doing was wrong. It's illegal. Can't fraternize with your employees. URL don't got an HR. Hip hop is real. HHIR. You know what I mean? You can't do that. It was fucking weird. I felt really weird getting most of these clips. And this is battle rap, y'all. This is what they did to the game, y'all. You know what I mean? First off, that guy was over there talking, oh, yeah, Smack, you are the culture dies with you. Oh, yeah, nobody else is shaking shit up. Oh, yeah. Then you got T-Top, talk heavy. Yeah, no, this is T-Top. But Smack, you couldn't talk to me like that. You can't talk to me like that, Smack. Let me tell you. I know like 3 or 4 guys from the same place as me that agree. You know what I mean? That you don't talk to, you saying all that shit, like basically like, that shit's dead. It moves with you, so basically we gotta grovel at your feet. And this motherfucker says, talk heavy, Smack. So I guess he's taking a pay cut. You know what I mean? But that's what this whole thing turned into was, you know, how much of yourself is for sale. You know, the first couple PG waves were dope. That's a fact. You know what I mean? That's a fact. The first couple PG waves were dope. B Magic, QP. You know, you got classic battles out of those. You know, it's just, you know, people that are less talented will accept less. You know what I mean? People that aren't as smart will accept less. People that are smarter go, you know, they kind of know whenever they're being played with. So that, you know, they might take a couple paychecks from you, but listen, they're not gonna sign themselves exclusively to you. Whenever whenever we're both under the knowledge that these are shady business practices, but you know, it's at the time it's URL, you know. So you know, a lot of these guys, you know, but now you got RBE paying and all that shit. You know what I mean? These guys don't give a fuck about smack. They're taking them paychecks. They don't give a fuck about them weird ass lights. They taking them paychecks. You hear me? But that's why this shit is at where it's at. So I got them bloggers like 15 Minutes of Fame. You know what I mean? I guess doing that shit to, you know, I don't know, maybe he wants to be a scout for the Crucible or some shit. I don't understand. You know what I mean? Then you got people like, it's like people that, like 10, 12 years ago, I was telling people about people like this. Chris Unbiased, serial predator weirdo. Outed as a serial predator weirdo. People still follow him, watches. He's one of the most watched battle rap bloggers there is. These people are outed. He's not the only one. I can't give you all the names right now because I don't watch battle rap fucking blogs. I don't watch them fucking weirdos. You know what I mean? But you got people like Chris Unbiased. You know what I mean? It's weird. He's pushed to the top. He's elevated. He's still accepted. You know what I mean? Out here looking like a fruity cat. You know what I mean? No pun intended. He looked like a fruity cat. He looked like Juicy Smoulier Pet. He looked like, you know, Unbiased in Wonderland. You know what I mean? I don't understand. It's like he got us sitting on the playground bench, but no kid's mustache. He's a sick bastard. And these are the people that are pushed to the top. These are the people that the casual fans and the weirdo fans push to the top. You know what I mean? So then the other battle rappers, I guess, gotta go to him and do his interviews and all that other shit. But I wouldn't have done an interview with that motherfucker. Fuck him. Type of people we don't need him fuck around. Before he was even outed, he was fucking weird. I don't understand. This is the type of shit. This is why, you know what I mean, you guys tried to commercialize the game and it was never commercial to begin with. And this is what y'all got. You got Chris Unbiased. You know what I mean? You got people like that running shit. You got other people that have been outed as serial predators, fucking weirdos, and these are, you know, battle rappers have been outed. Then, you know what I mean? You got people like Angry Fan. You know what I mean? I ain't got too much of a problem with Angry Fan, but he don't seem like, you know, I guess he seems like a battle rap blogger. You know, I don't understand. I don't understand him, and I don't know how to gauge him or say what his character is or anything. I don't know. He just seemed kind of weird. You know what I mean? That's just what I get. I mean, he got his name from chat capitals, capital letters, and chat rooms. You know what I mean? That caps, dog. Angry Fan, dog. You got your name from chat capital stuff. You know what I mean? You know, I remember when he used to throw shit in his garage and shit like that. You know what I mean? That shit used to be hella funny, dog. He used to throw shit. You know, I don't know whose fucking garage that was. You know what I mean? I hope that was him. You know what I mean? I hope he know how to fix garage doors. You know what I mean? He was throwing all kinds of shit, lawnmowers, fucking weed eaters, fucking chairs, all kinds of shit, dog. I remember when he used to do that shit, but they said he was drunk driving and now he been out of shape. Pause. Oh man, he was out in the rain looking like he was gonna fight some Irish. You hear me? He was out there like, have you seen my baseball? Fucking weirdos, dog. You know what I mean? Yeah, y'all remember that scene in Godfather when his son get shot at the toll booth, and they looking at him, and the Godfather like, look at how they massacred my boy. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about this shit, man. It's really how I feel. Look what they did to my boy, man. They massacred my boy, man. This shit is crazy. You know what I mean? There's some cool battle rap bloggers though, you know what I mean? Shout out Jay Black, of course. You know what I mean? He's the coolest one. You know what I mean? Then you got you know what I mean, Champion is dope. You know what I mean? So we gotta stake that. I'm gonna talk about it more later. You know what I mean? You got Angry Fan, he's cool, you know what I mean? One of the coolest ones, you know what I mean, RIP Mr. Circle City, dog. You know what I mean? I always liked his videos, and I felt like he was just like a cool ass dude. He knew what the fuck he was talking about. You know what I mean? He was a good battle rap blogger. You know what I mean? And so R.I.P. him. You know what I mean? Then you got you know what I mean, my guy from St. Louis. You know what I mean? My guy, Druckle Tony. You hear me? You know what I mean? Funniest dude, one of the funniest dudes out. You know what I mean? One of the funniest dudes out. He's hilarious. You should check out his content on YouTube. He does, you know, like whole blogs. He does short shit. He does interviews. He be drunk as fuck, interviewing, slurring. It's fucking hilarious. He be out there like, who do you think won? He'd be like, what the fuck this dude just say? The motherfucker just be like, yeah, yeah, it was a good night. You know what I mean? Motherfucker, you know what I mean? Shout out Druckle Tony, that's my guy. You know what I mean? It's just like, this is just a reality check. That's what it really is. Big money ain't gone. The big money ain't gone. It's just got, you know what I mean? Reality check hit in your pocket. You hear me? That's all it is. It's a reality check. You know, this is your bad business. This is your mockery of who you post your talent from. You know what I mean? This is the you know, how you treated certain people. You know, definitely from a certain city. You know what I mean? It's just like, to be honest, the talent, you post your talent, most of it, from Lions Den. You know what I mean? Grind Time. The Jungle. Miss Gracie. One of my favorites, Block City. You got a lot of people from there. Street Status. You got a lot of people from there. You know, this is your fault. You were arrogant. You know what I mean? You were arrogant. That brings ignorance. You know what I mean? People are starting to see the bullshit. You definitely sense all the battle rappers are saying you're on bullshit. You know what I mean? This is, you know what I mean? You can't run a Ponzi scheme on us for years and years, and then not just on the fans or you know, the bloggers or people involved in the culture, the battle rappers, especially the PGs, the RBEs, intakes, the GCs, all of them fucking weird. all of them. You know what I mean? You gotta really fucking tuck your pride to be on one of those fucking things. To be honest, nowadays. And I just feel like I'd feel like a loser if I sold most of myself just to get some views. You see what they do for views? You hear me? You see what they do for views? Sign themselves into a 1080 contract. You hear me? I just feel like this is your fault. This is Organic's fault. This is RBE's fault, especially. It's always going to be RBE and Organic's fault because they shouldn't even be involved. You know, like I understand like there's people like Pat Stay and shit like that put King of the Dot on the map, but once we got what we needed from them, we should have really got rid of them because, you know what I mean, we're really not trying to, you know what I mean, hear, you know what I mean, we ain't trying to hear that squeaky ass voice motherfucker no more, dog. We ain't trying to pay you $75 for a GZ intake, Gully. We ain't trying to pay that $250 for the RBE intake. Fucking ARP, whatever the fuck your name is. You hear me? You fucking emotional fuck. You know what I mean? I don't like none of these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Really what this comes down to is, you know, you try to fuck the game. The game fucked you. I mean, greed, hate, envy, the cake will do. Fuck the game, don't let the game fuck you. Word to Cornell. You hear me? Word to my guy. It's just like, this is the shit that y'all allowed in. You know what I mean? Y'all let that movie Body be made. That's what I don't understand. There's a lot of battle rappers involved with that. Ain't nobody was there. Like, why is dude the main character? Who the fuck story is this? Where the fuck would this happen? I don't get it. Don't let this shit happen. There was hell. Arsenal was there. You know what I mean? There was a bunch of people there that could, you know, that I would have thought would have been like, you know, Lux, Hollow. I mean, Hollow's been involved with like grind time and shit like that, but come on, bro. Listen to this shit. This my what do they call it? This is my description of, you know, this is my review of the Body movie. You know what I mean? It's a fucking, first off, it's a perfect misrepresentation of battle rappers, the culture, what really the fuck goes on, like the type of people that battle rap. I mean, I guess you could say some of them people battle rap, but there's only like a certain fucking kind of people that pay attention to them kind of people. I mean, it's not the people that we're talking to or we're talking about. You know, that shit's weird. Let that shit stay in the weird shit. You know, we can't fucking stop everything. You know, so fuck, but still at the same time, like, y'all can stop by. You know what I mean? Like this fucking goofball kid. You know, he gets swirlies, dog. You can tell. You know, he's like a swirly kid. He does battle rap homework. All of a sudden, he's got bars in his head. You know what I mean? Kind of, we've seen this fucking story kind of before. It was a guy on a bus. You know what I mean? But now this guy does battle rap homework. And he does, you know what I mean? Now he's got bars and they formulate. And then, you know, his smart, unreceptive girlfriend tells him he's a fucking loser. And he battles her. Somebody wrote this shit. And, you know what I mean? That's just the first half of the movie. Then you got the last scene where he battles his fucking friend, outs him as a video game designer and shit like that. Like, first off, why are these two the main fucking characters? I don't, there's like not a street representation. Sharon's the street representation. I think it was Sharon. Billy Pistols, I don't know if it's Ron or Sharon or Frack or, you know what I mean? I don't know. You know what I mean? But listen, the last battle, this fucking, you know what I mean? These fucking weird motherfuckers wrote this shit. Listen, you know what I mean? Adam 22, college student, pronouns him or her, battles his fucking friend, outs him as a video game designer, and then talks about his daughter's cystic fibrosis. You know what I mean? If I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm sorry. Cystic fibrosis. You know what I mean? Like, he talks about that. He says, like, you can't put air in her lungs. Really? Like, y'all let this shit happen? Ain't nobody say that shit wouldn't happen. You know what I mean? He says something about, you know what I mean? He's talking about, you know, he said a bunch of shit about how she couldn't breathe and how her dad can't save her. You know what I mean? Boop, boop, boop. You know what I mean? Jab, cross, uppercut. West Side Gun ad libs. Doop, 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 doop. You know what I mean? There's only like one fucking place that can happen. You know what I mean? Well, two places. You know, you got the original and then you got the corny copycat Canadian League. You know what I mean? That's why I hate fucking Organic and Goalie. I fucking hate them. Tired of seeing them. Glad they haven't really done shit. Nobody cares anyway. We're not trying to see fucking, you know, we're not trying to see your like fucking California Democrat battles anyway. You hear me? Your fucking progressive battles and all that weird shit you got going on over there. Ain't nobody trying to fucking see that shit. You hear me? Nobody trying to see that dumb shit. Good. No, we ain't thanking you, motherfucker. Fuck you. Putting out that bullshit. Getting all that bullshit in our algorithm and all that shit. People watching battles and they think that's what battles is. That ain't what it fucking is. Definitely ain't the movie fucking Body. I mean, I guess it is now, though, because it's the weird shit y'all do. I don't understand it. And then you blame us or the culture. You blame the fans. That's the craziest part about this. Like, who are the fans supposed to fucking thank you? They paid their tickets and pay-per-views. They came to the event. They cheered for shit they probably didn't want to cheer for. You want them to do more? I mean, fuck you, Organic. You're welcome. You're welcome that, you know, you're welcome that there's a lane for, you know, the white part of battle rap, basically. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. I'm tired of seeing it, to be honest. And I know I'm white and shit, but I'm tired of fucking seeing it. We can have white battle rappers and shit, but can we have like good representation? You know what I mean? That kind of brings me to my next point. Like, at least we got like A-Ward. You know what I mean? I fuck with A-Ward heavy. You know what I mean? And we got Big fucking K, Champion of the Year, Cody. You hear me? The dog strikes again. You hear me? That's what's up. Congratulations, Big K, man. I agree with O. I think it's kind of hard for him to win. Definitely since people are saying, oh, you can't give it to him. He's white. And all this other shit. And Before, it wasn't a big problem. Wasn't that big of a problem whenever white people were good rappers. I don't understand. I mean, Big K's tough, man. Big K got bars. Perfect. One of the most perfect battle styles. You know what I mean? He's a good angler. One of the best anglers. He got the best angle ever. But Benzino come up out of a fucking hot tub one time. Y'all think it's cute. And all of a sudden, Eminem trash. Big K is a guest. He can't win an award. Hey man, we accept it. We're guests. We get it. It's only for a year though. Oh fuck, he can't win a 1-year award, dog. Big K. He beat A-Ward. He killed A-Ward. A-Ward was on a run. A-Ward got all kinds of special moves. He killed A-Ward bad. And he killed Murder Mook. A-Ward, Murder Mook. That's two of the top battle rappers right now, if you ask me. And Mook's an all-time legend that y'all call the GOAT, number one. And he beat him, and he can't win Champion of the Year. You ask me, it's years in the making. I think he's been good a long time. He's been doing this shit a long time. The shit he did to where he pulled out the statements on old boy. I mean, that shit goes everywhere. I mean, perfect representation of us, the whites. You know what I mean? Thank God. You know what I mean? But that shit where he pulled out the he pulled out the statements on old boy, that shit's shown everywhere. People that don't watch battle rap have seen that. They posted it. People sent it to me, tagged me in it, like, who is this? And all kinds of shit like that. Like, or damn, old boy killed this. You know what I mean? It's just, I guess, since he would never, like, fucking write a college essay, you know what I mean? Or battle his fucking girlfriend in the library, he can't win Champion of the Year. You know what I mean? Like, what do you want from him? You know what I mean? I don't get it. You know what I mean? But congratulate Big K. You know what I mean? I think it's, like I said, years in the making, well deserved. One of my favorite battle rappers. One of the top battle rappers right now. I think he's been one of the top battle rappers for a couple years. I think he's been dope since his first battle I ever seen. Like, and he's just, you know what I mean? He's got like, you know what I mean? I'm going to talk about W-Dub later. One of the most perfect battle styles. You hear me? It's just, people that do like the 4-bar setup punches or like, you know, like 3-bar or something, you know, the crowd loves that shit. They can follow it. They act like they like the schemes and the wordplay and all that shit, but they ain't really catching all that shit for real. I mean, definitely the shit that y'all push the shit to. You know what I mean? Them people ain't looking for that shit. They're looking for like jokes and shit like that. You know what I mean? Good thing that that's a minority. That's a minority part of the battle culture where, you know what I mean, it's the casual fans, the weird fans, the people that are just looking for the bullshit or don't know what's really going on. You know what I mean? But he obviously impresses them too. So I don't see the problem with saying he's Champion of the Year. You know what I mean? Plus, you know what I mean, then he put out a dope ass freestyle. Then he started calling, I don't know if he's the first one to do it, but Cody's pretty dope, you know what I mean? For the award name. Sounds professional if you ask me. It sounds like an Emmy award or something like the Oscars, you know what I mean? Something like that. It sounds like something like that. I like it. I like Champion. I like the awards. I like how it's set up. I like, you know what I mean? I don't know if Jay Black is renting suits or Smack is buying suits, you know what I mean? He, you know, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's involved with URL no more either. But, you know what I mean? That's a great show. I love Champion. To be honest, I love the. I may not agree with everything everybody says on it, but at least, you know what I mean, I can still watch it. I can still be entertained by it. You know what I mean? I'm entertained by goofy shit too. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like I like to laugh at goofy motherfuckers. You know what I mean? You know, and that just brings me to, you know, St. Louis battle rap. You know what I mean? Like, you know, listen, it's different here. The people are different. It's why. It's why when people try to treat us the same as other people and we don't accept it, they're confused. And we're even more confused by the questioning of, you know, of standing on your integrity. You know what I mean? Your integrity, your morals. You know what I mean? Like it's like the whole city is a different type of what would I say, environment, to the point where it's like all kinds of people, all kinds of jobs, all kinds of criminal elements. There's all kinds of different sectors here, and they all have a certain respect for each other. And we kind of we look for that outside of here too, and we get confused whenever it's not the same, or y'all accept less, and we're like, we kind of look at that fun. You know what I mean? Sometimes we might be we might go a little too far. Sometimes people like me, and it might hurt our careers and shit like that. But I'm not at all mad at it, to be honest. Not at all mad at anything I ever said, to be honest. Y'all villainize me to go on Unbiased Island. You hear me? So I don't give a fuck about anything if I ever said offended a fan or offended somebody that really shouldn't have. That I didn't give a fuck what their opinion was anyway. You know what I mean? Because who the fuck are they? And if they're weird, I don't want them as a fucking thing. To be honest, I mean, I ain't trying to sell out too much anyway. I mean, obviously you gotta sell out. You know what I mean? To make it anywhere in battle rap, you gotta accept bullshit to get to the top. Wasn't like that at the beginning, but now it is. It's coming out now. You can't. All like 3, 4, 5 big battle rappers from here, 6 big battle rappers from here. Don't fuck with. They don't even care to fuck with you. I mean, they're well established anyway. But I'm pretty sure if they fucked with you as a person, they'd still battle there. You know what I mean? If the shit wasn't, if you went on some bullshit, they probably still battle there. If you wasn't trying to, you know what I mean, treat us like other people, they'd probably still be there. Like, they told you many times. Like, listen, I don't give a fuck. I say this shit all the time in my real life. I don't care. I don't give a fuck how you treat anybody else. The other 7.9 billion people in the world. But you're gonna treat me with motherfucking respect. And like a man, you're gonna give me the respect I deserve, the respect I command. You know what I mean? We don't like weaklings. You know? But that shit don't fly here, you know what I mean? We don't like that shit. You can't look at us, move around, talk to, treat us, you know what I mean? We know the secrets, the slime ball shit, we know how to get rid of the bodies, we know all the shit. You can't talk to us like that. And we know what the fuck? Ooh. Mr. Shake shit up. If you shake shit up, well, we'll make another verse. Make another hit, man. Make another house. Make another Remedy. Make another B Magic. T-Double. KD. You know, somebody like that. Obviously, it's the battlers, and it's not just them. It's not just people from St. Louis that are. It's not like a St. Louis thing and get smacked. Smacking them definitely have a thing against St. Louis, but it's like more like everybody. It might just be. It might be a Midwest thing because I see Big T saying the other, kind of making fun of them for crying and shit like that. And I, I mean, of course I laughed at that shit because I was like, yeah, I feel you. I wouldn't tuck my motherfucking tail neither. I would. I mean, I'm hitting up fucking Showtime or something. Shit, Showtime battles. I mean, they don't do boxing no more, but I mean, somebody's gonna watch the shit. You know, it's just, your weirdo tactics, the contracts. They say shine 100 times. You know what I mean? First off, like, we ain't gonna read that shit and not laugh, and then we ain't gonna read that shit and not laugh at the corny shit. So, you know what I mean? So it's just not gonna work with us, bro. It's over. It's done. And it's sad. You know what I mean? Because all it really is 20 years later, these New York 2 hoodie old heads are hurt. You know what I mean? They wear their heart on their Averex sleeve. You know what I mean? Gotta cancel that bitch, buy a new one. Bird went up there like, Frank White, dog, a cipher go down at the park, I want in. A battle go on the corner, I want in. You know what I mean? This shit's funny as hell to me. I just think it's hella funny. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like, like, it's just like, get over it. You know what I mean? Like, battle rap changes, smack changes. You two become strangers. You know what I mean? Get grip, dog. Ain't that bad. Number 2 ain't that bad, y'all. Can't see it coming down my eye. Gotta make the battle cry. You hear me? Oh, I'll be missing you. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh man, I make myself laugh too goddamn much, I tell you that. I'll be missing you. Oh man. It's just like, the whole shit started with Verb versus SP. That's, if we really go back to it, like, first off, what the fuck happened that night? Wasn't there a venue and like a card, and there was other battlers? Then there was battlers there that were supposed to battle, but they had other plans, and then Verb battled some random guy. I guess. I don't know if he's random, but it seemed random. Luke is behind him. I thought somebody was supposed to battle Mook, maybe Verb. Just saying what the fuck happened, and then Verb battles SP, and everybody's scared. Everybody run. You know what I mean? Everybody guarding an angel, bro. Oh shit. What we gonna do now? How we gonna eat, man? St. Louis is back around. That's URL. Punk ass crying out loud. You know, it's crazy, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck happened? Bird out there kicking that boy ass real bad. Everybody's scared now. Except for Vlad DVD, Bobby Lashley, and the dog from next Friday. They said, we got some. And a star is born. The URL is born. Off that moment, that line, the Guardian Angel Duck line. URL became the most respected battle league, or whatever y'all be saying in the intro that I don't know who it is, if it's Smacker, Beasley, or Chico, or Yeah, somebody y'all hires that fucking get ready to rumble or something. You know? I don't know who the fuck that is in there, but I heard it's Chico, but it sounds a lot like fucking Beasley if you ask me. They might be the same fucking person. One of them might have hair. I don't know. I'm just saying, dog. Like, it's like this whole shit was carried on the back of 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 Verb's guardian angel. You hear me? SB's guardian angel, motherfucking. The whole shit was birthed on that. That shit is crazy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? This shit is crazy. Then the Hitman comes in. He changes the whole game with promo with ours. He has the highest views. Then you got them two put together, Verb and Howler. They got the best battle on your whole channel, and that's two guys from the same city. You know what I mean? Like, I'm starting to see it. I mean, I've been seeing it. I'm just saying, like, as you explain it more and more to yourself, as you look at it more and more to yourself, you see it. The best battle on the whole channel is two guys from St. Louis, Howler and Verb. Not only is the whole thing started from a guy from St. Louis coming out there to New York, having one of the best performances ever. And then these two guys come in, change the game, promo, performance, have the best battle on your channel. I'm pretty sure it might be the highest viewed. It's one of the highest viewed. I'm pretty sure Hitman might have like the 3 highest viewed battles on the whole channel. You know, everybody wanted to rap like Ill when Ill came in. Everybody wanted to rap like Ill. Everybody all of a sudden became witty and wordplay, and you know what I mean? They would mix the wordplay into punches, and then Magic comes in, right? You know, everybody in the fucking game after Magic stole Magic's fucking style. Everybody. The 4-bar setup, name flips, punches, you know. Everybody started to rap like him. Not only that, he beat Charlie Clips at a time where Charlie Clips was regarded as the #1 battler in the world, and that battle was basically saying, hey, the #1 battler right now is the winner of this battle, and then B Magic wins. So now again, a guy from St. Louis is the best battler on your channel. Everybody steals his style, wants to rap like him. You know what I mean? Not to mention the other 3 that came before him that everybody wants to rap like. You know what I mean? That everybody wants to be. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't seem like they want to be like Luke or none of that shit. We don't hear none of that shit no more. That's for sure. I hear a lot of motherfucking, hit to the hip with the pot. I don't know. You'll be some British rapping shit over there. We don't hear no fucking Murder Mook shit. We ain't hear no Rick Dallas shit. Even though he's from Philly, but you know what I mean? That's early smack. You know what I mean? It's just, you know what I mean? Not only that, Magic's in a second run of his career. In a great run. Everybody saying, you know what I mean? Magic's back. He's on a run. You know what I mean? So, you know, that pray for STL, pray for Magic shit. You know what I mean? You tried it. I mean, somebody motherfucking prayed for Norb, so right hand on the Bible. Motherfucker prayed for him, you know what I mean? Lost. You know what I mean? Lost 4 point due to Norbs, had to fall back. Find a league owner, what you call that? You hear me? Nobody said I fucked my money up. Can't keep my league up. No, it's the fans' fault. You hear me? It's the fans' fault. This shit crazy. Super crazy. Crazy as summer madness in September. Crazy as fuck. Y'all are wild, man. That's what I don't understand. It's like I was fucking wild. I was wild. I was extra. I was overdoing it. I was, you know what I mean? Oh, that's just me in regular life. Really, I'm really in the, you know what I mean? I tone it down a little bit, to be honest, and I got to, because, you know what I mean? I'm way too fucking funny to be going back and forth with these battle rappers. They be getting mad and shit. You know what I mean? They're recommended. They're recommended not to get in the back and forth with me because they know they're gonna lose. It's gonna be a bunch of jokes. It's gonna be a bunch of truth. Yeah, I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna do both. You know what I mean? So it's just I don't. This shit is crazy. You know what I mean? Like I said, crazy is summer madness in September. You know what I mean? You know that brings me to my next topic. You know what I mean? We go. I mean, I want to talk about MVP. I mean, I'm gonna save it to the prediction, and I'll deep dive on MVP and my thoughts on MVP and his career and everything else. You know what I mean? But you know that this is my next point is all you new guys out there, all you battle rappers that aren't, you know what I mean, that are still active, you know what I mean, people that are looking to get back in, you know what I mean, most of us vets already know this, but listen, being from here is a fucking brand. People fucking love us outside of battle rap in the world. You know what I mean? There's nothing but talent that has come from here in all aspects of entertainment or anything, sports or anything. It's a bunch of talent. We have a walk of fame that rivals, you know, Los Angeles, and all those people ain't even from Los Angeles. You know what I mean? But I try to tell these new guys this, but you guys really need to start applying it and believe it and preach it yourself. Go ask the people. Go ask the fucking people what they think about St. Louis, what they think about St. Louis battles, what they think about, you know, the city in general, the crime history, you know, shit like that. You know, people are infatuated with the city. You know what I mean? And then just in battle rap, like I said, like we literally made a movement. Nobody expected people from St. Louis to come out, go up to New York, kill them, keep killing them for 10 years. New talent come in, be number one battlers, all the way up until like last 2 years. They've had talent, you know, come from St. Louis. Not that they pushed it, but that's their personal vendetta and their emotional baggage that they have against us as a city. You know what I mean? Well, I understand it. You know what I mean? I understand it. You know what I mean? Pride sucks. but you know, you guys need to really start pushing. You guys, I ain't pushing no unity shit. Be best friends. You know, all that shit that the fucking weird people from St. Louis fucking push. I ain't pushing none of that fucking bullshit. What I'm saying is push yourself or push St. Louis. You know what I mean? Like, now most of you guys are battling on street status. That's a fucking brand itself. We used to get 5K off rip. You know, just because, you know, Verb, Ill, Remy, Hollow battled on there. You got Rich Dollars. You got, a bunch of people came to St. Louis. You got a bunch of people that wanted to come here. They came here as fans. You got the leagues want to book us. You know what I mean? The little guys from here get booked. I mean, no disrespect, little guys. I mean, like, like the guys that we necessarily don't give a fuck about. They get booked. I mean, some of them pay to play. You know what I mean? But that's like, a few. But if they were smart, they could just get booked. Because they're from St. Louis, and no matter what league they battle on, it most of the time. This is no disrespect, because I don't have the best relationship with the leagues in St. Louis, but you know what I mean. I fuck with. I mean, there's a lot of good battles on Street Report. You know what I mean. I'm the street status. You know what I mean. Street status. You feel me? Just street status. Always been street status, but you know what I mean. A lot of the battles here that are big and nationally known, they get branded as street status battles. People call them street status battles. We have to correct them. I mean, sometimes we don't because it's funny. And fuck it, we'll let them get off with it. Fuck it. It's a street status battle. I mean, shit. I mean, you can just go back to any time any battler was gonna get on street status and look how they talked about it. They know street status is the elite league here. It's the goal here. You know what I mean? It's a goal not only here but nationally, and for your resume and for the look, and everybody fucking knows that here. You know what I mean? And I don't know what it is. Don't know. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain, but you know what I mean? My dog. Oh boy, street status. Mean Gene Okerlund, the godfather of St. Louis battle rap. You know what I mean? Vito Corleone. You know what I mean? Some of us know him as Mr. You See These Waves, bitch. You had to be around for that one. But you just got to think about it. How much talent, how much, like the vibe of the events, the vibe of the crowd. It's nothing like a street status crowd. You know what I mean? People know it's different. Even at different events, people know it's a different environment. It's different caliber. The fans have different. The ear is different. You know what I mean? It's always been that way. I mean, it's been that way to the point where if you're spitting some bullshit and you're dissing people like me, you get booed off stage. You know what I mean? Shit like that. You know what I mean? This is like we don't play the bullshit here. Not our battlers, not our crowd. You know what I mean? Not O. You know what I mean? And O for 2 decades has done nothing but, give talent exposure to the world. He's done nothing but tell us the truth, molded our careers. You know what I mean? He never held grudges ever. You know what I mean? Get into it with about some bullshit. Usually you're wrong, and he fuck around and apologize or just let it go, or you know what I mean. Next thing you know, y'all back cool. You know what I mean? Because he don't hold grudges. You know what I mean? He knows that he's in a position where he's, you know what I mean, he's gotta not lead with his emotions. He's gotta lead with his business sense, and not only that, just like, you know what I mean, like he preaches it. You know what I mean? SS. You know what I mean? Stay solid. You know what I mean? It's just not, and not only that, it's not even people from street status that he's done this for, where he's managed our careers and molded us and taught us the game and not let other battle rappers or battle rap league owners, tell us something that's untrue or some bullshit, or just let him bully us, or not that we would anyway, but what I mean, he'll tell us, hey, what I mean, hang up the phone on them motherfuckers, what I mean. That cornball shit. They gonna be cornballs about shit. They gotta pay. You hear me? Pay the fee. You hear me? Shout out to Macwoods podcast. What I mean? It's just countless talent. You got the big three. You got Remy. You got Magic. You got Oops, SK, TWO, Guns, VI, Meta, W-Dub, KD, MVP, B-Mac, Bosu Holly, D-Boy. They're all like major internationally. Like they're known across the states. They're all known as heavy hitters. Like Bo, he may not even have battled outside, as much, or he's not as active battling, but they still view him as a heavy fucking hitter. You know what I mean? They know he can battle the heavy hitters. You know what I mean? Definitely since this matchup, he's picking his fights. You know what I mean? But we know Bo can battle the heavy hitters. You know what I mean? But just like people like that, you know what I mean? It's like that. There's so much talent. You know what I mean? And it all came from here, and it's all been pretty much pushed by the same person. You know what I mean? And not only that, pushed by a person that has the connections and the love of the city, and the people that don't even know him. The people that don't know him ask about him. People I wouldn't know had any idea who O was. They ask me about O, and they ask me about my battle career. Even if, I mean, I don't recognize these people, they recognize me on the street, they'll be like, oh yeah, well, tell us about O. He's just a cool ass dude, man. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You know what I mean? He's a cool ass dude from the west side of St. Louis, you know what I mean? You can tell. You know what I mean? Most of them motherfuckers are cool. You hear me? It's not only that, it's not only that they respect him, they respect the events, they respect what he does, they respect, his 2-decade-long stretch of putting out, classic cards and battles, and just pushing the city himself. Now he's doing a card on 314 Day for these guys. Not only that, like, our fans and everything else, like, you know what I mean? Shout out to Pretty Girls Love Battle Rap, but, like, people like LT, you know what I mean? Them, other fans, Toneel, they set aside, like, pots, like 4 pots. There's like 4 pots for this card. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Battle of the night and all that other shit. It's crazy. I mean, I ain't never really seen shit like that. I wish they had that in our day. They ain't had that shit. I mean, these guys are getting paid. Every single one of them are like getting paid every battle. You know what I mean? If we got paid at a home battle, we were the shit. You know what I mean? I got paid $600 in East St. Louis one time, and I'm telling you, I still ain't stopped talking shit about that. You know what I mean? Like when I went to California, when I went to California, them people, all they did, they already researched me. They knew about me, Magic, and J Fox's problems and all that shit. So they already had that research. They researched me. They researched the city. Street status. I mean, of course they already knew about street status, but they started seeing new people and all kinds of shit. As soon as I got there, people were asking me about the city and street status and everything else. Like, just people, random people in the mall. The whole fucking city knew about battle rap there in Stockton. That's one cool thing about that place. You know what I mean? That was a huge crowd. You know what I mean? A bunch of like big battle rappers and people there, people from the culture. You know what I mean? It was definitely a good look, but the most thing they were infatuated with was St. Louis and street status. You know what I mean? And just like why the event is like it is, why the feel is like it is, why it looks like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's street status, baby. You know what I mean? Street status necessary. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. It's just, it's just different here. And it's always going to be different here. And that's what the whole point I say to these guys that are from here. It's just like, get in tune with it. That brings me to, 314 day, baby. We gonna break down this car. It's a big car for y'all. Y'all stank man. It's a big car for y'all. Y'all are getting paid. There's a bunch of pots, bunch of exposure. And the craziest thing about this shit is this is all homegrown names. It's crazy. You got people from the East. You know what I mean? You got people from the North County. You got people from the city. It's crazy. This is a crazy car. It's gonna be a crazy environment. This is big for y'all, man. Y'all should be, and it seems like y'all are. Most of y'all are. Seems like y'all are taking this pretty fucking serious. You know what I mean? Definitely should. Because it's a big car. You know what I mean? All homegrown names too, and it's gotten hella exposure already and excitement. I see a bunch of people I don't know getting tickets, a bunch of people I don't know talking about it, and everything else like that. So first battle we got is EJ versus Body Bag. Body Bag, he's out from a little stretch. You know what I mean? So he's probably got about, like, I guess what they say, like 2 years of bars just saved up, maybe more. You know what I mean? I watched his battles leading up to this. He's not bad at all. Like, he could definitely win this. He could definitely go crazy. He could. I see the potential. I didn't know if I seen it before, but after watching his battles, definitely his last battle, I see the potential to where if he has a bunch of shit stored and he condenses it, puts it all together, you know what I mean? It's gonna be crazy. Body Bag can rap for real, man. He's like a wordplay guy, you know what I mean? He's like I see the young ill in him for sure. You know what I mean? I see the young ill influence, at least the wordplay influence. You know what I mean? I don't think he sounds like young ill for real. I just see like a, you know what I mean? He's definitely got like a, he's got a St. Louis style, but he don't necessarily sound like he's from here, but he raps like he's from here. You know what I mean? Just the way he says his shit. You know what I mean? The way he says his bars and stuff like that. The way he puts his wordplay together. You know what I mean? You got EJ. You know what I mean? Home and Performance, the show. You know, I watched his battles leading up to this too, and was surprised. I mean, he's a lot better than I thought he was. I was watching this shit. I guess I wasn't really paying attention too much. I guess, or you know what I mean? Maybe I listened to everybody else and they was like, "Oh, he's not like a heavy puncher type guy, or he doesn't. He's got like a couple here and there to where he's gonna like he'll get his reaction. He gets out, but I don't. I mean, he's got like what 2 or 3 battles, so he's still getting better. You know what I mean? His performance is already like levels, like, you know, veteran level. So the only thing he's got to do is get more comfortable with the writing and knowing what to do whenever you write too fast and all that other shit. Get rid of some of that shit. You know what I mean? And another thing he's got to do is if he is gonna like be like a slow puncher, you know what I mean? If he's gonna be a slow puncher, I think he should still go longer. Fuck it. Who cares? Who's stopping him? Who's calling time? If it's not trash, we're not calling time unless it's like fucking 24 minutes. You know what I mean? Your 10-minute round, we don't give a fuck. I mean, nobody's really clocking it too much anyway. You know what I mean? There ain't gonna be no Mike G type shit here. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna be like Ducky, boy, Ducky was mad. I ain't never seen Ducky that mad. I've known Ducky. I've been around Ducky for a long time. Been to events with Ducky. Ducky's been hosting for a while. Ducky's been around. Ducky is a staple in the culture, a battle rap historian, one of the coolest motherfuckers in battle rap, St. Louis battle rap. You know what I mean? But I never seen him that mad. that was hilarious. You know what I mean? It was fucking funny to see him that mad at that. You know what I mean? Somebody being trash. Yeah. And that's the type of motherfucking energy we need. If this shit is trash, corny, weird, no. Time. Get the fuck out of here. Cut the camera. Fuck out of here. Time. You know what I mean? But anyway, you know, EJ, he's like a slow but combo puncher. You know what I mean? He's like a Philly shell fighter. I wouldn't say he's Floyd. You know what I mean? Maybe like Pretty Boy Floyd. You know what I mean? He ain't got the all the moves and the showboating down yet, but you can see it. You know what I mean? He moves slow, but he gets his shit off. He's like a Luka Doncic. You know what I mean? I would compare EJ to. So I'm gonna go EJ 2-1. But I might regret that. And you ask me tomorrow, or you ask me after I post this, I might change it. I'm going to go EJ 2-1 because they've had a long time to prepare. So, you know what I mean? The 2 years shit really doesn't matter as much to me. It doesn't matter as much because they've had like 3 months to prepare. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Like EJ, I see EJ. You know what I mean? He's definitely the show. You know what I mean? So we're gonna see a show, and then Body Bag's gonna bring the bars. You know what I mean? Just like if EJ shows the writing that I know he's capable of, that I know he's smart enough to do, I think this one could be like a sneaky battle of the night, maybe. Definitely since it's the first battle, most likely, and it's gonna set the shit off. You know, so I got EJ 2-1. Then we got Craig versus Reefer. You know, I see Craig is like y'all era Chris Starks, but cooler. You know, Chris Starks was cool at first. He had like a calm under pressure type vibe. Maybe like cool type vibe, but he also had like guns and them kind of backing him up at first, you know what I mean? And then he turned out to be like not so cool, but like Craig's kind of like that, but he's cooler than Chris Starks, you know what I mean? And I like his performance and shit like that. You can definitely tell like he's probably a little bit tougher than Chris too, you know what I mean? The way he looked in that camera the one time, that shit was funny as shit. Then you know what I mean? He's like an unorthodox wordplay, like, kind of guy, like, confident, like, he's gonna, like, put emphasis into his punch or however he ends his bar. Because he's not, like, I wouldn't say super punch heavy, he's more like a wordplay to, like, and that's the bar type shit. I guess you could say there's, like, punches in there, kind of, but, like, he's not focusing on like punching, so he's, you know what I mean. But the way he delivers the end of his bars, I like how he does that shit. I feel like, I mean, he's had a lot of time. He's been sitting for a while. I feel like, you know what I mean. He's, you know what I mean. I don't think he's as bad as I thought he was either. To be honest, after watching, he entertained me. That's for sure. And then Reefer, you know what I mean? One of my favorites, my dog. MPG. You know what I mean? Like the lingo fucking king, you know what I mean? He told the motherfucker he gonna be playing basketball with Kobe. he said you gonna be front row at Dolph. Oh man, that's the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life, though. He said he gonna He gonna punch a motherfucker so hard, nigga, ears gonna clap together. That shit is hella funny, and I believe him too because he's a boxer. You know what I mean? And that's how he got a battle. He's like a dirty boxer. You know what I mean? Like he gets in there, he's high uppercuts on the inside, and shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They call him Tyson Face. You know what I mean? He kind of fights like Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? He had the COVID mask before COVID. You know what I mean? Everybody knows that. You know what I mean? Like Reefa really can rap too. A lot of people are downplaying his skill and his talent as a rapper. Like that's why I don't see a win here for Craig at all. Like I don't see it at all. Reefa seems super motivated. Not only that, he caters to a street status. Not he caters to it, but the street status crowd is like a crowd that he's fucking welcoming. That's for sure. They will love that shit. They're gonna love that shit. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? That's like Shades of Dubby type shit. Like real street dude from St. Louis type shit. They're gonna feel it. Plus he talks crazy. Lingo crazy. Jokes. Haymakers. Bars. Like everything. Wordplay. He's really good, but I definitely see that he can be better. You know what I mean? He's a busy guy though. I give him that. He's a busy guy. You know what I mean? He's got a lot going on. So, you know what I mean? He lives in Florida too, so he can't be super involved. But he's one of my favorites, man. I don't understand. I don't see the fucking the downplaying of his lyrical ability either. You know what I mean? That motherfucker, he has room shakers. You know what I mean? Like real room shakers, not the shit that y'all be posting like, oh, the fucking crowd go and y'all call it a room shaker. I'm talking about it shakes. You can see it, you can hear it. You know what I mean? Reefa's got those. He's got a few. He's got some against like, you know what I mean, my number one battle rapper right now too. So, you know what I mean? I got Reefa for the 3-0, 2-1, definitely 3-0. We'll see. We'll see. You know what I mean? Hopefully Reefa like wrote up type shit like was talking about today. He said he's gonna write up. You know what I mean? Hopefully he didn't keep like his best rounds for his first couple, because the third is really what's gonna hit the hardest. I mean, the first is 2 for sure, and that's a lot of battle rappers use that format. They kind of take off the second round, or they do some of their own shit, slogans or whatever, you know, the second round or whatever. But I see Reefa for the 3-0, man. Sorry, Craig. You know what I mean? Sorry, Danny. I like Danny, but sorry, Reefa 2-1. Yeah. Then you got, you know what I mean? I'm gonna versus Shoe Holly, you know what I mean? You know, Op's a new class guy. Got the East on his back. Wordplay guy. You know what I mean? Wordplay guy. Got super potential. You know what I mean? Has some good wins on his resume. He has some good battles against some of the new guys. You know what I mean? Like I said, I see the potential. You know what I mean? I definitely feel like people don't like Boat, so they're kind of like, you know, giving him a little gas. I ain't gonna lie. But, you know, like, Boat is pressure, though. Nobody likes Boat too much either. You know what I mean? So, I mean, not even, like, most friends don't really like him, like, in battle rap type shit. Like, he's cool with, like he's kind of, like, marketing this card to where it's kind of like him and Murdercap. But they're not even, like, the best of friends. They're cool and all, but, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's kind of weird, but. Whatever. Boat is the promo king. You know what I mean? He's the promo king. He's the angle king. He's the personal king. And he's sneaky fucking good too. He can rap. You know what I mean? He don't always show it in his battles. He shows it more in like little freestyles and shit he posts more than he shows it in his battles. But I feel like he's definitely talented. Way more talented than people think he is as a writer too. People are saying like it's like this, like a level above Boat lyrically, but I don't really see that. I see this as it could be a really, really good battle though, because definitely people are definitely going to be looking for Boat to lose. This ain't, I don't know. It seemed like something changed where, I mean, you know what I mean? I guess he's not like he's not somebody the St. Louis culture like views as, you know what I mean? Sorry, Jay Skills, but you know what I mean, like a villain or just somebody that they don't rock with as heavy, or they don't rock with us as heavy, so we don't rock with him as heavy. You know what I mean? I don't know what the fucking real deal is, but you know, you got Boat, who, you know, like I said, promos, angles, sneaky good writer. It's like the ultimate warrior, dog. He's gonna get in there, he's gonna get the crowd going, he's gonna hit his finisher. You know what I mean? He's gonna hit some finishers, do some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like he's like Magic Johnson. You know what I mean? He's gonna hit you with some no looks and shit like that. You know what I mean? They might not be like super pretty, but for like, you know what I mean? They still look good though. I mean, we appreciate them. You know what I mean? Like it's like a Roy Jones kind of guy. You know what I mean? It's like a defensive fighter, I would say, like a counter puncher. That's why, you know what I mean? That's why I see Boat. Man, I don't know who to pick for this one, because the way Boat was talking earlier, he's kind of scaring me, man. I seems cool as a fan, man. He couldn't get the op earlier. I felt like op was kind of getting to him. That shit was kind of funny, you know what I mean? Fucking op 2-1. Then we got Danny Boy versus KD, man. Danny, he's vet, got the East on his back too. Wordplay crazy. You know what I mean? He's got a cool demeanor outside of the battle. You know what I mean? Not so much inside the battle, but I get it. You know what I mean? I'm pretty cool too, but you know what I mean? That shit, I'll be wanting to give my best, and that shit is like it'll fuck with me while I'm doing it. So it's like even kind of like, you know what I mean? Because that shit's hard. Battle rap is hard, man. That's why, like, people, I don't, Danny still, he ain't like he's choked every battle, and then he's had some great battles. He's had some great moments. You know what I mean? He's like he's a new age guy. You know what I mean? He's like a setup guy, like wordplay setup guy to punch. You know what I mean? The little stuff. He mixes in the little stuff to win. You know what I mean? He's like I wouldn't even compare him to a boxer, because he's like a new class guy, and his like mind kind of works like in different angles, and you know, different, I wouldn't say angles, different, his mind works a little different. He's like Israel Adesanya, you know what I mean, type fighter, you know what I mean, kind of like, he knows he's good, you know what I mean, he knows he's good, and he's gonna show you some moves, you know what I mean. He kind of reminds me of like a defensive, like a counter puncher too, you know what I mean. But you know what I mean, you got a problem on your hands. Either he's got 98 battles in a month, or what, you know what I mean. Either he's got 17 battles the day before. You got a fucking problem, because obviously that shit has not affected him if he's out on the road winning battles. You know what I mean, winning like 30s, and people are talking about it and all this other shit. People are saying don't fucking worry about his promo and all that shit, other shit. But we've definitely seen KD get ready in a few days. You know what I mean? Plus, he's the fucking face. You know what I mean? Who they say the face. He's like one of the most complete battlers. Like, he's got all this. He's got everything. He's like like a complete battler. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he has room to grow once he. I don't want to say his confidence, but once he just kind of like, he'll get older, he won't give a fuck as much, and I think that's whenever we'll see his real skill and like the real him. So you know what I mean, KD's fucking scary good, man. He's going down as a legend one day, spin master. You know what I mean? Going down as one of the best, like Floyd. You know what I mean? Spin master, being all kinds of shit. Conor McGregor being all kinds of shit. Getting all kinds of problems. It doesn't matter. We're on top of the world still. You know what I mean? I got, man, sorry, Danny, dog. I got KD2 up, dog. Got KD2 up. But, damn it. And then we got D-Boy versus B-Mac. Oh my god. Now, whenever I heard this got announced, I heard it a little early. I don't think we were supposed to hear it. I don't know who put that shit out, but I mean, shit. As soon as I heard it, I was like, fuck it, I'm not saying anything about it. And that's one of the craziest matchups I've ever heard in St. Louis battle rap. And we'll see maybe in battle rap. Definitely battle of the night, if you ask me. It's going to be battle of the night. If not Dubby and MVP, it's going to be battle of the night. If not D-Boy and B-Mac. But D-Mac and or P-Mac and D-Boy is going to be crazy. You know, D-Boy is scary. He's the most duck battle rapper in our era for a reason. Scary. Super crazy. Wordplay. Punches. Performance. He's mean. He's really like that. You know what I mean? He's like a Kobe. You know what I mean? He's like really fucking good, and he's got that. He's got the dog in him. He wants to win. He don't want to lose for sure. He wants to show that he's the fuck. He thinks he's the best, and he wants to show he's the best. You know what I mean? That's what I love about D-Boy. I always loved about D-Boy. Not only that, he's just a real ass dude. You know what I mean? So you gotta love that. You know what I mean? He's like I said, he's like a Kobe, like a, man. He's like a, it's like a Joe Foreman or something. You know what I mean? Joe Foreman, Joe Frazier or something. Something like that. You know what I mean? Somebody scary good. Somebody duck. And then you got B-Mac, Mr. Top 3, maybe not 2 or 3. You know what I mean? At his best. You know what I mean? He's dangerous. You know what I mean? Old school vibe. You know what I mean? That's why he's one of my favorites. I like him outside of battle rap too. I like him whenever he be doing his Mac Woods podcast. Shout out Mac Woods. He's hilarious. He be trolling these cats. And, you know what I mean? I feel like I'm one of the only ones that gets it whenever he's playing devil's advocate. You know what I mean? But he's like an old school, new school guy. He's like a Tank Davis. You know what I mean? He's dangerous. You know what I mean? He's like maybe a LeBron or something. You know what I mean? Like he's really fucking good. You know what I mean? I don't know who. I really don't know who to pick in this one either. I mean, the last one I'm not picking on. But I don't know who to pick in this one. I'm telling you. Let's go. Man, D-Boy's my guy, man. I'm gonna go D-Boy 2-1. You know what I mean? It's gonna be super fucking close. I don't know if we're gonna be able to tell who's a winner in the building after the footage or any of that shit. You know what I mean? That's gonna be a really good battle. Those are two of the fucking best. That's a great fucking matchup, I'm telling you. And then you got the main event. You know what I mean? My guys. You know what I mean? Two of my motherfucking guys. You know what I mean? Like my homeboys. You know what I mean? W-Dub versus MVP. You know what I mean? You got Mr. Perfect Style, Mr. Never Loses. You know what I mean? Rocky Marciano, our Undertaker, Tim Duncan. Not only that, he deserves this. Been putting on for so fucking long. Putting on St. Louis, going out to other cities, battling at home, staying relevant, staying on top of his promo game. He's hilarious. Might be the realest battle rapper I know. Like, it's cut like that. And it's like, you know, integrity, morals. I mean, he's one of my favorites. Like I said, perfect battle rap style. That's why he never loses. Then you got MVP, who is my favorite. I think he's the best right now. That's why I say fuck y'all for downplaying his skill here. I don't know why the fuck y'all do that. Of course you're gonna do that to the number one. I understood whenever they did it to me in my era too. Whenever I was the best, people used to say I wasn't the best. So I understand it a little bit. Of course, they don't want the best to be the best because they want to be the best, and they gotta say they can't say you're the best. They're still bad. It's understandable. I get that. You should say you're the best, but y'all downplay him so much here, like he isn't who the fuck he is. Like he ain't one of the best of this generation. Like he ain't the most complete battle rapper out of anybody. Excluding like promo, but he don't fucking need it. He's so fucking cool, and the people like him so fucking much. And all the comments and everything say when on his battles that people try to hide and all that other shit. So fuck y'all for how y'all did him. That's why I don't fuck with y'all. Why I'll never fuck with y'all. Cause the way y'all did MVP, and now people downplay him here. Like you guys knew you had a star on your hands, and because he was from St. fucking Louis, you guys couldn't just have that anymore. You gotta push these motherfuckers who, where they at now, that lost to my guy. And you gotta push them because he's from St. Louis, so you gotta try to hold his career down. So fuck y'all, he's still gonna be a star. He's gonna be a star here. The whole fucking world knows about him already. The whole world was already saying he won all those battles. He is the fucking best right now, most complete battler. So fuck y'all for how y'all did him. And hey, listen, a couple people got a couple wins over MVP, but we've seen like whenever like skill versus skill, writing versus writing, we've seen the difference. MVP's like the best right now. He's like he's one of the most complete ever, one of the best ever, like a Pat Mahomes, a John Jones, Like he's one of the best at all the tools, He's like fucking you can't beat him nowhere type shit. This is why this is a crazy fucking battle too. Because both of these guys are like, what's the chink in their armor? There ain't one. You don't see one. Some people try to put one in MVPs, but you can't. I don't give a fuck what you think. But you can't. That's Mr. WrestleMania, Shawn Michaels. You hear me? You can't downplay MVP because his talent took him to the level of Summer Madness, to the heights of battle rap, where the big talented, the most talented guys in St. Louis always take this shit too. So you gotta acknowledge how good he is and his greatness. So you may not be able to do it now, but one day, if y'all don't say he's one of the best ever, if he ain't gonna go down as a legend, if he ain't gonna go down at like at least number 5, I don't agree with you. He's the best right now, the best pin. The best. He can perform. He can do the wordplay with the best of them. Like you could. He has some of the craziest verses and runs. Like bar to bar to bar to bar, like skiing, like shit to shit. Bow, bow, bow. He has. You guys have to admit it that he does that better than you. I'll tell y'all if y'all don't want to admit it, but that's what I'm saying. We got to start giving MVP his props because he is our number one right now. And who better to push than somebody who is our number one that the masses were trying, like the people at the top were trying to hold down. Why not get behind that guy that is super fucking talented and that talented enough to push himself to that heights and push us to those heights? And you guys want to kind of downplay. I don't understand that. But like I said, heavy is the crown. You hear me? You know who run battle rap, right?
And sorry, kind of had a little bit of a technical issue there, but we'll get right back to it. And I was talking about Duke, Wisconsin. And before we get into that, this is going to be put up in 2 segments. So you're not going to hear it. If you don't hear me, if you finish the last one, go right back to this one. And I'll throw it up there for people to know. But we'll go back to the Duke, Wisconsin game. And what I was talking about is how Duke is not favored. And I actually think this is a reasonable non-favoring, as I actually watched the game versus Wisconsin and seen the way that these big men play for Wisconsin. And you know that the bigger guys for Duke, even though they do have a really good point guard, but Okafor and the other, and I should have wrote this other guy's name down, but them are the big guys that are going to go inside. They don't have the big shot like this Kaminsky and this Decker does. So again, this could be another game like what I said about Kentucky, to where the athleticism of the 2 big men for Wisconsin kind of plays into giving them an advantage against a team that kind of wants to play the inside game. So I think if the 2 big men do the same thing that they've been doing all season, Duke doesn't really have a chance to win. They did win by 10, 80-70 back on December 3rd, though. But this is a different Wisconsin team than then. Now, they only lost 3 games all year total anyways, but you could tell that this Sam Decker is getting more involved, and they're involving him a lot more as it's going down the stretch. And if this is a different kind of beast going against these bigger guys that have the athleticism that they do have. Decker hitting threes. And that in the game against Kentucky, and many people say that there was kind of a little bit of referee miscues in that game, a lot of calls, but I think the calls went back and forth. Other than that, of course, shot clock violation, which should be able to be reviewed, even though it's not. So the referees kind of got to go where they want to there. So we'll take a break. We'll get to the final segment. This is the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. And welcome back to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. You can tweet me at rbowlesbyjr. You can tweet the network at Greater STLSN. We'll start off this with a little NBA. As Paul George returned yesterday for the Indiana Pacers against the Miami Heat. Pacers won 111-89, and Paul George scored 13 points in 15 minutes. And what a time for him to come back for the Pacers. As we were talking about last week with basically a lot of teams being in it for the East with all the losing records. Well, Indiana's right there with these teams that are in the 7th and 8th playoff spots. Boston is now in the 8th playoff spot. And Miami is now in the 9th spot. And Indiana's right there. So what a time for a guy like Paul George to come back. To give your team a spark to where you know they're a whole different team with Paul George than they are without him. And they proved that with being the number 2 team in the East with him over the past few years. So for him to come back, and there's not a lot of games left, but if he could come back and just give this team a spark by being out there on the court and being kind of a decoy and maybe not being up to par, this could help this team out a lot going down the stretch and even going into the playoffs and maybe getting that A seed, because you're playing Atlanta. You're not playing the three-headed monster in Cleveland, who's proved that they're probably the better team going down the stretch. And as you've seen in Miami that first year of LeBron, Bosh, and Wade, it takes a while for chemistry to get going. And kind of what happened is LeBron and Kyrie can kind of just take over, and Kevin Love's been in the background for basically the whole thing. And not really in the background. He's gotten his in, but you don't want to play that team right now. You don't want to get to that 7th spot. You kind of hope that you get the 8th spot and maybe you have a chance against maybe an overachieving team in Atlanta. So it's nice to see for him to come back after that devastating injury playing for the United States back in August. So for him to come back and play, and maybe he plays well, it's something different to see. Now, a guy who can't stay healthy, as he's had a lot of injuries and can't stay on the court, Derrick Rose said he'll be back this week for the Bulls. Now, I think this is maybe just a little bit of a decoy to kind of make teams kind of play for him, strategize for him. But I don't think they're going to put him out there for a bunch of minutes if they do. I think that's maybe like a 15-minute a game. Kind of what Paul George got. I think that's what you do with Derrick Rose down the stretch. And I don't think you go much above that in the playoffs. I think that maybe the highest you go with him is maybe 24 minutes, because you don't want nothing bad to happen to him again. If you're going to get your MVP back, at least put him out there for maybe 24 minutes and get what you can from him and say, hey, you got to sit down now. 12 and 12 minutes in the first half. Make sure he gets enough rest. Make sure that them legs get enough rest to where it's almost impossible for anything bad to happen. So, and they really don't need them because they've been playing pretty well, and they do got guys right now that are playing well chemistry-wise together. So, you don't need him back. So, I don't think they're going to waste him playing him in a lot of minutes because they're pretty much stuck in the 3rd spot in the playoffs anyways. But we're getting to a little baseball tidbit now as the Upton brothers are reunited in San Diego. That sounded like I was interested in that, but it's just a little tidbit. The man formerly known as B.J. Upton, now Melvin Upton Jr., and star closer for the Braves, Craig Kimbrell, were traded to the Padres for Kevin Maben, Carlos Quinton, and 2 prospects, and the first-round pick, or the 41st pick of the draft. Now, many people have been saying that San Diego is going to be a real good team this year. They didn't have a center fielder, so maybe they got their center fielder in Upton Jr., but I don't know if I quite agree with that because I think Kevin Maben actually plays better than B.J. Upton, and kind of proven it over the past couple years. B.J. only batting .203 last year, and Maben also being a younger guy, still, they can still get the job done for the team, but I guess you really wanted to make sure you had a guy that could run out that center field. But this is a big ballpark for these kind of guys that they think is going to have all his power. So, even though you got B.J. Upton, you got Matt Kipton, you got Justin Upton, it doesn't mean that they're going to hit very well in one of the worst hitting ballparks in baseball. And like I mentioned, Matt Kipton, Justin Upton, they also traded for Will Myers, who's a young guy that's been a prospect for Kansas City and then played very well for Tampa Bay. And now if you see as it's gone on, he might not even get any playing time with all the guys that San Diego are not forming in their outfield. But back to the pitching, they also signed James Seals. So now you got your number 1 starter, even though he was roughed up a lot in the preseason. And you also got, now your closer, now you got 2 things you can build around to maybe go forward next year. I don't think the Padres are going to be as good as everybody thinks this year, even with all the talent they have, because they're in a little bit of a rough division with the Dodgers. Now, there's the other teams, 3 teams in that division are kind of an afterthought after the Dodgers. But you got to, I mean, they want to throw San Diego in there, but I don't think with that ballpark that you're going to have to build a team kind of like the old Cardinals, 80s Cardinals. You know, a lot of fast guys that get base hits. Like Matt Carpenters and people like that. People that are going to get on base, not people that have the power and stuff like that, because that ballpark's just too big for them kind of people. Now a little bit of NFL news. Deshaun Golston, formerly of the 49ers, was now with Tampa Bay, was traded to the Redskins. So now Tampa Bay, both their starting safeties last year are gone for Lovie Smith. Mark Barron was traded to the Rams, kind of to be that blitz guy and little kind of dime corner. And now your other safety, Deshaun Golston, is in Washington. Now, he did have a high contract, $8 million per year. Tampa Bay will pay half of that. But still, he's been a top guy in the league for the last few years. And now you got rid of your starting safeties. And Lovey is one of them guys that think, I can get a guy to do whatever I need to in my system. It kind of happened with London Fletcher. And I can't even remember the guy's name. But when we let go of London Fletcher, he said, oh, this guy from Tampa Bay that I coach, he can play in this system. So things like this hasn't always worked out for Lovey, but maybe he's seen something in them two guys that didn't work in his cover two system. And Deshaun Golston, we in St. Louis know how good he is he was one of them two safeties that we talked about a lot for the 49ers, and him and Dante Whitner. So he is a good player. He is getting a little older, but I don't know what they're trying to do in Tampa Bay. And maybe they're tanking. Maybe they're doing the 76ers game. Maybe we just trade all our good players for now. Keep Vincent Jackson down to your wide receiver. Keep your offense around so we can go out and get Winston. Maybe play McCown, or I think McCown went somewhere else, but play Glenn or somebody like that and set him out for a year. Maybe we get the first round pick next year and we can get another good player to put around him, maybe a left tackle, or maybe we get that real good defensive player. Or maybe they, like I said, Lovey thinks he can do something better with that team. Now, something I wanted to get into, even though maybe it's a little too old for me, was something that was kind of named today, and that was for JoJo White, a St. Louisan who will be named into the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. Now, he was drafted in 69, so it's a little bit before I was born. I was born in 87. But I just kind of want to get it out there when guys like this do it, that are from St. Louis, do these kind of things, because I think it should be celebrated. Now, these are his accomplishments in the NBA and college. He's a two-time NBA champion. He's the 1976 Finals MVP, 7-time All-Star, 2-time All-Time NBA second team, All-Rookie first team. He was a 2-time consistent second team All-American. He also won gold medals in 1969, and he won the Pan America Gold in 1967. Now, this is how good of an athlete he was. He was drafted by the Dallas Cowboys and the Cincinnati Reds. So that tells you how good of an athlete this guy was. If he could have picked any sport he wanted to play, and he picked basketball, and he was drafted in the first round by the Celtics. Number 9 overall. It was either number 9 or over 6 overall. So that tells you what kind of player that he is. And I got it right here where he was drafted. He was drafted in 1969, and he was the 9th pick overall. He also played for the Warriors, and then also played for the Kansas City Kings. His number 10 is retired by the Celtics. And over his career, now this is a guy that got drafted by an MLB team and an NFL team. His career, he averaged 17.2 points a game, 4.9 assists, 4.2 rebounds. So that kind of shows you, even though I didn't see it, but just looking at it on paper and watching the little bit of videos they got around of him, shows what kind of player he was. And then you could tell he was also kind of great player in Kansas in college, because in 07 he was inducted into their Sports Hall of Fame, 97. And then his number was retired by Kansas in 2003. Now in 2009 he was in the Marine Corps Sports Hall of Fame. And then I don't know what took so long, but St. Louis is always late to the game and all kinds of stuff like this. He was entered in the St. Louis Sports Hall of Fame in 2013. So it's nice to see a guy like this get recognition. And then also a guy from St. Louis get recognition as a Hall of Famer and one of the best basketball players of his generation. Well, thank you for listening today, and this is going to do it. We'll see you next time. I'm Robert Bowlesby, and this is the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network.
Hello and welcome to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. You can tweet me at rbowlesbyjr. You can tweet the Greater STL Sports Network at Greater STLSN. You can find us just about anywhere. You can find us on YouTube. We're on iTunes now. We're on Google Play. I've got this thing rolling a little bit, and then I stopped it, and then I started, but then I got it rolling a little more. I stopped it, then I started. But hopefully with this new app I got, it automatically sends it to Google Play and all that for me. So I think there's 2 Greater STLs on Google Play, whatever. We'll get there. And this is one thing I actually do miss, is doing this podcast. And we're going to talk sports, don't worry. We're going to get to the Blues. We're going to do that. We're going to do our thing. We're going to talk a little bit. We're going to get the weird news. It could be 15 minutes to talk weird news, all Blues. It could be an hour of each. It could be a half hour. You know, it's just how this is going to go. But I really do miss doing this podcast. It's something, it gives me something. It gives me something to look forward to. I mean, and I quit it because it's a lot of hard work, and that's an excuse. Most of it's because I started doing fucked up shit, like drinking. But I just, and my life is so sporadic. Since 2016, my life, mostly 17, my life has been so sporadic. It's kind of like this podcast. This podcast comes up when I get the urge, and I've had the urge for a while, but it was hard to do it. And I could have done it till from October, when the last time I did it, when I did 2 podcasts, to February, and I could have started again in March. I could have done a lot of things to keep this going, and I just didn't. I can't make excuses for that. And I always say something about this. Like, depression is a real thing. And that people make themselves depressed. But it's a real thing. It's still a real thing. And I make myself that way. So, a lot of it has to do with me. A lot of it has to do with the way I think about life, the way I think about things. It's just, I do it to myself. I feel like that's what a lot of people do. And I'm not saying that anybody that doesn't feel that way, you have your own opinion, be you. Do you. But this is one thing I should be doing, to stop that kind of stuff. Because I have more urges to do this podcast than I do a lot of things. But I also have the urges to drink, and I have the urges to do this, and I have the urges to do that. And I should take the urge from this pot and throw it all into this podcast. Because even though it is a lot of work, it's a lot of fun. I always play around and say it's the best podcast nobody listens to. Because I don't just always just talk sports. There's times when I get on here and I want to talk strictly sports. There's also times, there was times when I was doing it 3 days a week, and that wasn't for very long. It was maybe for 2-3 weeks. But I was talking about religion. I was talking about life. I wasn't talking much about, I don't talk politics. That's one thing you'll never hear from this show. If you're into this show for politics, then you're into the wrong show. Because I might be opinionated, but that's just things I don't argue about. Religion I can argue about. I have what I feel are facts about it. I don't have much facts about politics. I don't have facts about anything, to be honest. But if you're going to have a conversation about it, the only way to do that is express your opinion in a meaningful way, which basically means state what your beliefs and facts behind it. I did a podcast on me saying the word no. Like, I need to say the word no, and I still say that all the time. Like, I have a hard time saying no. I had a podcast on when I took stuff for granted. So, it's something that I can literally, whatever I want to do, I can do it, and that's the fun in it. And it should be given a lot more energy to it. Because then I put my energy towards Facebook, which I got rid of that. We're going to find a way to get Greater STL back on Facebook. We'll figure it out. I'm just not going to be on there. Because the things that I do on that site, and I don't do it on Twitter, which is the weird thing. I've had Twitter way longer. I might have said some crazy stuff in the beginning of Twitter, but nothing that I say on Facebook. It's apple and oranges. Facebook's way down here, or Twitter's way down here. Facebook's way above my head of stuff I do. So we'll figure it out. But we got this where I can put it just about anywhere with no problem. And there's slight problems. I wanted to do it live on Ustream. I couldn't do it live on Ustream because it wouldn't connect to my phone with the internet I got, blah, 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 blah. But there's multiple ways to do this. And so you just got to keep trying and trying and trying. And I keep trying to fuck up shit instead of keep trying and trying and trying with this podcast. Definitely what's going on with the Cardinals going in out of 500, with the Blues in the Stanley Cup playoffs. MLS coming around. The XFL. I haven't even got. It's been so long since I've done this podcast. I haven't even got to talk about the XFL, which we might get into. We might not. Yeah. But it's funny how you can talk to people and think that you're getting yourself out there, but people bring that back on you, and I take the things that people bring back on me much harder than I take myself seriously, I would say, I guess. Or take care of myself. I rather take care of other people than take care of myself. It's a more, I guess, happiness thing than anything. I gotta put that into this podcast. And that's not the only excuse. I can't just blame what I do. It's what I do still. But I can't just say, oh, it's because of this and that. Blah, blah. Like, I simped up twice. I started a podcast, simped up twice. Stopped doing the podcast in general, went to depression, did the podcast a couple times, could have came back and did it. It's a whole story. We might get into it someday. I might just write the book. I might just write Liquor Hooker and Your Baby Mama. I might actually just write that book. Because seriously, the stuff that kind of happens, which is a lot of it's my fault. It's just crazy to me. And a lot of the stuff that's happened in the last few years, I'm out of control of a lot of it. And I'm used to being in control of what I do. And then where a lot of that's made by my decisions, I do something stupid and it puts some things out of my control. God help me, grant me the serenity for things I cannot change, which obviously is myself. But when you keep trying to fix these things with doing the same things, they call it insanity. And that's what I keep trying to do. If I can't get this, I go and do this. If I can't have a bunch of people rolling in and out of here and just hanging out and just doing about it, I'll just sit here and drink by myself and fuck everything up by myself. Like it's kind of an insanity thing. like me and my brother were joking about it, but we were probably both like semi-serious, is I kind of need a babysitter around. If really, I just need like a person to come up here like once a week. Just come up to the apartment and say, no. Just no. Like, no. Because obviously I can't do it. So I need someone else to do it for me, you know what I'm saying? And like it's hard because when I really think about it, I never lived on my own my whole life. My first apartment was with friends, mom and dad. Got with Amanda and the kids. That's 9 years of that straight. Get out of that situation. I'm living here to there, but I'm living with somebody. Go back, live at Will's, go back to DeSoto, live with Casey, go back to DeSoto, live with Will. And then when I first moved out here, living with my aunt and uncle, which God bless them, they're the greatest people in the world at that time. I mean, and they're the coolest people ever. We just, at that time, I really needed it. They came through, and that's what's up. Love them for that. Always love them for that. But now, I'm on my own. It's funny. It's kind of hard to figure yourself out when you're on your own, and then you kind of start learning that you're not very good at making what I call executive decisions. You're not really good at saying no to yourself. And that can kind of get to you in a way. Because you're going to, every time you see something around that you know you shouldn't be doing, you're going to do it. And sometimes it's good because I have more control over my attitude a little bit. There's not many things, there's not people that can piss me off. Like I go to work, I'm happy, I work down there, I'm happy, chill, everybody's chill there. So I guess that's a good thing. Like used to go to work grumpy. If I go into work and have a bad day, I'm having a bad day the whole night, and it just can't get out of your head sometimes. Like you drop one thing, you're gonna drop 20 things that night, and it's so it's kind of like I can control certain things, but I can't control everything. And I think I said it best when I'm good living by myself, but I'm not sane living by myself. Because now I got a lot of thinking about myself and thinking like, damn, how did I get into this position? And when you only put yourself in bad position, that's when it starts. Like you're like, damn, I did this, damn, I did that, damn, and you had a lot of time to think about it when you're out running around doing whatever the fuck you want. You really don't give a flying fuck about it. When you start acting like a grown-up, you're kind of like, damn. Like, damn, I can't believe that I fucked this all up, you know? And then it gets me into that depression state to where I don't want to do anything. Like, when I was in that state, I got sick. And, like, I'm fucking pussy when I get sick. It's no joke. Like, I'm literally, like, a crybaby. And when I get sick, like, I literally did nothing around here. I mean, the house was like a freaking bum up here, like a homeless person up here. Because I got myself that out of whack, but I was so out of whack that I had to go to work. But I knew I had to make myself get out of my head by doing something. Which probably made my job worse. It made me hate certain aspects of a certain job. Because I did that to myself. Working 2 jobs, doing all that. And now that I'm a little more relaxed and got the 1 job, which I'm going to go back out and get to. You know what I do, Robert? 2 jobs, whatever. Black 2 jobs. But it makes you realize things when you're by yourself that affect you more than they ever did, because you're right, as of right now, I'm only really taking care of myself. So I knew you start learning things that get you in these moods. And that job was one of them. Like when you can't wake up for a job. Like you don't want to wake up, and I didn't have to be there till 11 every day. That's fucked up. And like I'm late. I'm that type of person. If my job's before a certain time, before noon, I guess I'm late. I remember one time at Mr. Goodson's, I told somebody, "Oh, I'll be there at 5 for you," and I showed up by 7:30. I had to go deliver some sandwiches to these people. Well, I delivered half the sandwiches, came back, made the rest of the sandwiches, and then when they called, I was like, "Oh yeah, I missed the whole bag," and brought them my 3 bags. So I'm just more of a night person than I am a day person. But if the job's enjoyable, I can do it. And I'm not going to say enjoyable, but if it's something I like. Like if I had to, I would do it. And I'm really not forced to at this time to go out there and just find this other craziness that I don't want to walk into something just as crazy as the last one. I would have kept the last one. Because I got something good going where I'm at. And that kind of helps too. When you I'm not going to say I have aspirations, but when you have a job that you always wanted to do, it's enjoyable to you. Even no matter what the pay is, it's enjoyable to you. I've made $5.15 an hour doing the job that I do now. A little bit less, but about the same job. I'm just working on my grill, $5.15 an hour to not what I make now. And then between there, $8.25 an hour, 9 hours an hour here, $9.25 an hour, $8.80 an hour. But it's still something I like to do. And I don't have to deal with a whole lot of people when I'm back there in that kitchen. And that's just the thing that will help you with stuff. When you actually find something that you like to do that's enjoyable. But I gotta have more than one thing, and this has to be it. This podcast has to be it. Because the shit I do is just off this wall fucking nuts. It doesn't make sense that I would do these kind of things. At this point right now, right this second, it affects me totally 100%. It affects other people, but right now, me 100%. And then my dumb ass will go tell people I do these fucking things. Because that's my problem. It's like, I have no problem putting myself out there. I have no problem. And I say it in funny ways. I say sabbaticals and vacations and all that. But I've also said what sabbatical means and what vacations mean and all that. Sabbaticals are here, vacations, my 4 months in heaven, we'll call it. Which should probably be 4 chapters of what happened every month from November to about February. And even the months after that. The 2 months after that could be a whole other chapter with Glory and Johnny. And I focus on that stuff a lot enough. I feel like I make bad positions and put other people in bad positions. Never really thinking that other people cause their own consequences, but I could have helped them solve them consequences before they made them. And that's on me. And I know them. I just can't stop it. Like, I wish that a lot of things could change. And then I feel like that at some point I had the ways to change them. Knowing damn well that I really don't have the means to change anything. Definitely in the situation that I am now. And I tried with the trailer thing that was hoping to get all that going. And it was a total fuck up on both our parts. I can't blame her for everything. I can't blame me for everything. I accept what I did though. And that's the realness of me. That's the logical logicalness in me. It's just that I know that when and when not to accept what I've done. And a lot of it, I have to accept that I've done this. But I haven't done everything. But you gotta be you. You gotta tell yourself that you did these things. And the problem is with me is I put my heart into it before I put my mind into it. And I've done that my whole life. Because I put myself in positions to where, I mean, I could literally go to jail where like people are telling me that maybe you need it. And make you the right way, to start thinking the right way, like damn, you need a little wait time. No, I need to stop fucking up my head time. It's just hard to put your mind at ease sometimes when you're by yourself. And I mean, that's another excuse. That's just an excuse for me saying, well, I got anything I can want up here to do, but I'm up here thinking. And I'm not a big TV watcher. I'm not the biggest on playing the PlayStation and stuff no more. I listen to a lot of podcasts. I try to diverse myself into other things. I don't even know how to say it. At least I'm using big words in this motherfucker. Differentiate my mind. See, yeah, too many big words. But open my mind to other things. Listen to a lot of wrestling podcasts. Listen to a lot of Joe Rogan. Listen a lot. And just try to do different things to get me to a point of somewhat not pure sanity, but somewhat sanity. So somewhat normal is what I used to call it. I gotta create a new normal. And that's what this podcast should be. But don't get me wrong. Like, I'm out here acting like that I'm just out here going nuts, and no, I've gotten to the right mind about things. I've gotten to where I can tell myself, hey, I mean, you're not gonna do this tonight, or hey, you're gonna, like it's talking to yourself without talking to yourself, which I talk to myself enough, so I hope everybody don't see it. But it's a thing about trying to control your own thoughts and trying to take the positive out of things. And that's something that's hard for me to do. And I've never figured out why that is. But it's something I'm starting to learn. Like, hey, I got this. Hey, I got this. Most people don't have this. I mean, where I'm at, it's flooding. There's literally houses under 10 feet of water. And I'm in the same city, but I'm up in my apartment. I mean, that's a blessing in disguise that I even found this place where I was living before it's flooding. So I have to start thinking about the positive to make the positive happen. But with me, it's a good thing because my mind's always steady that, hey, you're not. I have to work. So I give myself that break because there's a lot of people that go in these stages and they go get medicine and they're living with their parents and blah blah, which either they're not living with their parents or living on the state or blah blah, and some people don't get the medication for it. They're living out here in the streets. So at least I'm somewhat there in the middle. I'm just a normal fucking person. And that's the way I gotta think about it. But this is hopefully a start of something new with this podcast. Definitely with where the Blues are at, and I'm gonna have a lot to talk about the Cardinals, and hopefully by the time we get it rolling, that we start hearing a lot more about the XFL. And I want to get the hometown rundown back. I really like looking up the Ambush and the Rascals, and we're supposedly gonna have a new team coming, the St. Louis Stampede, but they've already delayed their season. in the indoor football league. But I really like doing that hometown rundown. That's St. Louis FC. Like I always say that I was a bigger baseball fan until I went to a hockey game. And now I'm somewhat 50-50 on that. But when we got St. Louis FC, like, I started watching a little more soccer, and that's something I got a little bit into. Like, I'm scared about the XFL, like going to that dome, trying to fill 70,000 seats, and then looking plain because they know you're not going to fill 70,000 seats. You'll be lucky if you can fill 40,000 seats. And at first it's going to be something new. It's going to fill up. It's going to do all that. But it's also going to be something in MLS down here. This is a big soccer town for people that, like, don't understand it. I mean, SLU soccer team's always one of the best in the year. We got a lot of players out there that came from St. Louis. They're out there playing professional. Just like in hockey. I mean, over the past few years, you hear these players get drafted. The Kachucks, which is St. Louis, I guess. But Clayton Keller. We got a guy in the booth with Joe Vitale who was playing in the NHL. And there's a lot more of them. I mean, I should have looked this up if I was going to rattle at all. I didn't, of course. It's the thing what that podcast is about. But you see how certain sports can grow. Definitely when there's more out there. Definitely when the Blues are playing good and they start building ice rinks around the city. You can build something in your city. And it's happened with soccer over the years. And now St. Louis FC, who you really don't know what they're doing. You don't kind of know what their financial situation is and everything. But they bring 4,000 to fill up in that stadium, and they do it a lot. And from watching the games on YouTube, from watching the games on Channel 11, it looks like it could be a fun place to go. If not, you just go to the Budweiser Beer Garden and you make it a fun place to go. But like just going to hockey, like a hockey game is a fun experience. It keeps you going. Like you don't have the in between like you do in between batters or in between pitches or timeouts and all that. Like baseball can be a grueling sport to sit in the stadium and watch when I can watch the same thing on TV. That's the totally opposite with hockey. Hockey experience inside of there is way different than experiencing on TV. And that's what's cool about it. That's what's cool with doing what the Blues are doing with this run. And we're going to get into that in a minute, but first, just to get it out of the way. My actual favorite segment we've ever done on this show, and that's why it keeps going, is what you call Weird News. From Fox News, one audience member at a Florida stand-up show couldn't take a joke. Comedian Ahmed was performing in Naples, Florida, when he made a joke about Islamic terrorism, promoting someone to call 911. Clap if you're from the Middle East, Ahmed said. All right. We have a handful of you in here. It only takes one of us to tell a joke. This right crap corrected one audience member to call Collier County Sheriff's Department to report Ahmed. He claimed the comedian also joked about starting a terrorist cell. I mean, it bothered me, and I yelled out, and the paddy wagon is going to be outside to get all of you. Then I called and said, the call was released. Okay, I messed that up. Sheriff's Deputy showed up to the club to speak with Ahmed before his Sunday set. Nothing I can remember sparks anything in my mind. That's why I said, wow, that was way off, the club owner said on his Twitter. People are crazy. Like, you really think like some comic who's running around the world is going to pray to comics up? I mean, it would have been a much better read if I knew what I wrote down. And I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, I don't know what. So the caller said on an audio release of his call. Okay, so see, they released the call. He sounded like an idiot. There you go. This is also from Fox News. In an extensive investigation report obtained by Navy Times, 2 junior officers of ESA 130 appear to have plenty of time to kill during their government training session in 2017. Drawing a penis. The officer said that would, draw a penis in the sky, one officer said. The other said that would be awesome. What did you do on your flight? The other pilot replied back. Oh, we turned to dinosaurs in the sky penises. The conversation between the two was captured on an audio recording system inside the plane. Hours after the skyward hijinks, the squadron sent an alert to officials and that the filmatic art was going to get a lot more eyeballs. Aircrew maneuvered an EA-18 craft in a pattern that regulated and cut trails depicting an obscene symbol when viewed from the ground. Media attention is expected. The Navy told Krem 2 at the time that the Navy holds its aircrew to the highest standards, and we definitely, and this is absolutely acceptable and a zero training violence, and we are holding the crew accountable. It's still unknown to me. I eventually decided to do it, the pilot said. The two pilots responsible were not identified, and it is not apparent what the discipline they faced. The Navy incident happened a year before. A Navy incident happened a year before. Before the Navy incident happened a year before. Two Marine Corps were grounded pending an investigation when they digitally mapped a flight that appeared to be in the shape of male genitalia. Well, that's two in a row, and that's funny as fuck. Airplanes drawing penises in the sky. You can see that more often. Looks like this one's a little easy to read. This is from the Huffington Post. A Florida's man faces city charges for having an I eat ass sticker on his pickup truck finds his arrest a little hard to swallow. Dylan Shane Webb was arrested after Columbia County Sheriff's deputy seen the message on the rear window of his vehicle. When the officer pulled over, he claimed a sticker violated a Florida state dealing with the That's a bad time to do a podcast when you're thirsty, huh? But pulled over, he claimed the sticker violated Florida state dealing with possession and distribution of obscene material, according to the Lake City Reporter. Webb assured saying that we're done with that. No, we're gonna finish it up. I got a couple good stories here. Webb disagreed, saying that the message was just words. The deputy then gave Webb a notice to appear in court and took a photo of the back of the window as evidence. But the deputy asked Webb to remove one of the letters from the word ass, so a statement on his sister could no longer be derogatory, who refused, saying his First Amendment right, according to the report. Webb was then charged with resisting and taken to jail and bailed out on $2,500 bond. Wow. According to the AP. The truck was told, but Webb said the sticker was still there when he went to pick up his truck. He filed a wrongful arrest lawsuit against the sheriff's office. Webb said he placed the sticker on his truck the week before the arrest as a joke between friends. Now, can they really get you there? But put something on your car saying, I mean, I guess kids can see it, but I just don't get it. I don't know how it could be against the law to put a bumper sticker on your truck. And I get the point, the kids can see it. If you're driving by a school, I get the point of appearing in court and saying, hey, you can't do this. First Amendment, right or not, there's rules. The government makes the rules, you just have to follow them. But I can also see how you could get away with it. It's just it's hard. It would be hard to get arrested for it, but it's also hey, remove the sticker, man. Just get, it was a joke on how you get away with it for a week. Just get rid of it. But hey, it's Florida. This is from. Now we're gonna move on to our Missouri story. This is from the leaderpaper.com. An Imperial man told Jefferson County Sheriff's investigators one of his guns actually discharged while he was cleaning it, and he shot himself in the hand. The victim said he was cleaning a .22 caliber revolver around 6 a.m. when it went off. The man said it was an older gun and he did not realize it was loaded. He said he became angry when he shot himself, so he threw the gun outside the window of his vehicle into the Merrimack River. He then drove to work the report said. After several hours at work, his hand began to swell so much that he left work and drove himself to a medical care center for treatment, according to the police report. Now, if you're shooting yourself in the hand, you probably shouldn't be fucking with guns. And we made it through one story. But I can't see myself, literally, just sitting there, just fucking with, and I know it was loaded. I don't fuck with guns anyways. I'm not smart enough to do that. I'm out here trying to kill things. I'm out here trying to just go shoot at a range. So there's really no honest point for me to have a gun. It's probably the smartest thing that I've made a decision on. And I mean, just shoot yourself and then get mad at yourself. So I'm gonna throw my gun out the window. I'm trying to figure out, was he driving while he was cleaning his gun? I mean, that's I think that's the part that's missed. It's like the way the report says that he got mad and he shot himself threw his gun out the window. It's also something that, you know, kids play around rivers, kids play around the source. I don't know about the Merrimack River. Or thinking, that gun could just pop up anywhere. I mean, I think things get missed in like certain kind of stories when just some stupid ass shoots himself. It's really like, damn, this dumbass just shot himself. Alright, our last story is from the RFT, or Front Times, of course. A fake lawyer accused her if she found her way into a public defender's charge, was forgery, theft, and impersonating an attorney. Kelsey Miller was taken into custody after it was revealed that she had been practicing law for more than 7 months, despite failing the state's bar exam twice. She worked for the Madison County Public Defender's Office and was caught after a court reporter tried to double-check the spelling of her first name against the state's list of licensed attorneys. Her boss told reporters that it never occurred to him to check her license. Miller worked on about 80 cases during her time in the office, reporters were told by her boss. Generally, her case load involved lower-level crimes typically handled by new attorneys. The cases against Miller allege that she is guilty of theft for accepting a salary under false pretenses. The forgery charge relates to a fraudulent state's attorney registration card, according to criminal complaints. Her boss said that nothing in her work made him suspicious, and nobody had previously raised any red flags. All the cases she worked on are being reviewed by her former colleagues. Now, that's fucked up. Like, what if you were one of these good people, and now that you know that you had a fake lawyer? Like, I would run that to the fucking end. A lot of these people charges are probably going to be dropped. Or nothing, they'll just rerun it. They're going to look through the cases, and they'll just rerun it through with the same evidence. They got them convicted, or got them innocent, whatever it was. Public defender really is supposed to help you anyway, so. But that's something you could use against them. I mean, that's on them to find that stuff out. I mean, that's just crazy to think about. That your lawyer was actually a fake lawyer. Like, I don't know like how much TV they have to watch in the county jails or whatever she worked on. But if you seen that shit on the news, boy, I would be excited as hell. Oh, that's my lawyer right there. Yeah, let me call Johnny, motherfucking Blojo lawyer. That's on fucking TV that I see all the time, and I bet he jumps on that shit and gets as much news coverage as possible. And I would do it. I would already be on the phone. I would be on the phone the second I seen it. But I don't know how much they see. That's the problem. So it's not like anybody even really knows, maybe, that's in the jail that was working on our cases, except maybe the people that got the charges dropped. It's just something crazy to think about, and that's weird news. Now, let's start off with just thinking about St. Louis in general. This is a city that needed something. A city that needed to have something to look up on. And goddamn if it ain't hockey. I mean, an ESPN reporter wrote a story saying this revitalized St. Louis, the Blues being in the Stanley Cup Finals. And it really kind of has. I mean, if you think what they were in January to where they are now, I mean, this to me is like where they're at now. Is that they won the Stanley Cup to me. This is all you could have hoped for. But to see the watch parties, to see that the stadium fill up, to see the streets fill up. I mean, this is like a whole new thing, and you're not hearing about much crime going on down there. I mean, it's like some whole different thing has changed for a city that needed it. And like I was talking earlier, like I didn't become a big hockey fan until I went to my first hockey game. It seemed like, wow, this is crazy. This is a cool ass sport. And the thing with Bennington, who's a guy that got looked over, people were calling, when Bennington got called up, people were calling Bob Huso, I guess it was Tyler Green or Carson Kelly or somebody like that. Ty Ratty, maybe, if you want to go Blues. If people want to file Huso up here over Jordy Bennington, and look where you're at now. I mean, that's how bad it was. And I've never been a big fan of Jake Allen. He has saved us at times during big games. But he just didn't have it this year. I just think of the goalies that you lost with the Carter Hut, even losing Brian Elliott. You tried to get with Brian Miller. And you kept coming back to Jake Allen, and it seemed like something that the Blues didn't want to do. Your backup goalie was Chad Johnson at the beginning of the year. Anybody heard from Chad Johnson? And I'm talking about the goalie, not the wide receiver. I mean, to me, this is a win of the season. Already. I said from the very first tick, and I should have done the show, but I said it from the beginning, that they make it to the playoffs. That's a win for me. That's a season win for me. They were fighting on the practice ice. They were fighting. Stanford and Bertuzzo fighting. That's what this team was doing. Then you get Leia, you get Barclay. It's just like something like you feel like should happen now, with so much has happened. But it's already a win of the season. And I'm saying this after they just lost Game 6 and like they have a chance of losing now, and you're so hyped after they win Game 5. But I mean, if you're a die-hard hockey fan, and I know that the diehards are just wanting to win the Stanley Cup, they just want to see it one time. Now, I don't want to wait 50 years, but I'm cool with them not winning it this year. That's not going to be a disappointment to me. Am I going to be disappointed? Hell fucking yeah. Am I going to be depressed about it? Hell fucking yeah. But from Jordy Bennington on down, from when you started the season to now, it's got to be a win. And there's a lot of unsung here. There's a lot of players that people don't talk about until they do something big. But Pat Maroon has been big. Tyler Bozak, Alexander Steens playing on the fourth line. And I'm a middle fan with Steen. The last few years, he hasn't been my best friend. But he's playing on the fourth line on the Blues. You got guys like Robert Thomas up there, Oscar Sundqvist, Ian Barbashev, Sammy Baez, or Sammy Blaze. I don't know. But this is a true team. And I heard someone say it on the sports podcast. This team doesn't really have any Hall of Famers, except maybe Tarasenko, and I might even say Tarasenko. But this is an actual team, and it's been fun to watch. I mean, this is a team of fighters. I mean, it sucks losing a player like Ryan Reeves because you don't have nobody that's going to go out there and go after somebody when something wrong happens. But everybody checks. They don't play defense, but everybody checks. Everybody's going to the nets. Everybody's trying to score. I mean, this has been fun to watch since January. It kind of sucks that it seems like I'm going to say it's already ended. But we're in June. The Blues had never played in the June. Or did you see the watch parties down at Scott Trade Center for the games there in Boston? The games before that were in San Jose. And I don't know if they started in Dallas series or not, but if they did, it was probably full then. I mean, this is really taking over an area that needed something different to take it over. I mean, in the way big, and people can just focus on getting to. And yeah, he saved us a lot. We don't play defense. We have a lot of offensive defense. Carl Gunnarsson might be our only defensive defenseman, and he's not very good at it. Bowman's not good at anything, so you can't claim him for anything. He's been playing pretty good in the playoffs. He's showing the speed that I've always talked about. That was the only thing he had, but they're sending him out there for 30 minutes at a time to shut down the top lines, and he's doing it. I mean, this seems like the team of destiny. And it's so hard because you just get them up and downs, up and downs, up and downs every time. They're going to game 6, game 7 every time. Like, it'd be nice. It would have been nice just to get a sleep in there, just to take a break. But it's kind of like a cardiac thing. The cardiac Cardinals in 2011, the cardiac Cardinals in football that I've never seen, but I heard about. The ride's actually been kind of fun. Phillips gone on with it. And what can you say about that? I mean, what can you say? The dude is just all out amazing. Just all out. Just everything that this team needed at that time. Jake couldn't do it. Jake needed a little bit of defense in front of him. We didn't have it. Benjamin has literally taken over this team. He's literally saved this team from nothing. Every time, too. I'm not just going to say it when they were down there, but in the playoffs, even if you're up 1-0 in a game, he's saved this team from losing games. He's had one bad game in the playoffs. No, he allows no out of them Jake Allen goals when he allows a goal. But when it's time to get down, he gets down. And that's something that we need at that time. James Schwartz has transformed in the playoffs to a whole different player. He wasn't really playing bad. He just wasn't putting pucks in the net. I think Pat Maroon was a little hyped up about coming home and was playing a little different style than he is now. He's still playing that hard style, but Pat Maroon's not just that guy. He's like our David Backes, who love him, hate him, Robbie, whatever. David Backes could have been a good goal scorer in this league, but he didn't have that top guy that could go out there for 20 minutes and grind like he did. They would go out to the front of the net and take pucks to the shins and all that. They would go out there and get the checks. They would go out there and stand up for their team. And yeah, he only got, maybe 20 goals a year. But he could have had a lot more. He did a lot of things different. It's kind of like when I feel like sleep on Petrangelo. I feel like he does a lot of the things. Not as much as back is, and he's a little softer than back is, but he doesn't have to do that anymore. Now we got Pat Maroon. And I feel like Pat Maroon's that guy that does that. And I feel like Pat Maroon could have had a better season if he wasn't going out there and just trying to just hunt down everything possible because he was coming home to the home team. And I think that's what happened. I think he got a little skittish about coming to home team and just trying to live up to the expectations. And I feel like about the whole Blues team. I feel like that's what happened in Game 6. He kind of just flew out there and got a couple of little knick-knack penalties, and look what happened. And I feel like that's happened a couple games in every series. And that's, to me, what's fun about it. It's probably not fun to a lot of people. That's what's fun to me about it. It's a roller coaster. It's been a fun one. But then you look at the way that Ruby does the lines. He just switches people up. He's always switching. He's always maneuvering people around. I mean, Swartz, who's at center, was playing left line for a lot of the year. Or left winger for a lot of the year. With O'Reilly. And that's your three best players in one line. Shin, O'Reilly, and Tarasenko. But it jump-started something. It jump-started James Schwartz going down. And getting on a different line. Which now he's moved up to the Tarasenko line. It got you to see Robert Thomas. It got you to see the Ian Barbashevs. Got you to see the Oscar Sundquist. It's got you to see Steen. Got Steen to play a whole different role. And instead of having to be that guy that has to do something, just being on the line to show this veteran leadership. Instead of having to be that 30-goal scorer guy that everybody thought and needed him to be. And it's mostly because you got goaltending. But they've learned their style. From the first series on down. And since January, they got to go out there and they got to wear teams down for 60 minutes. They got to get that first goal, and they just got to wear teams down after that. I mean, the hard part's getting that first goal. But that's what this team's done all year. And then they just relied on Bennington when they F it up. Like, I love Parenko, but he's an offensive defenseman. I mean, there's a lot of people I've seen skate just right by Parenko. I've seen it with Petrolangelo. You've seen it with all the defensemen. And they kind of shut it down in the series, which is kind of good, because Boston's that kind of team that goes right down the middle. And that's what you could just do against the Blues. You could just go right down the middle. Get a free shot on Jake Allen. You can't fault Jake Allen totally for what happened at the beginning of the season. And that's me not being a Jake Allen fan. But you can't fault him for it. And I don't know if you can fault Mike, for riding with them and riding with the lines that he thought was going to bring with the best teams. But you had a guy in Craig Berube who said, hey, this is what we're going to have to do. Because you want to roll with your best players. But if your best players ain't working out, you got to do something different. And I don't know if Mike Yeo is ready to change it up yet. Actually, Berube actually was when we knew that. And that's where we're at, where we are today. But Boston is a team with a lot of players, and so are the Sharks. And I can't believe you've seen guys like Carlson sit out during the playoffs. You've seen other big guys sit on the playoffs. This guy's got a broken jaw, Charles, for the Boston. It ain't sitting out. This is a whole different beast in the Boston Bruins. And you got one game to prove yourself. One game. And people have been saying, oh, it's a Western Conference style. That's why the Blues have been beating up teams. No, that's their style. We didn't get players injured until we got to Boston with Robert Thomas getting hit by Torrey Krug. So we've hit a different beast. We hit a different animal. But boy, we look good at times facing that animal. We just got to do it for one more game. And I have the slight feeling that Bennington can do that. I'm worried about the rest of the team. I'm not really too worried about Bennington. I'm worried about the Blues flying out there and getting them chip-choppy penalties and putting themselves in a hole early. Because you can tell when the Blues are hyped up, they're going out there and they're just knocking things over, and it leads to offensive chances, it leads to penalties, which creates more offensive chances, and Bennington's not going to stop everything. Definitely this late in the season. I mean, everybody's worn down. And he's missed some easy goals. But that's because our defense sucks. We're giving him the chances. But he's missed some easy ones other than that. And it's kind of good. You kind of feel good about the 2-day break now. Like, I didn't like the 2-day break thing because I felt like it wasn't a quick enough turnaround. We weren't going to stay in the same game. It just gives them one more day of rest in the game 7, where you have to go all out here. No matter what happens, it's over. So you have to go all out here. And I don't want the Blues to be that hyped up that they've been when they're trying to go all out to lead to things that have happened. Like they happened at the start of the season, and that happened that got them down in certain games in each of these series. The series have kind of been like the season almost. Like where you do stupid stuff to put yourself in the position to allow 5 goals. So you just hope that it's the same animal with a little more composure. Because I like seeing them go out there hitting. I like seeing Barbershop go out there hitting. I like seeing Sunfield go out there and hitting. I like seeing Tarasenko going out there and hitting. Just can't lead to stupid things. Because it's one more game. I mean, if you were going to play as confined as you could, as defensive as you could, it's not as ticky-tacky, as keeping things roughly perfect, this would be the game to do it. And it's what the Blues have had to do since January, so I won out one more game. And you always got to look for things in this game. You got to look for the unsung heroes. You see Thomas coming back now after the injury. It's going to be a guy like Bozak. It's going to be like that guy that won the Chicago series with Troy Blau. It's going to be like what happened in the overtime in the Sharks series. It's going to be the Pat Maroon who you didn't expect at the time. You don't expect Pat Maroon to go out there and score that goal. So the Blues just got to come out there and they got to play their game, but they got to tighten it up. And that's the only thing that you actually have to worry about. And it's hard to wait. That's why I had to do this podcast, because it's hard to wait. It's a waiting game that you really don't want to wait for. I'm mad about the 2 days in general, but I'm happy about it for the rest. It's just one more game. For the Blues to host them for 50 years, but don't get me wrong. This is one thing that everybody needs to know. This is a win of the season already. I don't want to wait till I'm 82 to see another one 100 years from now. But I'll take this. This is what I'll take this every year. And I'll definitely take it. Probably not every year. I'll take it this year. Because it changed the whole culture. Not just with hockey fans. It changed it around St. Louis. And it's kind of good. Because the Cardinals suck. It's taken baseball fans away from baseball, where people aren't even really talking much baseball. What's going on with the Cardinals? It's just one more game. Well, it seems like we're on a time limit here with the new recording system, so we'll figure out something about that. But I think we had a good one tonight. So for Lori, R.I.P. For Johnny Free, my homie. For my grandma Hicks, I love you. For my grandma Bowlesby, R.I.P. For Jake, Maddie, Zach, Amanda, and Joe. This has been a Sports Blog live on the Greater STL Sports Network.
Hello and welcome to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bolsey here with you. You can tweet me at RBolseyJR. You can tweet the Greater STL Sports Network at Greater STLSN. You can find us on YouTube and Twitter. You can find us on YouTube and Facebook at Greater STL One Word Sports Network. And we are just about everywhere now. Spotify, everything. I downloaded this new app called Anchor, which is like the greatest thing in the world. We might do some things with that to, put things on, like, because it will add stuff to our stuff. We might try to do something else. I do want to do the 2 sports show with football and NBA, the 2 other sports. We got to find a better name. But, we're gonna make this. I'm trying to step up my game. Now, I've been lazy. We're about 3 days late on this podcast. Technology and stuff. And it's nice when something disappears into the cloud, because I don't know how to use the cloud. So it's nice to lose a podcast, a whole podcast. But that's the benefit of me being me, is I can talk shit 200,000 minutes a day. So it really doesn't matter if I mess up an hour one or I mess up a 2-hour one. So we're going to get on it today. Happy holidays, everybody. Happy Halloween, whatever you want to say. Now, a big debate that I had with myself, of course, was, is Halloween a real holiday? Like, and then I got to thinking, like, is there any holiday a real holiday? Like, there's a couple. Like, New Year's, kind of like a holiday. It's like a real holiday. But, like, just like Christmas and Thanksgiving, now the rest of them are kind of made up. I mean, I understand on Christmas you're supposed to be celebrating the birth of Jesus, blah, blah, blah. Thanksgiving, you're supposed to be celebrating the pilgrims settling in America. But is it a real holiday? And there's actually a petition out there to actually move the holiday from the 31st to the last weekend of October, because Halloween does seem to always like fall on a weird day. Like this year, it's on a Wednesday today, the day I'm recording the podcast. I think last year it was on a Thursday. I mean, I understand changing up because of the kids in school and, and all that. People have to work. It's not like, though, that you're staying out too late. Like, it gets dark early enough to where you can get your kids out there for a couple hours and, do something with them. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the holidays anyways, because they kind of F you in the last 3 months of the year with Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas, and then New Year's, and you consider that a 4th month if you want to. But then I got Jake's birthday on the 16th, and then after that I'm free till April. Like, I don't think people go around celebrating Valentine's Day with their kids. I say, hey, you want some flowers? I guess you could get them some candy. Be like, hey, that's what everybody else gets. It's people usually only celebrate it with their significant other. And you hear that, ladies, I'm single, so, you got the Twitter. You can also find me on Facebook. I wouldn't recommend that. Or you can email me at rbowlesbyjr314@gmail.com. However you particularly want to do it. I'm free anytime. But it seems like the Halloween's become a much bigger holiday over the years. And I'm going to guess that's because of social media and stuff. I just don't remember growing up and, like, worrying about anything on Halloween. Like, you're going to walk around, you get some candy, you're going to come inside in the crib. I mean, that's what you're going to do. Now you got to worry about your kids walking by themselves. I mean, people are messed up. And now it's another excuse to party. I think people had Halloween parties before that I remember. I guess it's because my parents were younger at the time that they had kids. You didn't really see it. I didn't really get to see it as much as you would think. But it just seems like it's celebrated more. It also seems like there's a lot more worse things that can happen. People effing with the candy. You got people out here looking to pick up kids. Just weirdo stuff. Like stuff that you would never, ever when you were in me growing up, it would be the last thing on my mind. And now you literally have to tell your kids these things. Like, hey, when you go out there, be careful and watch this and watch that. Like, you literally
have to watch what goes on out here. And it's people are messed up. People, I mean, it's a whole different world. And like, I'm out of the loop. I'm one of these people that try to stay out of the loop. I don't want to know. It took me 3 years basically to figure out what the hell was going on out here in the county. I mean, mostly because I didn't want to be involved. I had much better things to do. It just seems like a big thing. And like, the people are just, and it all goes into a part, you know, the way you grew up most of the time, or just people like this thinking, acting on their thoughts. I guess it's a weird thing. I'm just out here to get some candy and dress up like motherfucking a transformer and get out of here and just enjoy yourself. It's almost like it's hard to enjoy anymore. Now you got kids and stuff. It's easier to enjoy. You get to dress up your kids. They get to have fun. They get to do the school stuff. They get to, you know, share some extra time with their friends that they usually wouldn't have. You know, because most people, you know, you bring your kids at night for dinner around, you know, dark time. You make sure all their homework's done. You make sure of this and that and the other. So it's, you know, it's I guess it's just a whole different world. And then, you know, it's really easy for me to be figuring out lately. Like holding a door for somebody. I grew up like that. I grew up as in you treat people with respect. I mean, that's just the way my dad always taught me. But it seems like a chore now for you to do. It really does. It seems like that like someone's telling you that you have to open the door for them almost. And like what I really want to do is I really want to go get some jogging shorts. And I want to open the door for somebody and them not to say thank you, which is an everyday thing. Like when I'm at work, I do it and I get a little more thank you. I'm going to guess that's because of the nice pretty hat I wear. But what I really want to do is open the door for somebody. And then when I see them, like, and just make sure you're right in line in front of them. Like, you know, maybe, you know, got a person behind you and you see the guy, you know, 2 or 3 people behind you. Gas station moving pretty quick. You know, acts like you're bending over to tie your shoe, you know, one ball hanging out, and just crop dust the F out of somebody. Act like you're going to hold the door for them, let them go, let them walk out, and just light them up. I mean, I think that's only fair. I think that if you can have the common courtesy to say thank you, I don't have the common courtesy to hold. And some silent but deadlies. And I mean, it's not just stuff like that. It's like even people at work. Like I knew, like growing up. I knew, I talking the English language for you here. I knew that growing up, like if I didn't do the right things, I was going to have to live the life I live. I was going to have to go out there and get a shitty job and work as many hours as I can, most likely get 2. I was instilled that in a young age. But like I went to a job the other day. And I'm talking with the boss, you know, I'm a, you know, I know how to talk to people definitely in interviews and stuff like that. I know what they want. I know what they want to hear. You know, it's really easy for me to get a job as long as I get the interview. I mean, it's an easy thing. But we were just talking, yapping, you know, talking shit. Really weren't really talking about the job, talking about old jobs, stuff like that. He worked at a lot of the same jobs I've worked at since I was, you know, since the beginning of time. He was sitting there telling me that, like, well, I hire people left and right. But I had a guy come to me the other day and say, well, I can't work more than 25 hours. If I said that, like, out loud to where somebody could hear it and relay that to my dad, even me at 30 years old and my dad at 50 years old, he would come here and beat my ass. He really would. Like, he would literally, like, my dad has been a working man his whole life. Whether I grew up poor, I have no ill will towards anything that ever happened in my life. with that situation. And I'm not scared of most shit. I haven't been homeless. But 20, you can't work no more than 25 hours? My dad would literally kick my ass. And my dad, it's just because of the way you grow up. Your dad's the scariest dude in your life. He's probably the only thing that scares me other than having a dream about all my exes in a dream together. And I had that dream. I had to wake up quick, smoke a bunch of cigarettes. I just think that's scary. And if it was just the first two out of the three, that would have been probably just, that last one wasn't that bad. Shit happens. But it's just like a whole new world out here. It's like a whole thing of people just think they can live because they see everybody else do it. And like when I grew up, the first thing I wanted to do was get out of my parents' house. The first thing I did when I was 16 is I went and got a job to pay for a car. Because I didn't want to be in my parents' house. I wanted to be in my parents' house the least amount possible. And believe me, when I moved out, they were on it. Like it didn't matter if they were made sure that like I wasn't coming back. Now in the last couple of years I've been back. Been back and forth 3 or 4 times. For a couple weeks here, then for a year, almost probably a year and a half the last time. But when I was gone, they like made sure like I was gone. Like if there was something like that came up, they like paid for it. But they're not gonna go out and buy me a car. They're not gonna tell me, hey, I only worked this much at a job. Which actually when I came back from my vacation, they kind of were on that. And I did BS around. I did a lot of podcasts before I got caught on a Bob Evans. I mean, it's not like that I was begging to look for a job. Because I kind of had it made, They were trying to keep me in sane quarters, which I'm a crazy motherfucker. That just wasn't going to happen. I need stuff to survive. I need a job to survive. I really need 2 jobs to survive. It's a whole new generation. And like I'm on the border of being a millennial. I'm right there, 1990s is mostly what they say. I'm right there at 30 years old. So believe me, I fall into the cracks on some of this stuff. I fall into the millennial stuff here and there. I just don't understand the not working thing. I just don't get it. It's hilarious to me, really. And it's because a lot, like, when you grow up poor and stuff, and, like, a lot of people I know, like, you're going to want to give out as much as you can if you got it. It's just sometimes you got to let these motherfuckers grow up a little bit. And believe me, I'm not the biggest grown up in the world, but it's a different time, I guess. And we are going to talk sports today. Don't worry. We're not just going to sit here and we're not going to talk about people. Like I could sit here and I could have this rant. Like you see me get on rants on this show where I can have an hour-long rant. Like I always say, my favorite podcasts aren't the sports ones. It's the ones where I just yapping. It's the ones that you can go listen to and weird news ain't on and stuff like that. That's my favorite kind of thing to do, is just to sit here and yap, not have a bunch of notes. Like not have talking points. Now I write stuff down because I'm a very forgetful person. I will easily forget what, some of the things I want to talk about. Like if I come up with a good something for this show, like something to talk about for this show, I write down talking points. I don't write down like word for word what I was saying. Me and my brother have some of the most random conversations, even about about anything, but about sports, and I write some of this stuff down. But we have the conversations like crop dusting somebody at the front door of a gas station. So, but I like switching it up. I like doing the sports. I like having something else to talk about. And it's really hard for real, because, this is mostly a St. Louis sports podcast. And there's just not much going on in St. Louis sports. Like, in my notes, I wrote down on the second page of my notes, and really the first page ain't full. It's about half full, but I remember, like, doing the old school hometown rundown, and it being a full page, so I was trying to, to give myself room, and I went and looked it up, and we lost a lot of our independent teams. We lost the River City Raiders, the St. Louis River Sharks, but I don't know if I talked about the River Sharks or the Gateway Stream much on this show. Both basketball teams that played at Harris Stowe. I mean, just over the years, we've lost a lot of independent teams. We're down to 2 soccer teams. And you also got River City Rascals, but the River City Rascals are locked out of, I don't remember what the ballpark is anymore. I think Cars Shield Field is what it's called now. But they're locked out of there because they're not paying their rent. Now, I don't know why they're not paying their rent. I've read stories here and there on the owner, and heard he's not the greatest owner in the world. We had the same problem here kind of with the St. Louis attack and the ambush before he left. And it's not the same guy that owns the Rascals. But he also owns another team in that league too, so it's kind of confusing on how stuff like that happens. But if we lose another entity in St. Louis, I mean, it's kind of effed up. And I know people are scared to cross that bridge. Like, when I moved to St. Charles, I used to think everything, like, if I had to cross that bridge, I was going too far. Like, to me, like, it's just like people don't like crossing that bridge. St. Louis people don't like crossing that bridge into St. Charles. It's just not a thing. It's why teams don't survive out here. But it seemed like the River City Rascals were surviving. And there's enough people in the St. Charles County area for teams to survive. It's just if you're going to spend the money on that, because I went to an ambush game, probably a couple years ago with my daughter. You're easily going to walk into a place like that and spend $40, $50. I had $40 in my pocket, and, I was struggling, to try to, make sure I just had a little money in my pocket before I got paid, I think it was 2 or 3 days later. And, people aren't going to want to spend their last dollar on the ambush or the Rascals. They're going to want to see the big teams. They're going to want to see the players that major leagues. They're going to want to see that kind of stuff, which is understandable. You want to see the best of the best. And yeah, sometimes watching them games, it's just, you're kind of like, you look up at the score and it's 8-7 and each team's got 4 or 5. I mean, that's not always fun. Watching sports. Definitely if you're kind of like a technical guy, which you kind of like seeing the game played, I guess you could call it right, but seeing it played in a professional way. And, all these teams that are around here are semi-pro teams. I mean, there hasn't been much in St. Louis and teams like that in a while. I mean, you used to have the roller hockey, you used to have the basketball teams all downtown, and now, everything's been moved to that family arena in St. Charles. I mean, since I can remember the St. Louis Storm and River Otters, I don't know who was there before that. I don't think there was much there at the family arena before that. I mean, they obviously draw wrestling shows very well because the WWE keeps coming back. When you could go throw a live show probably down at the Savas or anywhere, Peabody, the America Center, anywhere, and they seem to like staying in St. Charles. And I really liked following these teams. I liked when I had a lot of, and even when I wasn't doing a show, I was still watching this stuff. And, there are notes and notes and notes, which will probably never be seen again. When on days I planned on doing the podcast and I didn't do it for weeks at a time or, years at a time, I was still doing the podcast, just without recording it, you know what I'm saying? I still had all the stats written down. Like, for the hometown rundown, I did a lot of stat work. Because that's the only way I wasn't sitting there watching every game. So, the games I watched, I talked about, and then the games I didn't watch, I didn't talk about. Or I did talk about, but I just used stats. And, I couldn't imagine growing up in the days when we had NBA with the Hawks, or even with ABA later with the Spirits, having the Cardinals football and baseball, and also having the Blues. Now you're down to nothing. Like, it was a year-round thing to celebrate sports. Because on the days you didn't have the Blues on the days you didn't have the Cardinals on, you had something else to watch. Now, it kind of sucks that the three, hockey, basketball, and football, kind of all run together. You get the end of baseball and stuff like that, but just think of having that towards the end of baseball, where your team's pushing for a playoff chase, or even your team's out of the playoff chase. You have something to turn the TV to, you know what I'm saying? Like, when the Cardinals aren't playing on them days they're in the playoffs, you could have turned it to something different. It's hard to do that now. Definitely with the way the Blues are playing. And, like, you're literally running out of things. I don't think the ambush starts till February. FC's done with their season. It's a difficult thing for St. Louis sports right now. Because one of my favorite things to do was that hometown run. I liked watching, and it's kind of cool to, like, see the players and learn it. It was kind, it's kind of cool to see them players that you watch and that you wrote about, and all this and that. Make it, even if it was the ambush to St. Louis FC, or it was the River City Rascals to the Single A Cardinals. I was like, oh damn! I watched that player, and I wrote about him before. I knew a little bit about that player before. That they're talking about, and like the favorite thing to say on sports is like, well, we don't know much about this guy. I used to be able to say, like, Austin Warner was one of them guys who's in the Cardinal system and has a good chance of making the MLB team this year. I mean, and I'm a big sports guy. I can sit there and I can watch some TV. Like, as of right now, they're right next to each other. So it's like the two channels I'm watching is True TV and Comedy Central, mostly for Practical Jokers and South Park. Them are shows that are a little easy to watch, but I mean, a lot of the times when I'm sitting around, I got my headphones in and I'm listening to podcasts or little music here and there, mostly podcasts. So, and it's part to better my craft, and it's part because that's what I like. I like listening to that kind of stuff. I'm not the biggest music fan. And it's funny, like, even the music that I am a fan of, I hardly know the names of half the shit. Me and my brother were, like, looking for a song for hours the other night, because he's got he records, he writes songs and does all that shit. And he had a little beat on his thing, and I know the song by heart, but I couldn't think of the name. And I had to look it up, the lyrics, and the name of the song was the first thing they say in the song. But on the beat, it didn't say the words. But, you could sit there and sing it and think about it. And, like, I passed the song 3 or 4 times. I'm like, that ain't it. Why would he, And then we ended up finding it. Like, as soon as he, like, started singing it, his way, it's like, when you're in your own head, you're in your own head. My mouth moves a lot faster than my brain. So I could say what I'm thinking, but I'm already 10 words ahead of it. And it happens a lot on this show. I go from one subject to another, no problem. I do it in real life too. One thing I could be talking about Pornhub, the next thing I could be talking about the Cardinals. It's not a hard thing for me. And the real shitty thing is it's gotten worse. Because, like, I'm a way bigger college basketball fan than I've been NBA. I've said that on the show since the beginning, since 2015. That I'm a bigger fan of college basketball. And I'm going to be a bigger fan of college basketball, mostly because it's more of a team game. Now that they have that G League thing going, where players can go there and not go to college and get paid for it. Now you're going to see teams go out here and actually recruit team players. And you're going to get this, and the second tier guys that, don't get as much are going to get to showcase themselves off. And I hope that it turns into basically a team game. I like that kind of basketball. Because you could still have a team game and it still be fast paced. I just don't like running up and shooting every time. Like, I was watching I think it's called The Basketball Story. I love The Basketball Story, or it's whatever it is. It's on ESPN at nights. And I've been watching a lot of it. It's pretty cool stuff to learn about this stuff. it's pretty cool stuff to learn about the inner workings of some of the stuff. It's pretty cool to learn about the lives of some of these people and what they had to go through and stuff like that. Like, and they had one on last night about guys like Oscar Robertson and Steve Nash. And Steve Nash, I remember the Phoenix days, the Sean Marion, Amari Stoudemire, Jared Dudley, Steve Nash days of the Suns. One of my favorite teams. Because it was more of a team basketball thing. And Steve Nash, like they were showing, like Steve Nash, how he'd run the pick and rolls and how he had, the nice little thing where he ran to the basket like he's going to do a layup and everybody collapses and he just passes it out. And it was cool that they were showing all the old Suns stuff. Because I watched a lot of that stuff. I remember the year that Amari beat the Spurs in that first game of the series. So everybody thought they were going to get swept out of the building. I mean, I remember it being one of the coolest things that I've seen in a long time. And that's when I was real big into sports. And it was probably like 10 years ago, so I was 20 years old. So I was really starting to understand sports and the way things work and a lot more than that. So, like, I mean, I think the G League is going to help not only push college basketball to a different level, but also then players that are going to come there to go to the Dukes and Kentucky are just going to go to the G League, and you're going to have, I don't know what you would, I forgot what it's called, but it's going to be some more parity in college basketball. You're not going to have every year the best players they're going to win. You're not going to have the Duke have 3 of the 5 best players. You're not going to have the Kentuckys doing the same thing. It's going to be more of a parallel. And that was what's always good about college basketball. Definitely with the tournament of 64, you never know who's going to win. And now it's going to be more or less, unless these college teams start playing, it's going to be more of a less of it's going to be, instead of having the best players, it's going to be who's the best recruiter and who can put the best team together. Now, Travis Ford, when his team's picked first in the A10, to finish first in the A10, and they beat up on Quincy the other night. At SLU, that's what you have to do. Like, the top player they've gotten in a long time was Larry Hughes 20-odd years ago, or whatever it is. It just doesn't happen like that at SLU. And it's nice to see that they're starting to build a program up. And the only bad thing for SLU is Missouri is just the known commodity. And it's mostly because they have the 2 biggest sports. SLU doesn't have that. Now, they have some of the best baseball teams in college. They have some of the best soccer teams in college. But missing that football kind of hurts SLU a little bit. Because you see Mizzou just more and more. And being from the SEC, you see Mizzou on ESPN and CBS. You don't find a whole lot of A10 games with SLU on them on the television. And I think that's why it's hard to separate yourself from being a Missouri fan and being strictly a SLU fan. Now, it's going to probably be easier this year with the injury to Jonte Porter. And I mean, that's a big loss for Mizzou. You lose your top player, who was really your top player last year. Like, people can say it's Jordan Barnett or... But no, it was Jonte Porter saved Missouri last year. And Missouri, it seems like it happens in Missouri every year. I mean, it's been a long time. Like, it happened to SLU last year with the Title IX investigation. I mean, some of the weirdest stuff came out of that for nothing to happen. It's partly because the world's changed with the Me Too movements and all that. So now, instead of like investigating and stuff like that, you basically have to agree with it. But it seems like it's been happening in Mizzou for 20 years. I mean, going back to Ricky Clemens. I mean, and not just stuff like the Ricky Clemens stuff, which is a lot more scarier and crazy than what's happening now, but it just seems like it's every year, whether it's players not eligible or injuries. Michael Porter last year, now it's the next year with Jonte. Because he was going to be the star. He didn't have Michael Porter. He didn't have Jordan Burnett. He was going to be your top player. Now, they can play and say somebody else is and blah, blah. You're going to hype up your seniors. You're going to hype up the older guys. I mean, if you see what this kid did as a freshman last year, on a year he really should have been in high school, he was going to be your top player. And now, luckily, you got Drew Smith, can't play. You got Mark Smith, which is going to help with the guard position. So you've lost something, but you added something. But it's still a big loss. And with the way Missouri football is struggling right now, on a team that we thought was going to be halfway decent, with one of the top quarterbacks in the league, who all of a sudden isn't the top quarterback in college football anymore. I mean, you had a chance to beat the number 12 team in the nation, and you were picked by 7 points to beat that 12th ranked team in the nation, and you just couldn't squeeze it out. I mean, they were one of the most potent offenses last year. They just can't do it. And the injuries help that. It's understandable. But it just seems like something's always happening in Mizzou, whether it's football or basketball. And now, in the next few years, you're going to really see how these coaches recruit. And I think with this G League team, you're going to see a lot of these coaches from Mizzou, from Travis Ford, from SLU, who could got better jobs than with the jobs they have now. They're going to go for the bigger jobs because name recognition is everything. Unless you're going to be a good recruiter. Like, I think Travis Ford, most likely, if the SLU has a really good year, that he could have another job. Conzo Martin could have got a better job, and he chose Missouri. And it, great for us that we got the Porters. And great for us, we're starting to get better recruits and that people are coming here, the Jeremiah Tillmans and all that. So you still have depth on this roster. But you just lost that main piece. And so I'm kind of hoping that since you lost that you're going to see more of a, I guess you would call it a merry-go-round of players. That you're going to see how good of a recruit the Conzo Martin is. Same for Travis Ford. Like, where you're picked in the A-10 as the number one team, you're gonna see really has he done that well in recruiting to be one of the top teams in the conference. And the A-10's not really like a Power 5 conference, so it's a little different because you don't have the best players. But, I mean, there's some good teams in Atlantic 10. I mean, being SLU and being all that, I really wish they would just go to the Missouri Valley. You would dominate the league every year. Missouri Valley's on TV seems like a lot more than A-10. I mean, you could really do something different if you were in a different place. I don't know how the contracts work. I don't know if SLU has that type of money to be that they want to spend on moving conferences. I don't think it would be a big deal because you're moving from the A-10 to the Missouri Valley. I mean, I know being in a conference with a little bit of name to it and teams that people have heard of before could help with recruiting. But I think if kids know they're going to be on TV and you know that they're going to make the tournament no matter what, I think that's an easy way for them to want to come there to SLU and showcase what they got. Definitely, if you know that team's going to make it to the tournament, no problem. I mean, it's just another hurt for Missouri sports. It's nice to watch Kansas City do their thing. It's just it's a really hurt thing. Definitely with the Cardinals not making the playoffs. No football. The Blues not playing like you expected them to play. There's a lot of things going on. So you kind of hope that the coaches that you think you got when Conzo Martin and Mizzou, you hope that he is that guy. And you hope that Travis Ford, because he hasn't really had like the greatest, he doesn't have the greatest like leverage in the world because he's the coach of SLU, but that he's the recruiter that we need him to be one of the top teams in the A-10. This team's not going to be, because they're a smaller college and they don't have the football, this team's not going to be one of the top teams in the NCAA. It's just not going to happen. Unless you see this G League thing really work out and teams have to recruit based off building a team and not building a team around one player. And I really hope that SLU's done that. And I really hope that Mizzou has done that too, and you went out and they get transfers and stuff like that. You see, and SLU does it too. SLU has been getting transfers and stuff too. So it's really it's just too early to make an assumption right now. Like SLU's played Quincy. I haven't even seen who Mizzou's played because there's been so much talk about Jonte Porter. That's all you see. You just gotta hope that they really step their game up. And I hope for SLU that they really did. Like Missouri, they're gonna come back. They're gonna get players, and it's mostly because that they have the big national notoriety of being in the SEC and having football, and SLU just doesn't have that. Speaking of St. Louis, Ben Askren, guy from big wrestler, dude, national champion at Mizzou, undefeated in his MMA career in the Bellator and won championship. Retired as the champion at one. Well, the first ever MMA trade happened where Demetrius Johnson and Ben Askren were released out of their contracts. Demetrius Johnson, the UFC, and Demetrius Johnson went to the UFC or went to one championship. And Ben Askren is supposedly in the UFC, even though UFC really hasn't said too much. Demetrius Johnson ain't shut up, and neither is Ben Askren. Ben Askren is the greatest. I used to say it was Trump. I think I've said it was Tom Arnold before. I've said a lot. Ben Askren is the greatest thing that ever happened to Twitter because he doesn't shut up. And if it's like this. Hey, prove it. He's telling people to prove it because he's going to go out there and he's going to make sure you prove it. And it's funny because it's not a big thing. I don't think Dana really wanted. You have a lot of people. What did Derek Lewis said today? That he eats his wife's ass before every MMA fight. You're starting to have some characters in the UFC. I don't think that like TRT is great. TRT just and Chuck Liddell and all that. They just weren't the characters that these guys are now. The Chael Sonens. Derek Lewis, Ben Askren. And there's more. Conor McGregor. There's a lot of guys out there. The Diaz's. It's nice to see a little bit of personality. And you don't get, and it's like in St. Louis sports, you don't get that much. It's nice to see like two guys from St. Louis and Tyron Woodley and Ben Askren like have them personalities. You get to, even though they're not based in St. Louis. UFC doesn't come to St. Louis too often. It's still fun to see. It's fun to watch. I vote for the hometown people. Most of the sports people I follow on Twitter are hometown people. I follow Matt Seidel and Randy Orton just because they're from St. Louis. I think Brooke Adams is another girl I follow. Is another wrestler, and she's a girl, of course, that I follow just because she's from St. Louis. It's nice to see, though. But Ben's calling out everybody. He ain't even caring. And Dana hasn't said much. I don't know. I guess Dana's just like, hey, let's talk Khabib and McGregor. Which, he's going to hype that up no matter what. He's just the hype. He's the hype man now. He's not really like the biggest guy in UFC because they got sold. Now he's your face, so he's got to hype up. He's got to hype up McGregor and Khabib in an MMA ring. He said it's only going to happen in boxing. And you got to understand. I said Dana's got to promote a sport. And, I don't know, you don't see Dana talk too much about Tyron Woodley. He has said nothing about Ben Askren. He said little things, and when Ben Askren running his mouth before but now, Ben Askren, hey, when are you going to announce it? Said it on Twitter. And he's going at McGregor's fighters. He's going at Khabib's trainers. He's going at every fighter possible. It's a nice thing to see. And it's kind of funny. It's hilarious. It's a sport that has starting to, grow itself based on personalities. You see Tyron Woodley getting on there going after Joe Rogan for talking bad about CM Punk. Because Joe Rogan said if Dana let CM Punk fight, why couldn't he let Logan Paul fight? Because Logan Paul, who won a boxing match against who fucking knows, some other fucking YouTuber. But I mean, I kind of see where Joe Rogan's coming from. Just you're gonna just want to make the money, and Tyron Woodley told him to be quiet about it, unless you got something to say to me, because they're friends, I guess, and training partners and blah blah, whatever. I mean, it's nice to see personality. It's nice. It's fun to see these people call each other out on Twitter or wherever in the sport. A guy I forgot about, Daniel Cormier, another guy that's out there, and he's such a voice out there in UFC that Fox has wanted to make him one of the voices when they bring wrestling to Fox. So it's crazy that this sport that you thought was already grown as big as it can grow, having the fights with McGregor and Mayweather, having this fight with McGregor and Khalid, like a lot of big fights, that it's just growing seemingly every day. And now it's based off the personalities in the sport other than just strictly their win-loss record. Now, a guy that goes out there and it's 18-11 or whatever, you're not going to, that's not the guy you want out there in your voice, but the undefeated champion in Tyron Woodley, another undefeated guy in his MMA career, and Ben Askren, another guy like Conor McGregor, who's, even though he's lost some of these big fights, he's been in a lot of big fights that people didn't expect to be big fights, like Nate Diaz. They turned that into a big fight. Khabib ain't like one of these guys that goes out there and is talking a bunch and stuff like that. And, but he's a personality, and they turned that into a big fight. I mean, it's something that other sports look into. Like, they should... a personality in a sport shouldn't just be the guy that's quiet. It shouldn't be a guy that's not going to go out there. You can't ruin a sport with personalities, because everybody, you can go out there and you see it in the media. People say, hey, this person has a shitty personality. So it's understandable to try to save your sport without putting these personalities out there. But I also think it's a dumb way to not grow your sport to have a different personality. Now, it seems like these baseball players are just racist as hell. So maybe you don't want that. Like, so people can pull up the Twitters of everybody and see, hey, this guy said this, Josh Hader. And then I think it was the guy Trey Turner for Washington. So, I understand why MLB wants to keep it to the people that they want to keep it to, like the Bryce Harpers, the Mike Trouts, the more known guys. And like everything is going so independent today that you're starting to learn some of these people's names that don't or haven't fought in the UFC. Like a Ben Askren. Wrestling's the same way. I mean, look at the New Japan. Look at the littler ones in Ring of Honor. Impact still gets viewers. 200 people to watch your show. It can't be production costs and stuff like that. You're going to get ratings. If you get them kind of ratings, that's 200,000 people every week that are going to see your commercial. They're going to sell. So, even with, and it goes farther than that. Ring of Honor, Impact, and you're starting to learn, WWE starting to work with places like Evolve. And, you're starting to learn all these companies that you never heard of before. Mostly because Vince buys them all up. But UFC is the same way. Nobody's heard of one championship. Now people are getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to watch fights on Twitter. It's crazy how you can grow a sport so much from one certain level, and just with a couple of 3 or 4 personalities, you can have these independent team things work. And it works in wrestling more because they all work together. They're Ring of Honor, New Japan, Impact, all of them work together. And WWE's starting to learn that they're going to have to, to get these guys to want to wrestle, you need to showcase other talent to see what people want. You can't just bring people in just because. And they brought so many people in of recent that don't have it, or don't. It's hard to create storylines because they're still going off their own people. It really seems like the WWE really tries to bury all the wrestlers from New Japan or Impact. I mean, there's a couple here and there that, get the step up. If they don't get the step up that they get from next, that the next people get. And it's kind of the same way with UFC, too. Because, they try to bury the other company, like, we're top dog and blah, blah. But you see sometimes when, you see his first fight in the UFC, I mean, you could tell like, some of these fighters beat people that have been in the UFC for a long time. And I mean, like I said with the person, I don't know how that, like, I mean, it's different for like baseball with the independent leagues. You don't hear much about that, but you see it's going to start, I think it's going to start doing it in the NFL. I really see in the long run of the NFL with this AFF, the Legions of American Football, and the XFL, they're going to be, they're not going to run two football teams. Definitely with a guy that are friends like the Imbeciles and McMahons. I really think in the long run they're going to combine, and they're really going to see which one grows faster. Now, you're going to see the AFF this year and the XFL next year. You got to think the NFL just off name basis and basically with the money that they can launder, and they probably don't want to hear that from through the WWE. That probably is going to be the league in the long run. Now all this crap with Vince McMahon says, "Oh, you can't have this on your," that will all change. Like he's trying to be this guy that's anti-NFL and any controversy the NFL has over the last few years or anything like that. He's just trying to be the opposite, just to get people talking about it. But it's something to talk about, and it brings football into another area, just like with Ben Askren with one and then wrestling, New Japan and all that. I mean, Strike Force is still up there and stuff like that. But they it's a different way to grow your sport. You know what I'm saying? It's to have these little leagues, even if you're funding them. If you remember, you read a story, Vince McMahon was funding an ECW for a long time. He's probably funding Evolve. And believe me, that's what I'm saying about all the other independent ones. They're all three funding each other. The New Japan and all them. So I think if you need the way to grow your sport, and definitely with the NFL. NFL Europe was pretty big there for a while, and there was a lot of players that played there. Kurt Warner. There's a lot of players that play there to make it to them. Like, they could have something like this. They really could. And then now the struggle is, unlike the G League, where these people are going to have to play their 10 games during the spring and summer months, and then you really want somebody playing 26 football games a year. And if they make it to the Super Bowl, that's 30 games of football. That's double what you plan on doing. So it's definitely different with the contact sport. But the MLB, like even with the major leagues, they could make their major leagues better if they kind of branched away from it. I think the same thing with the NBA. If they branched away from saying that's their minor leagues. Now, Next has worked for wrestling, but wrestling's a scripted show, a whole different thing. And there's been other MMA companies that worked for a long time. WEC was on TV forever. And I said Strike Force earlier, I meant Bellator, but Bellator's still running around, and they still get big fighters and stuff like that. But they're separated from UFC, and that's kind of like the UFC's minor leagues. And I think that the UFC should fund them. I think a way to grow your sport is not to put something out there that has your name on it. The way to grow your sport is to have competitors, and nobody has to know that you're funding your competitor. Not many people knew that, that wrestling funded all these other wrestling companies back in the day. I mean, MLB's funneling money through the minor leagues. but you know it's the MLB. I think if you broke off, you could have something different. And I think that like baseball could be a winter thing. I think winter baseball could work. I really think that this Arizona Fall League, if you put it on TV and you put it, and it has to be, it can't be a regional thing. It can't be the Arizona Fall League. It has to be something else. You know what I'm saying? It has to be during a time when baseball's not on, and they bring it to other cities. A lot of these cities have domes they can play in, and you have to, and you like, I know it's like Jamestown has baseball, and I know Jamestown, I hit a home run right there. Now it wasn't called a home run. I hit a home run at Jamestown one time, so I know it's not that far. But something like that, the Dome, I think a perfect place. And I think that there's other cities that have arenas like that. I don't know how big the family arena would be with that, but they ran football through there. I don't think you could do it there. But a place like the Dome, like you could find these places. And, with all the players that go down there from the MLB's phone on it, but it could be something different for somebody that doesn't have the TV, because it's worked just about everywhere else for certain amounts of time. The USFL before Donald Trump got it. The ABA before the NBA got it. I mean, there's just a lot of things that I think could work. And NFL, even if it is arena league football, it's still something that I think could work if you did it the right way. And now these places don't have that kind of money, but the NFL and MLB, I think there's a way that they, instead of trying to change your game to broaden your brand, I think there's ways to take from your brand and put it somewhere else, and it would become more of a benefit to you. Because then you hit personalities that weren't known, but now are known, that are going to the NFL or MLB or NBA or NHL. And people know them, and it's going to make more. And like, man, I watched that guy when he played in the AAFF. Now he's on the Patriots, or he's on the Rams, or anything like that. And it's cool to see that kind of stuff. For a lot of people, a lot of people like seeing it. A lot of people like seeing the independent people make it. And I like seeing it too. I'm like, like it's funny when I can sit here and I can name stuff to my brother who's a bigger wrestling fan, or used to be a bigger wrestling fan to me, or a UFC guy. And I'm like, he's better on the fighters and I'm better on the wrestlers. Like and I'm like, I've never heard of that UFC fighter, or he's like, I never heard of that wrestler. It's kind of cool to see that kind of stuff. Like, it's cool to see an Austin Warner coming from the Rascals and having a chance probably to make the NBA or MLB Cardinals this year. It's cool. And you can look, and for some of these players, and I remember some of them, and like, there's a guy on the Marlins that used to play for the Rascals. So I think there's ways to broaden your brand without knowing it's your brand. Because in the long run, I really think that the XFL and AFL are combined to probably not be the XFL. It'd probably be American Football Alliance, and the NFL is going to fund that. Because it's not really competition, but it is. It broadens your sport out there. More people are not going to watch spring football over the NFL because it's two different seasons, MLB. But you have that chance because that's all it is. And that's what I'm saying about the MLB. With you got them other three sports, but some people are just baseball fans. Definitely here in St. Louis. And I mean, it's a great sports town, blah, blah. You could say all that, but the Blues don't get the crowds. I mean, it's not the biggest, but the Blues don't get the crowds that the St. Louis Cardinals got or have gotten over these past few years. So I think it's nice just to change it up a little bit. To try to have competition, but have an extra medium to put your sport out there, to have something else. And this was, honestly, I started this as an MMA conversation, and I kind of branched out to all sports. So I'll go back to it, of course. Like I said, it's the way my brain works. My brain and my body kind of work the same way. They know, like, when I do something fucked up or something's fucked up in my body, and they kind of just fix this. Like, my body knows, like, hey, you're sick. Hey, you can't be sick. You have shit to do. My brain, hey, you probably should, stay on topic. But, hey, fuck it, But, like, in my head, I know how the conversation started, but, anyway. I mean, it's going to be cool. I think it's going to be cool to see, get Big Askren a chance. It'd be cool to, form, like, a tag team with Woodley and Ben Askren to go out there and just tear up the division. Maybe Woodley moves up and gives Ben Askren a chance in his way, or maybe it's the other way around. You never know. That's what's kind of cool about seeing, like, a growing sport. And I really do think that you're going to see this sooner than later, that with these leagues do this. Now, I don't think it's going to be totally this year or next year, and I think it's going to be 2020 after the XFL gets through their first season. Probably 2021, 2022 when they get through, each league gets through a few seasons, and then they branch out. They get together, and the NFL funds it. I mean, I guess it could be like a training camp or a preseason for them kind of players. It's a hard thing to figure out, definitely with the NFL, because of all the safety stuff. I think that other sports could do it. I think the NBA could do it. They already run a summer league. They might as well put the effort to do it. And really, they do. NBA doesn't have to do it as much, but they're not making the money off the NCAA. It's something that they could make money off of. I think they could do it. And they're going to try to do it with the G League, but then you have to branch out where you show the G League. You can't just show the shit on NBA TV. You have to show the shit on ESPN, and not much basketball is on the regular networks no more. But you have to, like, that AFL is going to be on CBS, whether it's CBS Sports. It's going to still be shown a little bit. That's the smartest thing to do. Even if it's not every game, every week, you're going to see it on CBS here. You're going to see it on CBS Sports if you got that. There's going to be a lot of ways to see it, and I think that the other leagues need to look into that and how that kind of stuff works. Now, staying on the Halloween topic that we started off the show with, and I ran it for who knows how long, about sports. Now, you've seen that the Megyn Kelly thing where she said, well, what's wrong with blackface as long as you're dressing up like somebody that you like. Like, I think she used Diana Ross or Risa. I don't know what she used. She used some singer. Now, you could say that and think that totally. You don't say that and think that when you got a higher rated show on not MSNBC or CNBC or NBC Sports or anything like that. She said this on the Today Show, on her hour of the Today Show. Now, you and your friends could talk about it and be like, I don't see the hate in it. I don't see nothing wrong with it. I like what NBC did. I'm not like a guy that's going to go out here and say this and that, badmouth people for saying what they think. It's not. It's just a certain stuff you can't say. I don't say everything I think on this show. I have my opinions about certain things. I might, like somebody at work the other day, I said something stupid about women. I don't even remember what I said. Just playing around, Because someone told me to get a girlfriend. I said, blah, blah, blah. They said, oh, you must be a Trump supporter. And I just started giggling. I thought that shit was funny. No, I'm not the biggest Trump supporter, but I'm more of a Trump supporter than I am a Hillary supporter. And actually, in the last couple of elections, I've been a little bit I was actually a bigger McCain supporter than I was an Obama supporter. Now, I think 4 years later, after the whole Sarah Palin and shit like that thing, I was a big Obama supporter of the rest of the Republicans. So, I switch it up. But to go on that and do that on national TV, when you could just have a simple conversation about Halloween, it's just dumb. You say she probably could have got away with it on MSNBC because it's a political thing and it's a topic. And I understand wanting to come up with topics on a show. I fully understand wanting to come up with topics on a show to the fullest extent. But it's not. I mean, it's not just. It wasn't just. This stuff comes out all the time. Like, I don't understand. Like, Elizabeth Warren, going out there and get this DNA test, saying she's an Indian. I don't understand. Now, people can look up. People can study heritages and stuff. No problem. But you're 164th Indian, and you just say, hey, I studied it. I've looked at my history. There were some people that were Indian, had of Indian descent in my history. Don't go out here and say, because you know about the Native American struggle because you're 164. Come on. I mean, I just don't understand the identity. I don't need to go out here and identify that I'm white or that I have Indian blood. Because supposedly everybody in my family tells me all the time, you have this blood and you have this blood. I don't need to go out. I don't care. And it seems like it's happening over the years. It really seems like it happened since Obama, because he's from Hawaii or Afghanistan, whatever the fuck they want to say he's from. He won the goddamn election. He's your president. Get over it. Same thing with Trump. Get over it, people. Like, and then this migrant caravan that's running through Mexico. Oh, there's got to be some Afghans in there, and they're coming to destroy the world. Not every Afghanistan sucks. I don't have big problems with 7-Eleven. I don't have big problems with half the McDonald's in the St. Louis area. Guess who they were run by? I don't have a problem with the Afghan store down the street. I don't have a problem with any of the stores. I don't identify the Afghan store as the Afghan store. Now, am I going to go in there and get food? No, because I'm American and I like certain things that come in shop and say, like, I don't know a thing. There's a Mexican store, and I like Mexican food. I don't walk in the Mexican store. Spanish, or whatever you want to call it. I don't have to identify myself to make myself look better. Me saying that I'm white does not make me look better. Me saying that I'm 1/900th Indian, so I know this and I know that about Indians. No. People don't understand. When you don't grow up like that, it's not a thing. You want to go be a real fucking Indian? Go down there on the reservations in Arizona and live. And I'm gonna tell you to live for 2 days. I'm not gonna say go out there for a month and live. Go out there for 2 days, and I bet you're running back to being white real fucking quick. I can guarantee it. I was out there. I seen the shit. I seen the dirt houses. I seen how the schools are run. I seen it. My aunt was a teacher, so I seen everything on the reservation. She was a teacher on the reservation. Now she didn't live on the reservation, but she was a teacher on it. So I see what the struggle is. I see what the struggle is sometimes about some of these races because they, you have to defend yourself at some point. But I don't need to say I know this and that because of this. That's just dumb. That makes no sense to me. I'm not going to run around and saying, oh, I know about the Pilgrims because I'm a white man. Blah, blah, blah. We took over the Indians because we're strong. Shut the fuck up. It's just, and it's creating talking points, and I understand it. I understand if you think, but it doesn't make you better. It doesn't make you a better person because you're 164th Indian, so you might know a little bit. It doesn't make you smarter to go out here and say, well, I don't dislike blackface as long as you like the people. That's the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard. Like one Halloween, I bought an Obama mask and was running around. If you remember a show from Daniel Tosh where he was saying Obama, and he dressed up like Obama and stuff like that. Many people didn't like that, but I think Key and Peele was back in the background, so they didn't have a problem with it, and they're black. But I was just running around saying Obama with the Obama mask on. It wasn't because he was black. If I had a Trump one now, I'd run around and fuck around in that and say, fuck her in the pussy or whatever the fuck he said. It's okay to touch her pussy or, whatever. That's the funniest shit he said. I thought the Obama thing from Daniel Tosh was funny. I think Trump saying grab her by the pussy is funny. It not be funny to me. Some of the greatest shows on TV, when they make fun of race, religion, all that, I think is funny. And it's not just Dave Chappelle, one of the greatest shows of all time, Key and Peele, which was a second coming of Dave Chappelle show. Pretty fucking funny. I just don't understand. I just don't remember people doing this before. I really don't remember politics being all about identifying yourself and making yourself look better because of this, that, or the other. It's highly a thing that makes zero sense to me. And it's just not that, but it's like these bombing people. This guy had anti-Hillary stuff and pro-Trump stuff on his van. Well, if you read the dude's Twitter account, he went at Trump a few times. He called him a globalist and all this. I mean, it's not, and everything gets blamed on Trump. You know, and the synagogue getting shoot up, blamed on Trump. As I was talking in the beginning of the show, people are just fucked up. They're acting on their thoughts. I don't have these kind of thoughts, though. But they're acting like, you do have fucked up. Like, do I just want to go out here and rob a bank and just live luxurious? Yes, I do. I'm not going to. Do I want to go out here and just do whatever the fuck I want and get away with it with no consequences? Yes, the fuck I do. But it's not because I like Trump and think that Trump's going to do it. And it's not because I'm white and think I have white privilege. It's because I want to fucking do it. Because I'm poor. And then, I mean, the dude just can't get an effing break in Trump. He talks about the World Series and people go after him about that. Rich Hill went after him, blah, blah, blah. You know, and why even ask Rich Hill, you know, did you feel like you should be taking another game? What was he going to say? Definitely with the political state where if Obama would have said that, I almost guarantee Rich Hill would have said he can have his stuff. And no, he goes out there and he just badmouths Trump. And I'm not going to guarantee that that's what would have happened with Obama. I'm just saying, I mean, it just seems like all of a sudden in the last few years, it seems like we have to identify ourselves in this and that. And it's like making people go nuts. I mean, people are killing each other over politics. You're losing friends over politics. Politics that don't even matter. And that same conversation that me and that girl had when she said I'm a Trump supporter, she says I don't vote because our votes don't matter. I am totally 100% in agreement with everything she says. And many people that don't have to know politics know enough. The Electoral College, she knew what she was talking about a little bit with that. It's not like she knew everything, but she knew enough. And my voice is getting a little whiny here, but it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, it highly doesn't make quite the sense to me that you think it would. And in conversations and stuff where sports used to be just sports, now we're getting political in sports. And I just can't see it. And then when you have to go out there and identify yourself as this, that, or the other, I mean, that just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not going to go out. I identify myself as a human being. That's what I am. You know what I identify everybody else as? A human being. And that's all I see in people. Color's not a thing to me. And I just don't get it. And like I try to stay away from this political stuff on the show. But it's hard to do when now it's not just like I just don't remember like a whole lot of people. Like I just don't remember. I don't remember a Jim Emmett or somebody, you know, and maybe that's just St. Louis. Maybe, you know, some people know how to keep their mouth shut and some people don't. But I'm not, and I can get political. If you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. Hopefully you know more than I do, because if you don't, then you don't know enough. Because I don't know enough. I honestly don't. It's just weird to think that people think that everybody wants to hear what they have to say. And I'm not one of the people. I don't think that people want to hear what I want. Hopefully they do, so they listen to this goddamn show. But I really don't think that people want, like, because this show's about sports, I really don't think that people want to hear what I got to say about sports. I know a little bit about religion. That was fun to talk about. I know a little bit about myself, so it was fun to say, hey, I need to learn the word no and play Sesame Street songs, or what I took for granted, because I know that's me. I know about me. I will have the conversation with you, but I'm going to tell you right off the bat. Half the stuff that you know what I'm talking about, or half the stuff that we're talking about, I know nothing about. It's just weird. It's just weird to me. I guess I'm just not that kind of person. And that's it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. All right, now let's go to what kind of is always kind of Halloween themed, because, you know, they're always, it's weird. It's sometimes scary. And it's the best part of the show, and that's weird news. We're going to start off with a little video from TMZ here. And hopefully it works.
Yes, I just got off of work, bro.
Hey, listen, bro, I'm gonna stand you up. Before I stand you up, you got anything sharp?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna be cool with you. Just be cool with me, okay,
Oh
bro?
shit, what the fuck is going on?
Just relax.
I don't have
Hey,
shit.
Javon, do you have any warrants?
No, I don't think no.
Okay, do me a favor, bro. I'm gonna sit you down on the
Oh
sofa
my
right now.
god. Hey, Lima, I'm sorry about this. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
You really don't know her or what?
I know, I met her, but we've been talking all day.
Turn to me real quick.
We've been talking all day, man. I'm supposed to get some coochie, man.
Damn, you know? She's over here scared and shit.
Hey, Lima, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm sorry about that, baby.
Who's the girl? You don't know?
Her name is Lima.
There's a bunch of condoms in the car.
That's for me.
Tonight?
Yes.
Some, like, walk around.
That's for me.
Hey, Javon. Hey, you know, bro, you got a warrant.
For what?
I think like a domestic violence or something like that. It's kind of like a bullshit warrant, domestic violence. Did you know you had that?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it's from like a case maybe like a year ago or so.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
It's a warrant, bro. $100,000 warrant.
Yeah, no condoms for him, I guess.
Can I go to, if I go handle it or something, can y'all let me go?
And, of course, the video stops working. But anyways, with the rest of that video, it's it ends up being a conversation about a strap-on in there that the girl has in her purse. But that was rapper Cass Daddy. TMZ obtained a video of Javin Pee Wee Clayton, formerly a member of the Rejects. I mean, 3-3 drag? Yeah. Getting arrested early Thursday morning by bounty hunters. They told him they were hauling him in for an outstanding domestic violence warrant, but you got to see the video, which we tried to listen to, but yeah. There's not many of that video left, but they talk about strap-ons and stuff like that. I mean, it's hilarious stuff. And some of, you know, people get weird. But anyways, Pee-wee could care less about the charge. He was laser focused on Lima, the woman he met on Instagram, but had finally just met the person right before the bounty hunters took him down. When they told him that they found 3 boxes of condoms in his truck, he fired back, "I know. I was about to fuck the shit out of her." His tone changed dramatically when he was told that she also had a particular sex toy. Bad news for Pee-wee. Law enforcement sources tell him his dream girl Lima was actually the confidential informant who dropped the dime on him. And I don't know if that's in the video. LA booked him on a felony domestic abuse, and his bail was set at $100,000. One positive note: Pee-wee's cellmates can bone up on their cat daddy. I mean, you know, things get weird. Go on Pornhub, search whatever. You ain't gotta go on Pornhub. Go to Google, search the most random thing that you would think about for sex, and it's gonna come up. I promise you. People have got, I mean, not just with political, but with anything. That's funny, though. I mean, she was ready, huh? Next story, moving on. Complaints from visitors about being pushed onto a mattress where actors simulated raping them in an edgy haunted house in northeast Nevada has led to the suspension of the actors involved. The Anchor Beacon reports Akron Fright Fest owner Jeremy Caudill says he was shocked and appalled when he learned Monday that what was happening the weekend at his haunted house at Summit County, Springfield Township. Some vendors complained to the newspaper that they were injured by actors who shoved them. 2 customers said they were pushed onto a mattress where actors simulated rape. Caldwell said he was still determining what happened and promises additional security and monitoring going forward. Fright Fest is advertised as a hands-on experience with actors getting physical and swearing amongst risky scenes. I don't know what I can say about that. I honestly don't. That's some weird I understand, like, trying to be, like, scary. And simulating rape it's scary when it's happening to real rape's happening. Who came up with that idea? Like, who sat around and said, let's push people down and act like we're fucking them? Weirdness. According to and we got another story. A woman was killed by a falling palm tree in Egmont Key Park Saturday. According to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, the woman was lying in a hammock at the park around 4 p.m. when the palm tree fell and hit her. She was identified by Associated Press as 20-year-old Isabella Melinda. She was taken to a Barefoot hospital in St. Petersburg where she was pronounced dead. The death does not appear suspicious. No information about how this happened was released. I just think, you're laying there, you're chilling, right? You're chilling in a hammock, which I have a picture on my Facebook of someone having a hammock in the park in DeSoto. Weirdo stuff, right? Right, yeah. But anyways, and a fucking palm tree falls on you. How the fuck does a tree fall? Like, I could see it in, like, I don't know, man. Definitely a palm tree. It doesn't seem like they get that big. It seemed like it would be like a strong tree. I mean, she must have had, like, the best hammock of all time. I mean, it's weirdness to me. That's really weird how that could happen to somebody. All right, from the Detroit Free Press, and I forgot to add the other ones. I usually do say. All right, this is from the Detroit Free Press. A man convicted of murdering his wife 8 years ago has finally shown investigators where he buried a body in exchange for access to an Xbox gaming console and other privileges in the prison. Douglas Stewart led police and medical examiners to a wooded burial site in Waukesha Township in Kalamazoo. Motherfuckers, name your city something I can fucking stand. Like, you go to a lot of counties and it's like Mexico County. Officials in a Waukesha Township, and I can't say that. He was convicted in 2011 of killing his estranged wife, Venus Stewart, but her remains were never found. He really showed no emotion. He was pretty much matter of fact, said Joseph County prosecutor. Now, see, that's easy. St. Joseph. But help me out here, people. Prosecutor John McDowell. He walked the detectives right to where it was, and there it was. The remains are buried in a 5-foot deep hole. Its size helped to confirm the previous knowledge that the murder was premeditated, said Sergeant Todd Peterson. Investigators also uncovered a blue tarp that acted as a key piece of evidence during the case. Stewart buried the remains in a tree-lined area that he used to visit with his father as a teenager about 15 minutes from the alleged site of the murder at Venus's parents' house. Police have searched dozen areas nearby, but never the specific place which he led them to on Monday. McDowell says the remains were positively identified as those of Venus Stewart after dental tests were performed by the medical anthropologist at Western Michigan University. In exchange for the remains, Stewart Specialized Housing Unit in Saginaw Correctional Facility will receive access to an Xbox. Stewart was also asked for privileges released under supervision for his parents' funeral at some point in the future, but that request was denied by the Michigan Department of Corrections. The Michigan Department of Corrections took issue with the idea that the Xbox was a direct confession for showing investigators was a direct concession, for showing investigators Venus remains and added that no taxpayers' dollars were contributed to the new program. The MNODC believed if we could help the family get closure by exercising these programs that we were already in the process of implementing, then they would work to the advantage of the MSP and the victim's family, said Chris Jocks, a spokesman for the Michigan Department of Corrections. About 140 prisoners in Stewart units will have access to several used and donated consoles for 30 minutes a day to play nonviolent sports games. I wonder if football is considered a non-violent sport game. I mean, yeah, or hockey. I mean, you're about down to football or baseball. Huh? The Xbox would be a special model that does not allow an internet connection. But the privileges are contingent on continuing good behavior and nothing has been written and nothing has been written in contract. The minute Doug Stewart doesn't do what he's supposed to do as a prisoner, those things can be taken away by the prison instantly, Peterson said. About a year ago, Peterson put Doug Stewart's sister in touch with Venus's mother. The families became reconnected and began talking for the first time in years. The pressure convinced Stewart to cave in to investigators continuing to find the effort of Venus's body. Now that's crazy. Now he was already in jail for it, so you knew what was going on. But it's still kind of crazy to think about. It's the only way that he was going to tell you if he got a motherfucking Xbox. I mean, I guess it's something to do in prison. Some people, sit around and do play Xbox 24/7. I'm not the biggest gaming guy. I like playing a sports game. That's about it, though. But you keep getting one in a motherfucking prison. 30 minutes a day, I wonder if he has a cellmate. I wonder if he could, say, oh, I know this and that. I guess you found the body. And you got the other prisoners on your side. Now they all get Xbox and shit. You're probably going to help you in the long run. That's what I'm going to do. If I kill somebody, I'm going to bury them somewhere where nobody would even think. It'd just be like, hey, you put an Xbox in something, phone myself. I'm not going to murder nobody. We could work something out here. Moving on. This is from Fox News. Rapper John James McMurray died Saturday after attempting to perform a stunt on an airplane for a music video. John James McMurray, 33, had trained months to perform the stunt, his management told CBC News. The rapper was attempting to walk on the ring of a Cessna while the aircraft was flying, but walked too far on the wing and sent the aircraft into a downward spiral. John held onto the wing until it was too late, and by the time he let go, he didn't have time to pull his chute. He impacted and died instantly, Murray's management team said in a statement. His body was found in a field in Westwold. There's no R in there. Westwold? Northwest of Vernon, CBC News reports. No other passengers in the plane were injured. McMurray, who was born in Calgary, was known for his incorporating stunts into his music videos. That's why I don't fuck around with airplanes, number one. Number two, to record a video, I understand some of the stunts, but to be fucking around with an airplane that's moving and flying and all that, I ain't fucking with it. I don't need to be famous by doing airplane. If you're going to be famous for your music, get famous for your music. Don't get famous because you playing around an airplane. This is what happens. This is some Fox 2 News. Police are investigating, and we're moving on to the St. Louis stories. Police are investigating after a teacher was carjacked outside of Rittner Middle School Thursday morning. According to the school district spokesman, the incident occurred just before 7 a.m. in the 2500 block of Marshall Avenue. The teacher was pulling into the facility parking lot when two men approached her and demanded her belongings in her car. She resisted several times, but one of the suspects showed her a gun and grabbed the woman and pulled her out of the car. The stolen vehicle is a white Toyota RAV4. RAV4? Making a murder type shit. That was the Teresa Hellbeck car. The teacher was particularly hurt, wasn't physically hurt, but was very shaken emotionally by the incident. The St. Anne police chief says that they're making good progress in finding the stolen car and that they have learned the suspects are wanted for other crimes. Brazen ass motherfuckers. To do that at a school with kids around, man, come on, people. That's just people not giving a fuck about life. And some of these people that do these crimes, that two kids have kids. They have kids of their own. Hello and welcome back to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bolsey with you. You can tweet us at RBolseyJR. You can tweet the Greater STL Sports Network at Greater STL SN. I had to do a little fixing right there. It's nice that production lets you help with the throwing something in there. All right, last story on weird news, and we could probably edit that out if we really wanted to, but yeah, let's deal with it. This is from The Leader, a local paper in Jefferson County. Smoke filled the kitchen and laundry room at the Jefferson County Jail in Hillsborough after a small fire started in a dryer, said Assistant Police Chief Brian Goff of the Hillsborough Fire Protection District. These big words are getting me on these ones. The fire was extinguished quickly, and none of the inmates had to be evacuated. The jail typically houses between 320 and 370 inmates each day. That's a lot of people for a county fucking jail. I wonder how many are in St. Louis County then. Almost 400 people in the Jefferson County jail. God damn. The Hillsborough Fire Protection District got a call about the fire around 2:23 a.m., and the firefighters arrived on the scene at 2:26. Upon arrival, the first and pumper crew found smoke visible coming out of the rear of the structure. They were met by corrections officers at the laundry room and the kitchen entrance. They told us they had used several fire extinguishers on the fire and put most of the fire out. Heavy smoke filled the kitchen and laundry room. Gauntlett said. He said firefighters removed the material that was burning in the dryer and finished putting out the fire with a water extinguisher. The firefighters spent about an hour ventilating the building to get rid of smoke and checking the dryer vent and other areas in the laundry room to make sure the fire hasn't spread. Both the laundry room and kitchen had smoke damage. There were also dry powder from the fire extinguisher, he said. It's pretty much a mess down there. Gauntlett said the correction officers handled the fire properly. The correction officers did an awesome job not only in putting the fire out, but making sure the inmates were safe. Gauntlett said they did an excellent job. Well, you can't say that 15 times in one sentence, can you? Gauntlett said the jail was built in a way to minimize the spread of smoke and fire from one place to another. He said the barriers exist to keep fires away from spreading, and the HVAC system automatically maintains a positive pressure to keep smoke from moving from one area of the building to another. In addition, the building has a sprinkler system. The cause of the fire was not determined. We're not sure if it was lint built up or dryer malfunction, but keeping those dryers and kept drying those rags to the point of combustion. So they had some rags in the dryer, obviously. We have lots of dryer fires from residential structures. He said we recommend cleaning out the lint filter after every use. Recommended. No, it has to be done. And every now and then the vent that goes outside, lint builds up in there too. Gauntlett also said the dryer should be used only when something is home to monitor it. The DeSoto and Fester fire departments and the DeSoto rural Duncan, Hermanite, Melville, Cedar Hill, and Atonia fire districts all assisted with the call. I wonder if 2:30 in the morning, if you could have intentionally set the jail on fire. I wonder if an inmate could figure that out somehow. Like literally, it would be fun. And it'd be kind of fun to be one of the inmates in there and thinking the jail's going to burn down. Just for that little brief 10, 15, 20 minutes that the jail's going to burn down. Shit, they got to run you outside. Now I think you're in jumpsuits there. I know some jails let you walk around in your regular clothes. I think St. Charles is one of them. I'm pretty sure so it's going to be hard to get away, but maybe not at 2:30 in the morning whenever they're all, it's dark and shit, It might, be a smart thing to try, maybe set that dryer on a little high, a little high heat, a couple hours. Try to burn something up, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a good thought. Would I ever do it? I'm not smart enough to do them kind of things. I know how to work on them. I don't know how to use them. I don't know how to make fires out of them, goddamn. All right, that's weird news for the day. I guess we could talk a little blues. And it's not really something that makes me want to, it's not a whole lot that makes me want to talk about the blues. They got to win. I like wins. That's one of my favorite things in the world. But you're still, wow. The goalie thing is really, really getting to me. Now, I mean, it's great. You see the offense score. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, but you have to score 4 to win every game. And scoring's gone way up this year, and it's the talent, and it's nice to see the NHL is gaining talent. And it's nice to see a guy like Tarasenko finally scoring, finally taking as a leader by, saying, hey, this, we're a shitty team right now. We're playing shitty as can be. And it's just hard to talk about the Blues right now. Now, you come off a big win at home versus the Blackhawks, and you get a nice little 5, 6, 7, 8, 6 games. Your next 6 games at home. 5, but including the if you want to count the Blackhawks game, which I didn't have written down, of course, which seemed like a year ago. It was 4 days ago. That's what I don't get. And the Blues play tomorrow against, but you have even with you going home, you have a tough schedule coming up. I mean, you're not playing like a bunch of shitty teams. I mean, the worst team you're playing is in a shitty division. The Golden Knights, they're playing bad in a shitty division. That's not good. But, I mean, they have a good goalie. They have a goalie that's won Stanley Cups. But then after that, you got 2 against the Wild. You got 1 against the Hurricanes and 1 against the Sharks, who are all above you in your division. Other than the Sharks, who were 5-3-2, were 5-3-2 at the time I wrote it down, in the Pacific Division. So you're coming on a stretch where you, even though all these games are at home, I mean, you're playing good teams. I mean, the Sharks have got us for the last 5 years. It seems like it's been off and on. The Wild, you would think have know a little bit. Probably know a little bit of Mike Lowe, the way he runs his system. So, I mean, there's 2 games right there that, are going to be hard-fought games. I mean, your best chance is to beat the Wild. And the Jake Allen thing just gets me, man. It really does. And we didn't sign like this great backup goalie. And and I understand the money thing. I understand you're trying to get players here. I understand you did it with Maroon. You talked him into a literal contract to save money. But I feel like this team has gotten rid of the money players Laterra, Berglund. I just don't see how this team is still running this low. Definitely with the only big money players it seems like they're on this team are Tarasenko and Pietrangelo and Jake Allen. But you went out there and didn't get a backup goalie. I just don't understand. I really don't understand what the Blues really have in this fascination with freaking Jake Allen. It's a fascination that's happened since, and I guess because they drafted him and they got him here and all that. I mean, I understand trying to build through your system, but it's been so long. I don't know, 5 years it seems like of the same effing thing. Your number 1 goalie last year was Carter Hutton. He was your backup goalie. I mean, this team's not going to stay on scoring 5 goals a game to win a game. You don't have that talent yet. Now, Fabry's coming back. That brings your talent level up if he could stay healthy. You don't have the talent to have a crappy goalie because you don't have the money. And it's all understandable. But if you're going to pay a goalie, you have to pay the right one. You're 0 for 3. Ben Bishop, Brian Elliott, and Carter Hutton. That's just the 3 that have been here. That's just 3 that have been in this organization. That's just this organization, people. That's not even going out and getting free agents. That's not the free agents that have been out there. That's 3 top-tier goalies in the league at the time. Brian Elliott's struggling a little bit. Carter Hutton not doing all that great. Ben Bishop right up there. I mean, I gave you the stats last week. But they're still better than and did you see what Ben Bishop did with Toronto? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And it seems like you got rid of enough money over the past few years. I mean, you did add a guy like Braden Shen, who's probably costing you a little bit of money. But it's just, I don't get it. What I really don't understand is if when they were doing the 2-team league for the AHL thing, like that doesn't make any sense to me. That means you don't have a whole lot of players if you're splitting your shit with another team. That means you don't have all these type of players. And you see the only ones that come up are Chris Butler, Jordan Smoltz. I mean, it's the same guys every year for the last 2 years. But you're looking at players that were just here since Jake Allen has been named the number 1 goalie. And it's hard for me to talk about. So I highly just, I mean, if you're a sports fan, I was talking about it earlier, there's not much to watch, and it's, you know, and a lot of just randomness talk about sports on the show today. I just don't get it. And I'm not a person I don't want to get it because I can see it. I really want a conversation of goalies. I want like somebody to get a sneak camera in there with Doug and Bill and I don't know, Brad, I guess, is still here. I want to hear the conversation that they have on Jake Allen. I really want to know what they think, like as of right now. Because, yeah, it looks great. 7-3 on paper looks great. Looks like a freaking baseball score. You don't want your scores to look like baseball scores. You're not going to win that way in the NHL. I mean, even the worst team in hockey scored 7 goals the other night. So, I mean, it's a possible thing to happen. We've had 7 scored on us, I think, the game before that we played the Blackhawks. Against the Blue Jackets. I know. I wanted to make it up to make sure I was right. But we just lost 7-4 the game before that. 2 days before that. At home, matter of fact. So, it's great. It's great to see like a guy like Tarasenko stepping up and being a leader. It's great to hear that they're all pissed off, but it's not going to get any better when you don't have the goalie to help the team out. And not everybody's like, oh, well, the defense. That's why these top tier goalies that have the namesake make saves, not because of their defense and lack of their defensemen. They make the saves that not many people can make. They make the saves. Jake Allen doesn't do that. I haven't seen much Chad Johnson yet. The game I've seen, even though he came in cold, I can't see him being like that Carter Hutton or that Brian Elliott, or even before Brian Elliott, it was Jake Allen or Ben Bishop. I just can't see it, and I guess because that they drafted so many goalies, and they all failed. You got Bennington, you got Vince Hilo. I can't. Phoenix Copley was here. He was a guy that you traded for and then traded right back and let him go. But you had him in the minor league, so you're trying to build him up through your system. It's like a system of nothing. It really is. Now, you kind of hope that like Jake's hurt for a couple weeks, so they sit him down for a while and see what Chad Johnson can do. You kind of hope he's hurt and just to get something else, to see something different, to maybe, hey, we can save this. Maybe Husso can come in there. I think I said Hulu the first time. Husso can get in there and maybe look different. Like, maybe put a spark in this team because they need something. And I really think that, like, when you don't have competition behind you, which when you're one of the four liners, definitely now with this team not having that big tough fourth line like you're used to with the Blues, I really think that they play harder when they have competition behind them. And the Blues offense has been playing pretty well. One of the top power play teams in the league. But Jake Allen knows he doesn't have competition behind him. And so I don't think that, I think that's a -1 thing behind him. I think that he knows that, so he doesn't have, not that he doesn't have to, but hey, who's going to replace me? I think that takes something off your competitive edge. I really think it does. And there's nothing else to talk about, so I'm just going to sit here and bitch about the Blues, and, there's just nothing else. There's nothing really going on. And that's why I got to talk the shit I've been talking and do, 45 weird news stories, because it's not something I want to talk about. And it's not understandable. Well, now that the World Series is over, you can start looking into free agency for the Cardinals. Boston won the series 4-1. Best team from the start, best team from the finish. That's kind of like what you would like to see, is the best team do it. Now, if you're a diehard fan of your team, then you probably don't want to see it. But if you're a sports fan, I mean, it's kind of, you see the team take it from the top or take it from the end. Definitely if it's not going to be a wild card team. Not if it's like that team that makes it in the last day, and then, like, I really want, like, in those games 163, and they had to play 164, and then, then you go through the NLDS, and then the CS and the World Series. Like, if it's not one of them teams, not one of the Cinderella teams, it's kind of cool to see, it's kind of what happened should have happened. The Boston Red Sox could have won. Now, there's already been odds put out on free agents. Bryce Harper, top 5 teams, not the Cardinals. Manny Machado, top 5 teams, not the Cardinals. Josh Donaldson, top 5 teams, number 1's the Cardinals. I don't know if I really want Josh Donaldson. And I did it last week. I did it on the last show about what the Cardinals really need. I haven't seen the pitchers yet. I mean, and the people are going to look into the positions that they think they need a middle of the lineup hitter. Well, if Zuno comes around, that shoulder is better. You have a halfway decent middle of the lineup hitter. You kind of need a secondary hitter because you do have positions filled already. If you're going to spend the money, you need to spend it on your bullpen and probably get another starter, which they seem to do almost every other year, is to get that 5th guy, the Jake Rustbrooks of the world, Kyle Loesch. There's always somebody out there they seem that they want to pick up on and give a minor league contract, and then all of a sudden it seems like they make the team over a younger guy that didn't have the greatest spring training. I like the growing up thing. I like the grow up through the system. I like all that. I said that earlier. I just hope that there's something that this team sees, unlike the Blues can see, that they don't just need one guy. Because you need more than one guy to survive. And at this point, who really...
Hello and welcome to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. You can tweet me at rbowlesbyjr. You can tweet the Greater STL Sports Network at Greater STLSN. You can find us on YouTube and Facebook at Greater STL One Word Sports Network. And I've been trying to get the show back again. Now, I can blame it on life. I can blame it on whatever I want to blame it on. It's mostly laziness is mostly what it's about. We're going to try to get it back going, try to get back in the groove. Probably won't do as much as I did last time doing different kinds of shows. I kind of want to strictly be a sports show. I like doing the sports. I like talking shit. I can talk the shit on the show too. But I kind of always want to mix in sports. It's just, it's fun. It's more fun that way. But, you never know. You never know. I'm so off the wall. It's crazy. I mean, I do things that put me in situations to where I can't win. So I could say I'm not going to do 3 shows and end up doing 3 shows. I could say I'm going to do 1 show a week and do 1 show a month. Who knows? Well, we're coming back. And we're going to start it off with the first show back with baseball. And it's funny that I wrote these stats down a couple days ago and they can't change because you're not in the playoffs. And I haven't really watched the playoffs because the Cardinals aren't in, and I work nights, so it's kind of hard to kind of catch every game. You see who wins, you watch your Sports Center highlights, you get on YouTube, Twitter, all that. Same old thing. But it's 3 years in a row now that the Cardinals haven't made it. And 3 years in a row, you've heard the same thing from Gersh, the GM, who's not the GM. He's just another talking head. So when Mosaic don't want to talk to him, we're like, well, you wanted to talk to the GM, you're talking to Gersh now, blah, blah, blah. And it's not like this team's not transparent. It's not like that they don't talk. I mean, Bill DeWitt Jr. gets out there sometimes. Bill DeWitt the third gets out there a lot. So it's not like this team hasn't been out there. It's just that they repeat the same thing. I think it's always like Bill DeWitt Jr. always says, well, the third. And then the third says Mosaic. And Mosaic just says the same thing. And it was nice to see they finally held somebody accountable. But they're holding the wrong people accountable. That's the problem. Because if you're not going to hold himself accountable too, then there's something wrong. You can't just blame everything that happened
on Matheny, on Mabry, on the coach, on whoever you want to blame it on. It's just not factual. And he finally said that, you know, we haven't had a cornerstone player, but we've developed and we've been right there, blah, blah, blah. Same old crap. He said we're missing parts in our lineup. The problem is